At the wisdom-reducing pill self-collection point, Tianjin Peak, Lu Qing was deeply disheartened. In his past life, he had painstakingly nurtured 7 disciples, pouring all his efforts into them, only to find that after each of them achieved the rank of great emperor, they turned against him, heeding slander and betraying him. When Lu Qing investigated the cause, he discovered that it was all because of a man named Su Chen. Only after seeing through the heavenly fate at the moment of his death did Lu Qing realize that he was merely a destined heavenly villain, fated to be betrayed by his disciples and sacrificed to pave the way for the protagonist. In this life after death triggered the system, he and his disciples were all reborn. But he no longer wanted to bother with those worries, nor did he wish to expend his heart and soul to care for those disciples again. Elder Lu, the sect assessment has ended. The sect leader asks you to go to the sect to select disciples. The messenger's steward respectfully transmitted his voice from outside the peak. Lu Qing's heart stirred. So I've been reborn to this very moment. In his mind, Lu Qing recalled his past life. It was at this very moment that he had accepted 4 of the 7 pitiful orphan disciples. Unfortunately, they had disappointed him too much. Lu Qing transmitted his voice, "Go ahead, I will arrive shortly." Hearing the reply, the messenger's steward bowed respectfully outside, then departed on a streak of light. Lu Qing gazed beyond the mountains, the memories in his mind gradually becoming clear. With the lesson of a lifetime, he no longer wished to take on disciples in this life. In his past life, he had little interest in taking disciples, but the previous peak master who had passed away had treated Lu Qing like his own son and raised him with care. Out of obligation, Lu Qing could not let the legacy of Tianjin Peak wither away. So he went, and upon arrival he first accepted 4 disciples, and later 3 more. Later the legacy of Tianjin Peak was indeed expanded, becoming unmatched in the world, shaking the heavens and startling the ages. But he, the peak master, did not meet a good end, becoming a laughingstock of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and even after death, he was reviled. Yes, even after death, he was reviled. During the time when his consciousness had not yet dissipated, and he had not been reborn, Lu Qing's spiritual sense observed the world. He discovered that under Su Chen's schemes he had been portrayed as a thoroughly evil villain, a venomous master who would even harm little girls. Not even in death could he find peace. His reputation was utterly ruined. He lost everything he had painstakingly built and was cursed by countless people. The betrayal of his 7 disciples became the best evidence of those rumors. If he were not utterly evil, why would even his own disciples betray him like this? Therefore, in this life, he would still go. He still had to take disciples, but Lu Qing naturally would not take those rebellious disciples again. He would only casually take 1 or 2 just to pass on the legacy of Tianjin Peak. Moreover, it was impossible for him to devote himself wholeheartedly, as he did in his past life. Just casually raise 2, keep them fed, and ensure the legacy of Tianjin Peak is not severed. Cultivate several peerless great emperors again. Lu Qing no longer had the heart for that. Forget it, let whoever wants to raise them do so. The sect's mountain gate was bustling with activity. On the examination square, a crowd of young disciples gathered, their youthful faces filled with anticipation. Just then a streak of light flew out from the peak. When it materialized, it was a young man stepping on a sword flowing with brilliant colors. His aura was astonishing, his figure like a sword, causing a stir among the disciples. They naturally knew who this was. Among the 7 peak masters of this generation, he was the most gifted and the strongest, the peak master of Tianjin Peak, Lu Qing. He was also the only peak master without any disciples under him, making him the best choice for apprenticeship. Peak Master Lu, you have arrived. The stewards bowed slightly in greeting. The sect leader and the others are already waiting there. Lu Qing landed, nodded slightly, then looked ahead. In the sect leader, the other peak masters, and many elders all turned their gazes toward him. The sect leader Yi Yuran smiled at Lu Qing and transmitted her voice, "Little brother, come over." "Yes." Sect leader. Lu Qing replied and moved closer. Yi Yuran was Lu Qing's half-sister. At that time she was not very old either. When Lu Qing was taken in, she often held him and played with him. Yi Yuran was a peerless prodigy whose talent was even more frightening than Lu Qing's. That was why she could firmly hold the position of sect leader. Even when burdened with sect affairs, her cultivation never fell behind. She was supremely gifted. Lu Qing took 1 step, and he appeared 10 meters away. With 2 steps, he had already arrived above the examination field and seated himself in the auxiliary seat beside Yi Yuran, casually picking up a register. Lu Qing was the last peak master to arrive. After his arrival, a voice resounded, reaching all the disciples. "The disciple selection has begun. Please, the 7 peak masters, proceed with the disciple selection." Disciples were usually selected first by the 7 main peaks. After that, the remaining 33 auxiliary peaks would make their selections. Those not chosen would either go home or be taken in as menial servants doing odd jobs within the sect. The register Lu Qing was reading contained the list of disciples for this session. The register was a treasure. It looked small but contained a vast amount of information. The rankings were based on talent and examination performance. The best were at the top, with the rankings extending downward. Naturally, the 7 main peaks would select those with outstanding talent. But Lu Qing's past life was different. He had a system that returned 10,000 times the rewards he gave to his disciples. As long as he gave out rewards, their quality would be super enhanced and returned to him. Therefore, he didn't just pick the most talented disciples, he valued connection more. Thus, in his past life, every disciple was carefully chosen by him, those he felt a connection with. Some, including 3 of them, were not even accepted during the sect examination, but were taken in later when Lu Qing went on sect missions and traveled outside, accepting them while completing tasks. But the final outcome was something he never expected. Therefore, in this life, he would not take that path. He'll just pick 2 disciples with outstanding talent, that way I can save myself some trouble. Lu Qing looked at the list, his gaze falling on one of the names. At the same time, among the crowd, 4 small figures. The eldest disciple Yi Fian, who now had an ordinary appearance, but would later grow into a beauty of unparalleled charm. In his past life, she was the first disciple Lu Qing chose, and the reason was simple. Yi Fian's fate was too bitter. In the past lives register, it was written that this girl's parents were gravely ill, her talent was mediocre, and she had no foundation. To enter the sect, she endured hunger in the forest outside the sect for 30 whole days. Every day at dawn, she would come to pay respects at the mountain gate, then return to the forest. For 30 days, she suffered alone in the forest. Finally, a disciple took pity on her and pleaded, earning her a chance to take the examination. In this preliminary examination, she persisted for 3 days and 3 nights, without a single grain of rice, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Finally, at the last moment, she entered the elementary technique of the examination, earning the opportunity to enter the sect and be selected here. Even so, no one chose her because her talent was too poor. But in the end, Lu Qing chose her, because with the 10,000-fold return system, the disciple's talent didn't matter. So in his past life, the first disciple Lu Qing chose was her. But later she shattered his Zifu purple mansion with a single sword strike, severing 3,000 years of master-disciple bond. On the roster, there was clearly the record of the eldest disciple Yi Fian. She had now been reborn. In her past life, she had become a great emperor, but now her life record was no longer as bitter as before. It had become much more normal, on par with other disciples. She now had a chance to enter the 7 main peaks and a great opportunity to join the 33 auxiliary peaks, unlike her previous life, when even becoming a menial servant was difficult. Lu Qing glanced at her only once, then looked away. At the same time, Yi Fian was also watching Lu Qing with a complex heart. After rebirth, everything started anew and past memories surfaced in her mind. In the past, she had no chance at all, and it was Lu Qing who gave her a glimmer of hope. Yet in the end, she repaid him with a single sword strike. Although Su Chen had told her that she was born with the fate of an emperor, and that all the hardships she suffered in her youth were predetermined by destiny, and that even without Lu Qing, she would have found another opportunity and another path to become an emperor in her past life. Lu Qing had merely chosen her. Yet despite all that, there was still guilt in her heart. Master, in this life your disciple has come again. Will you still take me in and treat me as you did before? Yi Fian looked at Lu Qing, her thoughts tangled. At the same time, she yearned to know whether Lu Qing, as Su Chen had said, had orchestrated everything deliberately, and that her master would surely choose her as his disciple. Su Chen also said that even if she could start over, be reborn once more, fate could not be changed. She would eventually become a great emperor, and Lu Qing would inevitably choose her because Lu Qing had a scheme. His entire life was one grand conspiracy. She bore the imperial fate and possessed the Taiyin imperial body. After nurturing her into a great emperor, Lu Qing could use her physique to touch upon a sliver of opportunity to break through the emperor realm. For this purpose, Lu Qing had committed countless shocking slaughters. When the evidence, ironclad facts were laid before her, she believed it. Yet the moment she thrust the sword, she regretted it. But she never expected to return. Master, I want to know, in this life, will you still take me as your disciple? The records in the book have changed. Was everything Su Chen said true? Yi Fian gazed up at the figure that was watched, yearned for, and looked up to by countless people. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was Lu Qing's second disciple, Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning was a prodigy of the Xiao family, groomed to be the family head from childhood. But she was framed by treacherous people within the clan and infected with the devouring heaven strange goo which devoured her talent. She was on the verge of death, seeking a chance to live by joining the sect. However, no one in the sect dared to accept her, nor would they, because the strange poison was difficult to cure, and even if it could be cured, it would consume enormous resources. Who would take her in, a stranger with no connections? The girl was weeping, waiting for death, accepting her fate, when Lu Qing took her in. Later, he eventually cured the strange poison on her. This was the second disciple Lu Qing had chosen. Her talent was extraordinary, and she had been raised as a future family head since childhood. Therefore, in theory, she was actually the true eldest disciple in Lu Qing's heart. He chose her out of a small selfish desire, placing great hopes in her, training her to be the future peak master of Tianjin Peak, to carry on the lineage of Tianjin Peak after him, fulfilling the last wish of the previous peak master, and settling a personal concern of his own. Xiao Ning was very suitable to be a peak master, and this was part of the reason Lu Qing chose her. Unfortunately, what she later repaid Lu Qing with was also a devastating palm strike, shattering one of the 7 protective treasures he had nurtured for 1,000 years, causing him to suffer backlash and severe injury. The third disciple, Yi Lingyu. Yi Lingyi's story was relatively simple. She was an orphan starving to death and wanted to join the sect. Unfortunately, her talent was too poor, not even qualifying to be a menial servant. Lu Qing, seeing her pale, starving face and thin, pitiful body, took pity on her and accepted her as his disciple. She was also the youngest disciple he had ever taken in. This youngest disciple later used a heaven-destroying needle to extinguish Lu Qing's last hope, breaking his prideful 10 array diagrams of immortal slaying and evil exterminating, leading him to the final step of his downfall. The fourth disciple, Lu Yao. Lu Yao's fate was full of twists. She was born the illegitimate daughter of the Lu family's outer branch, suffering all kinds of hardship. Then she awakened her ancestral blood. For ordinary people this would be a blessing, but for her, an illegitimate daughter, it was a disaster. In the end, her ancestral blood was stripped away and her opportunity was taken by her younger sister. She was then forced to follow her sister as a servant to enter the sect. Lu Qing was furious and avenged her. Later he trained her and let her return to the Lu family to wash away her past grievances. Later this disciple used the star-seizing seal, a gift Lu Qing had personally given her, to imprint it on her master, shattering his heart and severely damaging his emperor body. Lu Qing's gaze swept over the above information and finally he withdrew it. Everything had changed. Even Lu Yao had easily dealt with her own identity. As an illegitimate daughter, she was now thriving in the Lu. A thought flickered through Lu Qing's mind, and then he stopped thinking about these disciples. From now on they would walk their own broad road, and he would walk his single plank bridge. Without glancing at those names again, Lu Qing turned his gaze to the names ranked higher. Names flashed by one, Zhao Long Zhang, Hu Yi Lianer Murong Yuan. Scanning over the names, Lu Qing's eyes settled on one name. Zhao Long, Zhang Hu, Yi Lianer, Murong Yuan. Scanning over the names, Lu Qing's eyes settled on one name. Yi Lianer. This disciple seemed somewhat familiar. She was not under his peak, but had been taken in by Elder Yi Xing of the 5th peak. Elder Yi Xing had always been dissatisfied with the sect leader Yi Yuran and eventually turned to betray the sect. As the core disciple under Yi Xing, Yi Lianer gained fame in the rebellion battle, single-handedly defeating 3 prodigies of her generation. Her combat prowess was on par with Lu Qing's own disciples, shocking the entire sect. Later Yi Xing defected to the demon sect, and Yi Lianer followed. Not long after, both master and disciple perished. Lu Qing had personally killed them to cleanse the sect. Therefore Lu Qing had a deep impression of Yi Lianer. She was a true prodigy, arguably the foremost prodigy. The second was Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi, a former disciple of the 3rd peak. Lu Qing remembered him well. He was honest, wooden in nature, but extremely responsible. Once he decided on something, he would see it through to death. The reason Lu Qing remembered him was that when Zhang Shi was traveling in the mortal world, he promised to do something for someone. He kept his promise, staying alone in a place holding a stone tablet and guarding it for 70 years until someone came to take it away. Only then did he return to the sect. For this matter, the peak master of the 2nd peak, Xiandan Shangren, was so angry that he fumed and repeatedly cursed at the small peak assembly, saying how wooden and rigid this disciple was. Lu Qing's heart stirred slightly, and he chose him. Entrust Tianjin peak to him, let him carry on the legacy well. With his personality, he will surely keep his promise and dare not be negligent. He can also pass on the late master's wish. Besides, Yi Lianer has extraordinary talent, and training her as a combat force to help protect the 7th peak would also be good. A thought flashed through Lu Qing's mind, and he had already made his decision. At that moment Yi Yuran also spoke, looking at the 7 peak elders. Fellow disciples, have you chosen suitable disciples and true heirs? By the way, this one is reserved for me. Yi Yuran had indeed selected one. It was none other than Yi Fian, the senior disciple of Lu Qing's past life. She had chosen only this one. Yi Fian stepped forward and stood behind Yi Yuran. Next it was the turn of the 1st peak's master to make his selection. The master of the 1st peak, heavenly refining peak, crimson fire Taoist, clad in a fiery red robe with his hair standing on end, spoke in a rough tone. Sect leader, these few are compatible with my peak. Zhao Long. The master of heavenly refining peak recited name after name. Instantly several prodigies, their faces brimming with joy, were chosen and stepped forward. They stood behind him. The 2nd peak master. The 2nd peak, vermilion bamboo peak mystic pill elder, dressed in a robe embroidered with green bamboo, stepped forward and stroked his beard, saying, sect leader. Zhao Xiu Wang Erniu. You few come over. For more prodigies were selected. The 3rd peak, ice cloud peak's master mystic ice saintess Nalan Xingxing, looked at the handbook in her hand, her gaze settling on a name. Xiao Ning. This girl satisfied her greatly, her talent was exceptional, and her assessment scores were perfect. Along with Yi Lian Lu Yao Yi Lingyu Yi Fian Murong Yuan Yi Yin and a few others, she was among the most monstrous and top-ranked disciples of this batch. Not only were they exceptionally talented, but they also possessed sufficient mental fortitude and were highly outstanding. However, due to the rule that each peak must have one disciple from the top 10 of the heavenly roll, she could only choose. Nailin Qingqing carefully examined this slot, ultimately settling on Xiao Ning. Then looking at a line on her resume under disciple's intention, her heart stirred slightly. Xiao Ning had not written which peak she wished to join. She had only written one sentence: I do not wish to go to the Heavenly Sword Peak. Doesn't want to go to the Heavenly Sword Peak. That's understandable. The Heavenly Sword Peak has formidable combat power and specializes in slaughter. It's not strange for a girl to dislike fighting and killing. Nailin Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Lu Qing, the master of the Heavenly Sword Peak, who stood calmly not far away. Without thinking much of it, she withdrew her gaze. Xiao Ning. Nailin Qingqing was the first to recite this name. Among the crowd, the girl called Xiao Ning was startled, her gaze complex as she responded. Nailin Qingqing frowned, saying, What? Are you unwilling? Disciple is willing. Greetings, master. Xiao Ning spoke softly. Even though she was an empress, she was unwilling and had no intention of becoming a rogue cultivator. The path to regaining the imperial throne would be far too slow, and rogue cultivators often needed to plunder to obtain sufficient resources, easily incurring great karmic retribution. Step forward, Nailin Qingqing said with a slight smile. Xiao Ning was momentarily lost in thought, then stepped forward and stood still. Her peerless beauty stirred the hearts of countless new disciples, especially since she was one of the unparalleled prodigies of this cohort, destined to be a pillar of the sect in the future. Soon after, Nailin Qingqing recited two more names before stopping. The fourth peak, Green Bamboo Peak. Its master mystic sound elder Xuem Yaoyin also looked at the top 10 names on the prodigy roll and selected one from among them. Yi Lingyu. I rather like this name. She looked at the disciple's intention above, her brow furrowing. She saw that Yi Lingyu, Xiao Ning, Yi Qingyin, and Lin Yao had all written that their intention was not to enter the Heavenly Sword Peak and had no other requests. These four new disciples dislike slaughter. As cultivators, slaughter is unavoidable. This is something to note, she said. Yi Lingyu stepped forward. Yes. Yi Lingyu was also slightly startled, then stepped. She thought of her past life. In that life, she stood there, and this master of the third peak did not even spare her a second glance. Only her master looked at her, and finally gently beckoned to her. That scene Yi Lingyu could never forget in this lifetime. But why did things turn out that way? Sighing softly, Yi Lingyu stepped forward. Next, Xuem Yaoyin selected two other disciples outside the top 10 before concluding. The fourth peak, Master Snow Spirit Fairy Xue Qinghan of the Emotionless Peak, also chose her disciple. Lu Yao stepped forward. Yes. Lu Yao stepped forward. Thus 4 of the 5 female disciples had been selected and taken away. It was the turn of the 5th peak. Small Stone Peak. The peak master Yi Xing, a middle-aged Taoist, glanced at Lu Qing, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation. His heart stirred, and he said, Yi Lianer stepped forward. At this choice, the brows of the assembly of peak masters furrowed slightly. Yi Lianer was indeed the #1 existence on this session's prodigy roll, a true, unparalleled genius. Her talent, comprehension, and temperament were all astonishing, and she valued relationships deeply. The reason no one had chosen her was simple. Because of the Heavenly Sword Peak. The Heavenly Sword Peak, this lineage had only one person, and it needed someone to hold the fort. Yet it never fought for disciples. Because of this, everyone would yield, and so each generation of its disciples was essentially the most outstanding of their time. Therefore, Yi Lianer theoretically should enter the Heavenly Sword Peak, and might one day become the next peak master of that lineage. Unexpectedly, Yi Xing intervened, attempting to steal her away. The assembly of peak masters frowned. Although Lu Qing was the peak master of the Heavenly Sword Peak, his temperament was indifferent, and he usually did not like to contend. Perhaps he would truly let Yi Xing pluck this fruit. They wondered what Lu Qing would choose. Lu Qing, however, was also laughing inwardly. If it were his past life, he wouldn't have cared at all. With the 10,000-fold return on teaching disciples, what difference did any disciple make? Whether a prodigy or not, Lu Qing did not mind. But this life was different. Yi Lianer was originally his core true disciple. How could he willingly hand her over to another? Moreover, the events of the past life had already proven Yi Lianer's character. She valued relationships, which was akin to foolish loyalty. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Yi Xing unwaveringly even when he betrayed the sect. She had a rigid personality, and once she recognized someone, she would never abandon them. Lu Qing didn't need her unwavering loyalty, but having been deeply wounded in his past life, Lu Qing found such a character quite agreeable. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back again. Yi Lianer, why haven't you come over yet? Yi Xing, seeing that Lu Qing hadn't spoken immediately, was overjoyed and quickly urged. Yi Lianer glanced at Lu Qing. The sect leader had privately transmitted a message to her earlier saying she might be apprenticed to Lu Qing. In truth, she also liked the heavenly sword peak and felt it suited her. But now the fifth peak had chosen her. As a disciple, Zhao Lianer had no right to object. Just as she was about to step forward, a voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, this deity has also taken a liking to this disciple. What? Yi Xing's face changed, and then he said, Peak Master Yi, you are somewhat breaking the rules. First come, first served. According to the rules, even if you have an objection, you must wait until this Peak Master and all other Peak Masters have finished their selections before negotiating. What is the meaning of your current action speaking out while this Peak Master is making his choice? Yi Xing's expression was very ugly. As he said, although each peak could choose after the selections were complete, if a Peak Master didn't get the disciple they wanted, they could still negotiate, discuss, and exchange. Lu Qing could have sent the disciple back if he truly was unwilling. But Yi Xing hadn't expected Lu Qing to act unpredictably and speak out directly at this moment. Facing Yi Xing's words, Lu Qing slowly shifted his gaze over. After a moment, he said coldly, this deity has taken a liking to this disciple. Peak Master Yi, do you not understand human speech? Rules depend on who they are for. Yi Xing did not abide by the rules, so naturally he didn't deserve for Lu Qing to follow them either. Lu Qing, Yi Xing bellowed. If it were before, this Peak Master would still give you some face, but now this Peak Master will absolutely not cede this person to you. This disciple this Peak Master is determined to take. Snatching a disciple, Lu Qing seemed to hear something amusing. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile, but then his handsome face turned cold, and he said, what do you think you are? You are not even worthy to contend with this deity for a disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. Yi Xing's face turned a livid green. Even Yi Yuren's expression shifted slightly, wondering what had gotten into her younger brother today. His temper was explosively fierce. The many newly initiated disciples also had their expressions change, looking at Yi Xing with odd gazes. This fifth Peak Master seemed rather inadequate, being scolded so directly by the Heavenly Sword Peak Master, yet apparently lacking the confidence to talk back. And this was indeed the truth. The reason Lu Qing could become a Peak Master at such a young age was not due to any connections, but for one simple reason. That was, he was strong. Uniquely strong. None of the other 7 peaks were a match for him. As long as the Grand Elders didn't intervene, he could walk unopposed across all 7 peaks. Just as he had said, Yi Xing was nothing. Yi Lianer, come to me, Lu Qing said calmly. Yes, Master. Seeing Zhao Lianer hesitate before him earlier, yet immediately nod in agreement upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Yi Xing's heart burned with both anger and jealousy. The flames of envy and fury nearly consumed him. He couldn't help it. He was too fond of Zhao Lianer, who reminded him of a past love. That was why he took the risk. But he never expected that Lu Qing, who had always been unassertive, would now be so unyielding, directly speaking up, and that Zhao Lianer would be so willing, as if she were eager to join the Heavenly Sword Peak. This only fueled his blazing rage. Lu Qing, don't go too far, Yi Xing roared. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive palm imprint materialized before him. Yi Xing was greatly alarmed, channeling all his inner energy to meet the blow. With a thunderous crash, he was struck down in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he stood there, his face a mix of shame and fury. Lu Qing's voice then rang out calmly. Peak Master Yi, I hold the esteemed position of Heavenly Sword Peak Master, and my cultivation level surpasses yours. According to the principle that attainment makes one a teacher, you should at least address me as senior brother or Heavenly Sword Venerable. Yet you dare to call me by my name. That strike was a minor punishment as a warning. If there is a next time, you need not retain your position as 5th peak. You? Yi Xing exploded with rage, pointing at Lu Qing, but words failed him. He spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood and finally turned to leave in fury. There was no choice. It was too humiliating. He couldn't even continue selecting disciples. With grief and anger mingled in his heart, he departed directly. Lu Qing snorted coldly at the sight. Yi Xing, what was he anyway? In his past life, Lu Qing had simply not bothered with him. But in this life, if Yi Xing still tried to snatch things away, Lu Qing would not let it slide. If not for the fact that Yi Xing had some connection to Yi Yuran and was a Peak Master, making killing him a troublesome affair, Lu Qing would have struck him dead with a single palm. Being weak was one thing, but being weak and still jumping around recklessly was a path to self-destruction. Sect leader, please continue, Lu Qing said, his tone calm again after the chastisement. Yi Yuran's face was a mix of exasperation and amusement. Such an incident had made her pretty face somewhat displeased, but thinking it was her younger brother who had caused the trouble, she let it all go. She would let her brother do as he pleased. After all, he was still young. That Yi Xing had it coming for making improper advances. Later she would have to go and warn him to keep him from acting. With these thoughts flashing through her mind, Yi Yuran said, Peak Masters, please continue. Let us not delay the important matters. I will deal with Peak Master Yi later. By the way, The heavenly sword peak has always maintained a single disciple lineage. According to tradition, even if other peaks choose first, the heavenly sword peak can still select. Even take all the top 10 prodigies. This is a privilege of the heavenly sword peak, but once used it cannot be used again by the next generation. It is an opportunity that comes only once every 1,000 years. At these words the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Peak Master, ye had suffered such a great loss, yet the sect leader's attitude was like this. She didn't even utter a single word of reprimand to the heavenly sword Peak Master who had directly resorted to violence and caused a scene. Everyone could see clearly. She was biased toward the heavenly sword Peak Master. Her favoritism was utterly without reason. But the subsequent words also stirred anticipation among the disciples. The heavenly sword Peak had always had few disciples. If one could join it, the abundance of resources alone would be a tremendous advantage. Now with the Peak Master being so favored and doted on by the sect leader, joining would bring countless visible and hidden benefits. Many disciples inwardly yearned to join the heavenly sword Peak. Amidst this atmosphere, the sixth peak also began selecting disciples. The sixth Peak Master, Liu Peak's master Qingguang Shangren, casually picked one from the top 10 and 3 subsequent disciples. Only then did the true selection turn fall to Lu Qing. The remaining disciples and prodigies turned their expectant gazes toward Lu Qing. The other Peak Masters couldn't help but look at Lu Qing. They were quite fond of the disciples they had taken, but if this senior brother wanted to take them, there was no way around it. A flicker of worry crossed their minds. Meanwhile, those already chosen, Yi Qingyan, Shao Ning, Yi Lingyu, Lu Yao, and the several female emperors, couldn't help but fix their gazes on Lu Qing. They had thought that being selected meant they had lost the chance to join the heavenly sword Peak, but now it seemed there was still a turn of events. For a moment, they were all eager to know Lu Qing's choice. Even though they had deliberately tested their fate, changed their destiny, and written down their intention not to go to the heavenly sword Peak, they still wanted to know. Would he, as in the past life, take them into his sect, shower them with heavenly treasures and divine artifacts without restraint, and spoil them to the bone? Lu Qing's gaze swept across the roster, and he finally said calmly, Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi Zhang. Although Zhang Shi was also a prodigy, he was not among the top 10, but rather ranked outside it. Lu Qing was fairly satisfied with his taciturn nature from his past life. Zhang Shi seemed never to have imagined he would be chosen. He stood frozen for a moment, then a glimmer of astonishment spread across his simple face. He strode forward, knelt, and kowtowed, saying, Disciple pays respects to Master. Lu Qing nodded slightly, and said, Very well, go stand in the back. Thank you, Master. Zhang Shi quickly replied, then, with a simple and somewhat dazed expression, scurried to stand behind Lu Qing. He seemed never to have considered that he would be chosen by the Master by the heavenly sword Peak. Then he saw Yi Lianer and promptly gave a simple smile, saying, Greetings, senior sister. Yi Lianer nodded slightly, returning a faint smile. After casually accepting 2 disciples, Lu Qing fell silent, not even casting a glance at the once Yi Yuran paused, then said, Junior brother, do you still wish to choose disciples? Sect leader, that is enough, Lu Qing replied calmly. Hearing this, Yi Yuran said no more, and let the remaining Peak Masters continue the selection from the beginning. As for Yi Xing, he naturally could not expect to take on disciples this year. After making such a spectacle of himself, forcing disciples upon him would only breed resentment. He would be fortunate to accept a few menial laborers or outer disciples. As Lu Qing concluded his selection, the 4 future empresses stood frozen in place, stunned. They had only intended to test whether Lu Qing would, as in his past life, shower them with heavenly treasures and divine weapons without restraint. Yet they had never anticipated this outcome. Lu Qing had not even accepted them as his disciples. For a moment, the 4 future empresses stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at their former master, their hearts churning with complex emotions. It was not that they found it unbearably difficult to accept. With their past lives' experience as emperors, becoming emperors again was merely a matter of time and a bit more effort. Yet the ache in their hearts was unavoidable. Yi Fian's thoughts were tangled. A memory surfaced. In her past life, the master had said that he accepted them simply because of a certain affinity, a destined connection, not because of their exceptional talent or any other reason. Now reborn with the memories of an emperor, they had deliberately changed everything, even submitting their preferences to avoid the heavenly sword Peak. The circumstances of their entry into the sect were vastly different from their past lives. Thus they had tested him, yet the master truly had not chosen them. Did this not mean? Could it be that Su Chen had deceived them, that the master harbored no conspiracy? It also meant that in his past life, Lu Qing had truly taken a single look at her and found her pleasing to his eye, and so accepted her. Having altered everything in this life, the master now refused her. Past memories flooded back like a tide. She recalled that day at the sect gate. After exhausting every effort, she had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope to enter the sect. Yet due to her poor talent, no one chose her. She was left alone, helpless and forlorn in the square, as if abandoned by the world. No one would care for a mere mortal girl. Only the master. The master back then standing just as he did now, his young face expressionless. Yet at that moment, he looked at her, reached out a hand, and lifted her entire world. Later he drew her into a new world. Heavenly treasures, divine weapons, and magical artifacts were never lacking. He always protected her well, never allowing her to suffer any bullying. But now he refused her. He said he would not accept her, and so he did not. Even if she no longer needed him, now could he simply refuse? On the other side, the second disciple, Xiao Ning, also looked up, staring blankly. She had long sealed her emperor's Dao heart, doing so the moment she was reborn. Now, apart from her memories, she was no different from an ordinary person. It's over. That's enough, Xiao Ning murmured, somewhat dazed. She too could not understand. Nalan Qingqing asked, Ninger, what's wrong? Master, it's nothing, Xiao Ninger said, struggling to suppress her emotions. Yet her heart could not calm. The master had not chosen her. In her past life, betrayed by a villain within her family, she was afflicted with a strange poison, her life hanging by a thread. She was close to death. If no one in the sect took her in, she would have only half a month left to live. Unfortunately, curing her required immense resources, which no high-ranking sect member was willing to provide. In her past life, she was in utter despair, closing her eyes to await death. The master looked at her twice, and finally took the pale-faced girl under his wing. Xiao Ning looked at Lu Qing, standing on the platform with a calm expression. Everything from the past became incredibly vivid at this moment, as if she had returned to that day. She seemed to see her past self, her face twisted with venom and resentment, pointing at her present self, and screaming, what have you done? You destroyed everything. You killed my savior. You killed my master. Xiao Ning closed her eyes. She did not wish to dwell on it further. In her past life, afflicted with a strange poison, and on the verge of death, she stood there helpless and alone, clearly a bottomless pit for resources. Yet the master merely glanced at her and unhesitatingly took her in, sheltering her under his wing. But in this life, she was not poisoned, nor was she without support. She no longer needed to be as desperate as before, yet the master did not accept her. Nalan Qingqing looked at her and said, Ning, are you feeling unwell? Master, it's nothing. Xiao Ning did not wish to speak, but under the circumstances, she could only reply, Nalan Qingqing nodded. She could see that Xiao Ning was merely emotionally stirred with no physical ailment. This puzzled Nalan Qingqing, who thought to herself that her disciple seemed to have a karmic entanglement that could become an inner demon, and she would need to pay closer attention. On the other side, the third disciple, Yi Lingyu, was the youngest among all of Lu Qing's disciples. She was also the most cherished, doted on by nearly everyone. Consequently, Yi Lingyu was the most innocent, the best protected, and the least mature of Lu Qing's disciples. Because of this, she was even more stunned, standing rooted to the spot. She bit her thin lips slightly. Scenes from the past flashed through her mind, but she stood there uttering not a single word. Despite being surrounded and cared for by a group of people, Yi Lingyu felt not a shred of happiness. She had once become a great empress, yet she reveled in the feeling of being protected. Thus, she preferred not to grow up, to remain hidden under the wings of her master and senior sisters. But now the master was gone. On the fourth peak, Lu Yao's pretty face bore a hint of displeasure. She seemed unable to believe that the master's selection of disciples had ended so simply. It was entirely different from the past life. He had only chosen two disciples, Zhao Lianer and Zhang Shi. Not a single one of their former selves had been selected by him. In her past life, Lu Yao was orphaned and bitter her fate cruel. Her ancestral blood was stolen, and she was subjected to relentless bullying. The master took her and stormed the Lu family to avenge her, and later nurtured her, enabling her to return to the Lu family and subdue them all, settling the karmic debts of the past. Through such experiences, her nature was very mature. Yet now even her heart was stirred. The master had not chosen them. Soon the sect assessment concluded. The disciples were assigned to their respective peaks. Yi Fian became a disciple of Yi Yuran. Xiao Ning entered the Snow Cloud Peak under Nalan Qingqing. Yi Lingyu became a disciple of the Green Bamboo Peaks, Master Miaoyin Shangren, Shui Miaoyin. Lu Yao became a disciple of the Emotionless Peaks, Snow Spirit Fairy Shui Qing'an. Yi Lianer became a disciple of Lu Qing. The remaining top 10 prodigies were divided among the 5 peaks. Let's go, return with me, Lu Qing said calmly to Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi as a giant sword materialized. Yes, master. Yi Lianer, dressed in white, cast a glance at Lu Qing with her bright eyes, then leaped onto the flying sword. She felt that although the master had summoned her to the heavenly sword peak, he seemed indifferent towards her, as if he did not value her much. Zhang Shi, however, did not overthink things. He carefully climbed aboard and laid down on the sword. Hold tight, Lu Qing said calmly. With a whoosh, the giant sword rose, encased in a protective barrier, and shot through the air toward the heavenly sword peak. Lu Qing on the sword did not even glance back, leaving the 4 women staring blankly at the scene. After a moment, Yi Fian looked at Yi Yuran and said, Master, may this disciple request leave? I have a small matter to discuss with a junior sister. Go ahead, Yi Yuran said magnanimously. At this time, Lu Yao and Yi Lingyu had already been taken back to their respective peaks by their masters, leaving only Xiao Ning. Yi Fian walked toward Xiao Ning. From her understanding, she could naturally tell that this junior sister was also likely reborn. Seeing Yi Fian approach, Xiao Ning also requested leave from Nalan Qingqing and went to meet her. Senior sister Xiao Ning said. Yi Fian replied, the master did not choose us. We altered our fate, so perhaps that is why he refused. Then what next? Next we must at least stop the master from straying further down the wrong path. Don't forget the evidence Su Chen provided is ironclad. Heavenly Sword Peak. Unusually tranquil. Numerous courtyards, picturesque scenery, exceptionally serene. Lu Qing gazed at Heavenly Sword Peak. There were not many people here, either not even a single handyman. The cleanliness of the mountain gate was maintained by a cleansing grand formation. Lu Qing no longer needed to eat or drink, having long reached the realm of subsisting on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while abstaining from grains. If he truly craved food, he could simply disguise himself and sit in a mortal city at the foot of the mountain where an endless array of delicacies awaited. All that had happened in his past life had turned to dust, and Lu Qing was unwilling to dwell on it further. The emotions of bygone days had scattered with the wind after that battle. Even the profound bond of 3,000 years, Lu Qing had no intention of settling old scores. He simply wished to sever all ties with them, each going their separate ways in peace, never interfering with one another. Back then, Lu Qing had taken in 7 disciples, pouring all his efforts into nurturing them into generation-defying female emperors, only to be betrayed in the end. How utterly disheartened he was. In this life, Lu Qing only wanted to lie low and coast along, doing only what was within his duty and ignoring everything else, living solely for himself. As numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Qing's heart stirred and ripples arose in his state of mind. He was slightly startled. In his past life, although his strength was among the weakest of the great emperors, his experiences, the arduous journey of raising his disciples, and the perilous adventures, had honed his state of mind to the pinnacle of the great realm. Yet he could never touch the threshold beyond the great emperor, the door that no one in the world could breach. But in this life, with his mind clear and unobstructed, his state of mind had taken another step, brushing against that once unreachable threshold. This meant that in this life he had a glimmer of hope to break through beyond the great emperor. This was truly excellent news. Not bad. Lu Qing said, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his heart at ease. Then Lu Qing's gaze fell upon Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. He had already discerned their true natures in his past life, knowing their characters were not bad. His master had left a dying wish, hoping he would carry on the legacy of Heavenly Sword Peak and pass it down through generations. These two were indeed promising seeds suitable for carrying on the tradition. As for meticulous cultivation, forget it. Yi Lian, Zhang Shi, come here. Lu Qing said. Master. The two quickly approached and stood respectfully before him. Lu Qing observed them up close. Yi Lianer, dressed in white, stood gracefully with a peerless bearing. She seemed no ordinary mortal with a boundless future ahead. Her eyes, full of emotion and thought, revealed her deep loyalty. Now reverent before Lu Qing, she was indeed a fine seedling. Zhang Shi, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dull, but was genuinely honest and steady like a solid rock. Though not an extraordinary uncut jade, he was rare in his solidity and reliability. At the very least, entrusting the legacy of Heavenly Sword Peak to him would suffice. Lu Qing looked at Yi Lianer and said, I am the 32nd generation Peak Master, but my heart is not set on this peak. One day, I will leave roaming free between heaven and earth. Yi Lianer, you are exceptionally talented. Your future may not be confined to Heavenly Sword Peak, but you must still strive. When you walk the world, do not tarnish the prestige of our peak. In time you shall guard our peak and protect its legacy. Master, your disciple will give her all. Yi Lianer replied with utmost sincerity, deeply moved by her master's high regard. Lu Qing turned to Zhang Shi and said, Zhang Shi, your talent is somewhat lacking, but your temperament is steady like a cornerstone. Though your prospects may not be limitless, you prefer stillness over activity. Cultivate diligently. The position of Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak will be yours in the future. I hope that in your hands it will flourish and resound across the 8 wastelands. Zhang Shi quickly nodded and said, Thank you, Master, for your trust. I will work hard too, and will not. Zhang Shi's face flushed crimson. He had not even entered the path of cultivation, yet his master said that his achievements would be boundless, that he would become a great figure like a Peak Master. How could he not be thrilled and excited? Among new disciples, no matter how talented, who dared to guarantee they could become a Peak Master? Yet his master held him in such high regard. How could he not be overjoyed and stirred? After giving his instructions, Lu Qing nodded and said, Take these. They contain some spirit stones. As for the techniques inside, just look them over for now. Lu Qing produced 2 pouches. The pouches were filled with spirit stones. Typically, all new Peak disciples received resources, but since Heavenly Sword Peak had the fewest disciples, it received the most. Inside were 30 mid-grade spirit stones along with basic Qi condensation methods. His thoughts drifted back to his past life. In that life, Lu Qing had been exceptionally meticulous in teaching his disciples. Besides caring for the girls, he had retrieved his cultivation insights from his weaker days, made several copies, personally reviewed and corrected them, and then distributed them to his 4 disciples, instructing them to memorize the insights and lay a foundation for cultivation beforehand. Afterward, he had exerted tremendous effort to find them top-tier kick condensation methods. But in this life, he had none of that inclination. He simply distributed the items issued by the sect. Just after handing over the items, Lu Qing received a notification. Ding, you have received a 10,000-fold return. As this is your first use of the system, you have obtained a critical hit and received a 100,000-fold return. Ding, you have received a marrow-cleansing divine stone. Rare celestial treasure sought after, but unattainable, extremely scarce in the world. Ding, you have received the heaven-severing Emperor Qi condensation method, Emperor grade top-tier technique sought after, but unattainable. Once learned by someone, it becomes invalid, already invalid. Note, this Emperor grade technique has been fully learned by someone, and no one else can use it to condense Qi. The heaven-severing Emperor Qi condensation method. Lu Qing looked at the returned reward, his brow slightly furrowed, his heart stirring. Memories of the past resurfaced. In his past life, he had been so good to his disciples. The rewards returned by the system, he had given them all to those ungrateful pupils. It was worth noting that once Lu Qing gave away the system's returned rewards, he could not get a 10,000-fold return on them again. Divine-grade artifacts, top-grade spirit stones. He had spared nothing, sparing no cost, all to focus on nurturing them. How foolish. The first Emperor-grade technique he obtained through the sect's universal feedback he had given to Yifian. Every Emperor-grade kick condensation method was unique. Once someone mastered it, no one else in the world could ever learn it, because each Emperor path was singular. Thus, Lu Qing had expended unimaginable effort just to find Emperor-grade kick condensation methods for his 7 disciples, and this was merely the beginning. He had given away countless rewards afterward. As a result, Lu Qing's own strength progressed slowly. Though he was a peerless genius, he was the last to ascend to the emperor position, and even after ascending, he was far weaker than them. Yet he never expected that the opportunities he had personally bestowed the disciples he had personally raised would turn the blades he had given them against him, their master. Memories of the past flooded back. Lu Qing's hands clenched tightly together. After taking a few breaths, his eyes grew calm. The past is over. Let it be. Lu Qing's eyes were serene. As for this heaven-severing Emperor Qi condensation method, I didn't expect Yifian to have already begun cultivating it. Lu Qing observed calmly. As a future great emperor, Yifian could manage with or without this heaven-severing emperor technique. Even an ordinary kick condensation method would allow her to refine her foundation later, just requiring a bit more effort. Yet she had still chosen to cultivate it. Lu Qing didn't dwell on it much. His gaze shifted to the first reward, the marrow-cleansing divine stone. It was excellent, extremely precious, but useless to Lu Qing. However, in this life, he was not inclined to casually give it away. Lu Qing's eyes fell on Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. Although he had no intention of deeply cultivating disciples or forging emotional bonds in this life. Because of the former peak master's dying wish, Lu Qing did not want to treat this lightly. The marrow-cleansing divine stone had divine effects, but he did not want to give it. However, an emperor-grade kick condensation method was still necessary. Yet in his past life, Lu Qing had expended immense thought and resources to gather 7 different kick condensation methods, forging 7 emperor-grade methods. Now trying to collect new ones was quite troublesome. He would likely have to scour the entire library, flipping through it a dozen times to find perhaps 2 more overlooked ones. He'll have to search thoroughly and find a way. A bit of trouble is nothing. After all, the legacy of my heavenly sword peak cannot end up inferior to those ungrateful disciples. Zhao Lianer and Zhang Shi cannot be too weak either. Otherwise, what legacy would Heavenly Sword Peak have? Lu Qing shook his head. He had initially planned to train them casually, but on second thought he realized he couldn't. The rival of Heavenly Sword Peak's legacy was other peaks, and several great emperors stood among them. Without a great emperor from Heavenly Sword Peak, it would inevitably decline. Anyway, it's only about 10 days' work. After this, it will take at most a decade or so to lay a foundation for these 2 disciples, allowing them to carry the banner of Heavenly Sword Peak. Then he'll have no more worries. Lu Qing thought to himself, deciding to first secure an emperor-grade kick condensation method for Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. He would spend some years on this matter, and once it was settled, he would be free of all burdens. A decade or so was truly not much. In his past life, it had been 3,000 years. What was a decade? As numerous thoughts flashed through Lu Qing's mind, he was unaware that aside from the first heaven-severing emperor technique, which Yifian had cultivated for a short time, several other emperor-grade kick condensation methods had not been cultivated by Xiao Ning and the others due to special reasons. If Lu Qing created them, he could reap the rewards. Unfortunately, he did not know this. Thus for now, Lu Qing simply looked at Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. After a moment, he said flatly, "Just look over the kick condensation methods in these pouches for now. There's no need to cultivate them. Soon I will give you new techniques and procure some elixirs for you. Only then should you begin cultivation. Our heavenly sword peak does not practice these ordinary methods. Thank you, Master, Yi Lianer said joyfully. Thank you, Master, Zhangshi echoed. On the main peak, at the Divine Wing Peak. Several days had passed since they arrived at the Divine Wing Peak. One night Yi Yuran entered the Pure Heart Pavilion where Lin Fian resided. Master, Lin Fian said calmly, her hands clasped at her waist as she offered a slight bow. Yi Yuran sighed, and then said, I'm truly troubled. What troubles you, Master? Asked Yi Fian. Yi Yuran looked at her disciple. For some reason, she felt unusually at ease with this young girl, unable to muster the dignity of a sect master before her. She let out a soft breath and said helplessly, It's about your cultivation method. The common qi condensation techniques of the sect are certainly unsuitable for you, and I won't let you practice your previous ones. But recently I've heard no news of a suitable technique appearing in any secret realm. Your talents are remarkable. It would be a sheer waste to have you practice ordinary methods. My own pure serene qi doesn't align with you either. It worries me to death. As for my junior brother. Upon hearing those words, Yi Fian's eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, Is it Peak Master Lu? Yes, it's him. How does this matter of mine involve Peak Master Lu? Asked Yi Fian. Yi Yuran said, You've been on the peak every day, so naturally you wouldn't know. My junior brother has entered the scripture depository to find suitable qi condensation techniques for his two disciples. Hearing this, Yi Fian's beautiful eyes stirred. In her past life, the technique they practiced was one their master had painstakingly sought. Yi Fian asked, Did you ask Peak Master Lu to search for us, Master? Yes, said Yi Yuran. Your uncle is a prodigious genius. If he searches, he'll surely find something suitable. I thought it would be convenient, but what? Yi Fian's heart couldn't help but tighten. But your uncle refused, saying that since you four aren't part of the Heavenly Sword Peak, finding you techniques is too complicated and troublesome. He told us to figure it out ourselves. Yi Yuran complained, in the sect master with countless affairs, and he shows no consideration. It's maddening. Yi Fian remained silent, simply gazing calmly at Yi Yuran. Yi Yuran found her gaze strange, and asked, What's wrong? Nothing, Master. Yi Fian's heart, however, stirred with subtle ripples. In her past life, her master had taken them and cared for them deeply and spent an immense amount of time personally seeking techniques for them. But now he was utterly unwilling. This realization sent an involuntary tremor through her emotions. Yi Yuran said, Don't worry. I've already asked the Supreme Elder to intervene, and we'll have results soon. Here is a volume of quasi-heavenly grade metal qi. Practice this for now, or later you can switch to the quasi-imperial grade true metal qi. It should match your talent. It's a pity there's no news of an imperial grade technique emerging in the world, or I would have secured one for you no matter the cost. Yi Fian looked at her, nodded, gently accepted the volume, and said no more. Yi Yuran turned and left. Yi Fian watched her retreating figure, taking in the sight of the cave dwelling. To be fair, Yi Yuran was kind to her. She diligently sought techniques, and gave her 3 times the normal allocation of pills, never treating her poorly. Yet in her past life, when she was merely a cripple, her master had sought imperial-grade techniques for her. Pills and treasures never ceased, detoxifying elixirs for pill residue were never lacking. She didn't know where her master had obtained so many resources, or how much of the Divine Sword Peak's heritage he had exhausted. Yi Yuran valued her talent, and treated her well. But her master truly doted on her, cherished her to the bone. As she recalled all this, and having confirmed that Su Chen's claim about taking them as disciples being a grand conspiracy was false, the other events he had presented with solid evidence now seemed tinged with doubt. Yi Fian dared not delve deeper. She merely reflected on the past, and thinking of Yi Yuran's words couldn't help but sigh softly. Master, are you so heartless as to wish for your disciple's death? Perhaps this was why she was reluctant to cultivate. She still wanted to know if there was a chance for a turn of events, if Lu Qing would still take them as disciples, proving that Su Chen had not deceived them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiao Ning, Yi Lingyu, and Lu Yao also received the news. They spent a sleepless night. As dawn began to break, Xiao Ning's brows furrowed slightly. Her master, the ice mystic saintess Nailin Qingqing, had arrived. Xiao Ning gazed at her master of this life. Nailin Qingqing said, It seems you haven't slacked off these days. Your cultivation progress is good. Xiao Ning replied, I dare not slack off. These past days she had not been eager to cultivate either. She too was waiting, though she didn't know what for. Thus she hadn't rushed to practice the ice vein imperial qi that Lu Qing had given her in her past life. Instead, she merely took the sect's pills normally and practiced basic mind cleansing and qi blood regulation techniques to adjust her body's condition. Nailin Qingqing said, Earlier the sect master went to see senior brother Lu to ask him to search for techniques on your behalf. He refused, but he's always been that way. Perhaps he'll still find something for you. In any case, don't worry too much about techniques. The matter will be settled in at most 10 days. You girls are all rather special. Most of the rare qi condensation techniques in the sect have tested with extremely low compatibility for you, so we need a more perfect search. Xiao Ning asked, Master, are you very familiar with Peak Master Lu? We joined the sect as disciples together in the past. Lu Qing said only this, then fell silent, as if the topic was taboo and not to be discussed further. Xiao Ning asked no more questions. Similarly, on the other side, Lu Yao and Yi Lingyu also refrained from cultivating waiting in a daze. At that moment, however, the four women furrowed their brows as a thought occurred to them. In their past lives, the reason Yi Fian and the others ultimately killed their master was due to a series of pieces of evidence and facts presented by Su Chen. The first cornerstone of that chain was this: how could their master, now merely an ordinary venerable after taking them, and produce multiple precious, extremely rare, imperial-grade qi condensation techniques, one for each disciple? And then there were the countless pills, treasures, and heavenly materials that no ordinary venerable could possibly provide. They even nurtured them all the way to the great emperor realm. This suggested he might not be an ordinary person, but a deeply hidden, extraordinary being, who took them in with ulterior motives, using them as a means to glimpse an opportunity for a realm beyond the great emperor. This was a major point of doubt. Yet in this life their master hadn't taken them in at all, but had accepted Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. If Su Chen were to be believed, wasn't their master in this life scheming against Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi as well? But Su Chen had clearly said that the 7 of them were special physiques, hence targeted, and there were no other examples in the world. So how could Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi be explained? The women felt a sense of bewilderment. To know the answer, they could only wait. So will our master, as the sect master and others said, seek new techniques for us, and perhaps use this favor to demand that we be taken back as his disciples, only to harbor a sinister plot, as Su Chen claimed? Or not? The women were still uncertain, all waiting for this matter to yield a result. They were all eager to know whether Lu Qing, who had personally sought techniques for them in their past life, would do so. Lu Qing remained unaware of the women's thoughts, and even if he were, he would not care, for he had already abandoned everything from his past, unwilling and unable to dwell on it any longer. As for heeding Yi Yuren's advice to find partners for them, did he think such matters were as common as cabbages? In his past life, Lu Qing had endured great hardship. In this one, he had no intention of taking on unnecessary burdens. Had he nothing better to do? Lu Qing had never considered it. In this life, he already knew he would never again involve himself in their affairs. Whether they lived or died, nothing concerned him anymore. The scripture depository. By now, Lu Qing had arrived at the scripture depository. The guardian of the depository was a supreme elder. Though Lu Qing now roamed freely across the 7 peaks, he had in truth been raised under the watch of these elders. A venerable could live 1,200 years, while a supreme elder could live 1,500. In their eyes, Lu Qing was still but a child. Little Qing has arrived. At the entrance, an old man covered in age spots who seemed drowsy opened his eyes. A faint smile graced his wrinkled face as he looked at Lu Qing. Uncle Zhang. Lu Qing greeted him with a smile, his mood lifting. Uncle Zhang, you look more robust than— Little Qing, don't jest. Your Uncle Zhang has lived 1,300 years. My time is short. Soon he'll be off to meet that old rascal of yours. Robust, you say? Uncle Zhang, don't talk nonsense. I think you can still break through your limits and live to 5,000. Seeing an elder and old friend who had passed 2,000 years ago, Lu Qing's heart was filled with joy. Huh? Old Zhang laughed. If this old man can live to 2,000, he'll be burning incense and praying to Buddha. I dare not hope for more. Seeing you youngsters grow up is already a blessing. When will you take a wife or take on 2 disciples with good talent? Don't learn from that old fool who only took disciples on his deathbed. By then it's too late. I've already taken 2. Qing has come to find some suitable qi condensation techniques for the little ones. Lu Qing smiled. These elders who had watched him grow up were now few in number in the sect. Either their time had come or they had fallen in battle. In the later years, Lu Qing had relied on his few disciples and a handful of companions clinging to each other for survival. But alas, everything eventually turned to dust. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Qing recalled how in his past life he had neglected those close to him because of them. By the time he came to his senses, they were separated by the realms of the living and the dead. At this thought, his heart hardened a little more, and the influence of 3,000 years of emotion faded another degree. What had he gained from all his sacrifices? Old Zhang pondered for a moment, then nodded. True. The sect's common techniques, though balanced, are too mediocre. There's one more thing. What is it? That old fool from the 5th peak came to us elders to complain, saying you bullied their people again. Although Yi Xing is his adopted grandson, there's still affection there. Originally, the position of sect master was meant for him. This sect master position, any waste can hold it. Lu Qing said coldly. Do you understand what this old man is hinting at? Old Zhang chuckled at Lu Qing's attitude. I understand. Lu Qing nodded. Old Zhang smiled at him. What do you understand? Qing struck too lightly, not hard enough. Next time, it'll be ruthless. Hit him so hard, he won't dare complain, won't even utter a sound. That way Uncle Zhang won't be troubled. Lu Qing's gaze turned icy, murderous, intent flashing. He regretted not killing Yi Xing with one sword stroke, sparing the elder the bother. Old Zhang spat out a mouthful of tea. Though this was the answer he wanted, he hadn't expected Lu Qing to say it so bluntly, even more exaggeratedly than he had imagined. This little fellow. Not bad. Old Zhang looked at Lu Qing, thinking to himself, this child seems to have changed. He wasn't so fierce and ruthless before. Though still domineering, he used to leave some room for courtesy. But now he acts with swift and decisive force. Then Old Zhang burst into laughter, stroking his beard. Good, very good. You should act this way. If anyone dares to be blind. These old bones of mine haven't lost their strength yet. If you cause trouble, this old man can still bear it. Uncle Zhang, don't talk nonsense. Qing still hopes you'll look after the legacy of the heavenly sword peak in the future. Lu Qing said. This old man naturally wishes to as well. Old Zhang smiled contentedly, waving his hand, his spirits visibly lifted. Only then did Lu Qing enter the scripture depository. Once inside, Lu Qing's eyes flickered slightly. He spotted a vaguely familiar face, a sharp-faced, monk-haired youth clad in the robes of an outer sect core disciple, indicating he was a personal disciple of an outer sect elder. The status of an outer sect elder was neither high nor low. Most outer sect elders were guest officials with extensive connections important to every sect. If they couldn't stay in one place, they could serve another sect. In his past life, Lu Qing had searched the second and third floors for qi condensation techniques for his disciples, only to be offended by this very personal disciple of an outer sect elder. Logically, how could such a minor disciple dare to offend a peak master? Yet he did, and the outcome was shocking. Once a person has a weakness, they become cautious. Lu Qing had to pave the way for his disciples, and couldn't afford to make too many enemies. As the mighty peak master of a single peak known for his unyielding dominance, he ultimately swallowed his pride and endured the offense. Before taking disciples, the name of the heavenly sword peak master had resounded far and wide. But after taking them, this incident gradually diminished his reputation, causing the world to forget that his title wasn't given. It was earned through bloodshed after the old peak master's death. At this thought, Lu Qing sighed inwardly. Back then he had valued them too much. So much so that he lost himself, even willing to suffer humiliation, and set himself aside. Shaking his head to dispel a trace of emotion, his inner turmoil faded another degree. This was a good thing. It meant the influence of his past on his heart was gradually being released. When it was completely let go, he would never again be soft-hearted or affected by past memories. Reigning in his thoughts, Lu Qing's eyes became calm and cold, sweeping over the scene before him. In this life, if the other party knew their place and didn't provoke him, so be it. But if they provoked him, as in his past life, this personal disciple would learn why Lu Qing was the fearsome master of the heavenly sword peak, the peak of slaughter among the 7 peaks. With many thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Qing began executing his plan. Searching for qi condensation techniques. The scripture depository had 7 floors. As the heavenly sword peak master, Lu Qing had access to all 7. But he didn't go above the 4th floor, as there were no low-level techniques there. The first 3 floors held 3 grades of techniques, the first floor for ordinary low-level techniques, the second for better ones, and the third for excellent low-level techniques. In his past life, Lu Qing had searched the 3rd and 2nd floors for qi condensation techniques. But in that life, he had exhausted the 2nd and 3rd floors. It was nearly impossible to find new qi condensation techniques, as they had all been cultivated by his good disciples like Yifian. Thus, Lu Qing could only search on the 1st floor. Fortunately, as a former great emperor, even 1st floor techniques once found and slightly improved wouldn't be too inferior. Additionally, Lu Qing had another plan. Could he create a true imperial-grade qi condensation technique and give it to a tool to receive rewards in return? Yi Lianer was that suitable tool. If he could create a true imperial-grade technique and give it to her with the 10,000-fold return, he might obtain a technique above imperial grade. Perhaps in this life, he could truly step into the mysterious realm beyond the great emperor, achieving great freedom and transcendence above the Tao. With many thoughts passing through his mind, Lu Qing sighed inwardly. He seemed to have changed. In his past life, he valued emotions deeply. But in this life, though he had taken Yi Lianer as a disciple, an innocent girl even more talented than his previous disciples, being the top of the heavenly pride ranking, while his past disciples were all so untalented that no one wanted them. Yet toward Yi Lianer he couldn't muster any affection. She was merely an innocent, pitiable soul. But Lu Qing didn't dislike his own behavior. He hadn't forgotten his identity as a destined villain. Perhaps in the future Yi Lianer would become another stepping stone, turning against him at the appearance of Su Chen. So there was no need to invest emotion. Being able to become a tool under this venerable one is already her fortune. How many seek it in vain? Isn't that enough? Lu Qing shook his head, slightly collecting his thoughts. He truly had little feeling for Yi Lianer. Even Zhang Shi was more important to him, as Zhang Shi was trained to inherit the heavenly sword peak. As for Yi Lianer, her talent was too high, her aura extraordinary. In his past life, Lu Qing had personally broken her. In this life, cultivating her, she didn't seem like one who would stay at the heavenly sword peak. He simply didn't want his possessions taken away, leading to a miserable end, so he took her back. Now his only thought was to nurture her to assist Zhang Shi and carry on the heavenly sword peak. But perhaps in the future she would tread the same path as his previous disciples. Yet in this life Lu Qing would never give anyone the chance to harm him again. He wouldn't teach with all his heart, let alone invest emotion. He himself was the most important. On the first floor of the scripture depository, many newly entered ordinary disciples were selecting techniques. Not everyone was as fortunate as Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi with good talent and being chosen. For the 33 auxiliary peaks and menial disciples, no one selected qi condensation techniques for them. To cultivate, they had to spend contribution points or spirit stones. Without spirit stones, they had to work for the sect daily, tending spirit herbs or copying scriptures to earn contribution points. Nevertheless, many new disciples were here searching for suitable qi condensation techniques. Once found, they would pay a few spirit stone fragments or spend contribution points to obtain a copy. As Lu Qing entered, a stir arose. All the new menial or auxiliary peak disciples quickly bowed one after another, greeting him, "Greetings, Peak Master." Only the sharp-faced monk-eared disciple glanced at the unusually young and handsome Lu Qing, lowering his head with a flicker of venom in his eyes. In this life he hated nothing more than handsome men, and most of all Lu Qing, so young, yet holding the high position of Peak Master. But his strength was too weak to show it. Beyond that, another matter fueled his hatred. It was the day of the assessment and disciple recruitment when Lu Qing had been arrogantly showing off, humiliating the fifth peak. That was a minor issue. What disgusted him was that the man had stolen the spotlight and taken a white-robed girl of heavenly beauty as his disciple, fueling his jealousy. But fortunately the man had only taken one of the top 10 beauties, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sleep from rage. For now the gap in strength was too vast, he could only hide these emotions. After entering, Lu Qing paid him no attention. Ants were beneath notice, as long as they didn't provoke him, he cared not for their thoughts. Seeing the disciples bowing, Lu Qing casually waved his hand, signaling them to go about their business, then walked to a corner and pulled a qi condensation technique from the shelf. The scripture depository was protected by a great formation that suppressed divine sense. Otherwise, a powerful cultivator could sweep all the contents with a mere thought, making it all too easy. Lu Qing could only browse by reading. Qi condensation techniques were graded as upper, middle, and lower. Here all were inferior, mixed with other techniques. Even as a peak master, he had to search slowly. Finally, Lu Qing spent 10 spirit stones to hire 2 menial disciples to help him fetch books. The 2 were overjoyed, insisting they didn't need the stones, but Lu Qing ordered them to accept. They obeyed, cheerfully retrieving books for him. Lu Qing sat in the corner, opening and flipping through the qi condensation techniques brought by the menial disciples. In his past life, he had searched the second and third floors where higher grade techniques were kept. But since only the first critical hit yielded the precious imperial grade qi condensation technique, even the numerous techniques from the second and third floors, when given to disciples separately, couldn't trigger the unified return. That meant even these higher grade techniques couldn't yield an imperial grade qi condensation technique. Lu Qing had racked his brains over this. Fortunately, the system offered a convenience. He could use its assistance to integrate those techniques himself, creating new high-grade ones to give to disciples and trigger the return. In his past life, Lu Qing had done just that, spending countless hours synthesizing 7 high-quality qi condensation techniques, each perfectly suited to his 7 disciples, resulting in imperial-grade techniques. In doing so, he exhausted the techniques on the second and third floors. For his last disciple, he had to invest even more effort. All told, Lu Qing spent at least half a year on his 7 disciples. As a venerable and peak master, he immersed himself in the scripture depository day after day. What was he seeking? Death. Their eventual betrayal. Of course, that came later. For now, it was precisely because of this need for integration that he sat on the first floor, continuing to collect qi condensation techniques. But unlike his past life, he was now a reincarnated great emperor. He could create suitable grade qi condensation techniques on his own based on experience in past realms without the system's help. Much more convenient. However, creating an imperial grade technique was nearly impossible. It was a unique method, the foundation of a great emperor. Lu Qing still had to rely on the system's rewards. Fortunately, as a reborn great emperor, he didn't need to spend so much time. Perhaps in 3 to 5 days, he would have results. Time slipped by second. Volume after volume entered Lu Qing's sight. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Within the sutra library, Su Ergu, a sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked core disciple, was selecting a qi condensation technique. Yet from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 2 figures entering the library's main gate, arm in arm. In an instant, his mind stirred. His own master was among them. His backing had arrived. A flurry of thoughts passing through his mind, Su Ergu hurriedly replaced the tome. The waiting menial disciple, already impatient, snatched up the volume and headed toward Lu Qing. This move gave Su Ergu the opportunity to strike. "Peak Lord Lu, you have gone too far." Su Ergu bellowed, his voice thunderous, instantly silencing the entire hall. Lu Qing lifted his head, slightly gazing at Su Ergu. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his handsome lips. He had already let this jumping clown off the hook, yet now the fool dared to provoke him again. This was like rushing to light a lantern in the latrine, an impatient dash toward death. Lu Qing did not fear his challenge, he only feared its absence. Even with the grudges of a past life as the honored peak lord of the heavenly sword peak, he would never stoop to trouble a junior. But if the junior came to him, that was a different matter. At this moment the hall fell utterly silent. Menial and auxiliary disciples alike stared at Su Ergu in disbelief, unable to fathom how he dared to confront such a towering figure in this setting. His roar was so loud that the disciples wondered if Su Ergu had lost his mind. Basking in the flood of gazes, Su Ergu felt a surge of elation, as if he had become the center of attention, the prodigy of the hour. But then Lu Qing's gaze fell upon him. With a smile, Lu Qing said softly, "Little one, what did you just say?" "Peak Lord Lu." With his backing right behind him, Su Ergu felt fearless. He shouted, "You have truly gone too far. As the lord of a peak you come seeking qi condensation techniques, and even order disciples to do your bidding, severely disrupting our ability to choose suitable methods. Isn't this an act of bullying the weak by the strong? Just now every technique I took a liking to and wanted to review was taken away by the two menials you commanded. Don't you think this is excessive?" Su Ergu spoke with righteous indignation. The other disciples dared not follow suit. He was the peak lord of Heavenly Sword Peak. Even if he declared the library closed for a day, they had no right to complain. Yet Su Ergu dared to challenge him. It was sheer foolishness. Lu Qing's smile widened as he fixed his gaze on Su Ergu. "You find it excessive?" "This disciple does indeed find it excessive." "Very well. Kneel," Lu Qing said flatly. "Wah. What? Kneel?" Su Ergu was stunned, never expecting Lu Qing to skip debate and simply order him to his knees. I want kneel," Su Ergu protested. "You were the one in the wrong first, why should I kneel?" "Heh. Because I am the peak lord of Heavenly Sword Peak. Today you will kneel whether you wish to or not." Lu Qing spoke calmly, still leafing through a book, but a terrifying aura of pressure radiated from him. With a sharp crack, Su Ergu was forced to his knees, his kneecaps striking the floor with a heavy thud. His face flushed crimson with shamed disbelief that he had been physically compelled to kneel. Overwhelmed by humiliation, his expression twisted with extreme hatred. Yet Lu Qing did not spare him a second glance. He calmly continued, reading, a faint smile on his lips. "I am the lord of a peak while you are merely a newly initiated personal disciple. What right have you to stand before me? Letting you kneel is already a courtesy. Disciples like you, even after 1,000 years of cultivation, may never earn the privilege of speaking with me face to face. So today you should count yourself fortunate that I deigned to exchange a few words with you. Since I became peak lord, it has been many years since I encountered someone bold enough to address me in such a manner." Hearing this, Su Ergu's face reddened even more. Forced to kneel in such disgrace and subjected to this humiliation, his heart felt ready to explode and his eyes grew bloodshot. At the same time, panic set in. Just then a commotion arose at the entrance as two figures entered. One was the outer sect elder, and the other was the sect master herself, Yi Yuran. Drawn by the scene, they approached. As Yi Yuran arrived, she saw Lu Qing seated, reading, his expression serene and calm, a faint wicked smile on his lips. Her mind went blank for a moment. When had it happened? Unnoticed, the little brat from back then had grown so big, become a man, reached the age for marriage and children. Moreover, Yi Yuran felt that her younger brother had changed somehow. Though he had always been handsome, his aura had never been so transcendent and free-spirited. This aura, representing a certain state of mind, left Yi Yuran dazed. Little did she know this was Lu Qing's state of mind. A breakthrough, once more approaching the transcendent state of the mysterious fruit above the great emperor level. Naturally, this had a profound effect on her. Those weaker, however, would only sense a unique magnetic charisma about him. "Peak Lord Lu, my disciple. What has happened here?" The outer sect elder asked, his expression darkening as he took in the scene. This elder, also sharp-faced and monkey-cheeked, doted on Su Ergu. No doubt because the disciple bore a striking resemblance to him, like an illegitimate son. He had always covered for Su Ergu's misdeeds, and even rigged the sect entrance exam to make him a core personal disciple, granting him access to the sect's core resources. Thus his face was now grim. Lu Qing finally looked up, casting a calm glance at the elder. "Does everyone come to ask me? Do I have that much time? Or do any Tom, Dick, or Harry think they can question me?" Su Ergu burned with rage at this arrogance. But then he saw his backing, the outer sect elder, humiliated by Lu Qing, his face even darker, yet suppressing his fury, too afraid to act. He was dumbstruck. The outer sect elder was furious inside, but truly dared not retaliate. The fearsome reputation of the Heavenly Sword Peak Lord, the Butcher Lu moniker given by outsiders, was not self-proclaimed. Disciples might be unfamiliar, but the elders and attached officials from other sects had all heard of his ferocity. Suppressing his anger, the elder turned to a nearby disciple. "What happened?" Yi Yuran then looked at Lu Qing. Today her younger brother seemed even more domineering than usual. Lu Qing turned to her as well. Sect master, you've come too. Hey Qing, what happened here? Yi Yuran felt somewhat reluctant to meet the gaze of this boy she had raised since childhood. It seemed that ever since the sect's disciple selection, this little one had become a different person. Lu Qing said, Sect master, when we are outside, please address me as Peak Lord Lu. Yi Yuran wanted to glare at him, thinking, stop pretending in front of your sister, you're asking for a beating. But remembering her position as sect master, she suppressed the impulse and said, Peak Lord Lu, what has happened? Lu Qing then said, this junior offended me. It was merely a minor punishment as a warning. Yi Yuran frowned, her gaze falling on Su Ergu, a tangible pressure enveloping him. For an ordinary new personal disciple to dare offend Lu Qing, the Peak Lord of Heavenly Sword Peak, was unacceptable. If word got out, it would disgrace not only Lu Qing, but the entire sect. At that thought, Yi Yuran's expression grew cold. But just then Su Ergu began shouting again. Master, I am innocent. This is what happened, the whole reason. It's all Peak Lord Lu's fault. If not for his actions, your disciple would never have spoken in haste. Master, you must avenge me. This time Su Ergu pointed directly at Lu Qing. Lu Qing laughed, but his smile was icy. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to judge my actions? I let it slide before, but now with the sect master and your master both present, you still refuse to repent. Go and accept your death. At the words accept your death, Su Ergu's face turned ashen. Even in his stupidity, he knew that Lu Qing had spoken publicly. The Peak Lord's authority could not be challenged, he had to die. If he didn't, Lu Qing's dignity would be shattered. Who would dare save him now? Who could? He hadn't expected that even with his master present, Lu Qing would be so ruthless, tearing all pretense apart. Peak Lord, please no. Su Ergu's master Zhang Sanlai also changed color and hastily pleaded, my disciple is immature. Please, Peak Lord, punish him lightly and spare his life. Lu Qing raised his head one last time, his fathomless eyes fixed calmly on Zhang Sanlai, sending a chill down the elder's spine and making his hair stand on end. Only then did Lu Qing speak, his tone a cold warning. Elder Zhang, please mind your words and actions. In his past life, Lu Qing might have considered Zhang's position. But in this life, if the elder proved obstinate, Lu Qing would not mind adding another corpse, that of an unyielding law elder, to the world. Having said this, Lu Qing lowered his head again. Zhang Sanlai's face turned green. Lu Qing was warning him not to court death, lest he share Su Ergu's fate. This infuriated Zhang Sanlai. Peak Lord, will you show no mercy at all? He asked, barely containing his rage. Lu Qing suddenly smiled. Seeing that smile, Zhang Sanlai's heart turned ice cold and his anger grew. But he dared not erupt here. Finally, his face alternating between pale and green, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Even the fifth Peak Lord feared this butcher and dared not confront him openly. What was a little loss of face compared to losing one's life? Lu Qing, I won't let you off. If you never leave this mountain, so be it. But the moment you step outside, you'll give me. Zhang Sanlai roared inwardly, his hatred gnawing at him. Unable to win in a fight here, he could only plot to gather allies and hire assassins once Lu Qing left the sect. But he dared not show even a hint of this. Seething with humiliation and fury, he departed. Master, master, save me. Su Ergu cried, his face pale as death. But the enforcement hall had already arrived. In mere moments, all his meridians and dantian were crippled, leaving him a useless wreck. Just as the enforcement hall was about to execute him, Yi Yuran's order arrived. She commanded them to spare his life and expel him from the mountain. The enforcement hall disciples felt a chill. For someone like Su Ergu, death would have been kinder. With his meridians and dantian destroyed, his chi and blood blocked, and all his channels rotting, he would live only as a cripple, unable even to walk properly. Even if someone wished to give him descendants, it was impossible. His blood and veins were in chaos. Such a life was worse than death. Yet the sect master had spared him. Clearly she was biased toward Peak Lord Lu, unconditionally supporting him and making her stance known. She wanted Su Ergu to spend the rest of his life regretting his offense against Peak Lord Lu. As for whether he could stir up any trouble, that was laughable and utterly impossible. At the scripture pavilion, Yi Yuran cleared the area and instructed that it would be closed for the next couple of days. Then she turned to look at Lu Qing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with warmth. She sat close beside him and said, little brother, you've grown up. Senior sister, why are you sitting so close? Move a little farther away. Lu Qing felt speechless inside. In his past life, Yi Yuran had always liked to stay close to him like this, which was simply improper. However, back then all his attention had been on his disciples, and he had often been indifferent to those closest to him. Reflecting on it now, how unworthy that was. What's this? Grown up, and already starting to distance yourself? Yi Yuran furrowed her delicate brows. I used to change your diapers when you were little. Enough. Lu Qing flushed with embarrassment. Sis, can you not say things that shouldn't be said? I am now the master of a peak, and I need to maintain some dignity outside. I wouldn't say these things to outsiders. Yi Yuran wrapped her arms around one of Lu Qing's, seemingly unaware that her well-developed figure was pressing against him. She shook his arm back and forth. Tell me, what are you thinking? What am I thinking about? Lu Qing tried to pull his hand back, but failed as she held it tightly. He could feel his arm rubbing against something soft, sensing its astonishing elasticity, making him yearn to know what it was, how soft it could be, and how bouncy. He glanced at Yi Yuran helplessly. Did she not realize she was a breathtaking beauty? Or was she completely oblivious? Fortunately, Lu Qing had lived for 3,000 years with sufficient mental fortitude and calmness, so his heart remained unruffled, though he felt somewhat resigned inside. In the end, he just let her do as she pleased. Regarding Elder Zhang's sister, can tell that he harbors resentment. What's there to think about? If he behaves, fine. If not, this world sees many unjust deaths every day, one more won't matter. Hearing this, a trace of worry flickered across Yi Yuran's brow. Little brother, managing the sect isn't easy for your sister. We're in a period of transition now. The older generation is fading, and the new one hasn't grown yet. If Elder Zhang doesn't betray the sect, please don't act rashly. He'll try to mediate. If we can keep him, it's best to do so. The sect is lacking talents. Lu Qing gave a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. What if he does betray the sect? Hearing this, Yi Yuran felt a headache coming on. Finally, she said, if he betrays us, he's yours to deal with. He'll handle the aftermath. Good, I promise you. Lu Qing's smile widened as he spoke directly. He knew well that Zhang Erlai, though seemingly timid in that situation, had restless eyes. Thus, Zhang Erlai was definitely not one to stay quiet. If the roots were not removed, the weeds would grow again with the spring breeze. In his past life, Lu Qing didn't become the master of Heavenly Sword Peak, and later an emperor solely by relying on the system. Ruthlessness and decisiveness were also part of his nature. Indeed, Lu Qing cared for Yi Yuran. As long as Zhang Erlai didn't cause trouble, Lu Qing couldn't kill him outright, as it would inevitably bring many problems for her. For instance, many loyal outer deacon elders would feel disheartened by such indiscriminate killing. Lu Qing didn't care, but he had to consider Yi Yuran's position to some extent. Of course, if Zhang Erlai didn't stir up trouble, killing him wasn't an option. That was fine. Lu Qing would give him an opportunity to act, then deal with him justly, leaving no room for gossip and sparing Yi Yuran any repercussions. After all, Lu Qing was an old monster who had lived for millennia. Zhang Erlai was still too green. Lu Qing could toy with him with just a flick of his finger. Hearing this, a captivating smile curved on Yi Yuran's lips. Little brother still cares for me. Speaking of which, I helped clean up your mess today and took care of your loose ends. Don't you think you owe me compensation? Yi Yuran stared at him, feeling increasingly fond. The little boy she had watched grow up had now become so— What compensation? Lu Qing had been scheming about Zhang Erlai, but now he felt quite exasperated. He set aside Zhang Erlai's matter for now. At the moment, Lu Qing was focused on collecting qi condensation techniques here to create his own. But with Yi Yuran alone with him like this, he couldn't concentrate, as she would just pester him to death. Fortunately, she had become the sect leader and was busy with affairs, rarely having time to be alone with Lu Qing. Otherwise, if she clung to him like this every day, he would be in tears. Of course, Lu Qing didn't dislike it. In fact, he secretly enjoyed this atmosphere. After all, she was one of the few people close to him. But in his past life, they were separated by great distance, and he wondered how she felt when she heard of his death. My chest hurts a bit. Help your sister massage it right here. This is serious. Probably a blockage in the heart meridian. Sister, your cultivation is too high. Let Granny Lingyin handle it. My skills are insufficient and might harm you. Lu Qing replied. Granny Lingyin was also a supreme elder, very advanced in age. I want you to do it. Just do it. After a while, Lu Qing finally pushed a resentful Yi Yuran out of the scripture pavilion. By then, most of his body was tinged with her faint virgin fragrance. Lu Qing sniffed it, feeling speechless. His heart stirred slightly, but with 3,000 years of cultivation, his mind quickly calmed down, and he continued his training. Once outside, a smile appeared on Yi Yuran's lips. She had been teasing him, of course. If Lu Qing had actually tried to massage her, she would have panicked. After all, he was grown up now. How could she let him touch her carelessly? After seeing Yi Yuran off, Lu Qing finally regained his tranquility. He continued focusing, recording the qi condensation techniques and deducing them repeatedly in his mind. Time ticked by second. While deducing and searching for suitable techniques for his two disciples, Lu Qing also attempted to create an emperor-grade qi condensation method for his own future. At that moment, his thoughts churned. Yi Lianer has excellent talent, but is emotionally driven. From her past life experiences, once she sets her mind, she never changes. This is both a strength and a weakness. The sword qi of my heavenly sword peak suits her, but I've already integrated that technique into other qi condensation methods to create an emperor grade 1. It can no longer serve as the main foundation for another emperor grade technique. So I need to find another way. Lu Qing was all too familiar with creating emperor grade techniques from his past life. As for Zhang Shi, he is steady in character, somewhat taciturn, like a great mountain boulder, but his word is his bond. His qi condensation method also needs careful design. As for the emperor-grade qi condensation method, not even a quasi-emperor grade 1. Even with 7 previous emperor-grade methods as references, I have no clue. It's difficult, incredibly difficult, as hard as reaching the heavens. It seems impossible to create. Perhaps I need to seek it outside. He'll have to make a trip. Lu Qing pondered while scribbling on paper, finding no solution. He roughly understood that such things were unique in the world, likely celestial treasures, almost akin to being born of heaven and earth. Creating one from scratch was no less than building an atomic bomb in his past life. Nearly impossible. Obtaining one from outside was also difficult, mainly because Emperor-grade Qi condensation methods were utterly elusive. Anything related to Emperor in this world was an unparalleled secret, extremely mysterious. In both his past and present life, aside from the ones he himself produced, he had never heard of an Emperor-grade method appearing. He had only heard of quasi-Emperor-grade ones emerging a few times. I wonder if I produced too many Emperor-grade methods in my past life, occupying the unique slots in the world, so no more Emperor-grade ones appear, only quasi-Emperor-grade. If I can't create one, I could scheme for a quasi-Emperor-grade. Anything connected to Emperor that appears in the world inevitably stirs bloodshed. But a quasi-Emperor-grade Qi condensation method, with my sect's foundation, can be easily obtained with ease. He'll take it step by step. There's no rush for a few days. He'll try first, maybe he'll succeed. After all, I was once an emperor with emperor-level insights, so there's still a chance. Lu Qing thought to himself, also feeling that he had changed. In his past life, he had focused all his energy on his 7 disciples, merely patching up his own foundation casually, and after becoming an emperor, he was inherently weaker by a fraction. But in this life, he considered himself more. As for disciples, the word didn't even cross his mind. Time passed, and another 7 days went by. After spending 7 days in the scripture pavilion, Lu Qing finally had the finished products. 2 Qi condensation methods were created by combining many low-grade techniques. One was extreme emotion Qi. The more emotional one was, the faster the progress, and the greater the power, along with other benefits. However, it had a drawback. Those devoid of emotion could not learn it, and might even suffer backlash. This was both an advantage and a risk. If Yi Lianer ever betrayed him, this technique would make her Tao heart more fragile, costing her dearly. The other was bedrock Qi. The more composed one was, the faster they learned. It suited Zhang Shi best. This method excelled in defense, but lacked offensive power. Even if he betrayed, it wouldn't pose much threat. These 2 methods were carefully selected by Lu Qing, combining the strengths of various Qi techniques to create unique cultivation methods. Using these along with the 10,000-fold return should yield an Emperor-grade Qi condensation method. Success. Lu Qing rubbed his brow. Unfortunately, creating even a quasi-Emperor-grade method seemed distant. No opportunity for now. It seems he'll have to obtain one from outside. If I recall correctly, soon a quasi-Emperor-grade Qi condensation method will emerge, along with some other opportunities in a cave dwelling. In my past life, I was busy gathering materials for my disciples to refine marrow-cleansing pills and repair their foundations, so I didn't pay it any mind. But in this life, I need to get involved. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Qing rose and left the scripture pavilion, heading back to his peak, Heavenly Sword Peak. Master. Lu Qing returned to Heavenly Sword Peak to find it swept clean, with the withered branches and fallen leaves left behind by previous formations all cleared away. Yi Lianer, seeing his return, hurriedly set down her broom and bowed. Lu Qing surveyed the area and asked, "Where is Zhang Shi?" In reply, Master, the sect leader visited once and said that men and women should not be too close. With too few disciples on Heavenly Sword Peak, it is inappropriate for us both to remain here. Thus the sect leader took Zhang Shi to the Red Flame True Person's Peak. Yi Lianer said. Lu Qing frowned. This was something Yi Yuan would do. He asked, he only took Zhang Shi. Master, the sect leader also wished to have your disciple cultivate under her peak. But your disciple chose to stay. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Your disciple wishes to remain by your side. Yi Lianer said. Lu Qing, hearing this, replied, "You are thoughtful. You must have worked hard." Yi Lianer quickly looked up, cautiously glancing at Lu Qing, then said, "Master, your disciple has always wished to join Heavenly Sword Peak. To be under your command is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Your disciple deeply admires you, and as long as you are happy, nothing is too hard." Lu Qing was about to smile faintly, but then his heart stiffened and his expression turned cold in an instant. His voice chilled as he said, "Diligent cultivation is the true path, far better than seeking shortcuts." Yi Lianer's face paled, and she knelt, saying, "Master, your disciple dares not." Lu Qing's expression remained calm. In his past life, he might have helped Yi Lianer up and refrained from such cold words. But in this life, Lu Qing did not wish to invest any shred of unnecessary emotion in the disciples he accepted again. Thus he spoke coldly. Lu Qing said, "Rise." "Master, your disciple dares not." Yi Lianer remained kneeling. Lu Qing curled his lips into a cold sneer. "You dare not this, dare not that. Since you were so obedient to my words, if I ordered you to die, would you do so?" Yi Lianer trembled all over. She raised her head to look at Lu Qing, seeing his emotionless, unrippling gaze, then lowered her head again. Her voice dropped as she said, "If Master wishes it, your disciple is willing." Hearing this, Lu Qing's gaze turned utterly cold. It seemed that his past life experience was not something he witnessed firsthand, and in this life, he had misjudged again. Yi Lianer was calculating, not pure-hearted, completely unlike how she was in his previous life. Looking at Yi Lianer kneeling with her head bowed, Lu Qing's heart grew cold. It was almost laughable. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black pill appeared in his palm. Swish. With a flick of his fingers, the pill flew out and landed before Yi Lianer. Since you are willing, then eat it, Lu Qing said coldly. If she liked to pretend, he would see if she dared to eat it. Lu Qing's heart was icy. It was merely a minor punishment to warn her not to play tricks. Soon he would send her off the peak. Even if Lu Qing would not invest emotion in his disciples in this life, he still did not wish for his students to have such a character. He already disliked Yi Lianer's nature. Heavenly Sword Peak could no longer accommodate her. Master. Yi Lianer, however, looked up stunned at Lu Qing. After a moment, her eyes reddened, as if she had never imagined that Lu Qing would truly bestow a poison pill. She gazed at him for one moment, then two. Her eyes shifted from ordinary to gradually red, and her gaze turned from dejection to more complex emotions, disappointment, sorrow, flickering one by one. Finally, it turned into resignation. She lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly as she whispered, "A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Lianer chose you, master, and will not regret it. Your command is like a father's. Your disciple will eat it." She picked up the black pill, and without giving Lu Qing any time or chance to stop her, swallowed it in one gulp. Her neck moved slightly, as she had consumed the pill in an instant. Lu Qing watched her swallow it without hesitation, shocked inside. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, "You knew it was poison, yet you swallowed it like that." Yi Lianer's eyes reddened as she said, "Your disciple has swallowed it. If it brings you, master, some relief, what harm is there in swallowing it?" Yi Lianer shed tears, then closed her eyes, without saying more, waiting for death. Lu Qing stared at her stunning face, his emotions churning violently. Yet he feared she might be acting. His heart hardened, and he said indifferently, "Then wait here to die." With that, Lu Qing turned and walked away, but his spiritual sense never left her. Yi Lianer simply watched him leave, unwilling to move, as if utterly exhausted. Finally, she leaned against a stone lion nearby, curled up, and stayed there motionless. Lu Qing wanted to test her a little longer, to leave her there, but in the end he felt a pang of reluctance to stop. Yet he held back, deciding to observe a bit more. In his past life, it was because of a soft heart that he was hurt so deeply. In this life, if he were soft again, how could he face the scarred self of his previous life? Lu Qing's gaze gradually grew calm. Time ticked by second by second. Half a day passed in a flash. For half a day, Lu Qing's spiritual sense remained utterly calm. Only after half a day did he redirect his spiritual sense back to Yi Lianer. For that half day, Yi Lianer did not move at all. She neither sought help nor left. She simply stayed there, leaning against the stone as if tired. The medicine had taken effect. She was merely a mortal without cultivation. Without someone to guide the energy, she would truly die. Lu Qing watched, his gaze still calm, though a ripple stirred deep in his heart. This girl was really too foolish. No wonder in his past life she acted as she did. Even when Yi Xing committed heinous acts, betrayed the sect, and joined the demonic path, guilty of the most extreme crimes, she still followed. This was too foolish. He wondered how this silly girl could have such a naive nature. Lu Qing's thoughts were complex. He no longer had the heart for further tests. But he knew he could not blame himself. He could only blame the deep emotions of his past life. Various thoughts flickered through his mind, and Lu Qing became even more resolute in this life. He could not follow the old path. Thud. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Lianer opened her reddened eyes again and saw her master looking at her. "Rise," Lu Qing said. "Yes, master." Yi Lianer's face was pale as she struggled to stand. "You can endure quite well." Lu Qing sneered. "In reply, master, it is very uncomfortable." "Lianer has a request for you," Yi Lianer said. Lu Qing's gaze was calm. "Speak. What is it?" "Lianer's parents are dead. I hope master can send Lianer back to the village to be buried with them. If there is a next life, Lianer does not wish to leave the village again, only to stay there and accompany them." Lu Qing listened. This girl was disheartened. The world valued mentorship, and the mortal realm even more so, with the saying, "A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime." Perhaps that was how she thought. Having just left her village, she still harbored hopes for the outside world, wishing for a warm life with a loving master. But upon arrival, she encountered a cold-blooded figure like him. Had her heart grown cold? Lu Qing said coldly, "Did you not say you were willing? Now you regret it. Can a disciple die, but not regret?" Yi Lianer finally could not bear the grievance any longer. Tears streamed down her face. Lu Qing watched coldly and said indifferently, "That was not a poison pill. It was a body-washing marrow pill capable of condensing a divine body." Yi Lianer's eyes widened slightly, staring at Lu Qing in disbelief. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Her mind went blank. Lu Qing turned his back to her and said indifferently, "The great Tao is merciless. Only the clever can reach the end. A temperament like yours may one day bring you harm." Yi Lianer parted her lips. But Lu Qing shifted his tone and said indifferently, "However, while I do not favor such a nature, neither do I detest it. In the future, if you commit a grave mistake, your master, in consideration of today, will grant you one chance and not settle accounts with you. But after that, the bond between master and disciple will be severed with no further connection. Apart from that, everything other disciples have you shall also possess. Your master will not stint you." Yi Lianer's beautiful eyes widened, and she knelt again. "Thank you, master, for the pill." Lu Qing did not respond. He simply waited. That black pill was indeed a marrow pill, and it was the most precious one Lu Qing had obtained from his first critical hit. It was exceedingly rare, with the effect of washing the body and cleansing the marrow, a supreme divine medicine of the world. It would be difficult to find a second one in the world. Most importantly, within that marrow pill was a strand of special qi related to the imperial throne. That strand of special qi, the imperial qi, was terrifyingly potent and crucial for future attempts to reach the imperial throne. Moreover, even without striving for the imperial throne, when facing life and death crises, the imperial qi could repel gods and demons. Compared to that, its body-washing and marrow-cleansing effects were merely average. In this world, anything related to the word imperial was an unparalleled rarity, hard to find between heaven and earth. Only Lu Qing with his system could obtain it so easily. However, this item was of no use to Lu Qing anymore. Otherwise, he would not have taken it out in this life. In his past life, this pill had fallen to his senior disciple Yifian. In this life, it had fallen to Yi Lianer. Originally, Lu Qing had not intended to give it to anyone else. He had taken it out to test her, never expecting that this foolish girl would actually swallow it in one gulp. It could be said that she had found fortune through misfortune. Time ticked by second by second. After a few more breaths, Yi Lianer said, "Master, your disciple feels a bit unwell." Lu Qing finally said, "Come here." "Yes, master." A gentle breeze blew. Yi Lianer obediently came before Lu Qing. Lu Qing turned his hand over and said, "Take this." Yi Lianer looked up and saw a handwritten manuscript in Lu Qing's hand. The book was titled Condensing Qi Method Extreme Emotion Qi. The entire manuscript was handwritten, the ink still wet. Yi Lianer had been observing Lu Qing for a long time before entering the sect, so she naturally recognized his handwriting. Her heart trembled. Had her master personally copied this? Or perhaps he had written it himself. If it were a copy, there would be no reason for the master to do it personally. Lu Qing then said, "This is a simplified version of a top-tier qi condensation technique, an elementary edition with limited potential. You may glance through it as you wish. The true cultivation method lies here." Yi Lianer's heart stirred, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. Her master had indeed been testing her earlier with deceit. Otherwise, why would he have gone to such lengths for her, even crafting a simplified version of the extreme emotion qi to ensure she could learn it? His intentions were sincere, and she must not disappoint him. She would cultivate diligently. Lu Qing, naturally unaware of her self-driven realization, turned his hand and produced another secret. At that moment, after gifting Yi Lian the ordinary version of extreme emotion qi, the system had returned it 10,000-fold. Lu Qing successfully obtained the imperial-grade extreme emotion qi, unique across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once Yi Lian practiced it, unless she perished, no one else in the world could ever learn this technique. Thus, this qi condensation method would vanish from the mortal realm, forever inaccessible to any other. This was the imperial grade. As he produced this manual, Yi Lianer's spirit trembled. Though also handwritten, this secret tome exuded an indescribable, extraordinary aura. It felt like a rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth, radiating an overwhelming and dazzling brilliance, as if its mere presence commanded the core of the universe. Thus, just gazing upon it, her emotions surged uncontrollably. "Master, this is." Yi Lianer's small hand trembled slightly. "This is the imperial-grade qi condensation method, unparalleled in the world. Once you master this manual, no one else can ever learn it. Imperial grade." Though Yi Lianer had no idea what this was, hearing her master's words, she realized it must be an unimaginable treasure. What exactly had her master given her? Lu Qing looked at her expression and said coldly, "Don't get too excited. Do you remember what I just told you?" "Master, I remember." "What was it?" "This is the imperial-grade qi condensation method, unique in the world. Once learned, no one else can master it." Yi Lianer repeated. "And what else?" Lu Qing asked coolly. "What else?" Yi Lianer was stunned. Lu Qing simply stared at her, calm and composed. Yi Lianer panicked, her mind racing. After a moment, she ventured hesitantly, "Master, did your words also imply that this treasure is so invaluable that I must never speak of it or reveal it, lest it invite a catastrophic calamity?" Hearing this, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. He said indifferently, "Good. It seems the title of number 1 on the heavenly prodigy list is not undeserved. Since you understand, remember it well." "Understood." Lu Qing said. "Yes, master. Your disciple will heed your teachings." Yi Lianer quickly replied. Lu Qing nodded and added, "You have consumed the divine marrow." The The medicinal power is now dispersing. Use the qi condensation method to dissipate and regulate it. Yes, master. Yi Lianer, feeling discomfort throughout her body, nodded hastily. She then received the main text of the extreme emotion technique. As it touched her hand, it instantly merged into her spirit and vanished from the world. Lu Qing nodded calmly. Go now. Yes, master. Yi Lianer nodded lightly, wanting to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, she remained silent. Her master was so aloof. Even if she begged him to help her refine the medicine through cultivation, he would never agree. How agonizing. Lu Qing watched Yi Lianer leave, his eyes flickering faintly. In his past life, those few girls were exceedingly fortunate, but Yi Lianer was marked by a bitter fate. Back then, all of Lu Qing's disciples had their cultivation guided by him. He invested effort and emotion repeatedly. Yet in this life, Lu Qing chose not to invest. The more he did, the deeper the emotional bonds would grow. Thus, he would not help Yi Lianer. This was her destiny. She could only blame her ill fortune for encountering Lu Qing. Yet her fate wasn't entirely dire. In her past life, she joined the fifth peak and withered away within a few years. Following Lu Qing, merely surviving was already a gain. Moreover, the plum blossom's fragrance comes from bitter cold. Enduring more hardship is a good thing. Lu Qing dismissed further thoughts and watched as Yi Lianer, solitary and alone, returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak. She entered the Heart Sword Pavilion, the cultivation dwelling he had assigned her. Only then did he move, instantly soaring into the sky. Heavenly Refining Peak. Zhang Shi had a steady, even somewhat simple temperament. When Lu Qing arrived, he saw several peak disciples teasing him, but he remained unruffled, diligently tempering steel. The sect had 7 peaks, the first being the Heavenly Refining Peak. It was one of the 3 founding peaks of the sect, hence its prime position. Unlike the Heavenly Sword Peak, Heavenly Refining Peak was renowned for artifact forging and was an excellent place to hone one's character. Many core disciples had experience working the forge here. At present, Zhang Shi had not yet received a qi condensation method from Lu Qing, and was thus assigned here to temper steel, sharpen his will, and train his physique. Peak Master Lu. The Crimson Flame ascetic, who was in meditation, saw Lu Qing approaching and came out to welcome him. Entering the main hall and seeing Zhang Shi, he stroked his beard and chuckled. Your disciple has a steady and unassuming nature. Staying with you at Heavenly Sword Peak is a waste. His temperament doesn't suit your peak's formidable overlord sword qi. He'd be more fitting for our Heavenly Refining Peak's mixed iron qi. Would you consider parting with him? I could let the Peak Master choose 1 or 2 disciples in exchange. Lu Qing had no deep friendship with the Crimson Flame ascetic, but their relationship wasn't poor. He replied with a smile, Peak Master Crimson Flame gestures. Are you eyeing the 2 disciples under my command? I also find Zhang Shi commendable. He is steady in nature, and though unsuited for the Overlord Sword Qi, the future position of Heavenly Sword Peak's lineage master may fall upon him. Yi Lian possessed unparalleled talent, and Lu Qing could read fate to some extent, inferring the threads of destiny. Her future did not lie at Heavenly Sword Peak. As for Zhang Shi, with his steady character and lack of ambition, remaining at Heavenly Sword Peak might be his most suitable path. Lu Qing also felt that having him stay would be more reliable. Hearing this, the initially intrigued Peak Master Crimson Flame smacked his lips in resignation. What a pity. The more I see this child, the more I like him. But since the Peak Master values him so much, I must abandon the idea. After a moment's thought, the Crimson Flame Peak Master added, Peak Master Lu, if this lad wishes to learn artifact forging, would you allow it? Of course, I would not hold back any secrets. Then many thanks to the Peak Master, Lu Qing said. He then turned to Zhang Shi and added, hurry and thank the Peak Master. Zhang Shi, slow to react, finally said after Lu Qing's reminder, thank you, Peak Master. It's nothing. The Crimson Flame ascetic waved his hand, clearly unbothered by Zhang Shi's wooden demeanor, and instead found it endearing. Lu Qing added, if you enjoy it, you may practice forging more, but never forget that cultivation is the foundation. Zhang Shi quickly replied, your disciple will engrave your teachings in his heart. Lu Qing nodded slightly. After exchanging a few casual words with the Crimson Flame ascetic, he led Zhang Shi to a quiet chamber, bestowed upon him the bedrock qi imperial grade, instructed him to cultivate diligently on this peak, and then returned to Heavenly Sword Peak. At Heaven's Sword Peak, within the Heart Sword Pavilion, Yi Lianer's slender form sat in the cultivation chamber, her eyes tightly shut, a hint of pain on her delicate face, with fine beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Finally, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, this process of refining the divine marrow through cultivation was exceedingly arduous, painful, and torturous for a novice like her. She would sustain injuries, but the elixirs would mend her body. With a labored exhale, Yi Lianer's form trembled as another wave of excruciating pain assailed her, nearly causing her to collapse. Just then she sensed movement. A figure appeared. It was Lu Qing. Yi Lianer looked at Lu Qing, surprised to see him here. A flicker of joy stirred within her, yet she feared disappointing her master with her slow progress. Timidly, she said, disciple greets master. Lu Qing gazed at Yi Lianer, whose face was pale, bearing signs of minor injuries. His expression was calm, so calm it bordered on cold indifference. Yi Lianer grew afraid, lowering her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Master, this disciple is useless. I have disappointed you. Lu Qing said, come here. Master. Filled with worry and uncertainty, Yi Lianer cautiously approached Lu Qing. As she did, she discreetly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, fearing that her pitiful, incompetent appearance would anger her master. Before joining the sect, she had already learned much about her master. He was the foremost among the younger generation of Heaven's Sword Peak, a peerless prodigy, and the master of the peak known for his fierce and domineering nature. Such an outstanding master would undoubtedly have impossibly high expectations for his disciples. She worried that her current state would displease him. Amid her anxiety, Lu Qing's cold voice rang out again, cross your legs and sit down. Master, kneel down. Yi Lianer quickly knelt. Disciple was wrong, disciple was wrong. Lu Qing. I said cross your legs and sit down, he repeated. Yi Lianer wondered if she had misheard. She looked up at Lu Qing, saw his chiseled cold face, and immediately lowered her head again in panic. Cross your legs and sit down. Do not make me repeat myself a third time, Lu Qing said, suppressing a flicker of anger. Was he really that terrifying? That frightening? So hard to get along with? This time Yi Lianer finally understood completely. Her pupils contracted in disbelief, and then she hastily sat down, flustered. Could it be that her master? As her thoughts turned, Lu Qing's mind grew calm. His long, slender hands pressed against her back. Yi Lianer's white robes were soaked with sweat, and many of her meridians were slightly damaged. It was indeed too much to ask her to refine the divine marrow on her own. Such a rare and precious treasure was beyond a novice disciple's ability to handle alone. No wonder she was spitting blood. Since he had returned anyway, he might as well refine it for her. It was a simple task. Lu Qing's thoughts flickered. He said coldly, guard your dantian, relax your mind. Do not manipulate the newfound extreme emotion qi. Surrender yourself completely. Remember, I will only say this once. If you fail, you will have to refine it yourself from now on. Yes, Master, Yi Lianer quickly replied. Lu Qing's expression remained cold. He did not expect Yi Lianer to fully relax, nor did he intend to complete the refinement for her entirely. That was impossible. Asking her to completely relax in such a situation was akin to handing over her. It was like performing surgery without anesthesia, or like two people standing on a towering building, one holding a rope while the other walks a tightrope, yet still expected to be completely at ease. How could that be? It required absolute trust and extensive training and adaptation. So Lu Qing had no intention of finishing the refinement for her. Without her full cooperation completing, it was unrealistic. Thus he planned only to roughly refine it before leaving the rest to her. But as he began to channel his energy, Lu Qing was stunned. Yi Lianer, his disciple, had indeed completely and utterly relaxed herself. It was as if her very instincts held no guard against her master, placing absolute trust in him. This left Lu Qing utterly astonished, and a hint of distraction crept into his heart. No wonder. No wonder this foolish girl had met such a tragic end in her past life. Her nature was too naive. No wonder she had remained loyal to that scoundrel Yi Xing to the very end. What a pity. His thoughts instantly reined in. Lu Qing said coldly, you have cooperated well. Next you must not utter a single sound. Otherwise do not blame me for being harsh. Master, I will not make a sound, Yi Lianer whispered. Lu Qing's eyes turned icy, and he said no more. He directly used his primordial spirit to ignite the heart flame, merging it with the power of heaven and earth to empower himself. In an instant the entire room seemed to shift as the power of heaven and earth was borrowed. With this enhancement, Lu Qing used his surging true essence to envelop Yi Lianer, then mobilized his divine sense. His divine sense, also empowered by the power of heaven and earth, could easily manipulate and generate vast amounts of gentle, refined true essence. This level of control was not easy even for Lu Qing. It required the heart flame to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Because he cultivated the dominating sword qi, which was overwhelmingly fierce. Transforming it into gentle, refined true essence was extremely difficult. Only by borrowing the power of heaven and earth could he produce this gentle, refined true essence and infuse it into Yi Lianer's body. However, even so, this true essence carried a trace of the dominating sword qi's nature. Fortunately, it would only cause slight discomfort with no major repercussions. Streams of infinitely gentle true essence under Lu Qing's control merged into Yi Lianer's limbs and bones, finally gathering at the dantian in her abdomen, the location of the divine marrow. Yi Lianer first felt a warmth spreading through her body, as if a gentle hand was caressing her inch by inch. Then she felt a scorching heat at her lower dantian, which exploded outward. Yi Lianer knew that her master was stimulating the elixir to disperse its medicinal power. In her perception, her abdomen suddenly blazed with heat, and the warmth radiated outward. After that, the countless gentle energies enveloping her body transformed into domineering blades fiercely wrapping around her. The rise and fall caused her expression to change abruptly, not from pain, but from an indescribable complexity. It felt as if she was soaring to the clouds one moment and plummeting to the earth the next. Amid this strange sensation, she began to loathe the gentleness and yearn for the domineering aura to envelop her, without pause, never letting her fall from the clouds. This inexplicable feeling, combined with the effects of the divine marrow's medicinal power, caused more fine beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Her delicate face flushed crimson as if after intense exertion, and her eyes grew dazed. The refinement of medicinal power was essentially the circulation of blood and qi. The internal circulation was even more intense than physical exercise. Her current state was normal. Afterward, she would feel fatigue and need rest. Lu Qing remained calm, doing his best to borrow the power of heaven and earth to control the true essence, preventing the dominating sword qi's nature from leaking out. Each time it did, it would deliver a tremendous shock to her. Lu Qing was well aware of this and tried to be more careful, yet he still failed to control it over a dozen times. Throughout this process, Lu Qing kept his eyes on Yi Lianer, a warning deep in his gaze. But Yi Lianer did not see his look. Her expression was now slightly dazed. Unlike her own attempt at refining the medicinal power, which had been painful and difficult, struggling even to manage the naturally dispersing energy, with her entire body aching, as if her meridians would shatter. When her master intervened, he directly and forcefully stimulated the elixir's power, perfectly controlling the true essence to protect her body from harm. He managed the violently activated medicinal power with exquisite precision. The speed was just right, and the power was divided into fine strands perfectly suited for her to absorb. They flowed into her limbs, bones, flesh, and blood, cleansing her body and mind. Comfortable, so comfortable. It felt as if she would die from the sheer pleasure. In this extreme sensation, Yi Lianer could not help but let out a soft moan. That sound was not a mere sigh, it was almost a groan. Lu Qing's face turned ashen. After moaning, Yi Lianer panicked, her face flushed with shame, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Now she understood why her master had forbidden her from making any sound. What had she just done? Lu Qing forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil and anger. He knew that helping Yi Lianer refine the marrow would bring her immense comfort, but he had not expected that despite his order to remain silent, she would still make a sound. It felt like a breach of respect. Was this proper? He should not have helped. But since he had already begun, Lu Qing swallowed his anger and continued. Half an hour later, he withdrew his hands. By now, Yi Lianer had undergone a dramatic transformation. The complete refinement of the divine marrow had cleansed her body, granting her a transcendent metamorphosis. Her body seemed to radiate light. Even her exposed arms were crystalline and translucent, as if carved by the heavens, a flawless work of art. Yet the flush on her face, like that after strenuous exercise, made her appear like a celestial maiden fallen to the mortal world, tainted by earthly desires. Lu Qing gazed at her, his expression utterly calm. This was a temporary manifestation of her transformed physique. It would soon return to normal. Only when she used spells or exerted her full power would such perfect radiance reappear. But he had to admit, bathed in the divine marrow's glow, Yi Lianer was breathtakingly beautiful, like a perfect divine body, forged by the heavens. Yet her face was unusually flushed, and her eyes seemed dizzy. Lu Qing did not dwell on it, nor did he fully grasp what he had done. He knew it would be comfortable, but not to what extent. In his past life, he lacked such control, so he had always refined the marrow for his disciples using slow spirit arrays. Though experienced, his knowledge was limited. Now he was unaware of what Yi Lianer had just experienced. 10 ascents and 10 descents. Nearly 10 times the gentle true essence derived from his dominating sword qi had failed to contain its violent origin, each time subjecting her to a powerful impact. This had sent her soaring to the clouds, repeatedly draining her energy. Hence her face remained flushed, her eyes dazed. If she tried to stand now, she would likely collapse. Lu Qing could not help but marvel inwardly. Yi Lianer, a mere novice, had already attained such a crystalline divine body with the help of the divine marrow. He himself, as a peak master, had only recently forged such a physique. Yet she had it from the start. The divine marrow was indeed potent. In this life, he was also stronger than in his past life. In his previous life, Yi Fian had not experienced such a transformation, otherwise it would not have been so efficient. It is done, Lu Qing said, withdrawing his hands. As he did, Yi Lianer, seemingly boneless, slumped weakly into his arms. Lu Qing frowned and instinctively stepped aside, causing her to fall onto the cushion. He asked coldly, "What is it?" Master Yi Lianer said, meeting his scrutinizing gaze and furrowed brow. Her dazed look cleared instantly, and she quickly rose. "My body transformed too quickly, and I was too relaxed. I lost focus and forgot to support myself." Seeing her cautious demeanor, Lu Qing said no more. In truth, she had completely emptied her mind and cooperated fully. Without that, Lu Qing could not have succeeded so easily. Having such a trusting disciple, he felt no emotional attachment, but neither did he dislike it. So Lu Qing said, "Your divine marrow refinement is complete. But to maintain it perfectly, you must continue your cultivation. Do not slack off. Cultivate the extreme emotion, qi, diligently. Yes, disciple will follow master's teachings, Yi Lianer quickly replied. Not daring to disobey, she forced herself to sit in meditation despite her fatigue, attempting to mobilize the faint thread of extreme emotion qi she had just formed. Lu Qing nodded, left a final instruction, and departed from the Heartsword Pavilion. Lu Qing intended to leave the mountain sect. Recently there were two matters to attend to. First, he needed to refine the heaven-mending pill. Second, he had to venture out to obtain the quasi-emperor qi condensation art. The heaven-mending pill, though its name was intimidating, was merely an upgraded version of the marrow-cleansing liquid. Lu Qing planned to refine it, and then use it to produce the true supreme-grade pill, the marrow-replenishing pill, to cleanse and fortify the bodies of his two disciples. As the thought flashed through his mind, Lu Qing recalled his past life. Back then, just gathering the ingredients for this supreme-grade marrow-replenishing pill had drained an immeasurable amount of his energy. Yet in this life, those rebellious disciples no longer needed it. Having once been great emperors in their own right, they could naturally cultivate and refine their bodies without his aid. As their master, he had nurtured them in his past life. Now, even though they had been reborn and were no longer the emperors of they no longer relied on him. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted? To sever all ties with him, to cultivate joyfully on their own, and to ascend to the pinnacle. And in the end, they would become entangled with that Su Chen again. Lu Qing found it merely laughable. It was fine this way. With no further connection to him, those great karmic consequences of the future would also have nothing to do with him. Let whoever wanted to be that destined great villain take the role. But in this life, Lu Qing would also advance himself and seek transcendence. The heaven-mending pill still needs to be sought, but this time it's only incidental. With the experience of my past life, I wonder how much easier it will be. Those rebellious disciples don't need it, but Lianer and Zhangshi are not former emperors. They cannot refine their own bodies or maintain themselves, nor can they do so. They still require pills to fill the gaps. Even Lianer, who has completed her body refinement, cannot sustain it. Before she reaches the final peak realm of the four mortal stages, the flawless spirit body, she will still need the supreme-grade marrow-replenishing pill to maintain a perfect and flawless state. And this point was crucial. If one did not possess a perfect divine body, every fraction of deficiency would reduce the chance of becoming an emperor. If a perfect divine body scored a full 100%, a mere 10% deficiency would forever bar one from the emperor realm. On a foundation of 90%, each additional point increased the chance of success. A truly perfect divine body granted an extra 10% success rate over an ordinary one, a margin that had cut down countless prodigies, slain many brilliant figures, and proved utterly vital. The four mortal stages were using laws to condense qi condensation stage, using qi to refine the body refinement stage, using the body to nourish blood generation stage, and using blood to strengthen bone transformation stage. Each stage had 10 layers, totaling 40 layers. Only after fully cultivating and passing through all of them could one traverse the four mortal stages and reach the realm of a perfected, flawlessly spiritual body. The next step was to gather a divine pill with the spiritual body, achieving the first stage of the three Dowentree stages, the pill-holding stage, at which point one could be called a powerhouse. Upon reaching the pill-holding stage, one would be merely 15 minor realms and 3 major realms away from Lu Qing's current venerable stage. And Yi Lianer was undoubtedly still far from the flawless spirit body and the great perfection of the four mortal stages. She had a considerable journey ahead, during which pills would be indispensable. Although he was only casually training them, Lu Qing did not wish for his disciples to bring him too much shame. Still, he would prioritize himself above all. On this trip down the mountain in this life, seeking the heaven-mending pill is merely incidental. The quasi-emperor qi condensation art is what truly matters, Lu Qing mused. In his past life, Lu Qing had poured his heart and soul into his disciples, yet he had become a mere backdrop. He had lost precious time, his reputation, and the chance to shine reduced to an insignificant supporting figure. By the time of his death, the former master of the heavenly sword peak, though having achieved emperorhood, had faded into obscurity in his era, nothing more than a shadow in every scene. In the end, he died amid scorn. Many rumors claimed that Lu Qing, by taking several female emperors as disciples, had ruined their lives. If not for his hindrance, they might have progressed faster and farther. At these thoughts, Lu Qing's heart twitched again, a stifling breath trapped within him. Finally, he shook his. In this life, he had indeed fulfilled their wishes. He would no longer hold them back, allowing them to cultivate happily, and then seek out that Su Chen. It was best if they had no further entanglements with him. The cold wind cut like a blade. The incense drifted lightly. At the Heartless Peak, Yi Fian suddenly appeared. This was one of the 7 peaks that Lu Yao had joined. The Heartless Peak was closest to the Heavenly Sword Peak, and with the Intelligence Bureau and Mission Hall situated at its edge, the information here was the most current. The Heartless Peak was also the easiest place to gather the most intelligence. Inside the cave-dwelling Yufian looked at Lu Yao and said, Yao Yao, are you certain? Lu Yao nodded gently, turning her gaze to the window, her thoughts unreadable. She said, the source is reliable. Master prepared only 2 volumes of the qi condensation art, gave them to his disciples, and then left. Are they of the emperor grade? Lin Fian asked. Yes, they are, Lu Yao replied with a soft nod. Yi Fian remained silent. With a flick of her wrist, a golden light flashed, and an illusory manual appeared in her hand. It was the emperor grade qi condensation art, the heavenly emperor's qi. Yi Fian had not cultivated it. She examined the manual for a moment, then asked, do you know what the 2 arts meant? I don't know, but I sense the aura on Zhang Shi and Yi Lianer. It's not the qi we once cultivated, nor any familiar emperor grade qi like senior sisters, Ice Pulse Emperor qi. It's a new qi, Lu Yao said. Yi Fian looked at the illusory manual before her, the heavenly emperor's qi. On the cover it clearly read, she had not cultivated it earlier because she wanted to know if Master would use this art to re-establish ties with them. She had thought Master might use it to rebuild their master-disciple bond, and Su Chen had not deceived them. But Master had not done so now. Yet there was still one question. Since Master created the arts, why didn't he create the ones we used before? He could have created these arts and given them to those 2, but he deliberately didn't. Why? Could it be that even without being reborn deep down, he still has feelings for us? Lu Yao said. Yi Fian said there is another possibility. What possibility? Master will still take on disciples. When that time comes, he will still use emperor-grade qi along with some bargaining chips to set everything back on track, to walk the old path of the past life, Yi Fian said. Hearing this, Lu Yao, the future female emperor, fell silent. Little did Yi Fian and the others know it was because they were all too familiar with those arts. Even without cultivating them, they had already defaulted to having the right to practice them, rendering Lu Qing unable to use them. That was why he had not wasted his energy. At the Divine Wing Peak in the meditation chamber, Yi Fian's thoughts stirred slightly after returning. On this trip down the mountain, if I remember correctly, Master should be going out to seek the marrow-replenishing pill, right? In the past life, this journey down the mountain was for that very reason, Yi Fian suddenly recalled. In the past life, Master had descended the mountain like this, gone for a long time, encountered many troubles along the way, and finally returned travel-worn and weary. As soon as he returned, he beamed at the 4 of them, and said, my good disciples, look what your Master has brought you. With this your foundations can be supplemented and your roots will be flawless. I've prepared plenty. Come take a portion each. Eat this first, there's something better later. The marrow-replenishing pill was extremely precious, almost unavailable on the peak. It must have been incredibly difficult to obtain, yet Master had brought it back. Recalling the scenes of the past life, a smile crept onto Yi Fian's lips. But then the smile on her lips gradually faded. He had not brought back any cultivation arts. However, if he combined the marrow-replenishing pill with the arts, that would be enough. Enough for Master to find a convenient excuse, perhaps even gather all the geniuses under his command, and smoothly take in the 4 of us as disciples again. That way Master would have taken us in once more. Everything Su Chen said in the past life would come true. In the end, we would all become Master's disciples, proving in a roundabout way that Master had indeed been scheming. Master, let your disciples see whether you are truly hiding so deeply, enduring until now, or whether in this life you truly have no more feelings for us, no more designs, and will completely abandon us, refusing to take us as disciples. With countless thoughts flashing through her mind, Yi Fian's heart gradually calmed. Then she continued cultivating the ordinary qi condensation art, temporarily refraining from starting the heavenly emperor's qi. There were 2 reasons for not cultivating it. One was to avoid a situation where if she cultivated it and Master later created the heavenly emperor's qi, it would show as unusable, leaving her with nothing to offer. The second reason was that cultivating the heavenly emperor's qi would inevitably alert the sect to the anomaly in the qi, so she needed to plan ahead. As for how to plan, in fact, Yi Fian had considered it from the start. If Lu Qing created the heavenly emperor's qi and gave it to his new disciples, she would have to rely on herself. She could either create a quasi-emperor grade qi or use the sect's resources, first cultivating a quasi-emperor grade qi to advance, and then using a secret method to recultivate an emperor grade qi to mend her foundation. But unexpectedly, Lu Qing had not used it yet. As for the emperor grade qi not appearing in the world, where would it come from? That was also not difficult. The emperor grade qi was by its nature a direct path to emperorhood. As a former emperor, she might not be able to create it in a short time, but if she was willing to invest time and effort, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, or even 100 years, it would be enough. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Qing had not created it at all. This also stirred doubt in her heart. What was really going on with Master? Yi Fian could not fathom it, yet she chose to cease her futile pondering, for time would unveil all truths. Before long, the Master should return to the mountain, and then the outcome would naturally emerge. Amidst the torrent of thoughts, Yi Fian found herself once again unable to cultivate. She rose and walked against the gentle breeze toward the teleportation array of another peak. As a core disciple, she possessed the freedom to traverse peaks at will, a privilege denied to ordinary disciples. Snow Cloud Peak. Xiaoning was lost in a daze. It was only after Yi Fian and Lu Yao arrived that she regained her composure, turning to Yi Fian and asking, "Senior sister, why have you come?" "Junior sister, what occupies your thoughts?" Xiaoning faltered, then lowered her head, murmuring, "Senior sister, do you see anything missing by my bedside?" By the bedside. Lin Fian was taken aback. Yi Fian's delicate face tightened, and a heavy silence fell. In her past life, there had always been a small wooden figurine by Xiaoning's bedside. It was a gift from the master in that former life. Xiaoning had confided in her. "Senior sister, in my past life, I was racked with agony. The master held me, healing me through the endless nights. For months the master scarcely rested. When I finally improved, seeing my suffering, he paid a great price to acquire tranquility wood and carved that little figurine for me. He said that one day I would be as carefree as that figurine, free from all pain. Yet these days, after sealing the emperor's Tao heart, and the master not taking us as disciples, I keep dreaming of that girl from the past pointing at me with such hatred." She asked, "Xiaoning, what have you done?" She says, "How could you have struck that palm?" "Senior sister." Yi Fian remained silent. Both female emperors were enveloped in a moment of profound stillness. Finally Yi Fian spoke. "Do you trust Su Chen or the master?" "Naturally I trust the master," Xiaoning. After a pause, Xiaoning added, "Yet the evidence Su Chen presented in our past life, the witnesses, the physical proof, none of it could be forged. Even the heavenly Tao stood with Su Chen. How could it all be false?" Su Chen was a remarkable man of the world, a quasi-emperor, who when they first met was far from even being a great emperor. Yet he was exceedingly likable, of impeccable character. In terms of appearance alone, he fell just short of their master. But in all else he far surpassed him. In their past life, before taking them as disciples, the master was a brilliant genius, a peerless prodigy of his generation, a glory that even Su Chen at the same age could not match. But later the master gradually faded into obscurity, as if taking them in had drained all his fortune, rendering him mediocre, devoid of any radiance across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Unlike Su Chen, who stood proudly above his peers, traversing perilous adventures and rising in glory, the master appeared far too ordinary. Even when with their help he finally achieved emperorhood, he was the weakest emperor. So weak that even a quasi-emperor could challenge him with 2 strikes. One man was radiant and magnificent, crushing all peers across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone believed that once he became an emperor, he would surely defy the heavens, sweep through all realms, quell endless chaos, and become a supreme prodigy, an immortal celestial emperor. The other was plain and unremarkable, barely noticeable among his contemporaries, let alone dominating his generation. By the time even their disciples had become emperors, Lu Qing barely managed to ascend, utterly fading into the crowd. He could not compare. Even as an emperor, his name was obscure, overshadowed by them. Only Su Chen was infinitely glorious, hailed as a future supreme emperor, more illustrious than an emperor even before achieving the title. Moreover, this man throughout his journey maintained an excellent character, so the female emperors bore him no ill will. Yet not long after their acquaintance, Su Chen revealed his trump card, presenting them with mountains of evidence and summoning souls for confrontation. Those ironclad proofs laid out before them caused the female emperors to lose their composure, their Tao hearts nearly shattering, as they could not believe their once revered master was such a person. His methods were vicious, his hands stained with rivers of blood. Those overwhelming proofs shattered their Tao hearts. In that moment they yearned to kill Su Chen, who wore a gentle, seemingly delighted smile. The irony was that when confronted, the master stubbornly refused to admit any fault, refusing to acknowledge the truth, leaving them utterly disheartened. Had the master confessed, even against their own convictions, they would have at most stripped him of his emperor cultivation and imprisoned him in the nether abyss to atone, unable to bear killing him. But the master remained unrepentant to the end. In the end they chose to side with the heavenly Tao and slay their master. Su Chen doesn't seem to be lying, but the master. Though the master hasn't taken us as disciples yet. Since he hasn't created our cultivation methods, how can the outcome be certain? All of this needs time to prove. Only if until we become emperors the master never uses any reason to take us as disciples. Can we prove Su Chen's words false? It's still too early to confirm anything. Hearing Yi Fian's words, Xiaoning turned her gaze, her beautiful eyes falling upon the distant heavenly sword peak through the window. After a moment she spoke softly, "Senior sister is right. But in this life, whether the master takes us as disciples or not, there are things we must do. At the very least we must stop him. In our past life the master's transgressions were too many, too great, his sins too heavy. In this life, we cannot let him stray further down the wrong path. If he seeks to attain a realm beyond emperor, we can help with all our might, but we cannot allow him to commit those heinous deeds again. Even if Su Chen's words are true, it may not be impossible to change. In this life we can witness everything and investigate everything ourselves." The 2 women concluded their serious discussion. Xiaoning asked, Sister, are the elixirs the master gave you sufficient? Are they effective? Yi Fian listened, then said softly after a moment, they're fine, the best the sect has to offer. Mine are the same, the top-grade elixirs of the sect. They exchanged only this brief remark and said no more. What remained unspoken was that while these were indeed the sect's finest compared to what the master had given them in their past life, they fell short both in quantity and quality. In that former life, they had hoarded such top-grade elixirs for dire emergencies. Regardless of whether the master harbored ulterior motives in their past life, he had never treated them poorly. Meanwhile, Lu Qing remained unaware of their conversation. Had he known, his heart would have grown even colder. In his past life, he had devoted himself entirely to nurturing his disciples with no time for those misdeeds. He had explained everything clearly time and again, addressing all of Su Chen's evidence and accusations. Yet before the overwhelming proofs, the women refused to believe him, dismissing his words as excuses. Little did they know it was all a scheme, all a misunderstanding. In the end, Lu Qing was utterly disheartened. He could never have imagined that reborn into a new life, the women would still harbor such deep misunderstandings. Had he known, his heart would have been even more frozen. Of course, even if he knew now, he no longer cared. For in this life, he was no longer the man he was before rebirth. He had resolved not to be that fated villain, nor to have any connection with the destined protagonist Su Chen or these possible heroines. Not even the slightest bond. So what did their misunderstandings or thoughts matter? These women were destined to have no further ties with Lu Qing. Let them think what they will. Lu Qing sought only his own invincibility, eternal life, and freedom to roam the heavens, letting the past drift away with the wind. In this life, if no one provoked him, so be it. But if anyone did, even Su Chen himself, Lu Qing, would not stand idly by or suffer in silence as before. The night was desolate. High above the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the cold wind howled fiercely. In the pitch-black sky, Lu Qing sat cross-legged upon a colossal greatsword, gliding through the night. Dressed entirely in black, his handsome, refined face was utterly expressionless, his eyes tightly shut. The frigid wind stirred his bangs and his tied-back long hair, causing his robes to rustle loudly. After bidding farewell to his sect master Yi Yuan via a transmitted message, Lu Qing had already left the mountain. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range was divided into 10 layers. The deeper one ventured, the greater the danger. Yet conversely, the mountain range was also abundant with celestial treasures and rare herbs. Countless cultivators and mighty experts often came here. Some even built cave dwellings within, harnessing the region's spiritual essence for secluded cultivation, leaving behind spiritual plants for future generations, or nurturing their own spiritual flora. The third layer of the 10,000 Beast mountain range was forbidden to mortals, a place of extreme peril. The weakest beings here were at least at the transcendent 3 realms, the pill establishment realm, merely to qualify for entry. Countless dangers lurked within, posing fatal risks even for pill establishment cultivators. Due to the unpredictable nature of the mountain range, even a venerable who had ignited the heart flame of their primordial spirit faced the potential of falling in the third layer. However, such events were exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, the third and fourth layers did not present threats that could endanger a venerable. A fortuitous opportunity Lu Qing had discovered in his past life, a spiritual plant paradise within the mountain range, was located precisely in this third layer. Whoosh! At the same moment, within a temporarily carved stone cave dwelling on the third layer of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range resided a venerable, the Black Crane Hermit. The Black Crane Hermit was tall and gaunt, with a sinister face, a predatory gaze, and cold, piercing eyes. That precious spiritual plant valley. After all these years, its seals and formations still haven't failed. The Black Crane Hermit was furious. To obtain the intelligence on that treasure trove, I slaughtered the entire bloodline of that venerable who left it behind. Yet now I remain unable to unravel the formation. I can't break it by force either, so I have no choice but to wait. But how long must this waiting last? His eyes were dark and gloomy. My son is at a critical stage of breakthrough. I must think of other methods. But at that moment, the Black Crane Hermit felt a slight disturbance in the alert seal he had attached to the treasure trove's formation. He immediately produced a mirror-like formation disk, which displayed the scene around the formation. A single glance caused his pupils to constrict. It's a venerable. And this one seems to be that infamous killing star from the Heaven Sword Peak. Excellent, excellent. I never thought he would come personally and discover this cave dwelling. It seems my chance has arrived. The Black Crane Hermit was overjoyed. It was truly a case of a pillow arriving just as he felt drowsy. As for these venerables from the great sects, he harbored deep loathing and resentment towards them. At that moment, in an unremarkable valley, boom, Lu Qing struck down with several sword-summoning techniques. The ground below trembled violently, but his attacks did not land within the canyon. They were blocked by something. From Lu Qing's perspective, it was clear that this was no ordinary valley. It was a spiritual plant sanctuary filled with many low-grade rare spiritual herbs, with heaven-mending grass being the most abundant. This was the first resource Lu Qing had found in his past life. However, back then, after discovering it, a weaker venerable had snatched it away, forcing Lu Qing to retreat in disgrace. But the past was like drifting clouds. Lu Qing bore no grudge. In this life, he had arrived much earlier, almost a full month ahead, and had found this cave dwelling. He figured he wouldn't encounter that rogue cultivator this time, which was a lucky escape for the other. Otherwise, given Lu Qing's current temperament and experiences from his past life, that person would have certainly been killed. Just as Lu Qing's thoughts flickered and he was about to break the formation, a harsh, unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. Fellow Taoist Lu, please hold. Lu Qing's heart stirred upon hearing this. He turned his head abruptly to look, and who else could it be but his old enemy from his past life, the Black Crane Hermit. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, observing this uninvited newcomer. He hadn't expected to encounter him at this time. In his past life, when he had arrived a month later, this person had also jumped out just as the formation was about to break. Now in this life it was the same. It seemed the Black Crane Hermit had been watching this place for a long time, and had placed a seal on the formation which would alert him whenever someone attempted to break it. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Qing's mind. He also recalled his experiences from his past life. Back then the Black Crane Hermit's strength was mediocre, yet he had threatened Lu Qing using his disciples. He had declared that he, the Black Crane Hermit, had arrived here first, and was well prepared. This opportunity was his, and Lu Qing could not take it. Fragments of their past conversation flashed through his mind. Venerable Lu, you dare contend with me for the fortune of the heaven-mending pill. Venerable Lu may not fear me. But even if Venerable Lu is fearless, I have heard that you have recently taken on several disciples. If Venerable Lu is not afraid, I wonder if your disciples are. For us cultivators, revenge can wait 1,000 years. Venerable Lu can protect them for now, but can you protect them for a lifetime? I don't believe they will stay cooped up within the sect gates for their entire lives. I am but a mere rogue cultivator. The world is vast, and I can go anywhere I please. But your disciples are all rooted in a single sect, rooted in Heaven's Sword Peak. If your great sect wants to hunt me down, if you, Venerable Lu, want to kill me, I can simply flee and hide. But if I want to kill your disciples, I just need to find an opportunity. One palm strike, and they will likely all be scattered to the winds, their beauty lost. Venerable Lu, you wouldn't want to make a move now, would you? In his past life, Lu Qing's expression had shifted between gloom and uncertainty. He worried that his beloved disciples might truly come to harm, and feared he might not be able to capture the hermit. In the end, he had backed down. Afterwards, the Black Crane Venerable had taken the opportunity, and with a mocking sneer left behind a parting remark. Venerable Lu knows when to yield. May fate bring us together again. Then he had fled. Later he spread slanderous tales everywhere, causing Lu Qing immense humiliation and ruining his reputation entirely. In his past life, Lu Qing had been extraordinarily furious, but had been unable to vent this pent-up anger. In this life, Lu Qing's heart was only filled with calm. In his past life, he had had attachments, weaknesses. In this life, his heart was like iron, and it would only grow harder. Just then the Black Crane Hermit spoke. Fellow Taoist, please wait. This is something this poor priest has set his sights on, or it is my property. As soon as the Black Crane Hermit finished speaking, intending to probe Lu Qing's temperament, he saw Lu Qing's cold, merciless eyes beneath his black hair fix upon him. Looking down from on high, Lu Qing said indifferently, what do you think you are? Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? This was an insult of blatant humiliation. Being berated like this by Lu Qing, the Black Crane Hermit's face instantly turned ashen. He abandoned any thought of probing and roared angrily, Fellow Taoist, your words go too far. What do you think you are? You're not worthy of me speaking politely to you. Lu Qing stated calmly, lofty and condescending. He wasn't usually this arrogant, but he felt no goodwill towards this man, so he showed no mercy. You? The Black Crane Hermit's face was livid with rage. This killing star from Heaven's Sword Peak was indeed fierce. Suppressing his anger with great effort, he shouted, Venerable Lu, I speak to you with courtesy, yet you are so rude. I may not be able to defeat you, but I have heard you recently took on 2 disciples. If Venerable Lu is not afraid, I wonder if your 2 disciples are. Oh, a cold sneer curled at the corner of Lu Qing's mouth. Was he trying the same old trick again, In his past life, Lu Qing had not been as overbearing as in this one. After taking on disciples, his temperament had become gentler, because his disciples were always by his side. He wasn't as aggressive as he was now. It was precisely because of this that the Black Crane Hermit in the past life thought he had Lu Qing figured out. He started making threats. At that time, Lu Qing had 4 disciples, and he truly worried for them, so he had no choice but to give up. But in this life, he naturally wouldn't consider so many factors. Lu Qing's cold eyes appraised the Black Crane Venerable, and he said with a faint smile, Are you threatening me, you insect? Insect? The Black Crane Hermit had never been so despised before. He was nearly fainting with rage and hissed coldly, To humiliate me so thoroughly, it seems Venerable truly has no feelings for his disciples. Hee, I only hope you don't let them leave the sect, or else, when this venerable strikes mercilessly with a single palm, venerable will surely regret it deeply. Regret it deeply. Lu Qing laughed again. Black Crane venerable, you came here seeking the ingredients for the heaven-mending pill. Surely you have family or friends who need it. The Black Crane hermit's expression changed upon hearing this. Lu Qing paid no attention to his expression. He knew that the Black Crane hermit must have family. In his past life, Lu Qing hadn't been confident he could keep the Black Crane venerable from escaping. Worried for his disciples, he hadn't chosen a fight to the death. But this life was different. Now Lu Qing continued enunciating each word, deliberately uttering a statement that made the Black Crane hermit's scalp tingle. Then let me tell you this today, Black Crane venerable. Earlier I was merely insulting you. But now for the mere fact that you have threatened me today, I will immediately use my connections to investigate. I will find your entire family by tonight at the latest. Tomorrow I will come to your home and kill every last one. The dogs in your house, the earthworms in the ground. I will grind them all to dust, even stir the yolks of their eggs. As for the family you care about, not a single one will escape. Is this response satisfactory to you? As his words fell, a beam of red light shot out from Lu Qing's sleeve. Seeing this beam of golden light, the Black Crane hermit's face turned entirely ashen. Panic was already rising in his heart. He had originally heard that Lu Qing was young and thought he could take advantage of his inexperience. He never expected the man to be so ruthless and decisive. He also knew very well what that beam of golden light was. It was a celestial execution order possessed only by venerables of the great sects. Once issued, if he didn't rush back immediately, it wouldn't be long before his family was captured by some minor cultivators. For a moment the Black Crane venerable ground his teeth in frustration. He glared at Lu Qing and roared, "Venerable Lu, must you really go this far? Do you want to create such a great karmic enmity?" Lu Qing laughed. "Great karmic enmity? What do you think you are? You're not even worthy of forming a great karmic enmity with me. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." You. Humiliated once again, the Black Crane hermit was completely enraged. "Venerable Lu, what goes around comes around. Today's account will be settled another day." The Black Crane hermit let out a furious roar and prepared to flee. The situation had completely collapsed for him. Escape was his only option. But in his heart he had already recorded this deep-seated hatred. But Lu Qing's gaze flickered and he shouted coldly, "Do you really think you can escape?" As his words fell, vast, surging true essence swirled around Lu Qing. He also stirred his heart, flame mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. A massive hand of wind, dozens of meters in size, formed, with terrifying momentum, instantly reaching down from the sky to grab the Black Crane hermit. "Umph. You think such paltry tricks can keep me here? Venerable Lu, you overestimate yourself." The Black Crane hermit roared, his own true essence surging. But he only managed to condense a 4 or 5 meter wide hand of black energy, which also shot upwards to meet the attack. Boom. The two colossal hands collided, generating a fierce gale. Although Lu Qing dispersed the black energy hand, a significant portion of its power was neutralized, rendering it ineffective for killing and naturally failing to detain the Black Crane hermit. Lu Qing's expression was calm. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth was indeed a crude technique. It was meaningless against peers, though it worked effortlessly against lower-level cultivators. But he had only intended to delay the other for a moment. That was now sufficient. The Black Crane hermit's escape speed had slowed by a fraction, and that was enough. And just then, boom. The Black Crane hermit activated his prepared measures. 2 formations. One was a mind-confusing formation, which could briefly disorient the divine sense of anyone within it. An ordinary person might be lost in confusion for life, their soul adrift. The other was the lesser 5 elements immortal trapping formation. True to its name, its sole function was to trap. Anything within the formation would be obstructed and confined by it. These were his life-saving preparations. Without them, the Black Crane hermit truly had no confidence in escaping from a venerable of a great sect, especially a notorious killer like Lu Qing. Lu Qing's expression, however, was utterly calm. In his past life, the reason he lacked confidence was that he had sensed traces of formation setups here, and indeed had no certainty of keeping the Black Crane hermit. But this life was different. In this life, he was an emperor reborn with transcendent insights. The mind-confusing formation and the lesser 5 elements immortal trapping formation had no effect on him. Chua. Between Lu Qing's fingers a thread of red light flashed. Something shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through both the mind-confusing formation and the lesser 5 elements immortal trapping formation. The 2 formations didn't even have a chance to activate before the red light broke through. Then that streak of red light like a bolt of lightning streaked towards the Black Crane venerable. Catching sight of it from the corner of his eye, the Black Crane venerable was horrified. He couldn't believe that the 2 formations which had cost him so much effort and resources had been utterly useless. Shocked to his core, he didn't hesitate and unleashed all his trump cards. Whoosh! Talismans were activated, and a protective formation disc was triggered. However, crack. The red light struck. His Bodhi's protective true essence shattered first, then the defense formed by the talismans was pierced, and finally the protective formation disc itself was smashed. The red light revealed its true form. It was a small red sword no larger than a chopstick. Crack. Meeting the black crane hermit's terrified gaze, the red light instantly pierced into his body. Then came a moment of stillness followed by a deafening explosion. The black crane hermit was blasted into countless fragments, leaving only his primordial spirit burning, with heart flame attempting to flee. The black crane hermit had committed countless evils in his life with a vicious and venomous heart. He was audacious enough to gamble big, showing no restraint even towards venerables of great sects, threatening them at will and seizing opportunities as he pleased. Against ordinary venerables, he would plot and kill them to nourish himself. But today he had finally met his match, capsizing his boat in a mere ditch. Chua. Lu Qing's form flickered, and he appeared beside the black crane hermit. He casually reached out and grabbed the terrified primordial spirit. Glancing at it, he casually stuffed it into a transparent porcelain bottle and said indifferently, "Meeting today, you have been arrogant and evil all your life. You were destined to seek your own death. Even if you hadn't encountered me, someone else would have taken you in time. I always keep my word. I said I would kill your entire family, and I will. Please be a witness. Spare me, venerable. Please spare me, show mercy." Now a prisoner meat on the chopping block, the black crane venerable had lost all his previous arrogance and ferocity. He immediately began to beg for mercy. Lu Qing's expression was calm. He paid him no heed. After pleading for a while, and seeing that Lu Qing completely ignored him, the black crane venerable's primordial spirit began to curse loudly, his words filthy and vile. "Lu Qing, you will die a miserable death. Lu Qing, you will surely be betrayed by your master and attacked by your kin. All your disciples will show you great disrespect. Lu Qing, you dog thief." Lu Qing's expression remained calm, unruffled. Songyuan City, one of the great cities. In a corner of the city within a courtyard lived a family of over 10 people. "Mother, this dog meat is not tasty at all. I want to eat it." A child of 5 or 6 hurled his bowl to the ground with force, shattering it completely. "I want something fresh or freshly killed and cooked. That would be delicious. My child, your father has been away for too long and hasn't returned yet. We have no silver left." "No silver? Then why doesn't father kill a few more families and rob some more?" "I don't care. I want to eat dog meat tonight." "Mother, go right now. The neighbor's little girl next door, doesn't she?" "Mother, go kill her whole family and take the dog. Then we'll have fresh dog meat to eat." "Well, that works. They're just mortals anyway. Killing them is nothing. With your father around, who dares to utter a word?" Zhao Qingming listened to the voices from within, her heart frozen to the core. Hatred, anger, and fury swelled in her chest, yet she could not release them. She longed to rush in and slaughter every last one of them. But she could not do so. Because within that household there was a venerable one. If she dared to act, that venerable one would have her arrested and subjected to 1,000 cuts. Even then the patrol office of Songyuan City where she served would be annihilated. At worst, tens of thousands in Songyuan City might die, and her entire clan would be hunted down, their souls refined, until they scattered into nothingness with no guarantee of being spared. Thus she had no choice but to endure, no matter how unbearable it was. Even knowing this family was guilty, she could not touch them. Boundless rage surged within her heart. Zhao Qingming felt as though she was being suffocated by her own frustration. Just then the door pushed open, and a stout, broad-shouldered woman stepped out. She immediately spotted Zhao Qingming, who stood at the entrance radiating murderous intent. The woman sneered, "Why are you still here? Get lost before you annoy me." Hearing the commotion, a child and several half-grown youths emerged from inside. Seeing Zhao Qingming, Zhao Qingming suppressed her anger with great effort. "According to the law, indiscriminate killing is not permitted. Get lost now. They'll kill if I want to. What business is it of yours? Do you even deserve to interfere?" A bald child with a topknot stared at Zhao Qingming, laughing with glee. Another child, along with several adults who came out later, saw Zhao Qingming's furious expression, her hand gripping her sword hilt. They chuckled as if watching a joke. A half-grown youth stepped forward, drew Zhao Qingming's sword from its sheath, and pressed it against his own neck. Grinning, he said, "Do you dare to strike? Come on, I beg you. Do it, please. Hurry now. Just graze my neck, just one scratch." Zhao Qingming's face trembled with rage, her slender frame shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes reddened. Hatred, anger, fury, all burned within her, but she could not act. Not because she dared not, but because she could not. This single strike would take the life before her, but it would demand hundreds or thousands of lives as its price. So she dared but could not. "You scared, aren't you? I knew you wouldn't. If a single scratch appears on my neck, my father will slaughter every one of you, leaving not even ashes. Heh. By the way, you little vixen, you've stopped me from enjoying myself too many times. When father returns, I'll tell him to have you arrested and given to me. Then he'll teach you a lesson. They'll strip you and use candles and whips. They'll torment you to death. You." Zhao Qingming's eyes reddened further. Her hand on the sword hilt trembled violently, aching to draw the blade. Tisk, these people have no sense. They brought silver before, but so little. Just a few thousand taels of gold, barely enough to skip across the water. An adult shook his head with a cold smirk. Zhao Qingming's eyes grew even redder. She possessed the strength to kill everyone before her, yet she could not. Earlier she had tried other methods sending gold. But these people did not truly want gold. They used it to skip across water, not to spend. What they truly sought was to trample the law, to stand above both law and human life. To revel in wanton cruelty. That was why her anger burned even fiercer. Yet there was no solution. Finally, Zhao Qingming closed her eyes. A single teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. She truly had no way out, nor could she kill. Now, she could not even protect herself. Her slender frame felt a bone-chilling cold. Thinking of her impending fate, her heart turned to ice. Seeing her despair and helplessness, the group found amusement. They burst into laughter. One youth said, "Little brother, look. What does it matter if mortals hold high positions? She's strong, could kill us all alone. So what? Does she dare touch us? In this world, following Father's path of cultivation is the only way. Too bad Father says we can't enjoy ourselves here for long. But before we leave, tasting this little official beauty and tormenting her to death won't be bad. Look at those legs, that face, truly a peerless beauty." As they laughed and joked, suddenly a beam of golden light, a shimmering golden token, descended upon this realm, accompanied by a majestic voice. Zhao Qingming immediately knelt. To see the immortal token was to see the immortal venerable. One must kneel or face punishment. No one could afford to offend a venerable of the immortal sect. Yet upon seeing this golden light, a flicker of hope arose within her heart. Then from within the golden radiance, a cold yet measured voice echoed across Tsungyuan City. "All parties hear my command. I am Lu Qing, the Heavenly Sword Venerable of Heavenly Sword Peak. Those of the immortal sect, imperial institutions, and mortal warriors, see this token as you see me. Today I issue an immortal sect pursuit order. Apprehend the kin of the Black Crane Venerable. Those who comply shall be richly rewarded. Those who defy and protect this family shall be deemed enemies of me and my sect. All who witness this receive the command." Your subordinate receives the command. Zhao Qingming's pupils contracted. She had only harbored the faintest hope, never imagining it would come true. All who heard the order were to accept it. Zhao Qingming did so, and a strand of golden light from the immortal token merged into her brow. Then, her gaze turned icy. She rose to her feet. Before her, the once arrogant group was now frozen, their eyes filled with terror, fear, and disbelief. Now their gazes toward Zhao Qingming were laced with dread. For she could indeed slaughter them all alone. She had not dared before, but now she held the venerable's token. "You said earlier that I wouldn't dare to kill you. Kneel," Zhao Qingming thundered. Under her overwhelming killing intent, the group trembled and hastily knelt. A middle-aged man quickly said, "Lady Zhao, please calm down. Well, kneel. The previously arrogant children dared not speak. Some under her murderous glare wet their pants in humiliation. Though her eyes blazed with killing intent, she held back. "Get inside and stay put." Zhao Qingming yearned to flay and dismember them, but the venerable's command was to apprehend, not kill. So she suppressed her murderous rage. Yes, we'll go inside." The group scrambled in panic, not daring to flee. In that moment, countless beings, even cultivators of the immortal sect, emerged joyfully from their seclusion. Loose cultivators in the city also mobilized. The Black Crane Venerable was fearsome, but compared to a venerable of the immortal sect, what was he? Capturing his kin would be a tremendous opportunity, a great fortune. The eyes of every loose cultivator turned red. They quickly found their target, but upon seeing Zhao Qingming standing there, her forehead blazing with golden light, their eyes grew even redder. They lamented bitterly, "That mortal girl beat us to it. Regret how I regret it. If the immortal token weren't watching, I'd kill that girl and steal her credit. Useless wretch. Go curry favor with her at once. If you can marry her, that's a heaven-sent fortune, a venerable's opportunity and karmic link. Father, am too ugly, a shed never fancy me." The cultivators' eyes burned with envy, but they dared not steal the credit. A venerable of the immortal sect, unlike a demonic one, would behead any usurper first. The entire city was in an uproar. Only the family of the Black Crane Venerable was panicked. Scolded, they knelt in the courtyard. The youngest, still naive, shouted arrogantly, "You force me to kneel. When Father returns, I'll kill every last one of you. Especially you, you wretched woman. He'll have my father's skin and break your bones." The child pointed at Zhao Qingming. She glared at him coldly, longing to cut him down with a single stroke, but could only endure. Just then a calm and serene voice rang out, "Your father may never return." "Who's speaking? What foul mouth dares curse my father?" The child cursed loudly, looking up. At that sight, he was petrified and urine seeped through his trousers. A young man had appeared in the courtyard, his entire body radiating a faint golden light identical to the glow of the immortal decree. This was the venerable immortal in person. "I am immortal venerable. The child's legs gave way in terror. Gazing at Lu Qing's calm eyes, his heart trembled, with fear his body shaking uncontrollably. The chasm in life's hierarchy was too vast. If Lu Qing willed it, a single glance could terrify any mortal present to death, let alone a child. The unintentional aura, the inherent majesty, made the boy wet himself. Greetings, immortal venerable. The assembled crowd hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Rise, Lu Qing said calmly. His gaze swept over the kneeling family of Black Crane Master, about a dozen people. His eyes roamed again, finally settling on Zhao Qingning, also kneeling in the center. He paused on her brow and face before asking, your name. Reporting to the immortal venerable, Zhao Qingning said, also tense. Your subordinate is Zhao Qingning, an arrestor from the Evil Suppression Bureau of Songyuan City. A mortal arrestor? Lu Qing nodded. You apprehended all these people. Reporting to the immortal venerable, yes. To have honed your martial arts to this level at 18 shows some talent. Lu Qing spoke flatly, then asked, I ask you, has anyone troubled you? Or coerced or bribed you? Reporting to the immortal venerable, no. Zhao Qingning replied. Lu Qing nodded again. You are an arrestor. Let me ask you, are all the kin of Black Crane Venerable present here? Reporting to the immortal venerable, your subordinate has tracked and investigated these people for a long time. Aside from these, there is one more child outside. I have sent someone to fetch him. He will arrive shortly. As Zhao Qingning's words fell, a furious roar of curses was heard. You bitch, you wretch, you deserve to die. If I escape, I'll flay your skin and pull your sinews, make you suffer 9 deaths without rebirth. I'll refine you alive, revive you, and refine you again. Amidst the angry shouts, the crowd was startled to notice that the immortal venerable held a bottle in his hand. Inside was a familiar figure, none other than Black Crane Venerable himself. This shocked them deeply. It truly was Black Crane Venerable, now captured, reduced to a heartfire primordial spirit, imprisoned in a porcelain bottle. Their minds were shaken. The onlookers understood that the conflict between the two venerables had concluded. When venerables clash, thousands could perish. Now merely eradicating his lineage was normal. Many even felt relief that this family had finally met its match. Noisy, Lu Qing snorted softly. The heartfire blazed instantly, causing chaos within the bottle. Black Crane Master screamed in agony, begging for mercy, tortured relentlessly. Lu Qing, annoyed by his constant cursing, had been burning him all the way here. Now finding he still had strength left, he burned him again, and indeed, he became much more docile. Then Lu Qing looked at Zhao Qingning, whose face had paled from the shock of the venerable's primordial spirit. Zhao Qingning, can you confirm that including that child, all of Black Crane Master's relatives are present? I do not wish to miss even one. Rest assured, immortal venerable. I stake my life on it, they are all here. In that short time, the last remaining outsider had been brought back, kneeling in the yard. Zhao Qingning was utterly certain. Lu Qing's eyes showed satisfaction. You have done well. I am pleased. Thank you, immortal venerable. Lu Qingning quickly replied. At that moment, Lu Qing looked at the Black Crane immortal within the bottle. His calm voice rang out. Black Crane Venerable, I said I would kill your entire family, and so I shall. I invite you to bear witness. As he spoke, Lu Qing coughed unnaturally, though it was subtle, barely noticed by those around. Inside the bottle, Black Crane Immortal didn't notice either, his face utterly pale, no longer daring to curse. He begged, Great Venerable, you are magnanimous. Spare me, show mercy. As Black Crane Immortal pleaded, Lu Qing said, Zhao Qingning. Qingning is here. Lu Qing looked at Zhao Qingning. Kill. Yes, immortal venerable. Zhao Qingning's heart trembled, her hands shaking violently, her heart bursting with ecstasy and deep-seated hatred. She strode forward, facing the first person, a middle-aged man who had been arrogantly threatening to torture her after the child had his fun. No, no, please. Swish. A sword pierced his throat. Kill again. Swish. Wah. Cries and screams erupted. Many of the remaining were scared into tears, some wetting themselves, much to the onlookers' satisfaction. Had these villains, once so vicious, ever imagined such a day? Kill again. Yes. One sword stroke, one life, one corpse. The courtyard was filled with weeping and wailing. Those who had acted as if they could touch the sky, now stripped of their greatest support, fell one by one to the blade. Without their backing, they were nothing but useless trash. With a flick of the sword tip, a crowd could be slaughtered. Zhao Qingning's heart soared. All her past grievances, hatred, and helplessness dissolved with each stroke, each corpse releasing the fury and murderous intent within her. Die. Kill again. Please spare me, I won't do it again, I swear. He'll never kill recklessly anymore, please. The remnants begged, but Zhao Qingning showed no mercy, slaying them coldly. In moments, she had nearly eradicated the terrified evil lot. Suddenly. No, that is my last son. No, please. Venerable Lu, I beg you. Black Crane Master roared, his primordial spirit blazing brightly. Lu Qing's lips curled into a smile. I said I would kill your entire family. How could I break my word? Just watch, Black Crane Venerable, and say no more. Be a witness. Zhao Qingning, proceed. Yes, my lord. Zhao Qingning's sword rose and fell. Blood sprayed as a head frozen in shock, and terror tumbled to the ground lifeless. No, no. Lu Qing, I curse you. I curse you. Amidst the venomous curses before he could finish, Lu Qing flicked his finger. A single scream, and a venerable immortal turned to ashes, soul obliterated, vanishing forever from the world. The scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, their hearts shaken anew. A venerable immortal had fallen, slain, his entire family butchered. This was monumental. And on the field, in but a moment, all those arrogant scoundrels lay dead in a pool of blood, consumed by despair and terror. Zhao Qingning's soul trembled, feeling an unprecedented release. The pent-up gloom within her had vanished entirely. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Qingning, his expression serene, and spoke flatly, Zhao Qingning. Your subordinate. Zhao Qingning answered quickly. Having killed dozens without fear, a satisfied smile even touched her lips, revealing her good mood. And Lu Qing's call made countless onlookers' eyes fill with envy. As for the venerable's extermination, what of it? When venerables contend, wiping out families is commonplace, especially when dealing with such vicious scoundrels as Black Crane, true man, who had committed countless evils under the protection of a powerful backer. Now this venerable was clearly about to bestow a reward. Lu Qing looked at her and said coolly, 10 generations of glory and wealth for your clan, or hereditary power, or a perfect husband, even an emperor, or something else. What do you desire? As Lu Qing's offer hung in the air, countless ordinary people felt their heads spin, nearly mad with excitement. 10 generations of glory for a clan promised by an immortal. Hereditary power was an equally immense reward, potentially lasting countless generations, even more tempting if managed well. The prospect of a perfect husband made many young maidens' hearts flutter. An immortal's blessing meant she could marry whomever she loved, and he would never dare be unfaithful, loving only her. Even an emperor could be her husband, making her the Empress Dowager, second only to the ruler exalted beyond measure, personally appointed by an immortal. Any one of these rewards would drive anyone wild with desire. Zhao Qingning was stunned, then her breathing quickened. Lu Qing was not impatient. He simply waited, knowing that these rewards were indeed precious to mortals, though to him, they were nothing more than fleeting clouds and paper splendor. What use was mortal prosperity? The rise and fall of a flourishing dynasty might span 2 or 3 centuries, let alone smaller kingdoms. He could live over 1,000 years, perhaps witnessing the rise and fall of dozens of dynasties across this vast world. At that moment, not only Zhao Qingning, but also those around her felt anxious on her behalf, finding the choice exceedingly difficult. All were tempting, all desirable, and none to be missed. She wished to choose everything. Zhao Qingning's heart raced, but as time slipped away, her heart gradually cooled. Because she recalled what had just happened. She remembered everything she had endured before this immortal sovereign issued his decree, the humiliation, the suffering, and her helplessness and despair in the face of fate. Would 10 lifetimes of wealth and honor truly make a difference? Would marrying the emperor make a difference? Would she then have the right and the courage to stop them? Would she not be despairing in that situation? No. No, even with those rewards returning to that moment, she still would not dare, would still have to swallow her pride, could only watch as she was targeted, still powerless, forced to endure, even when they openly vowed to torment her in every conceivable way. She could only listen, unable to act, knowing they sought her ruin, yet incapable of doing anything. Her heart felt as if it were being torn, each inch piercing her soul. She hated that feeling, the sensation of powerlessness. If she had to say what she truly wanted, it was that when faced with such a situation again, she would not be utterly helpless, would not stand by when they vowed to torture her to death, while she possessed the ability, yet still dared not act. She wanted control over her own destiny. Her eyes reddened again as Zhao Qingning made her decision. Gazing at Lu Qing, she resolved to take an extraordinarily bold step. With a thud, she knelt abruptly, her eyes moist as she looked up at him. Lu Qing frowned slightly and said flatly, "Speak. Immortal sovereign above. Those rewards you mentioned, this humble woman desires none of them." Everyone around was astonished, unable to help wondering. Such wonderful gifts, yet she wanted none. What more could this young girl possibly seek? Lu Qing was not surprised. Seeing her kneel, he already understood. She wanted more. He was displeased. Excessive greed was not a virtue. Coldly he said, "Speak." Zhao Qingning looked at Lu Qing, 9 parts nervous and 1 part fearful. Clearly she dreaded angering him, yet she mustered her courage and voiced her request. "Immortal sovereign above. This humble woman wishes to follow you to cultivate." As if the weight of this boon were too heavy, she struggled to utter the words. At these words, an immense silence fell over the assembly. Many rogue cultivators even revealed a hint of mockery in their eyes. Become an apprentice to an immortal sovereign. Even they, as rogue cultivators, lacked such qualification, let alone a mere mortal. For an immortal sovereign to accept disciples was an exceedingly rare endeavor, requiring exceptional talent, outstanding merit, the sovereign's personal favor, impeccable character, and the endurance of arduous trials to merely have a chance, only a chance. In this world, perhaps only 7 or 8 prodigies out of a million might be taken as disciples by a celestial sovereign. This young girl was too greedy. If she provoked the sovereign's ire, she might lose everything, even ruin her future. Offending a celestial sovereign meant none in this land would dare associate with her. At least within the empire where Tsang Yuan City lay, no one would have any connection with her, making survival here exceedingly difficult. Too audacious, too avaricious, too reckless. Ordinary folk sighed inwardly. How elusive was the path to immortality? Were the previous rewards not good enough? Now she insisted on risking the sovereign's displeasure to make such a request. Even commoners understood that a celestial sovereign would not casually accept disciples. Even renowned mortal teachers refused unworthy students to protect their reputations, let alone a being as exalted as an immortal sovereign. After speaking, Zhao Qingning's body trembled slightly. She was afraid, but she did not regret it. Lu Qing, however, frowned at her. After a moment, he said coldly, "Do you realize that since you were not selected for the immortal sect trials, even at 18 your talent is likely mediocre, even inferior? Even if I agree to induct you, a lifetime of diligent effort might yield less than the martial achievements you seek now." Hearing this, Zhao Qingning's face turned pale, and she seemed somewhat disheartened. Yet she remained resolute. But this humble woman still wishes to cultivate. Cultivating at least offers hope. Lu Qing's brow furrowed even more. The surrounding rogue cultivators and commoners, watching the sovereign's expression, grew even more apprehensive. They had to admire this young girl's audacity. At least they lacked such courage. Zhao Qingning bit her lip, hard, kneeling in fear, yet she seemed steadfast in her decision. Lu Qing looked at Zhao Qingning. In this life, he already considered 2 disciples more than enough, and naturally did not wish to take a third. He stood there frowning, unmoving. Lu Qing was deep in thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingning's face grew paler, and her heart grew colder. She understood that things were going badly. The sovereign had not agreed from the start, and now it seemed even less likely. The longer the delay, the slimmer the chance. She might even incur his wrath. Just then Lu Qing spoke again. "Tell me, why are you so determined to cultivate, knowing your talent is lacking? Give me a reason. If it is acceptable, I might take you as another disciple without issue." As he said this, his eyes turned fiercely cold, sending a chill through everyone present, as if they had plunged into a bitter winter, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Lu Qing said flatly, "If the reason displeases me, this family walks the path of the dead alone. You shall accompany them." At Lu Qing's words, Zhao Qingning's face turned deathly pale, knowing she had truly angered those around shook their heads, certain that the young girl was in grave danger. Several of Zhao Qingning's subordinates looked anxious, wanting to plead on her behalf, but their superiors held them back firmly. Before immortals, mortals were, but outsiders had no right to intercede. Forcing a plea might only worsen the immortals' mood and make matters more dire. The atmosphere in the field became suffocatingly tense. Zhao Qingning closed her eyes, recalling that earlier moment. Finally, she slowly opened them, her gaze devoid of fear, only determination. "I dare not deceive the immortal master. I have been investigating this family for nearly half a year." She spoke slowly. "Had the immortal sovereign not acted and seized the black crane venerable upon his return, my fate would have been exactly as those people described." Zhao Qingning recounted, stirring indignation and fury among the crowd. Yet placing themselves in her shoes, they felt utter despair. Such was the depth of darkness. Possessing the power to kill the enemy, yet unable to act, forced to watch everything unfold. That scene was too terrifying, too chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. The rogue cultivators and commoners fell silent. In her place, they too would have been shaken. One by one, they looked at Lu Qing, a glimmer of hope rising in their hearts that he might accept Zhao Qingning. At that moment, they finally understood why she yearned for immortality. She never wanted to be powerless again. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, even at the cost of death, she would fight and gamble for it. Earlier, the colleagues who wished to plead for Zhao Qingning now appeared dejected. What she had encountered was no different from their own experiences. But now she was fighting back, seeking an opportunity. Under such circumstances, what right did they have to intervene? This was her choice. Sentence by sentence, Zhao Qingning seemed to have made up her mind. "This is my earnest request. If it offends the immortal sovereign, I will die without regret." After these words, silence reigned. Zhao Qingning said no more. The field remained utterly still, only a pair of eyes flickering faintly. Yet no one dared speak. The course of fate hung in the balance. All awaited the outcome. At that moment, Lu Qing looked at her, his expression calm, and said flatly, "Rise. I have 2 true disciples under me. Today you shall be the 3rd. True disciple." Zhao Qingning's head snapped up. Hearing those words, she nearly fainted. The rogue cultivators around, who had sympathized and hoped she would be accepted into the sect, were almost driven mad upon hearing true disciple. Becoming a true disciple under an immortal sovereign was incredibly difficult. Even becoming an outer or core disciple was a tremendous fortune and luck. Yet now she entered directly as a true disciple. One by one their eyes reddened with envy, nearly mad with jealousy, wishing they could kill Zhao Qingming and take her place. The commoners were also dumbfounded. Though they did not understand the meaning of true disciple, the expressions of the rogue cultivators told them that this young girl had encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck, far greater than 10 lifetimes of wealth, hereditary power, or marrying an emperor. Merely thinking about it made the commoners' imaginations run wild. Could this young girl truly become the kind of true immortal whose word could make even an emperor obey? If so, that was indeed an unimaginable fortune. For a moment, all ordinary folk gazed at Zhao Qingming with boundless envy and jealousy. Sympathy had vanished, replaced solely by envy. Only Zhao Qingming's comrades and subordinates were stunned, then their eyes showed envy and bitter smiles. Zhao Qingming had been liberated, ascending to the immortal sect in a single day, while they remained behind. A young man among them, her younger brother, revealed a joyful expression. "Sister, you must take care of yourself." Though he could not accompany her, he silently offered his blessings. "Thank you, immortal sovereign," Zhao Qingming stammered. "Still calling me immortal sovereign," Lu Qing said flatly. Zhao Qingming quickly corrected herself. "Thank you, master." Lu Qing nodded calmly, though inwardly he fretted over finding her an imperial-grade technique. Taking on a disciple was indeed troublesome. Why had he accepted another? But he had to follow his heart. He would not invest deep emotion. Yet to follow his heart, he accepted her. A bit of trouble was tolerable. At least it was not a bad thing. After all, the Black Crane Venerable storage ring contained some kick condensation techniques. Combined with his extensive prior study and insights, creating another technique should not be difficult. However, there was another issue. Zhao Qingming's reason for joining the sect, coupled with her martial prowess at such a young age, indicated an indomitable character. She would undoubtedly cultivate with extreme diligence. If left unchecked, her future achievements might be unimaginable, potentially aligning with Su Chen. Lu Qing felt a headache coming on. Thus he decided to give her only moderate attention. Her talent need not be elevated too highly, just enough would suffice. Lu Qing said, "I grant you 3 days to bid your family farewell. After that you will accompany me to the mountain." "Yes, thank you, master." Zhao Qingming rejoiced. Lu Qing casually flicked his finger, leaving 2 protective measures to ensure Zhao Qingming's safety before departing. After all, she was now his true disciple. If she perished during his absence, he would be furious. His face slapped publicly, his dignity utterly lost. The 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. The Spirit Herb Valley. Lu Qing had returned to this place once more. Previously, when Lu Qing activated the formation, he lured the Black Crane Master here, slaying him. Yet instead of hastily collecting the spirit herbs, he had first rushed to eradicate all traces of his enemy. Little did he expect that this detour would lead to him taking on a disciple, further delaying his plans. In this life, having slain the Black Crane Master, I wonder if anyone will dare to meddle again and cause me. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the Spirit Herb Valley ahead. From the outside, everything appeared utterly normal. Clearly, even though he had already dismantled most of the formations within, no one else had dared to claim the spoils. Everything remained as pristine as ever. At least they know their place. Lu Qing was satisfied. His earlier disruption of the formations could hardly have gone unnoticed, yet no one had dared to approach or touch anything. They were wise enough not to recklessly snatch his fortune. Otherwise, Lu Qing might have been forced to spill more blood. Huff! He descended into the valley. The Spirit Herb Valley was guarded by 4 formations. The first was the Shadow Concealment Formation, a simple array that mimicked the surrounding environment. From above or nearby, cultivators would see nothing amiss with their naked eyes. Only a meticulous sweep with divine sense would reveal the anomaly. The second was the Maze Formation, working in tandem with the Shadow Concealment Formation. Mortals who wandered in would feel as though they had circled the valley and found nothing, leaving empty-handed. In truth, they had never even passed the entrance. All was illusion, a subtle manipulation of their mortal senses. These 2 were merely concealment arrays designed to keep the valley hidden and protect the spirit herb fields within. They possessed no defensive capabilities. The third formation was the Spirit Locking Formation, which sealed spiritual energy within, further reducing the chance of discovery. The fourth formation was the one meant to deter powerful cultivators, the Tortoiseshell Formation. True to its name, it had no other merit save for its formidable defensive strength. Its range was smaller than the previous 2, but once the earlier arrays failed to deceive an intruder, this one would activate, barring their entry. Built to harness the terrain and the world's spiritual energy, the Tortoiseshell Formation boasted astonishing resilience. An ordinary venerable could not even breach its most basic layer, let alone dismantle it. The Black Crane Master had found himself in exactly this predicament. A single palm strike could not even scratch its surface, let alone drain the stored energy to weaken the formation. Yet what a wandering venerable could not achieve, Lu Qing could. His mastery of the Overlord's sword Qi possessed devastating lethality. Having already broken much of it before a single palm strike now sufficed to tear a gap in the Tortoiseshell Formation. Casually stepping through the newly opened breach, he entered. A wave of dense spiritual energy washed over him, its concentration even surpassing that of his own cave dwelling. This place is not bad. Lu Qing was mildly surprised. His gaze swept over the numerous spirit herbs within the valley, then he shook his head. But this is merely water without a source. It relies entirely on these herbs and the accumulation of heaven and earth over centuries locked in by the spirit locking formation. Once broken in a few days, it will revert to an ordinary mountain. Still, before that happens, it is a fine location enough for a cultivator to train for decades. There must be a tiny spirit vein beneath this valley which gives it some value. After a brief reflection, Lu Qing's attention shifted to the spirit herbs scattered across the mountain. Cultivating spirit herbs was no easy task. Yet the entire valley had been carved into thousands of tiny medicinal plots where various herbs took root. Some had withered from neglect while others thrived with vibrant vitality. At a glance, the abundance gave the illusion of treasures strewn everywhere. Lu Qing's eyes settled on the numerous heaven-mending herbs. Heaven-mending herbs were not planted in mass like mortal crops. All spirit herbs followed this principle. In this valley, their cultivation was distinctive, adhering to the natural growth patterns of celestial treasures. Each was placed in sunny spots that captured the essence of the sun and moon, with no other herb within several meters. Yet this was an artificially cultivated spirit field. So many areas had been modified to suit the herb's increasing density. Generally, each herb stood about 10 meters apart, rooted in cracks of rock cliff faces, or even atop large trees. Despite this, the heaven-mending herbs here grew even better than those Lu Qing had sought in his past life, with superior quality and appearance. In his previous life, he had ventured into dangerous territories for wild specimens. Clearly, the venerable who carved out this land possessed considerable talent, not only in formation mastery, but also in profound experience with spirit herbs. This place was indeed a remarkable find. He surveyed the herbs. Harvesting was no simple task, especially for heaven-mending herbs. Their roots could stretch over 2 meters, densely spread across the earth. Even a venerable would struggle to extract them perfectly. In his past life, Lu Qing, despite being a venerable, could not achieve a flawless harvest. He had to pay a heavy price to hire 2 soul realm herb gatherers to accompany him into dangerous lands to retrieve them. But in this life reborn as an emperor, Lu Qing found the task effortless. With a surge of spiritual energy, he exposed the main root of a heaven-mending herb. Then, igniting his heart fire, he connected with heaven and earth, extending his primal energy along the root into the ground, carefully enveloping every tiny tendril. With a firm tug, he pulled out a net of true essence wrapped around countless roots, harvesting the herb perfectly. Lu Qing gazed at the heaven-mending herbs. Thoughts involuntarily crossed his mind. The heaven-mending pill, an upgraded version of the marrow-cleansing pill, was exceedingly precious. Typically, even the prodigies of celestial sects used only the marrow-cleansing pill. Few masters would go to such lengths to seek the heaven-mending pill. Heaven-mending herbs were too rare, too difficult to cultivate, and wild ones were even scarcer. The effort required to find them was immense. A sight like this was truly uncommon. No wonder the Black Crane Master had been willing to clash with a venerable like Lu Qing over mere low-grade spirit herbs. Such was their value. In his past life, Lu Qing had exhausted himself gathering one herb here and another there, spending immense effort to collect them all. Yet what had such toil brought him? A sword, a seal, a palm, a needle, and the ruthless methods of 3 other treacherous disciples. Enough. The final moment flashed through his mind. Lu Qing's face remained expressionless. Within, he grew ever colder, more ruthless and unfeeling. Soon, one after another, the heaven-mending herbs were picked by Lu Qing. He placed them into prepared storage boxes, each stored separately, and tucked them into his spatial ring. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. After 2 days, a glance revealed that many herbs in the Spirit Herb Valley had been stripped away by Lu Qing, though some remained, including young heaven-mending herbs. His goal was achieved. 2 days seemed brief. The process was smooth, yet Lu Qing felt no ripple of emotion, only a vast stillness. Success or failure mattered little to him. It was merely for the legacy of the Heaven Sword Peak. If it failed, it would only be unfortunate for Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. In this life, expecting Lu Qing to exhaust himself as in his past life, searching tirelessly when one path failed, was impossible. This was already the limit of what he could do. Within 2 days, the Zhao residence had undergone a complete transformation. From an ordinary courtyard, it had expanded into a grand mansion. Gifts were piled everywhere, including some spiritual treasures and elixirs. With a flicker of movement, Lu Qing appeared in the main hall of the courtyard. Inside, Zhao Qingming was tallying something when she suddenly sensed an additional presence. She spun around, saw Lu Qing, immediately set aside her tasks, and bowed in greeting. "Master, you have arrived." Lu Qing nodded calmly and said indifferently, "Have the affairs at home been settled?" Hearing this, Zhao Qingming dared not delay and quickly replied, "Master, everything has been arranged. Your disciple is ready to accompany you to the mountain at any time." "Good," Lu Qing replied placidly, giving a slight nod. Her response was satisfactory enough. If Zhao Qingning could not even handle such a trivial matter in 2 days, what use would there be in accepting her as a true disciple? At that moment, Zhao Qingning fetched some spiritual tea, brewed it with a gift of spiritual spring water, and respectfully served it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing observed this, and a hint of satisfaction flickered deep in his eyes. The past few days of travel had indeed left him somewhat weary, yet it was merely that. No deeper emotion stirred within him. Zhao Qingning was merely fortunate. Lu Qing harbored no feelings for her, nor any desire to cultivate her further. Just like Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi, he would do what was necessary, and then let her develop on her own. Success or failure would be determined solely by her own destiny. The spiritual tea carried a fragrant aroma. Lu Qing lifted the cup, gently removed the blue and white porcelain lid, and a richer scent of the tea wafted out. He asked, "Is this what the Songyuan city and nearby cultivation families sent?" "Yes, master," Zhao Qingning nodded. "Several major cultivation families have sent gifts for you. Here is the gift list. There is spiritual tea, spiritual spring water, and spiritual fish. Your disciple has carefully stored them all." Lu Qing took the gift list, glanced at it briefly, and set it aside. He said flatly, "Have the head of the Li family come see me." "The head of the Li family?" Zhao Qingning paused, then replied, "Yes, master." The cultivation family, the Li clan. The Li clan was merely one of the ordinary cultivation families in Songyuan city. Because the city was close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the major sects rarely extended their influence there. Thus, numerous cultivation families had grown wildly, and the Li clan was one of them. Comparatively, the Li clan had developed rather well. They possessed several acres of spiritual fields and spiritual tea trees, and had an ancestor at the embracing Dan great perfection stage guarding the clan. Among cultivation families, they were considered a force of no small stature. Of course, they could not compare with true cultivation families which bore only one title, the Holy Land. For instance, the Ji Holy Land. Holy Lands themselves had risen from cultivation families in ancient times and represented the ultimate aspiration of all such families. Yet in all the world, those who could achieve that realm were scarce. Perhaps not even 1 or 2 could be found across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What made the current Li clan special was that it had a 7th-rank alchemist. Alchemists were ranked from 9th to 1st, with 9th being the lowest and 1st the highest. In Lu Qing's own sect, not to mention mere 7th-rank alchemy, there were quite a number of 5th-rank alchemists, and even 1 4th-rank alchemist. However, while the Butian pill was a rare elixir, it was only useful for disciples of low realms, merely an 8th-rank peak pill. Almost any alchemist could refine it. The difficulty lay in finding the materials. Having 5th or 4th-rank alchemists do it would be a sheer waste. In his past life, Lu Qing had gone to great lengths searching for a long time to achieve perfection. He had found a 7th-rank peak alchemist specializing in Butian pills who produced almost exclusively premium pills, with high-grade being rare. In this life, he was far more casual. Why seek premium? Mid-grade would suffice. Search specifically for an alchemist. Anyone would do as long as they could produce some high-grade pills. Lu Qing was quite relaxed in his heart. Soon a middle-aged man and an old man rushed to the Zhao residence in a fluster. The moment they entered, they knelt and prostrated, saying, "This humble cultivator pays respects to the venerable." The old man and the middle-aged man spoke in unison. Lu Qing observed them. The old man was the Li clan's foundation, the embracing Dan ancestor. The middle-aged man was the current clan head, a transcendent cultivator who had just entered the divine pill realm. Lu Qing said flatly, "This venerable has tasks for you. The venerable may command, this humble one dares not be negligent." Li clan ancestor Li Qinghe, with his white hair, did not show the slightest disrespect, as if truly facing a senior. Lu Qing lifted the tea lid, took a light sip, his expression calm, not even glancing at them. He said, "This venerable has a medicinal garden in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range containing Butian grass and other spiritual plants. From now on, it will be managed by your Li clan. Some of the Butian grass still lacks maturity. You will tend it for this venerable." Lu Qing merely stated the matter, not asking if they were willing. This was both because they had no right to refuse, and because they would not dare to refuse. Thus there was no need to ask, he only needed to inform them. The two exchanged glances and quickly said, "We obey the venerable's command and thank the venerable for the grace." Only then did Lu Qing raise his head to look at them. With a faint flash of light, a spirit herb pouch fell before them. He lowered his head again and said, "This contains 100 portions of Butian grass. From now on, the Li clan must refine at least 2 furnaces per month, producing 10 high-grade Butian pills, and send them to the heavenly sword peak of this venerable sect. Can this be done?" Again, Lu Qing did not mention what would happen if something went wrong. But undoubtedly, it would be a consequence the Li clan could not bear. However, the rewards were also immense, and the likelihood of mishap was slim, unless the Li clan itself invited trouble. When the venerable commands, even if impossible, it shall be made possible, the Li clan ancestor quickly replied. Lu Qing added, "Within 3 days have 1 furnace refined and delivered here." This venerable will be waiting. Yes, venerable, the two nodded hurriedly. Lu Qing then waved his hand and said, "You may go." Seeing that Lu Qing had no further orders, both breathed a sigh of relief and immense joy surged in their hearts. How could they not be overjoyed? To serve a venerable meant that the Li clan had hitched itself to the banner of a venerable. If a powerful enemy ever attacked, they would only need to mention this matter. The opponent would have to think twice, weighing whether they could withstand a venerable's wrath if they annihilated the family. This alone was a great opportunity and a profound foundation. Not to mention the reputation it brought, which would grant advantages in every aspect. Moreover, this immortal venerable had entrusted them with managing a medicinal garden, a lucrative assignment, an immensely fat commission. And were the venerable's demands high? Not at all. It was merely refining butty and pills. How could their hearts not be wild with joy? The two clan leaders withdrew in exhilaration, feeling that a great opportunity had finally arrived for the Li clan. Watching the two depart, Lu Qing's gaze remained calm. In this life, he was truly carefree. In his past life, Lu Qing had toiled endlessly for the heaven-mending pill, meticulously planning every step. But now he was far more casual, even choosing an alchemist from a minor clan on a whim. Yet in Lu Qing's eyes, this was more than sufficient. No amount of effort could match the lack of will. With a flicker of thought, he casually flipped his hand and retrieved the collection of books belonging to the Black Crane Sage, beginning to peruse them. The technique for Zhao Qingning's qi condensation was still unresolved. There was no shortage of matters to attend. The Black Crane Sage might have been destitute, but he had amassed a considerable number of qi condensation methods. Perhaps he intended to select the finest one for his descendants. Unfortunately, his descendants were now nothing more than lonely spirits on the Yellow Springs Road, and these treasures naturally fell into Lu Qing's hands. Seeing Lu Qing absorbed in the books, Zhao Qingning couldn't help but raise her head to look at her master. The moment she did, she froze. Earlier, she hadn't dared to look closely, intimidated by his imposing aura. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized how young her master truly was. So young that he seemed almost small. I wonder how old master is. He must only look young. He's probably lived for centuries, she mused. The thought flickered through her mind, and Zhao Qingning said aloud, "Master, will you rest here? Your disciple has prepared a room for you. Would you like to go there?" Hearing this, Lu Qing lifted his head slightly and looked at Zhao Qingning. She had indeed prepared thoroughly. Even though Lu Qing had never mentioned whether he would stay overnight, she had still made arrangements in advance. She had truly put in the effort. But sleep? Lu Qing had not needed sleep for many years. Ever since he entered the divine pill realm, the third realm of transcendence at the age of 13, rest had become unnecessary, let alone now. "No need. I will stay here," Lu Qing replied calmly, lowering his head once more. Zhao Qingning's heart stirred, feeling that her master's words were sparse, as if each syllable was precious. Over the next 3 days, Zhao Qingning observed that her master was either reading or reading. Initially, she was still fearful, walking on tiptoe, careful not to disturb him and forbidding anyone from entering. Gradually, she grew bolder, realizing that her master seemed utterly oblivious to her comings and goings. Thus, Zhao Qingning slowly relaxed. One day, she entered the room again to brew spiritual tea for her master. Over these 3 days, she had come daily to prepare the tea. 1 cup in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the afternoon. Each time her master would drink it. So Zhao Qingning dared not be negligent. And on this particular day, he remained, as before, leaning back in his seat, his demeanor calm and profound, absorbed in his books, as if nothing could disturb him. But today Zhao Qingning felt a certain unease. Her master had sat there for 3 days without moving much, only drinking tea and reading. Yet today a stray piece of paper had fallen among his long hair, marring the otherwise picturesque scene. Previously he had seemed like a figure from a painting, but this blemish broke the spell. Zhao Qingning stepped forward, removing the old teacup and replacing it with fresh spiritual tea. But this time she did not leave immediately. Carefully avoiding her master's body, she was blocked by the table beside his chair. Finally, she rose on her tiptoes, reached out, and leaning sideways, stealthily pinched the stray piece of paper from his hair and removed it. Having done this, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling satisfied and content. Now it was perfect. How could a celestial figure like her master be sullied by such mundane scraps of paper? A sense of fulfillment washed over her. But just as she was about to lower her heels, her entire body stiffened. For Lu Qing, who had been intently reading and not looking her way, had turned his deep dark eyes towards her. His gaze was fixed on her, and Zhao Qingning froze, so startled that her movements faltered and her raised heels refused to come down. "What are you doing?" Lu Qing asked. "A master." Zhao Qingning stammered, "Thighs. There was debris in your hair. Your disciple. It looked unsightly, so I removed it for you." Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the fragment of paper between her fingers. Calmly, he said, "The principles of heaven and earth follow the Tao of nature. In the future, refrain from unnecessary meddling." "Yes, master." Zhao Qingning finally exhaled in relief, her heart pounding wildly. She had been thoroughly startled. She also became wary. How had she grown so bold? Could it be that over these 3 days she had come to believe her master was in a state of transcendent detachment, emboldening her so? But what did her master's words mean? Could this scrap of paper hold some profound principle? Truly celestial beings were inscrutable. Lu Qing's mind remained serene, unperturbed. Yet he knew that his state of mind still harbored a flaw. Otherwise, during these 3 days of composing a new text, why would extraneous objects have clung to him? It was a manifestation of fate. The events of his past life had left a profound impact, preventing his mind from achieving perfect harmony. But Lu Qing was unconcerned. This was a minor matter. As time flowed and the events of bygone years unfolded, his heart would grow ever more harmonious, severing all ties with his past life. All he needed was time. That same afternoon, the patriarch of the Li family paid a personal visit, delivering all the pills from the first batch of alchemy. The first batch yielded 7 top-grade heaven-mending pills. Lu Qing looked at them and nodded with considerable satisfaction, unconcerned whether they had embezzled any or kept 1 or 2 for themselves. Normally, a single batch could produce up to 8 pills. If the alchemist was skilled, what harm was there in keeping 1? Moreover, even if they dared to embezzle, it would not be here, but in the herb garden. In the end, receiving 7 pills was more than satisfactory to Lu Qing. Pills were classified into ordinary, medium, top-grade, supreme, and the rare, legendary, divine grade. Supreme-grade pills were exceedingly rare, difficult even for high-level alchemists to produce. Consistently achieving top grade was already impressive. In his past life, Lu Qing had obtained only supreme-grade pills and demanded nothing less. But this time he was far more relaxed. In the Li family courtyard, the main hall was enveloped in silence. Zhao Qingning gazed at Lu Qing and the white jade porcelain bottle, curious about what those items were. "Qingning, come here." Lu Qing suddenly raised his head and spoke calmly. Zhao Qingning was taken aback and hurried over, saying, "Master, you called me." Lu Qing said lightly, "Extend your hand." Zhao Qingning stretched out her hand. Lu Qing's divine sense stirred slightly. A healing pill descended into her palm. Lu Qing instructed, "Eat it." "Oh." Zhao Qingning obediently swallowed it. Lu Qing flipped his wrist again, and another pure white pill, seemingly emitting a faint glow, floated above his hand. Upon seeing this pill, for some reason, Zhao Qingning's body trembled, and she realized her body was instinctively quaking, as if it had an overwhelming yearning for the pill. Her body and soul were both anticipating it. Similarly, Lu Qing's divine sense moved and landed in Zhao Qingning's palm. "Eat it," Lu Qing said. Zhao Qingning struggled to suppress her inner excitement, her body acting of its own accord as she swallowed it. Lu Qing then explained these 2 pills. The former is an 8-rank superior healing pill, which can mend deficiencies in your foundation. It will be somewhat beneficial for you. The latter is an 8-rank divine healing pill. This can replenish the marrow and rejuvenate your bones and qualities. What? Zhao Qingning's eyes widened. She was shocked, realizing that this pill could actually regenerate her bones and enhance her aptitude. Without needing to think, she knew her current bone structure and aptitude were exceptionally poor. But now, according to Master's words, the ability to use this pill might change everything. Did this not mean her foundation could improve? No wonder it was a divine pill. Oh, no wonder she felt such a strong desire for it. Zhao Qingning's heart trembled, and she quickly knelt down, her heart filled with boundless gratitude, as she said, "Disciple, thanks Master for the gifted spiritual pill." Lu Qing looked at Zhao Qingning and noticed her excitement and endless gratitude. He said indifferently, "There's no need to be grateful. This is a true inheritance, and everyone will receive it. You are not special." Zhao Qingning was stunned. She actually believed she was special, but did not expect it to be like this. Master's reminder made her feel that he was cold and indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about her as a disciple. It was as if he didn't care at all, otherwise why would he specifically remind her? Zhao Qingning's feelings were complex. At that moment, Lu Qing flipped his hand, and a newly written book appeared in his grasp, floating gracefully into Zhao Qingning's hands. Before she could speak, Lu Qing said, "This is the Qi gathering method slashing evil Qi, and it is the simplified version." Then Lu Qing flipped his hand again, and another book emanating an ancient, mysterious, and heavy aura appeared in his grasp. Lu Qing said lightly, "This is the imperial grade slashing evil Qi, more suited to your body and mind. This method slashes evil Qi. Once learned, it must not be shared with anyone. Additionally, if you have any doubts, you may refer to this simplified version, which shares many fundamental principles." What Lu Qing did not say was that if one were to generate evil from within, they should first cut themselves down. In the future, if she dared to betray her master, the backlash from this slashing evil Qi would be enough to shatter her Tao heart and collapse her cultivation. This was Lu Qing's safeguard. He would not be as foolish as in his past life. Even if he accepted disciples, he would keep a safeguard in place, either making them mediocre or imposing restrictions. Having weak disciples was shameful, so he would impose sufficient limitations. "Thank you, Master." Zhao Qingning looked on, her breath heavy, her heart shaken. Although she did not understand the rank of the imperial grade slashing evil Qi, the aura of the book felt extraordinary, an inexplicable sense of awe washing over her. The next scene shocked her even further. As the ancient book landed in her hands, it suddenly transformed into a beam of light, merging into her hand, filling her mind with abundant knowledge. This startled Zhao Qingning, making her realize that this was an extremely precious and rare method. At this moment, she understood that Master was actually cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Otherwise, how could he have prepared everything so early, mending her foundation, gifting divine methods, and even providing two versions? A warm current flowed through her heart as she said, "Thank you, Master, for the teachings. I will remember them and shall never forget in this life." Lu Qing calmly glanced at her, noticing the emotion in her eyes and her sense of belonging to him as her master. However, he was indifferent, thinking she was overthinking and did not truly understand her own feelings. "Let's go, this matter is settled. Return to the mountain." At the same time, on the main peak. Within the main peak, four figures appeared, their expressions joyful. Yi Yuran and several other peak masters. Inside the great hall, upon hearing this, Yi Yuran was somewhat surprised and stunned, unable to help but exclaim, "Your disciples have produced such a prodigy. They have only just started their training for a few days, and have already crossed the threshold of the four realms of mortals, and have all advanced to the third stage of Qi gathering." Yi Yuran found it hard to believe. After all, it had only been a few days. For ordinary disciples, completing the first step of sensing Qi is extremely difficult. Even the most talented geniuses typically need at least half a month, while those less skilled may require 3 months or more. Yet now it had only been a few days, and some disciples had already completed their Qi sensing, advancing to the third level of Qi gathering. What a prodigy, what an extraordinary prodigy. Untamed talents destined for a glorious future. Initially, Yi Yuran thought it was already incredible that a prodigy emerged from her disciples, but to her surprise, several peak masters, including Malin Xingqing, also had one each. This was simply unbelievable. Could this be? Heaven is favoring our Qingyan sect. A great era is about to arrive. Yi Yuran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to report the matter to the ancestor, who was also exceptional. They all believed that the sect was likely to rise with 4 unparalleled prodigies. If they grew normally, the sect would undoubtedly advance further. It has only been a few days, and yet such achievements have been made. Even my younger brother pales in comparison to. Yi Yuran's eyes lit up as she suddenly recalled something my younger brother mentioned. He would go out seeking to refine healing pills. With his strength, he can surely accomplish it easily. I sensed his aura earlier. He must have returned. Yi Yuran was filled with joy, saying, "Perfect, these prodigies must not be neglected. Resources need to be increased. First, let's find my younger brother and see if he has any surplus healing pills to give to these girls." Yi Yuran was very happy and looked at Malin Xingqing and the others she had brought, Xiao Ning and Lu Yao, saying, "Your uncle Lu Qing has returned from seeking healing pills. You all possess excellent talents, but our sect only has cleansing marrow pills and no healing pills. As the sect leader, I will now seek a few for you. You all come along." On the other side, the expressions of the few girls also carried a hint of fatigue. Although they had not practiced the imperial grade Qi gathering method in recent days, they had been diligently practicing the ordinary heavenly grade method. Whether it was to prevent Lu Qing from doing evil or to restore their former positions and enhance their strength, rapid cultivation was required. Thus they had not slacked off. Now, with their bodies weary from constant training, they were naturally feeling exhausted. However, upon hearing the sect leader's words, they were slightly taken aback amidst their fatigue. To their surprise, it was Yi Yuran who took the initiative to propose this. For Master, was this not a great opportunity to take them back under his wing, care for them, and enhance their bond? Unfortunately, in this lifetime, they had already been reborn. Even if Master tried to use emotions to make them lower their guard, it would not be so easy as in their past lives. In this life, even without Su Chen's timely reminders like in the past preventing them from being harmed by Master, they would still harbor some reservations. If Lu Qing knew their thoughts, he would probably laugh. In his past life, if he wanted to use them as sacrifices to prove his path, if he truly had such a scheme, they would likely not even know how they had died, let alone how they could have been so miserable in the final battle, ridiculed by the world. Their combat power was so low. Yet even under such circumstances, they still did not trust themselves. Lu Qing was unaware. Otherwise, he would indeed laugh, marveling at the wonders of fate and the brilliance of the destined children. Meanwhile, the few female emperors were deep in thought. Heavenly Sword Peak. A faint streak of light flickered as they arrived at the mountain gate, where a striking scene unfolded. A handsome young man was speaking to 3 disciples under his tutelage. This young man was Lu Qing. Upon returning to the peak, he had summoned both Yi Lianer and Zhang Shi. After bestowing the heaven-repairing pill and the marrow-refining pill upon them, he introduced Zhao Qingning, making it clear they had gained another junior sister. He then said, "Now each of you focus on your cultivation without slack. You may go." But before he could dismiss them, his mind stirred. He sensed Yi Yuran's arrival, accompanied by several familiar figures and other peak masters. Lu Qing's eyes remained calm, though he had not expected those defiant former disciples to return to Heavenly Sword Peak. What could they possibly want now? Yet as he perceived their cultivation levels, his heart chilled, then grew heavy. All were at Qi condensation layer 3, with Yi Fian already at layer 4. Truly they were worthy of being the sovereigns he had personally nurtured in his past life. Such rapid progress was remarkable. Moreover, they were already beginning to nurture their spiritual physiques. Even without elixirs, they would likely manifest perfect divine bodies by the time they reached the core formation stage. This pace far surpassed even Lu Qing's own in his younger days. After all, Lu Qing had been the foremost prodigy of the Supreme Purity sect in nearly a millennium. When he cultivated the Overlord Sword Qi, he reached Qi condensation layer 1 in just 3 days, nearly setting a record on par with the sect's founder. Yet these women had advanced to layer 3 or even 4 in mere days. Truly worthy of being reincarnated sovereigns. But the thought flickered and vanished, replaced by calm. As reincarnated sovereigns, they had been exceptionally cultivated in their past lives. Such speed was only natural. After all, every sovereign possessed the power to dominate an era. Lu Qing had no need to compare himself, once not a sovereign, to them. With the system aiding him, he was confident he would lag behind no one, nor would they surpass him. These thoughts passed swiftly. Why had his senior sister brought them here? A whoosh of air stirred, and moments later a flying shuttle landed. It vanished, revealing Yi Yuran, Nalan Qingqing, and the 4 women Yi Fian and the others. Senior sister Lu Qing addressed Yi Yuran, then turned his gaze to Nalan Qingqing and the other peak masters. They stepped forward and said, "Greetings, senior brother." In the outside world, they were exalted, unapproachable peak masters, yet before Lu Qing, they were like ordinary young girls, forever overshadowed since their entry into the sect. Their relationship with Lu Qing resembled that of accomplished female students in the same university class compared to a top-tier academic genius. The latter was an entity they could only look up to. Even when they later caught up to the same cultivation realm through inherited legacies, past experiences had forged an unyielding pressure in bloodline and aura. Especially since Lu Qing's rivals had always been peerless prodigies from other great sects far beyond their league. Lu Qing nodded slightly. His gaze fell upon the 4 women behind them, Xiao Ning, Yi Fian, Lu Yao, and Yi Lingyu. He swept over them with calm indifference. These women were now different in this life. Reincarnated sovereigns exuding natural auras and boundless futures, already revealing extraordinary qualities. Seeing them, Lu Qing could not help but recall his past life, the final moment, the unfolding scenes, and the last battle. His emotions stirred briefly before settling into stillness. Just then Yi Yuran said, "Hurry and pay respects to your Uncle Lu." "Uncle, uncle." The 4 female sovereigns were taken aback. Yi Yuran frowned. What? Is calling him uncle so difficult? She was growing annoyed. These disciples were gifted, but far too impolite, a flaw that needed correction. The 4 women gazed at Lu Qing. He remained utterly serene throughout. The past life was but smoke and clouds. He no longer cared. In this life, he only wished to look after himself. The female sovereigns composed themselves, looked at Lu Qing, and said, "Greetings, uncle." Lu Qing replied with a faint nod, his heart as tranquil as an ancient well. This life was destined to have no ties with them, but since they shared the same sect, such encounters were inevitable. He remained unmoved, treating them as if they did not exist. He turned his attention to Yi Yuran. "Senior sister, you must have something to discuss." Yi Yuran's eyes lit up. "Of course. Look at these 4 girls." "Yes. What do you see?" "Remarkable progress. Reaching such levels in mere days marks them as unprecedented prodigies with the potential to become sovereigns." Yi Yuran's eyes sparkled. "You know it well. So I'm truly fortunate. Our generation has produced so many prodigies. It's time for the Supreme Purity sect to rise again. Since the Great War a millennium ago, our sect has been dormant too long." Lu Qing nodded faintly. Yi Yuran continued, "How about this? Let these disciples study under you for a while. Build some rapport and pass on your expertise." Nalan Qingqing and the others looked at Lu Qing, offering no objection. His combat prowess was unmatched among peers, and he possessed peerless killing techniques. Only Lu Qing could contend with the prodigies of other sects, earning him the title of the sect's foremost young generation. Learning a few moves from him would be beneficial. Yi Fian and the others also fixed their eyes on Lu Qing. "Here it comes." But under everyone's gaze, Lu Qing said calmly, "Forget it. I already have 3 disciples on Heavenly Sword Peak. More would be a nuisance." The female sovereigns were stunned. Refusing again. In this life, their master had no intention of taking them on, even when this was the perfect opportunity. Nalan Qingqing and the others wore complex expressions. They recalled that these girls had written on their intention forms that they did not wish to go to Heavenly Sword Peak. Nothing else, just that. Though their senior brother was indifferent, his memory was sharp. He would remember instantly. With his nature, he would never feign goodwill for the sake of building ties with prodigies. Thus his refusal was only natural. "True, you've always preferred solitude," Yi Yuran mused. "And I recall they wrote they didn't want to go to Heavenly Sword Peak. They probably dislike lethal methods. So let's drop it. There's another matter." "What is it?" "The heaven-repairing pills." Yi Yuran was straightforward. "Brother, didn't you go out and find some heaven-repairing pills? That's why I'm here. Do you have any to spare?" "I do, but I won't give them." Lu Qing spoke flatly. Yi Yuran was speechless. Why? Not even Yi Yuran looked displeased. Lu Qing smiled. For you, of course I would. I'd even pluck the stars for you if I could. But my disciples need them. Would you begrudge your brother's elixirs? Yi Yuran laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. Fine, keep your pills. But remember you promised to pluck stars. Lu Qing was left speechless. Yi Fian and Xiao Ning remained silent. No acceptance, no. He was truly sealing off every path to taking them on. And why was their master suddenly so kind to the sect leader? In his past life, he had barely spared her a thought. But now, the women's emotions grew tangled. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, within the quiet chamber of Tianjin Peak, Lu Qing thought to himself, now the most important thing is to enhance my own strength. For the past few days, Lu Qing had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, meticulously sorting through the memories of his past life. He was determined to obtain the quasi-emperor stage qi condensation method. In his previous life, his mind and heart were entirely occupied by his disciples, causing him to neglect himself, which resulted in a slow pace of advancement. When his disciples first entered the sect, Lu Qing had already reached the level of a venerable, having ignited the heart flame of his primordial spirit. Yet more than a decade after they joined, he remained at the same stage. It was not until the 18th year that he finally surpassed the first venerable realm. Primordial spirit ignites heart flame to achieve great perfection and break through to the second realm of the venerable 3 realms, the burning heaven image, thereby entering the supreme level. He was once known as the sect's greatest genius in a millennium, becoming a venerable at the mere age of 23, possessing astonishing strength and potential. However, it took him a full 18 years to break through the first realm, condense his Dharma image, and reach the second realm, barely touching the baseline of the supreme level. Although it is true that progress becomes slower at higher stages, the burning heaven image is indeed an incredibly powerful and formidable realm. Even within Lu Qing's sect, it was typically achieved only by some elderly core members and extraordinary prodigies, such as his senior sister Yi Yuran. Yet taking 18 years to break through in his past life was not just slow, it was absurdly so. Other prodigies of similar rank from great sects often took only 3 years to break through, or at most 5 or 6. He, on the other hand, took 18 years and was only at the initial stage of the burning heaven image, falling far behind his peers. This showed how disgraceful his situation was. It was evident how much Lu Qing had neglected himself and how much he had sacrificed in his past life, dragging his own cultivation level down to such a pitiful state. Was it all worth it? No. Therefore, in this life, Lu Qing would not follow the path of his past life. Under these circumstances, he absolutely had to obtain the quasi-emperor stage qi condensation method to remedy his foundation. Unfortunately, the emperor stage was almost never revealed to the world. It was unheard of. Otherwise, even if it meant contending with supreme powerhouses, Lu Qing would have to invoke the sect's hidden reserves to fight for it and take the risk. Who doesn't have a few backers? Unfortunately, there was no news of the emperor stage's emergence. It had never happened, and no one knew why. But the quasi-emperor stage was presumably sufficient. In his past life, his personal favors and the sect's backing were all used to pave the way for his disciples. In this life, he would live only for himself. As numerous memories flowed through his mind, Lu Qing suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light flashing within them. That's right. In my memories, the nearest location where a quasi-emperor stage qi condensation method appears is the heavenly pool secret realm. It has been open for 3 months, and there is at most 1 month left before the method emerges. This matter must not be delayed. This quasi-emperor stage method is destined to be my opportunity. In his past life, Lu Qing had taken note of it, but had no time to claim it, being fully devoted to caring for his female disciples. In this life, it was rightfully his. But I recall that although the heavenly pool secret realm is a low-level one, some changes occurred, making its vicinity quite perilous. In my past life, thousands of people went missing there, and the cause was unknown. Also, to go to the heavenly pool secret realm, I need to find senior sister first. I forgot about this earlier. Meanwhile, as Lu Qing made his way to Shinny Peak, there was the Spirit Abyss. This was a cultivation secret realm on Shinny Peak that only peerless prodigies or disciples who had rendered meritorious service could apply to enter. At that moment, within the third-ranked cave dwelling in terms of spiritual energy density in the Spirit Abyss secret realm, several figures were gathered. Who else could they be but Yi Fian and the other women? They had just finished a round of cultivation and were in a brief rest period. In just 3 days, their realms had each advanced a level. This terrifying speed made even Yi Yuran dare not take it lightly. She had personally invited a supreme-level powerhouse from the sect's reserves to escort them. This was just within the sect. If they wanted to go outside, the protection would be even more formidable, with at least a supreme-level cultivator accompanying them, not to mention life-saving treasures. Of course, for now, they were not allowed to casually go outside the sect. To do so required following numerous strict rules, making it very difficult. Here, after finishing their cultivation session, the 4 women took a short rest. Lu Yao looked at the communication stone in her hand, which contained many messages from the menial servants she had left outside. These messages reported on various events within the sect, but everything seemed calm, no major incidents had occurred. Or rather, even if something major had happened, these servants were not qualified to learn about it. Lu Yao glanced through them, and then withdrew her gaze. Yi Fian asked, "Any new news?" "No new news, but there is some news from a few days ago," Lu Yao said. "What news?" "Master killed the Black Crane Superior of Venerable." "Master killed the Black Crane." Yi Fian was stunned. In her past life, after she became an emperor, she had chosen to peer into the past in response to Su Chen's evidence. She only saw fragments, one of which was of her master facing the threat of the Black Crane Superior. In the end, for their sake, he chose to retreat. In this life, Master did not retreat. He directly slew the Black Crane Venerable. Yi Fian bit her lip, murmuring in a daze. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Yi Fian recounted the process, saying, "I once peered into the past. Master once faced the threat of the Black Crane Superior and chose to retreat for us. But in this life, Master did not retreat." "What?" Xiao Ning was taken aback, then a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "Doesn't this mean that although Master took in Yi Lianer, Zhang Shi, and Zhao Qingming, he doesn't care about them at all? It's not like how he treated us in our past life, though otherwise he would have retreated. It should be so. Master doesn't value them that much, otherwise he wouldn't risk them even slightly. In our past life, Master was worried about us, afraid that the Black Crane Venerable would remain a threat, so he retreated. In this life, he wasn't afraid at all. He acted directly and ultimately eliminated him. He probably never even considered what would happen if the Black Crane Venerable escaped. If he had escaped, Yi Lianer and the others would have been targeted, creating a huge problem. But Master didn't care and struck anyway. Although he ultimately killed the Black Crane Venerable, it shows that Master doesn't care much about Yi Lianer and the others. No wonder Master returned so early in this life, Yi Fian said. Once he dealt with the Black Crane Venerable, he could gather the medicinal herbs ahead of time and return early. Thinking of this, all the women's spirits dampened. In their past life, how deep was Master's affection for them? Yet in the end they killed him. At that moment, Master's heart must have turned as cold as ice. But thankfully they had been reborn, and everything could be made right. "Let's cultivate diligently." Su Chen said that Master laid countless schemes and plots in his past life, only seeking to break through the realm above Emperor. If we cultivate well, perhaps while preventing Master from making grave mistakes, we can also help him break through above Emperor and fulfill his long-cherished wish, Yi Fian said. The remaining women all agreed. Lu Qing was unaware of their thoughts, and his heart had already turned completely cold. Otherwise, he might have vomited blood again in anger. In his past life, he had poured everything into his efforts, neglecting his own progress. Yet, even now, these women still believed he wanted to break through to a realm above Emperor and had committed terrible mistakes for that purpose. If he had truly cared about such things in his past life, he could have simply trained them casually and then ignored them, focusing solely on his own path. Fortunately, in this life, Lu Qing had made that very decision. His past life and present life were destined to be different. He would never walk the old path again, nor would he foolishly entrust his fate to the hands of others. The main peak, the Divine Wing Peak. This was also the core of the sect, the residence of the sect master. Behind the Divine Wing Peak lay the sect's forbidden grounds, housing its ultimate treasures and heritage. It was even said that within the sect's legends of supreme foundations, an ancient ancestor, a peerless being, who had reached the great perfection of unity with heaven, resided in the forbidden area at the rear mountain of the Divine Wing Peak. The clear Serenity Hall on the Divine Wing Peak. This was a branch hall built after the current sect master ascended to the position, not the main hall of the Divine Wing Peak. Yi Yuran preferred to handle daily affairs in this branch hall on the Divine Wing Peak. In her own words, the main hall bore the weight of too many of the sect's predecessors' efforts, and lingering spiritual might staying there made her feel stiff, uncomfortable, and ill at ease. In his past life, Lu Qing was busy preparing the heaven-mending pill and other common elixirs for his several disciples, toiling away outside, without any leisure to come here. In this life, however, things were already different. When Lu Qing arrived, Yi Yuran's pretty face was etched with worry as she stared at a set of jade slips before her brows knitted in distress. The moment her divine sense detected Lu Qing's arrival, a smile immediately blossomed on her face. With a wave of her hand, the jade slips vanished entirely. The affairs of the sect were numerous and tedious, most requiring her as the sect master to make decisions. Yi Yuran detested these matters the most. Even though she had delegated 99% of them, the remaining 1% could not be assigned away no matter what. The Supreme Elders did not permit it, nor did the sect's ancestors. Now that Lu Qing had come to see her, he surely had something to discuss. This gave her a temporary excuse, a reason to set aside the vexing matters on those jade slips. "Little brother, why have you come?" As soon as Lu Qing entered the hall, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes gazing at him, sparkling brightly. Who else could it be but his restless senior sister, the sect master? As one of the few people close to him in this world who had treated him exceptionally well in his past life, and having been reborn himself, Lu Qing naturally would not speak as he did before. Senior sister, I'm here on business. Please handle it quickly, and it'll be on my way. In his past life, Lu Qing would definitely have said that, because he was still young then, with that straightforward and blunt personality. But now, having lived for so many years, Lu Qing naturally would not act as he did in his past life. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, I came to see you, senior sister, and to take care of some matters on the side. Really? Yi Yuren's eyes brightened slightly. She asked casually, without waiting for Lu Qing's answer, a knowing smile spreading across her pretty face. Little brother, did you really come mainly to see your senior sister? I think you came specifically to handle business. No, it was to see you, senior sister. I don't believe you. In all these years since I became the sect master, when have you ever come to see me on your own initiative? Yi Yuren gazed at Lu Qing with a hint of reproach. You only come to cling to me when you need something from your... Is that so? Then I'll come to see you more often in the future, senior sister. Lu Qing said. In this life, unlike the past, he no longer had to revolve around his disciples, so naturally, he had plenty of time. You said it yourself. Yi Yuren's eyes lit up. Then she stepped forward, standing half a head shorter than him, and looked up at Lu Qing. You're taller than your senior sister now. I have to look up to see you. Lu Qing remained silent. Yi Yuren said, Little brother, lower your head, and look at your senior sister. Lu Qing lowered his head. Yi Yuren finally burst into laughter, then said, That's right. You're so tall, you'll have to learn to lower your head sooner or later. Why must I learn to lower my head sooner or later? Lu Qing chuckled. In this life, he would not lower it. But Lu Qing clearly misunderstood Yi Yuren's meaning. A playful smile crossed her pretty face as she said, Of course you have to lower your head. You'll eventually seek a Dao companion. If you find one as tall as your senior sister, then Qing, look at me. Lu Qing lowered his head slightly to look at her again. You see, I'm a bit shorter than you. If you don't lower your head. Yi Yuren stood on tiptoe, and their faces were suddenly very close. The warm breath from their lips nearly mingled. Lu Qing took a step back. Yi Yuren also lowered her heels, laughing aloud, her eyes carrying an unreadable emotion. See, you have to lower your head. Otherwise it just won't work. Senior sister, what won't work? You are the sect master of a sect after all. Please don't act like this anymore. It undermines the dignity and composure of a sect master. This isn't good. Lu Qing was at a loss for words. There's no one else here. Yi Yuren giggled unconcerned. Then she said, Come keep me company for a while. Being a sect master is so tiring and boring, with so many affairs that even hinder my cultivation progress. After all these years, I haven't even touched the threshold of the great accomplishment stage. Back then it was clearly meant for you to receive the inheritance, but in the end I had to go. Oh, by the way, little brother, what brings you here? Lu Qing said, Senior sister, I've heard that the Heavenly Pond Mountain secret realm has been open for a while. This secret realm is of some use to me, and I would like a spot. The Heavenly Pond secret realm. Yi Yuren thought for a moment, then said without hesitation, All right, no problem. He'll give you the spot right away, and he'll also report it to the ancestors and spread the news. You can just go when the time comes. Yi Yuren said. Lu Qing nodded in response. Sect cultivators, not rogue cultivators. In this world, secret realms were divided by territory. The land was basically partitioned among the major sects. To avoid disputes over newly emerged ownerless secret realm, spots were allocated. Each sect's number of spots was determined by the once-a-decade grand competition of disciples. They were quite limited. Currently, Lu Qing's sect had only 3 optional spots and 20 regular spots each year. An optional spot meant the sect could claim the secret realm unconditionally once. However, if another sect also used their optional spot, it would lead to conflict. If the dispute was not severe, it could be resolved through the grand competition or sect exchanges, letting the disciples settle it. But if the secret realm was too precious, it could lead to brutal competition on the path of the Tao, where life and death hung by a thread, potentially triggering sect wars and eternal feuds. The 20 regular spots meant that the secret realm did not belong to your sect, and your sect's spots could not claim it. However, you could use these regular spots to send your disciples into the secret realm to gather resources and gain experience. Naturally, Lu Qing wanted the optional spot. With his strength, his mere presence represented the sect's high echelons. Other sects would automatically assume he was there to compete for ownership and the most crucial treasures. Therefore, it was necessary to announce and communicate this beforehand to avoid unnecessary conflicts with other sects, to prevent accusations of bullying the younger generation, and to avoid being in the wrong, which would lead to endless troubles. Once the announcement was made, unless someone else also used their optional spot, the opportunities of the Heavenly Pond Mountain would be securely within Lu Qing's grasp. Of course, this was merely a convention among the major sects. Minor sects and rogue cultivators were not included in this arrangement. That was why whenever an opportunity arose, a large number of cultivators and minor sects would flock there. The major sects generally did not bother with them, as they were almost incapable of truly snatching the most valuable treasures, lacking sufficient strength. In his past life, Lu Qing knew that the Heavenly Pawn's secret realm contained a quasi-emperor-grade treasure. However, at that time he was preoccupied with his disciples' affairs and had no mind to attend to it. In this life, he was determined to claim it. Thank you, senior sister. By the way, I also need a heart-tempering pill. Lu Qing said. A heart-tempering, Yi Yuran pondered. Compared to the former, this heart-tempering pill was no ordinary item. It was an extremely precious top-grade elixir used by venerables, a rare and sought-after treasure. Almost all cultivators at the primordial spirit realm desperately yearned for this divine medicine. This was because the heart-tempering pill had a miraculous effect. It could refine the heart flame, increasing the probability of breaking through to the venerable realm by 30%. Moreover, its refining method had been lost to time, making it incredibly rare in the world. Each pill used meant one fewer in existence. Even in Yi Yuran's eyes, it was extremely important. She looked at Lu Qing and said, "You want it." "I want it." "Then your senior sister will help you find it." Yi Yuran smiled faintly. The sect does have 2 pills left, but acquiring them through proper channels is not realistic for now. That's all right. Your senior sister will secretly take one for you to use first, and he'll make up for it with merit points later. But you must not tell anyone, or else if the ancestors find out, both of us will be in deep trouble. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Indeed, whether in his past life or this one, Yi Yuran cared for him the most. Yet in his past life, his heart and mind were entirely not focused on this senior sister who had watched him grow up. He had never paid her any attention. You're welcome. Yi Yuran slipped away stealthily. After a short, while she returned a jade box already in her hand. She handed it to Lu Qing. Take it quickly. Lu Qing did not say much. With a flick of his wrist, he stored it into his storage ring, then nodded in satisfaction. Thus this trip had achieved its goals perfectly. Afterwards, Lu Qing chatted idly with Yi Yuran for a while longer. Finally, after being summoned by a divine sense transmission to decide on a sect matter, Yi Yuran parted ways with Lu Qing, her head aching. Lu Qing also returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak. Heavenly Sword Peak. Yi Lianer was quite nervous, for her master had summoned her today, and she knew not why. Purple Abyss Cave Mansion. This was Lu Qing's place of cultivation. At this moment, the cave entrance was sealed by the small 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Within the sparsely adorned cave, Lu Qing sat upon a cold jade spirit stone cushion, surrounded by a spirit-gathering array that hummed incessantly. The spiritual energy within the cave was nearly condensed into a tangible form. Cultivating here was at least 30 to 50% faster than in regions where spiritual energy was sparse. Yi Lianer entered, her heart growing even more anxious. She spotted her master at once and said, "Master, you summoned me." Lu Qing said, "Come forward." Yi Lianer stepped forward. Lu Qing opened his eyes, fixed his gaze upon her, and said, "Your master has a matter to attend to." "Master, what matter?" Yi Lianer asked. Lu Qing replied, "Do not ask further. Go make some preparations, and we shall depart together." After a pause, Lu Qing said, "On this journey, if your performance pleases me, this elixir shall be yours." Lu Qing produced a jade box and said, "Within lies the heart-refining elixir, a rare treasure of the world. In the future, when you ascend to the venerable realm, it shall increase your chances by 3. It is a fortuitous encounter seldom seen in this world." Yi Lianer's breath quickened. Lu Qing said, "Take it. And master this is far too precious. And this disciple has not yet even entered the qi condensation stage. Your thoughts, they reach too far into the future." The chasm between the qi condensation stage and the venerable realm was one Yi Lianer dared not even contemplate. Lu Qing had given it to her outright, calling it a reward, but such a reward was beyond all measure. Take it as you are told. You are the senior sister, and this opportunity is yours. Should your performance falter, it shall pass to Zhangshi. Lu Qing said coldly. Seeing Lu Qing's icy demeanor, Yi Lianer, fearing to displease her master, quickly said, "Yes, master." Lu Qing nodded. "You may leave." Yi Lianer withdrew obediently. Only then did Lu Qing turn his gaze to his reward space. There a single imperial-grade heart-refining elixir had appeared. To Lu Qing, this was of utmost importance. It was also crucial for this journey. He needed to mend his foundations to prepare for the road ahead, and also to handle certain affairs. All of this required strength. Without power, nothing was possible. After Yi Lianer departed, Lu Qing sat cross-legged in his cave, his divine sense turned inward, observing his primordial spirit heart flame. With his vast experience, he saw the problem at once. The foundations are flawed, leading to a shallow foundation. The heart flame of the primordial spirit stage has not been kindled smoothly, and there is too much impurity. In my past life, though I ascended to the great emperor, the path was arduous, and these were the primary reasons. The 4 mortal realms. The qi condensation stage is the most critical. In my youth, I condensed qi using the superior technique, the Overlord Sword Qi, a method focused on slaughter, forging a body of pure Overlord Sword Qi. Then the body refinement stage, where I used the Overlord Sword Qi to temper my physique, forging a set of Overlord Sword Body. Afterward, with the sharp overlord sword body, I recondensed blood and regenerated life, nurturing blood that was itself as sharp as a blade, the blood coagulation stage at its peak. Finally, the fourth stage, using the sharp blood to enter the marrow, nurturing a sword bone, and ultimately forging a supreme slaughter-focused spiritual body, the overlord sword body. I was also one of the few gifted young disciples in the sect who could cultivate the overlord sword's true essence. However, though the overlord sword chi was superior, the gap between it and an imperial-grade chi condensation method was still immense. The foundation was severely lacking. Moreover, without proper guidance in the overlord sword chi, I made some errors which led to an increasingly unstable foundation as I built my tower higher, severely hampering my strength. Furthermore, in my past life, though my senior sister and master paid a great price to give me several top-grade marrow-nourishing pills, they were insufficient to cultivate a flawless divine body. In the end, I only achieved a spiritual body roughly at the 95% level, half a step short of a divine body. Breaking through with an ordinary overlord sword spiritual body instead of the overlord sword divine body cost me another half step. Thus, even when I eventually broke through to the great emperor, I was weak, not quite at the bottom, but close to it. Not to mention the subsequent stages of core formation, pill transformation, and primordial spirit. All were greatly limited by the insufficient foundation of the spiritual body. One step behind, every step behind. In this life, all these issues must be resolved. The deficiency in the overlord sword Bodhis foundation has a tremendous impact on me. This can only be remedied by a secret technique to rebuild my foundations. I must first obtain a quasi-emperor grade chi condensation method before I can consider it. Lu Qing's thoughts raced. In his past life, he had never paid attention to these matters. But later, the rebellious disciple Yi Fian had taken a great risk to procure a supreme secret art for him. With this art, Lu Qing could reshape his foundations without severing his cultivation, but only up to the venerable realm. Beyond that, he would have to sever his cultivation back to the venerable realm to rebuild. In his past life, he had no time and abandoned the idea. In this life, however, it proved to be of great use. And why not use it? In his past life, the karmic ties were severed. He owed them nothing, and they owed him nothing. This was his due. Using it was only right. There was no need for further thought. The foundations cannot be addressed for now, but the impurities in the heart flame stage can be thoroughly cleansed and refined in advance, using this imperial-grade heart-refining elixir. It will make my heart flame burn brighter, increase my strength, fill in all the gaps and oversights in the process, and purge all impurities. Thus, when I later mend the foundations, I need only a minor refinement to achieve a state of perfect completion in this realm with foundations of unparalleled solidity. This is a preparation in advance. Most importantly, this is the fastest way to boost my combat power at present. The foundation of one's realm is of utmost importance. Among venerables, some can even fight above their level, holding their own for 2 exchanges against a blazing heaven aspect level supreme elder, and perhaps even matching the weakest of them for a victory. A weak venerable might not even defeat a primordial spirit grand cultivator. Current realm, the 4 mortal realms. Chi condensation body, refinement, blood generation, marrow purification, each with 10 layers. The 3 transcendence realms, core formation, pill, transformation, primordial spirit, each with 4 substages, early, mid, late, and great perfection. Then the 3 venerable realms, primordial spirit kindles heart flame, venerable, blazing heaven aspect, supreme elder unity, with heaven ancestor, each with 4 major substages, early, mid, late, and great perfection. Subsequent realms will be detailed as needed. With the overlord sword spiritual body as his foundation, Lu Qing was the foremost among the new generation in the sect, fierce and renowned for slaughter. Yet from the perspective of a future great emperor, his current strength was still far lacking. There were deficiencies at every step. Not just an insufficient foundation, but also issues in the process of advancement. Now he would identify and fill these gaps, making himself as close to perfection as possible within his current foundation. If he succeeded, his strength would not skyrocket, but it would increase by at least 3x enough to handle the coming troubles, manage certain affairs, and prevent future calamities. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Qing closed his eyes and began to organize his cultivation, reviewing the 4 mortal realms and the 3 transcendence realms in their entirety. The chi condensation stage was beyond remedy without changing the method, so he left it aside. For the body refinement stage, he mended what he could, leaving the rest for precious elixirs which he did not dwell upon. For the subsequent blood generation and marrow purification stages, through his meticulous review, he increased the completion of the 4 mortal realms by at least 10%, eliminating many flaws. However, true perfection still required elixirs and a change in the chi condensation method and cultivation technique. Afterward, for core formation, pill transformation, and primordial spirit, Lu Qing gave them only a cursory glance and moved on. Truly perfecting these 3 would cost too much, yielding little gain. He would address them later. Finally, he turned to the main focus of this session, the heart flame. In his past life, Lu Qing had considered his heart flame acceptable. But now upon re-examination, it was no wonder he was destined to be the weakest great emperor. Much of this heart flame was not true heart flame at all, but a tainted impure fire. He focused his mind. Lu Qing purged vast amounts of impurities, gently refining his heart flame until it burned pure within his sea of consciousness, more akin to a blazing heavenly sword. This process took nearly 7 hours. A smile curled at the corner of Lu Qing's mouth. My realm remains unchanged. Yet in a single day my combat power has increased by at least 35%. Though still not perfect, I have reached the limit of my current foundation. The primordial spirit is flawed. Even if I use secret arts to forcibly enhance it, my control is insufficient. I am powerless to change that. 35%, what did that mean? Lu Qing, already formidable with his overlord sword spiritual body among his peers, would become supremely domineering with this additional boost. Unless at this moment those rebellious disciples of his or other prodigies with the makings of a great emperor and perfect foundations could fight their way to the venerable realm and bully the current Lu Qing, few of his peers could gain an advantage over him. Against the weakest blazing heaven aspect, he might even land a vicious strike and then flee. After mending the deficiencies in his foundation, Lu Qing's form flickered as he brought Yi Lianer along and departed from the mountain gate. Before leaving, he cast a glance back. At the gate stood 7 miniature peaks, suppressing the left and right sides of the sect's entrance. Each represented one of the 7 peak masters bearing a spiritual mechanism pearl-bound to their cultivation level. This symbolized the combat power of the peak masters and served as a deterrent to outsiders. Lu Qing gazed at these 7 miniature peaks. The 7th peak on the right, where his heavenly sword peak stood, now displayed information that was quite conspicuous. Lu Qing, 23 years old, primordial spirit kindles heart flame, venerable realm mid-stage. As Lu Qing looked on, memories stirred. In his past life, this heavenly sword peak among the 7 had brought utter disgrace to its master. At 23, he was a mid-stage venerable. At 26, still mid-stage. 28, finally late stage. 35, great perfection. He then remained stuck at venerable realm great perfection, taking another full 5 years to break through the bottleneck and ascend to supreme elder. This was originally a board of deterrence, but for the Aunts Prodigious, it had become a board of shame. Once a peerless genius, his progress had slowed to a crawl, making him the slowest among the 7 peaks. Even the master of the 5th peak, who once dared not meet his gaze, had surpassed him. Yet no one dared to underestimate him, for the disciples under his command were all outstanding and unmatched. Until later, those very sources of pride and devotion turned their blades against him. The once great figure fell from grace so low that even a passing dog could trample him, plunging into the abyss' deepest depths. Lu Qing cast one last glance before withdrawing his gaze. A cold wind blew. The sword he rode was swift and steady, just like him, calm, stirring not a single ripple. Yi Lianer huddled nervously on the massive sword, terrified and trembling. At the same time, on the outer peak, in a hidden cave, Zhang Erlai's expression was dark. In front of him lay various pieces of intelligence. Humph. Zhang Erlai looked at the intelligence. The first piece of information indicated that Lu Qing had faced He. The contents of the report stated that Lu Qing won easily, but within this intelligence there was a detail. When he later killed the entire family of He Shangren, he let out a slight cough. How could a being of such status, one who is immune to all evils, cough? Even if he concealed it well, it clearly indicated that Lu Qing had been injured. It seemed he was not as strong as imagined, having been wounded even against a He Shangren. Zhang Erlai sneered, his eyes flashing with coldness. However, he was merely blowing off steam. Once one reached the level of a respected master, they wouldn't easily risk their life in battle. No one knew if the opponent had any hidden trump cards. Lu Qing's ability to kill a Heiha respected master already demonstrated his strength, and being injured was quite normal. Next came the second piece of information. After returning to the peak, he secluded himself in the cave to recuperate for a while. Lu Qing had indeed refined his heart fire for a good half a day. It seems he was injured and needed to adjust and recover. Such a brief period of recuperation wouldn't be sufficient to heal his injuries. Afterward, he made a great show of going to the Heavenly Pool secret realm. What could there be in such a minor secret realm worth going for? It seems he was trying to throw others off his scent, seeking opportunities for healing outside. This Lu Qing is young and ambitious, having a reputation for invincibility. He has always been in open and covert rivalry with other sects' outstanding talents. It seems he is burdened by his own fame, unwilling to report his injuries to the sect to avoid embarrassment, thus seeking to resolve it quietly. Zhang Erlai's eyes turned icy as he thought, this indeed gives me an opportunity. That day Lu Qing had humiliated him, thoroughly fueling his hatred. Moreover, the junior who was killed had a special connection to him, which heightened his fury. Immediately he considered taking action, but as he looked at the reports, a sense of unease washed over him. Not stable enough, still not stable enough. Who knows if he is just pretending? Even if he isn't pretending, his injuries shouldn't be too severe. A respected master fighting another respected master. Even though I have contacted an evil master in advance, it's still risky. I can't act, yet I must endure a little longer. Zhang Erlai suppressed his murderous intent with great difficulty. The cold wind cut like a blade. The torrential rain poured down. Yet within the great sword an array was formed, isolating itself from the storm. On the sword, Lu Qing's gaze was calm. What a cautious old turtle! Even with this opportunity, he still dares not strike. Lu Qing had originally intended to outsmart Zhang Erlai, leveraging his newfound strength to eliminate him outside the mountain gate and resolve a potential threat. He anticipated that his opponent would not fall for it, so he temporarily set this matter aside, as Zhang Erlai's excessive caution was no longer a concern. He turned his gaze forward. The Heavenly Pool Mountain Secret Realm was already in sight. Heavenly Pool Mountain Secret Realm. It was bustling. On Heavenly Pool Mountain, there was a small town, Heavenly Pool Town, which had originally been an ordinary town. However, with the emergence of the Heavenly Pool Mountain Secret Realm, it had become extraordinarily lively. Inns in the town were fully booked, with the streets bustling with people. The taverns and inns were crowded full of life. Countless traveling merchants and cultivators gathered, setting up stalls and holding meetings, adding to the life. There were also sect cultivators in an inn on the second floor. Guests were conversing and chatting. Have you heard? Various major sects have issued notices that soon a great sect respected master will arrive at the Heavenly Pool Secret Realm to retrieve a treasure. A respected master. Goodness, can such lofty figures come to this kind of secret realm? What treasure could that respected master be here for? I don't know that. I only know that a respected master is coming. Beside them at a solitary table, a woman in red listened to the series of rumors. Her expression was calm, but suddenly she sensed something, and her previously calm demeanor turned grim. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly cut across the sky, attracting the attention of many civilians and cultivators who looked up in shock. Is that a fleeing light? Is it a respected master arriving? It must be. Amidst these astonished or gazing eyes, the fleeing light suddenly turned in midair, bending from a straight path, and then descending towards the small town. Upon seeing this, many cultivators hurriedly lowered their heads. In just a moment, the fleeing light arrived and hovered 3 meters above the small town. We pay our respects to the respected master, the cultivators hurriedly greeted. Many who recognized him were shocked. How could he personally arrive? Lu Qing, one of the top 3 giants of the South region, the most talented and monstrous figure of this generation from the Shangqing 3 sects, Taiqing sect, was truly an unparalleled genius. Although he was of the younger generation, his strength had already reached the level of the older generation, extremely formidable. Lu Qing did not pay them any mind. The giant sword shrank and vanished as he stood in midair, landing in the corridor of the inn's second floor, and then brought Yi Lianer inside. Upon entering, Lu Qing saw a familiar face. Although he had sensed it long ago, Lu Qing's expression was still slightly cold, and he scoffed, "Humph, so it's you." Li Xianyi, an old grudge from both past and present lives. In his previous life, Lu Qing had made little progress in strength, and had suffered much humiliation from her both openly and behind the scenes with her cold sneers and mockery. In this life, even though he had just been reborn and was not yet a respected master, he had clashed with her several times, and in the earlier encounters, Lu Qing had suffered some small losses. He did not expect to encounter her again here. No wonder there were rumors in the vicinity of the previous life about thousands going missing. It turned out she was behind it. The woman in red looked at Lu Qing, her expression also turning grim as she sneered. So the respected master Lu Qing has the leisure to come to such a small place. Get lost. Lu Qing replied flatly. The woman in red stared at Lu Qing coldly, saying, I've been watching this group of sect members for a long time. Blocking their paths is like killing their parents. Do you really want to meddle today? Get lost. Lu Qing responded again, since I have come, there is no room for you to make a move. Lu Qing, do you think I fear you? Li Xianyi's face turned extremely ugly, her expression chilling as she said, don't forget who was at a disadvantage during our previous clashes. Is that so? You can try again, Lu Qing replied coldly. Today let's have another round. My double-head blade hasn't tasted blood in a long time. Li Xianyi's expression darkened completely as she fixed her gaze on Lu Qing. Finally, she let out a cold snort and angrily declared, Lu Qing, remember this. The grudge of today, when I ascend to the burning heaven realm in the future, I will find you to settle accounts. You can just stay hidden in Shangqing sect and not come out. Even if you hide, when my strength is sufficient, I will make your entire sect a sacrificial offering. The woman in red huffed in anger, leaving behind a vicious threat, and instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red fleeing light, disappearing into the heavens and earth. Seeing this scene, the surroundings erupted into a panic. It's her, the great demon Li Xianyi, the holy maiden of the Taichu demon sect. How could she appear? Damn, this great demon is here. How dangerous. Thankfully, the respected master Lu has also come. Otherwise, who knows how many would perish at her hands. The crowd was abuzz with discussions. Lu Qing's eyes flickered as he thought, Next time we meet, I hope you won't hide, otherwise I will have to slay you. He stood up again, riding the fleeing light, heading back towards Heavenly Pool Mountain. Master, who is she? Yi Lianer asked, astonished as she looked at the fleeing light. Lu Qing replied, she is Li Xianyi, the holy maiden of this generation from the Taichu demon sect. Taichu demon sect. Yi Lianer also turned pale slightly. She didn't know Li Xianyi, but she had certainly heard of the notorious name of the Taichu demon sect. It was said that their members were extremely cruel, with every individual stained with blood. The core disciples were rumored to have to sacrifice a large number of lives to advance, making the sect infamous for its extreme malevolence. Moreover, they were in direct conflict with righteous sects like fire and water, confronting each other with hostility. Not to mention, she had heard that the Taiching divine sect where her master resided had clashed with the Taichu demon sect numerous times since its inception, and her master had personally intervened on several occasions. With the generation's holy maiden appearing here, could it be that many lives will be lost again? It's fortunate that the master has arrived. Master, will you just drive her away like this? Won't she seek revenge? Hearing Yi Lianer's words, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile faintly, replying calmly, I may not be able to kill her, but I am not afraid of her. Then I can rest easy. Yi Lianer sighed in relief. Let's go. Lu Qing felt regretful for not having the Tianqi Mountain secret realm. Unlike ordinary secret realms, the one at Tianqi Mountain was sealed. Opportunities did not come from venturing inside to seek them out, but rather by sitting at the exit of the Tianqi Mountain secret realm, finding a spot, and when the opportunities flew out from within, seizing them through one's own means and skill. Whoever obtained one, it was their fortune. At this moment, dozens of stone pillars stood erected closest to the exit of Tianqi Mountain. These 10 pillars were the nearest points to the secret realm. When opportunities emerged from within, naturally those on the pillars were best positioned to obtain and contest them. However, these 10 stone pillars were now already occupied by cultivators. With a whoosh, Lu Qing arrived. On the pillars, the cultivators exchanged glances until finally a senior cultivator voluntarily yielded his place, saying, I humbly invite the venerable one, please take this seat. Lu Qing nodded calmly, but his gaze fell upon the other senior cultivators who had not yielded. He said flatly, all of you withdraw. The other senior cultivators' expressions shifted, but they dared not speak a word, immediately stepping down from all the pillars, leaving the area utterly empty and deserted. This group of Transcendence Realm senior cultivators dared not harbor any resentment. They had originally merely wanted to test Lu Qing's temperament, but they had not expected him to be so utterly domineering. Thus they had no choice but to retreat. The reason was simple: their realms were as vast as a heavenly chasm. How could a group of Transcendence Realm senior cultivators have the qualifications to stand alongside a venerable realm senior cultivator? This was an unwritten rule. Since he had arrived, these pillars should belong to him alone. For him to order them to withdraw was normal. For him to allow them to stay would be a sign of amiability, a stroke of luck. Unless he willingly permitted it, or unless other venerables were present, no one else could ascend the pillars. Just at that moment, a sneer rang out. Had quite the imposing and overbearing manner, isn't it? Is this the conduct of one of the 3 great upper sects, the supreme, pure divine sect? Truly righteous to the core, unlike our sect. If we wanted a spot, we would only need to make one person scram, but we wouldn't dare, like a venerable, to make a whole group scram. Along with the cold laughter, a streak of red light descended from the horizon, landing on a stone pillar not far from Lu Qing. The figure's expression was one of sardonic amusement, tinged with coldness. Who else could it be but the demonic woman who had already left yet returned? Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, paying no heed to the veiled mockery in her words. In his past life, her words had been far more venomous than this. Lu Qing said, Why have you come back? Longing to be beaten like a drowned dog once more? You? He'll kill you. Li Xianyi's face turned ashen with fury, aching to slay Lu Qing on the spot. In years past, when they were still at the 10th layer of the Qi condensation stage, a dispute over a secret realm had erupted between the demonic sect, also a major power in the southern domain, and the 3 supreme Qing sects. The upper echelons were evenly matched, so the heavy burden ultimately fell upon the younger generation. Back then, Li Xianyi entered the secret realm only to be severely wounded by the combined forces of prodigies from the other 2 sects. Already plagued by misfortune, she never imagined she would then encounter Lu Qing, who was still at the 8th layer of the Qi condensation stage. Originally, he was no match for her, but with her grievous injuries, Lu Qing pursued her relentlessly for 7 days and 7 nights. The chase left her utterly disheveled and mortified, enraging her to the brink of death. This was an indelible stain, a disgrace in her life. Even now, the mere thought infuriated her. She never expected Lu Qing to dare bring it up again, making her want to throw caution to the wind and fight him to the death once more. Although she had indeed fought desperately several times recently, the best outcome she had achieved was merely pinning Lu Qing down and beating him. As for truly capturing him, she had never once found an opportunity. This was precisely why she had left so decisively before. With Lu Qing here, she could accomplish nothing. But at this moment her anger surged, and she truly wanted to strike. Yet after a brief pause a faint smile curled at the corner of Li Xianyu's lips. She said coldly with a sneer, "So what if you're sharp-tongued? I tell you now, no matter what you intend to do today, don't even think of succeeding. You obstruct me, and I will obstruct you." Li Xiany had already left, but upon further reflection, she realized that Lu Qing, unaware of her presence here, could not have come specifically for her. Thus he must genuinely be here for the secret realm. That made things simple. With him here, she could not accomplish her goals. With her here, how could he possibly succeed? Ridiculous. Lu Qing's face remained calm as he let out a cold laugh, then fell silent. Li Xiany paid no heed to Lu Qing's reaction. A cold sneer in her heart, she was already anticipating venting her pent-up frustration. Whatever he sought to obtain, she would inevitably intervene and thwart him. Lu Qing frowned inwardly. This was indeed somewhat troublesome. At that time he would have no choice but to engage in battle. With his current greatly enhanced strength, Li Xiany might not be able to snatch the quasi-emperor grade qi condensation method from before his eyes. Having thought this through, Lu Qing ceased speaking. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, regulating his breath. Li Xianyu's gaze fell upon Yi Lian, who was beside Lu Qing, and she jeered. With every word you speak of righteousness, your face full of sanctimony, yet openly you act with such tyranny, 100 times more overbearing than our sect's conduct. Who knows what kind of filthy and exaggerated deeds you righteous great sects commit in private? The esteemed peak master of the divine sword peak of the supreme pure sect, and you still bring a young and pretty woman along with you when you go out. Can't even be bothered to keep up the pretense anymore. Looking at this little girl, so pitiful and adorable, it's understandable. If I were a man, keeping her by my side for ready use would indeed be one of life's great pleasures. You so-called sacred sects, not a single one of you is any good. All of you are nothing but hypocrites. Li Xianyu's words flowed without pause. Lu Qing acted as if he hadn't heard. In his past life he had endured far more unpleasant remarks. These were nothing at all. The Li Xiany of now was still too young. Her tongue would grow far more venomous in the future. Lu Qing might not have heard, but Yi Lianer could not bear it. Her face flushed so red it seemed ready to drip, and she couldn't help but retort. You demonic woman, what nonsense are you spouting? I am the master's personally appointed senior disciple. Do not spout such nonsense. Yes, I'm spouting nonsense. Senior disciple, I understand. Li Xiany sneered coldly. The affairs of the righteous path are always just the same. Everything needs a lofty-sounding title, always saying I am right, I am righteous, you are evil. I understand. No matter what it is, you must find a name and excuse. How else could you give her an identity, to keep her by your side, to serve you? You're talking nonsense. Yi Lianer's face grew even redder, partly from anger, partly from shame. This wicked woman was too vile. How could she spout such outrageous lies? She was so flustered and agitated that tears of anger threatened to spill from her eyes. Seeing Yi Lianer in such a state, Li Xiany merely let out a cold snort, and said no more, finally putting an end to the verbal sparring. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 2 days. For 3 days Lu Qing sat in meditation, without uttering a single word. Even when opportunities flew out, he did not reach out to take or claim them, allowing them to arc down in a parabola to be caught and taken by the other cultivators below. Yi Lianer, however, could not remain still. Occasionally she would take a fasting pill, and occasionally she would reach out to catch treasures. She did manage to catch a few items. While these treasures meant nothing to a venerable, they were no small fortune for her, granting her immensely powerful combat prowess at her current stage. For a time she was filled with delight. It was not until the 5th day that the exit of the secret realm before them pulsed with another ripple, and several items were spewed forth from within. Among them one was unmistakably the quasi-emperor grade qi condensation method. Lu Qing's mind stirred. He revealed not a hint of his aura, but his body was already poised for action. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as the emperor-grade qi condensation method was about to fall before him, Lu Qing suddenly reached out a hand. Don't even think about it. Unexpectedly, as swift as Lu Qing was, Li Xiany was swifter. A fair hand wrapped in a red sleeve shot out instantly, and just as Lu Qing's hand closed around the quasi-emperor-grade qi condensation method, she seized his wrist firmly. Scram! Lu Qing's other hand formed a palm heart fire, instantly spreading and igniting his primal energy. He unleashed a palm strike that caused the very air to warp and twist, hurtling toward Li Xiany. Li Xiany, however, showed no fear. Her other hand also flickered with a faint red light as she gathered a palm strike, clashing fiercely with Lu Qing's. The two terrifying forces collided, yet neither of them took a single step back. Release your hold. Li Xiany hummed lightly. From her thin lips a streak of blood light emerged, instantly shooting toward Lu Qing. From behind Lu Qing 2 streaks of red light also materialized, instantly clashing with the blood light, all revealing their true forms. The blood light was a red umbrella, while the 2 streaks of red light were 2 small daggers. Go! Li Xianyu's gaze turned icy cold. Her heart fire blazed fiercely as she delivered another full-powered palm strike. Lu Qing's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, and her qi condensation method was also extraordinary, a level higher than Lu Qing's. Consequently, he was at a disadvantage. Under the force of the palm, Lu Qing was forced back half a step, and Li Xianyi successfully knocked the quasi-emperor grade qi condensation method from his grasp. As the method began to fall, Lu Qing moved to retrieve it, but Li Xianyi was already pressing her attack once more, seeking the qi condensation method. How I was right. It was prepared for this little girl, wasn't it? For a venerable like you to make a move for such a trivial matter, you certainly went to great lengths. Unfortunately, you won't have your wish fulfilled today. Li Xianyi sneered coldly, her red robes as vivid as blood as she continuously pressed forward against Lu Qing, another palm already descending. You won't succeed today. Lu Qing's gaze turned icy. His hardware was insufficient. He had already pushed his current strength to its limits, yet he was still at a disadvantage. Unless he resorted to a secret art, but such an art would damage his foundation. Lu Qing was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. With a flash of red light, the two refined, life-bound divine weapons expanded in the wind, as he simultaneously delivered another palm strike, once again finding himself at a disadvantage. Lu Qing extended his hand, and the two life-bound divine weapons merged into one, transforming into a single crimson-bladed saber. He brought the saber down in a single slash. Li Xianyi hummed lightly, and her red umbrella also expanded with the wind, its tip parrying Lu Qing's slash. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The nearby sky trembled faintly, the primal energy became incredibly turbulent, and the very air seemed as if it would be torn apart. Mortals felt their hearts oppressed and their breath short. Yet in the end, neither could claim victory. Lu Qing held an advantage in saber techniques, but his cultivation realm was still insufficient. This merely compensated for his disadvantage, yet he remained at a disadvantage. The qi condensation method also hovered in the air, masterless. At that moment, no one dared to seize it. Anyone who dared to snatch it would likely face the combined assault of both venerables, reducing the rash interceptor to ashes. The two faced off. Gradually, a glint flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, turning them icy and terrifyingly fierce. Deep within his pupils, a faint red light seemed to flicker for an instant. Li Xianyi was startled, then laughed. What? Going to use your prairie blazing slash? Today I'll have a good look at your famed killing move. I hear that everyone who has witnessed this slash is dead. What a coincidence. Those who have witnessed my rainbow celestial radiance are also dead. Li Xianyi laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, but the atmosphere in the air had congealed to its utmost tension. A killing move was the true trump card, the signature ultimate technique of an individual, the single most powerful strike. A single unique skill could sustain one through the world. Most of the time it was used as a last resort. Once employed, it essentially meant a fight to the death. In most cases there were only two outcomes: either the killing move was broken, leading to a narrow escape from death, or it slew the enemy, ending the conflict. If Lu Qing and Li Xianyi were to fight to the death, the best possible outcome was expected to be one dead and one severely wounded. As for who would die and who would be severely wounded, that remained uncertain. The atmosphere in the arena was oppressive. Lu Qing's gaze was icy cold, fixed intently on Li Xianyi. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at a spot hundreds of meters behind Li Xianyi in the void. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle change had occurred there as the corner of a black skirt faintly emerged from the emptiness. Evidently, a peerless powerhouse was concealed there, deliberately revealing a trace of their presence, likely Li Xianyi's guardian. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing let out a soft snort, and the faint red glint in his eyes gradually receded. A guardian. At this moment, Lu Qing, as the peak master of Tianjin Peak, also had a protector. In his past life, he gradually faded into obscurity and lost such covert protection. At present, it was clear that a desperate struggle between them would be impossible, as it would inevitably trigger a greater conflict. So he could only snort softly and withdraw the lethal move he had been brewing. Li Xianyi also glanced at the spot hundreds of meters behind Lu Qing, snorted coldly, and struck another palm towards him. Even without lethal moves suppressing Lu Qing was still possible. They exchanged hundreds of moves, yet neither could claim victory, though Lu Qing remained consistently at a disadvantage. In the end, Lu Qing looked at Li Xianyi with a blank expression, but inwardly he was furious and exasperated. He, a reincarnated great emperor, couldn't even defeat a young girl. It was humiliating. Even if his own unruly disciples were here at the same cultivation level and lacking sufficient foundation, the outcome would be the same, yet Lu Qing was still dissatisfied. Finally, Lu Qing gazed at Li Xianyi, who was brimming with a smug smile, and said coldly, "Stop here. Fighting further will lead nowhere." "Hell, what's the matter? Have you come to your senses? Ready to give up?" "Humph." Li Xianyi sneered, her eyes dripping with undisguised contempt. Lu Qing's face darkened again. After a moment, he said icily, "Don't you just want to vent your anger? They'll take one palm strike from you to let you release your rage, and he'll take the item. How about it? Take a palm." Li Xianyi's eyes lit up slightly. Despite having the upper hand earlier, she hadn't actually wounded Lu Qing or vented her fury. This proposal tempted her greatly. After a moment, Li Xianyi sneered. Actually, I'd rather kill you and have your life. How about you just die? Lu Qing's eyes turned cold, and he let out a derisive laugh. Then changed the terms. You take your chi condensation art, and I'll handle my affairs. We won't interfere with each other, all right? Dream on. Lu Qing am being gracious, and you are being ungrateful. Such a cold refusal infuriated Li Xianyi again. She ground her teeth and glared at Lu Qing with icy eyes, saying, in that case, if I can't accomplish my task, don't expect yours to succeed either. Fine, let's just stay stuck here then. Lu Qing said no more and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Li Xianyi looked at Lu Qing, then at the scroll of chi condensation art still suspended in midair. A look of difficulty gradually crept into her eyes. Thinking of Lu Qing's temperament, she said after a moment, wait, I agree. You take one palm strike, and this item is yours. It's too late now. Lu Qing didn't even open his eyes, his voice calm. Lu Qing, you. Li Xianyi was nearly driven to fury again. Finally, she sat down in anger and frustration. You rotten man from Shangqing sect, I'll fight you to the bitter end today. She had hesitated for a moment earlier, instinctively insulting Lu Qing, not realizing it would thoroughly provoke him into a prolonged conflict. Li Xianyi was hardly afraid of him. She already hated this man deeply, and today he had thwarted her plans. She wished she could kill him, let alone endure his repeated provocations. If it's a fight, so be it. She also sat down cross-legged. Lu Qing said coldly, evil heretics deserve death from all. We'll see how long you can wait here. Li Xianyi's expression grew even darker. Just then another change occurred in the arena. An old man at the core formation realm appeared in the arena. Normally this would be a trivial matter, as there were no fewer than 8 or 10 core formation cultivators present, along with many at the transformation core and half-venerable levels, all behaving obediently, let alone a mere core formation cultivator. But this old man's arrival stirred a different reaction. A young girl's voice quietly rose from the crowd. Grandfather, grandfather, you've finally come. That chi condensation art was flying straight toward me just now. It was clearly my thing. A spiritual item chooses its master. But it was intercepted. Grandfather, I can't fly. Take me up to get it quickly. A young girl pointed at the chi condensation art floating above. The newly arrived old man looked at the suspended chi condensation art and furrowed his brow. His granddaughter indeed needed such a profound chi condensation art to lay her foundation. But with 2 venerables present, he, a mere core formation cultivator, though a patriarch in his clan, was nothing here. Yet inexplicably a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to try anyway. The world is vast, but his granddaughter was the most important. What if? The old man flew up with his granddaughter. Lu Qing and Li Xianyi both opened their eyes and looked at them. Grandfather, this is it. Grab it quickly. The girl was ecstatic, gazing at the scroll of chi condensation art as if it were already hers, eager to reach out, but it was still too far away. Just then, humph. Li Xianyi let out a soft snort. Already simmering with anger, she glared coldly at these 2 ants and said, who are you two, and how dare you come here? She feared they might have a powerful background, or else why would they be so audacious? The old man hovered in midair, using a treasure, clasped his fists, and said, esteemed venerables, my granddaughter is naturally gifted. She says this item is fated to be hers. Fated for her. Li Xianyi laughed scornfully at this answer. She had asked about their background, but he spoke of his granddaughter's intelligence. Unsure if he was foolish or just stupid. What status do you, an old fool, have to stand and speak before me? Kneel. An overwhelming pressure instantly radiated outward. With a thud, the old man was forced to his knees on the gourd treasure he stood on. Sweat immediately beaded on his white-haired forehead, mixed with a sense of humiliation. But the girl couldn't bear it and shouted loudly, can a venerable just disregard reason? Sister, you're so beautiful, why are you so unreasonable? Earlier that thing was clearly heading toward me. Just because you're powerful, can you just snatch it away? The girl was. Li Xianyi, however, couldn't help but laugh even more at this. She looked at Lu Qing and said, rotten man, this little girl is talking to you. Answer her quickly, or I'm afraid I'll have to twist her head off. Lu Qing remained composed, merely glancing at the girl before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes again to regulate his breathing. A faint sense of familiarity stirred within him, but he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Seeing Lu Qing's reaction, Li Xianyi sneered again. Truly sanctimonious, a perfect model of a righteous gentleman. Lu Ming was stung by her words again, his heart darkening with the urge to shut her mouth, but that was hardly feasible now. At that moment, Li Xianyi turned back to the young girl and said, see, your reasonable immortal master is right there, but he doesn't even bother with you. Her voice suddenly turned icy cold. Get lost. This command carried the oppressive might of a venerable. With just that single word, even with the core formation cultivator's protection and some mysterious treasure shielding her, the residual force struck the girl, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and instantly become weak and listless. She looked on in disbelief, saying, "Sister, how can you be so utterly unreasonable? Do I, a dignified venerable, need to reason with ants like you?" Li Qianni stared at the girl as if she were an idiot. "Get lost now, or don't bother leaving at all." The core formation old man quickly begged for mercy. "Please forgive us, venerable. We were wrong." "Well, withdraw immediately." Li Qianni sneered, her voice icy. "In the past, I would have killed you without a second thought. Had she not feared that killing them outright would give Lu Qing an opening, and had she not suspected that these two fools, one a core formation cultivator, the other a mortal, dared to approach only because of some background, she would have already struck them down with a single move." The girl's face was pale, alternating between anger and helplessness as she looked at Li Qianni. Finally, her head lolled to the side, and she fainted. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes again and took another look. His heart stirred. At that moment, he finally grasped the source of that faint familiarity. In his past life besides Su Chen, there had been a woman of peerless grace, seemingly his Tao companion. Now looking at this girl's features, wasn't she precisely that person by Su Chen's side? She simply hadn't matured yet, which was why he hadn't recognized her at first. Truly worthy of being one of the destined heroines. Her indeed blessed with immense fortune and boldness, daring to covet and seek opportunities even in the presence of a venerable, and ultimately escaping unscathed, even retreating safely from under the nose of Li Qianni, a merciless demoness stained with rivers of blood. Truly favored by fate. A mere mortal surviving a venerable's roar. Truly a stroke of immense luck. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, but his heart stirred. He had never thought to meddle in the Tianqi's secret realm in his past life, yet this time such a twist had occurred. Was this another instance of seizing Su Chen's fortune, indirectly forging a grudge with him? In his past life, Lu Qing had risen to become a great emperor, yet he never knew exactly where he had crossed paths with Su Chen. Or perhaps merely by taking in a few female emperor disciples he was destined to clash with him. In this life, Lu Qing vaguely understood. Perhaps through the threads of fate, certain unintended actions he took would inevitably create karmic ties. Just like now. However, at this moment, making Lu Qing back down was impossible. If it's a conflict, so be it. Why should he actively avoid it just because of a mere possibility? Lu Qing's heart turned cold. Then his gaze fell back on the demoness Li Qianni. This woman bore a grudge against him. And now she was here to obstruct him. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? He could use her and snare her in this karmic web. Li Qianni would become a demon emperor in the future, merciless and ruthless. For arranging such an opponent for Su Chen would surely delight him. Lu Qing was not one for scheming, but under these circumstances a bit of manipulation wouldn't hurt. Li Qianni seemed to sense something, and abruptly turned around, staring at Lu Qing with suspicion. "You sanctimonious, rotten, righteous man, what are you plotting?" She had just felt a chill down her spine and a sense of dread, though she couldn't pinpoint its source, only that it was connected to Lu Qing, who surely harbored ill intentions. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Qing's mouth, and he was about to speak. But just then another anomaly. Shortly after the girl fainted, her body suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, followed by a golden illusory figure. This figure drew the attention of everyone present, including Lu Qing and Li Qianni. Lu Qing was unsurprised, and neither was Li Qianni. That these two fools, one old one young, dared to approach meant they must have backing, and now that backing had revealed itself. The golden figure gradually materialized into the phantom of a middle-aged man bathed in light. Once fully formed, the man spoke. "Both fellow Taoists, my beloved disciple is ill-fated. I beseech you to show mercy and step aside. I will owe you a favor which you may claim in the future. Let the great Tao bear witness to this oath." This was evidently another venerable. Moreover, he had sworn a great Tao oath, no small price. His sincerity was palpable. The onlookers in the arena were stunned, some almost in disbelief. A mere quasi-emperor grade chi condensation art had drawn the attention of three venerables. Such a technique, used only at the mortal stage, being valued so highly by three venerables, was enough to be recorded in history, yet it was happening now. The many cultivators, both high and low, were deeply shocked by this scene. Even without counting the demoness, who seemed intent only on obstructing Venerable Lu, the fact that two other venerables were vying for a treasure was indeed a momentous event. Golden Light Venerable. Li Qianni frowned slightly. This venerable was an established one, and his backing Golden Light Island was a neutral force not to be underestimated. Li Qianni had no intention of antagonizing him. The demonic sect already had too many enemies. Clashing with Golden Light Island would be unwise. Li Qianni said, "Old fool, what kind of juniors are you teaching? No sense of propriety. Next time watch their heads. Your Golden Light Island is truly regressing. Thank you for your mercy, fairy." The golden middle-aged man clasped his fists, then turned to Lu Qing. Lu Qing said indifferently, "This item is also useful to me. If you want it, come here in person." Lu Qing had originally planned to scheme against Li Qianni, but with the Golden Light Venerable revealing himself, it was no longer feasible to use the girl's unknown origins to trick Li Qianni into a major blunder. Given Golden Light Island's background, Lu Qing might not be courteous, but she wouldn't actively make an enemy of them either. For now, Lu Qing had to bear this karmic burden himself. Lu Qing didn't mind. If it was to be borne, so be it. Retreat was not an option. His meaning was clear. I came here personally for this item. You expect me to yield with just a few words from afar. Your face is too big. If you want to come here in person, and we can talk. If not, get as far away as possible. Golden Light Venerable clearly understood Lu Qing's implication, and his expression soured. But Lu Qing was right. They were both venerables. Did he expect Lu Qing to yield with just a word? Had he shown Lu Qing any respect? With his true body absent, Golden Light Venerable had no choice but to swallow his pride. After a moment he said, "Very well, my disciple will forego this opportunity. The mountains and rivers may meet again. Farewell. No need to see me off." Lu Qing replied flatly. The arena fell into a profound silence. Was the confrontation of three venerables ending like this? Many speculated about the girl's origins and background. Meanwhile, Li Xianyu's eyes flickered. It seemed Lu Qing valued that item greatly. As for Lu Qing himself, his heart, he couldn't let go of this opportunity. Offending that girl was fine. Offending Su Chen was fine. Was he supposed to retreat and cower just because of a past life's mortal enmity, even when he hadn't actively sought revenge? That would be a life too stifling to bear. Better to die? If destiny was inescapable, even in death, Lu Qing would punch a hole through the heavens. As for Golden Light Venerable, Lu Qing truly didn't care. A mere venerable. In a few years, Lu Qing would leave him far behind. Golden Light Venerable withdrew. Li Xianyue, on the other hand, watched Lu Qing, pondering whether it was worth wasting time with him here. Finally, recalling his stubborn nature, anger surged within her. He truly could stay here and fight her for 10 days, half a month, or even a year. She stood up and pointed at Lu Qing viciously. "When I achieve my burning heaven form, I'll deal with you first." Lu Qing replied coldly, "Get lost." "You?" Li Xianyue was nearly suffocated with rage, tempted to unleash a lethal move. But remembering that Lu Qing also had a powerful Dharma incarnation protecting him, she suppressed the urge and said icily, "You'd better not participate in this secret realm competition or your life will be forfeit." "We'll see who protects you then," Lu Qing said calmly. "You should be grateful someone is protecting you today. I won't bicker with you." Just Li Xianyue flew away in a fury, leaving with a belly full of anger. Lu Qing paid her no heed, merely watching her depart before finally looking away. Lu Qing hadn't expected this matter to take so many twists and turns, nor had he anticipated encountering Su Chen's future Dao companion here. His heart turned cold. In this life he had already retreated, seeking only to cultivate himself, yet he still became entangled in karmic ties. If avoidance is impossible, then I can only face it head-on. If we truly clash, I want to see whether you can hold on to that supreme seat in this life. If avoidance is impossible, what harm is there in contending with a child of destiny? Lu Qing's eyes turned icy, a glint of killing intent flashing through them. Then with a casual gesture, the quasi-emperor grade Qi condensation art fell into his hands. A quasi-emperor grade Qi condensation art. The Zhi Qi technique. "Take this." Lu Qing casually tossed the Xianyuan Qi to Yi Lianer. "Take it," Lu Qing said simply, and Yi Lianer obediently put it away. In the distance, a pale-faced girl who had just regained consciousness and was taken away by an old man watched as the Qi technique she yearned for was casually tossed to the girl beside her by Lu Qing. She immediately bit her lip, feeling both wronged and angry, thinking that it clearly belonged to her. Why couldn't Master come over personally to help her take it? Though she knew that her master was easily intimidated by that young man, it likely wouldn't have made a difference if he had come in person, yet she still felt very sad and aggrieved. Looking at Yi Lianer made her feel a bit annoyed. It was clearly her property. Why was it taken from her and given to this woman? She was angry and furious, memorizing Yi Lianer's small face, but she had no thoughts of resenting Lu Qing or Li Xianyue. There was nothing she could do. The cultivation realm was too high, and with a revered figure above her, even if she wanted to hate, she didn't dare. After handing the imperial level Qi technique to Yi Lianer, Lu Qing felt a jolt in his mind. The reward had been received. Among the notifications of 10,000 times the return, Lu Qing was astonished to receive the ultimate Qi technique. He had longed for a heart technique above the imperial grade. "You have received a reward. You have obtained the imperial grade Qi technique, Origin Emperor Qi." Origin Emperor Qi. Lu Qing's pupils constricted. Oh, was this the realm above the emperor? What exactly was the origin? Lu Qing had been a great emperor in his past life, but no one had ever attained the realm above the great emperor, and no one knew what kind of realm that was. Now he seemed to see a glimmer of it. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Qing immediately wanted to enter seclusion to consolidate his new realm. Turning his gaze to Yi Lianer, Lu Qing said, "You don't need to cultivate this technique. Oh, just take a look. After you finish, you can verify it with your own abilities. If it helps, that's great. If not, it doesn't matter. It's just for you to see. You don't cultivate it." "Oh, thank you, Master." Yi Lianer finally understood why Lu Qing gave her the technique, but then her heart stirred. Master had mentioned wanting to see her performance before leaving, but what performance did she have during the journey? Was Master satisfied? Yi Lianer was puzzled, yet she felt delighted as she had gained a lot this time. She didn't even realize that Lu Qing's previous words were merely an excuse. Now that the matter was settled, Lu Qing was quite curious about the origin Emperor Qi, and the timing was ripe. He didn't want to wait any longer. In a flash of light, Lu Qing took Yi Lianer away to a temporary cave dozens of miles away. The spiritual energy there was abundant, and after setting up a simple formation, he instructed Yi Lianer to guard outside and not allow outsiders to disturb them. Only then did Lu Qing concentrate and begin to rebuild his foundation. With strength and the relentless sword energy, Lu Qing turned his vision inward and began to use secret techniques to transform into Origin Emperor Qi. Time ticked away. 3 days later, the Origin Emperor Qi, the great energy, and the internal sword energy were all converted into Origin Emperor Qi. And the Origin Emperor Qi gave Lu Qing an exceptionally unique feeling. Currently, it appeared balanced and harmonious, yet it could transform into everything, also able to simulate the sword energy, which was somewhat unfathomable. But nonetheless, Lu Qing's foundation had been restored. He felt the rich Origin Emperor Qi within him. His mind was refreshed, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. In my past life, I was inferior to the great emperor, but in this life I have compensated for it, and even reached a level that was impossible for anyone to attain in my past life. In my past life, not even the imperial level Qi techniques had appeared, let alone above the imperial grade. Now I have obtained it. It can be considered a miraculous gain, a foundation that transcends generations, also compensating for the regrets of my past life. This made him feel quite pleased. Very good. Lu Qing was very satisfied. His body began to subtly change after the replenishment of the Emperor Qi. Suddenly Lu Qing's pupils slightly contracted. Oh, I've broken through. Lu Qing's thoughts flashed, and after this seclusion, he completed the transformation into Origin Emperor Qi, and in the next moment a stroke of insight struck him as he advanced from the early stage of the divine sense's fire to the mid-stage. The burning fire above the divine sense became more solid, and the communication with the world became increasingly clear. Is this the mid-stage of the revered realm? Moreover, the power of the Origin Emperor Qi is at least 3 times stronger than the sword energy. In this way, in terms of energy, I have already surpassed Li Xiani by at least 1.5 points. Originally, I was inferior to her, but now she is no longer my match. Furthermore, I have also reached the mid-stage like her. If we meet again this time, I can thoroughly deal with her, and will not be at a disadvantage. Lu Qing was very satisfied, his mind flashing with contentment. He then looked at Yi Lianer, who was diligently guarding the door, and with a pleasant mood, he revealed a slight smile, and said, Lianer, let's return to the mountain. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Yi Lianer showed joy on her face. At the same time, at the gate of the Qingyun sect, the realm of the Lord of Tianjin Peak also changed. From the early stage of the revered realm to the mid-stage of the revered realm. This scene instantly drew the attention of almost all the disciples in the sect, as most of the disciples had to go up and down the mountain executing sect tasks, collecting resources, etc., making it hard to miss. The 7 peak masters, along with the main peak, except for the main peak's master Yuren, who was at the burning heaven level, were all in the revered realm, with 2 of them being quite special. These 2 were the master of the first peak, Qi Huashangren. Qi Huashangren was different from the other peak masters. The other peak masters were all from the younger generation, while Qi Huashangren was an elder among the cultivators and also in the revered realm. His outstanding refining skills set him apart from the younger generation, which was why he was promoted. And the master of the 5th peak, Yi Xing. He was also from the same generation as the other peak masters, but he didn't have the seniority of Qi Huashangren. His strength was also the weakest, and he was promoted only due to some connections after the previous 5th peak master defected. As for the remaining peak masters, they were all disciples from the younger generation. The master of the 3rd peak, Bingyun Peak, was Xianbing Saintess Nalan Qingqing. The master of the 4th peak, Miaoying Fairy, was Shui Miaoying. The master of the 6th peak, Wuqing Peak, was Snow Spirit Fairy Shui Qing'an. The 2nd peak was Dan Bamboo Peaks, Xiandan Shangren. Tianjin Peak, Lu Qing, were all from the younger generation, having joined the sect together and later rising together. As for the older peak masters, most had already achieved the highest realm, or were guarding resources and secret realms outside for the sect, or were in secluded meditation within the sect, or had fallen in the Great Era, just like Lu Qing's master. These existences no longer cared about such trivial matters. Lu Qing and the others were the same. After staying at this level for over 100 years, regardless of their realm, they would retire to handle sect affairs, either guarding extremely important secret realms or protecting a region, becoming one of the sect's foundations. Now Lu Qing had only advanced again after a few months, becoming a mid-stage divine sense fire, taking another step forward. This speed was astonishingly fast, also causing Lu Qing's reputation to grow even larger. This news spread instantly throughout the mountain gate, and countless disciples were envious and yearning. Tianjin Peak is great, There are few disciples, but many resources. I heard that the precious chi pills distributed are so abundant that 2 disciples can't even finish them. Don't you think about how many disciples are there in the other peaks? Ordinary disciples, true disciples, core disciples. There are so many, they can't even be counted. They only have 2 disciples, don't they have to produce the pills incessantly? So envious, so yearning. I'm also envious and yearning. I heard that the powerful peak master personally came down to find medicine and refine pills for his disciples. Oh really, there's no one like him. This kind of treatment is simply against the heavens, it's enviable. Within the sect, there was an uproar. Countless disciples yearned for it, making the other peak masters speechless. They heard these rumors, but could only remain silent. They couldn't be like Lu Qing, like Tianjin Peak, where each generation was a gamble. If it succeeded, the peak would gain fame and be able to continue. If it failed, who knows when this peak would disappear. They didn't dare to act like Lu Qing's peak and could only follow the past. This news also reached the ears of the 4 women. The 4 women were somewhat startled. Master, he actually broke through. How could it be? It's only been a short time and Master has already broken through to the mid-stage of the revered realm. How is this possible? I remember in my past life, he clearly broke through very slowly. How come it's so fast this life? The 4 women were confused. They quickly gathered together, and finally Yi Fian's eyes flashed as she said, perhaps it's because Master devoted too much attention to us in his past life, neglecting his cultivation, which is why his realm was so slow. This can't be. Upon hearing this, the 4 women thought of their past lives, and for a moment they were all stunned. In their past lives they had come from a miserable background. Their master cared for them so much that he had no time to cultivate. Thinking back, during that time Master spent all his time caring for them. How could he have had time for cultivation? Therefore in the end his achievements were limited. But in this life, without their burdens of being rebellious disciples, Master had restored his status as a genius. And his strength progressed frighteningly fast. The 4 women had already sealed their great Emperor Dao hearts, and at this moment thoughts of various matters made their hearts somewhat chaotic. Moreover, Lu Qing's clear refusal to accept them as his disciples earlier represented that accepting them was a scheme which was nearly impossible to establish again. Although they still couldn't explain where Master obtained such good things, it also meant that there was no scheme regarding accepting disciples. Just this point was enough to make their Dao hearts somewhat unstable. Heavenly Sword Peak. Today the Heavenly Sword Peak was exceptionally lively. After the Venerable Realm, every breakthrough was a momentous occasion. A minor realm might seem insignificant, yet some would spend their entire lives unable to breach even a single minor realm. Hence, every breakthrough in a minor realm after the Venerable stage was worthy of celebration. Not to mention that Lu Qing's identity was particularly special. As a prodigy, his breakthrough could even influence the current situation of the great sect. Lu Qing's expression was somewhat dazed. In his past life, although every breakthrough of his was also accompanied by a banquet, because his progress had been too slow despite the liveliness, there were more looks of disdain and whispers of gossip. It was all because he was once the foremost figure, but then completely regressed and became a laughingstock. As the spiritual wine entered his belly, Lu Qing did not resist drinking. A hint of intoxication rose to his head. Spiritual fruits and fine brews, celestial cranes coming and going. One by one the elders of the sect arrived along with venerables from other neighboring or affiliated minor sects, all gathering on the main peak. Spiritual fruits and fine brews made for a very lively scene. Just then a voice suddenly came from outside. The first peak, Heavenly Refining Peaks, Peak Master Venerable Redblaze arrives. Then came a succession of voices. The second peak, Bamboo Alchemy Peaks, Peak Master Senior Alchemy Mystic arrives. The third peak, Ice Cloud Peaks, Peak Master Venerable Ice Mist arrives. The fourth peak, Green Bamboo Peak Senior Mystic Sound arrives. The fifth peak, Little Stone Peak, Venerable Yeshing arrives. The sixth peak, Emotionless Peak, Fairy Shuling arrives. Several venerables, fairies, please come in. At the entrance, the steward welcoming guests spoke, ushering all 6 peak masters into the venue. They then took their seats at the head table. Among them, Yixing's face was expressionless, but his heart was livid. He had not wanted to come, but he had no choice. At that moment his heart was trembling with rage. Lu Qing had broken through to the mid-stage in the blink of an eye, while he remained at the initial stage, filling his heart with boundless jealousy. Soon the group of venerables took their seats. As for the grand elders, their seats were arranged at the very front in the most conspicuous and highest platform. Outsiders could not join them. The grand elders gathered together in a cluster. One could not enter unless they were of that realm. The younger generation sat at the lower seats. Lu Qing first toasted several grand elders, the sect's foundation, then returned to the long table. Below the grand elders were the peak masters, followed by the inner sect elders, then the guest elders, then the outer sect stewards, and finally the seats for the smaller forces from outside that were on good terms with the supreme pure divine sect and came to offer congratulations. Some cultivation clans and strong practitioners at the nascent soul and divine origin levels, as well as some weaker venerables. As for powerful figures from other great sects, there were none. Unless it was a breakthrough in a major realm or they were close friends, basically no strong members from other great sects would come to offer congratulations. And then after Lu Qing had toasted the Grand Elders and returned to the long table, a scene that made Yi Xing's jealousy burn with fire appeared. Senior brother, you seem a bit drunk. Let your junior sister serve you. In the gaze of Yi Xing, who could barely restrain his urge to kill and forcibly conceal that the peak master of Ice Cloud Peak actually rose slightly, lifted the wine pot, and poured wine for Lu Qing. This filled Yi Xing's heart with both jealous hatred and disbelief. Several peak masters were usually aloof and lofty towards outsiders. Among them, the Ice Cloud Peak Master was the coldest to strangers and had never even given him the Fifth Peak's Peak Master a proper look. Now she was actively pouring wine for Lu Qing, driving his jealousy and hatred to the extreme. Even though he knew very well that except for the venerable red blaze of the heavenly refining peak, the other peak masters were all Lu Qing's junior brothers and sisters, having grown up alongside him, this scene still stirred mad jealousy within him. Why would Nalan Qingqing, who in the past wouldn't even deign to glance at him, now behave like this? A dignified peak master, a figure of such stature, actively pouring wine for that Lu Qing. Was this the same icy, aloof, and lofty, strong practitioner of the Ice Cloud Peak? He knew. Anger, boundless anger. In the end, Yi Xing could only forcefully suppress the flames of envy in his heart simply because he was only at the initial venerable stage. He was no match for Lu Qing at all. He couldn't beat him before, and now he couldn't even compare to him. But he did not see the flicker of nervousness deep in Nalan Qingqing's eyes. She looked at Lu Qing, and deep in her eyes, she was actually very nervous. It seemed that she herself was somewhat flustered by her own abrupt action. Yi Xing felt jealous because he had no idea how they had come this far together. Unlike Lu Qing, they had once been left far behind by him. They were from the same team, his junior brothers and sisters of the same generation, yet they had always been the ones being taken care of in sect secret realms trial missions, and even several life and death crises. Because of these experiences, even later when they received the Peak Master inheritance and rose to prominence overnight, becoming Peak Masters with strength vastly different from before. Yet the memories of getting along with this cold senior brother were still deeply rooted in their minds. Once they didn't even dare to speak a word to this powerful and talented senior brother. He was too lofty and out of reach. But now she dared to actively pour wine for him. This abrupt action also made Nalan Qingqing's heart a little flustered. She supposed that becoming a Peak Master over the years had gradually emboldened her. After all, in terms of strength, she was no worse now compared to those prodigies who once contended with her senior brother. And Lu Qing was also looking at Nalan Qingqing. A trace of daze flickered deep in his eyes. In his past life, when Lu Qing advanced to the mid-venerable stage, Nalan Qingqing had also attended. But that time in the past life, the moment she arrived, her limelight had completely overshadowed Lu Qing. She just looked at him, seeming to want to say something, but in the end she didn't say a word. She only left behind a precious heart-cleansing pill, sighed softly, and left. He supposed that his senior brother had devoted all his energy to his disciples, neglecting his own improvement and ignoring their advice. They must have been very disappointed in him. He also wondered how they had fared here after he later left the supreme, pure divine sect for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Qing was already a little drunk. Today he did not use his qi to neutralize the wine. At a banquet one should seek enjoyment to the fullest. With a calm expression, Lu Qing took the spiritual wine, took a small sip, then downed it in one gulp, and said indifferently, "Pour another cup." Nalan Qingqing's eyes lit up slightly, and she obediently poured another cup. This scene made Yi Xing's eyes nearly pop out. He clenched his fists hatefully in secret. Jealousy and hatred reached an extreme. It was one thing for her to pour a cup, but for him to shamelessly ask for another, and most importantly, when Lu Qing asked, she gave. Yi Xing was going mad watching this. Hatred, intense hatred. Not far away, Zhao Qingning and Yi Lianer, who had followed their master and were also qualified to attend the banquet, exchanged a glance. Watching the scene unfold, a smile curled at the corner of Zhao Qingning's mouth, while Yi Lianer frowned, lost in thought. As for Zhang Shi, he was foolishly drinking wine and dealing with true disciples from other peaks. And it is worth mentioning that Xiao Ning and Yi Fian were not allowed to leave. They were both confined to their rooms for focused cultivation, not permitted to go out casually. After the guests had left, the peak fell into desolation. Only Lu Qing and his disciple, Yi Lianer, remained on the peak. As for Zhao Qingning, she had been taken by Yi Yuran to the main peak for cultivation. Her mind was completely focused on cultivation. She was either cultivating or cultivating every day, and it made no difference to her where she was. After all, Lu Qing usually ignored her, and she didn't have the same special dependence and closeness to Lu Qing as Yi Lianer did. She was more inclined towards Lu Qing and proposed staying on the Heavenly Sword Peak. When Yi Yuran told her to go, she went. Thus only the two of them remained on the Heavenly Sword Peak. "Master, don't you think it's a bit desolate here?" Under the moonlight, Yi Lianer was tidying up some gifts and uncollected spirit bottles in the courtyard, looking at Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at her calmly and said coldly, "If you want liveliness, the main peak is not bad. Master, this disciple was wrong. This disciple likes it here, likes this desolation. It's very good here." Yi Lianer quickly said, afraid that Lu Qing would find an excuse to send her to the Divine Wing Peak. Lu Qing's face showed no emotion, and he said, "It's getting late. Go and rest." "Yes, master." Yi Lianer nodded obediently. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Master, actually the Ice Cloud Peak is not bad. Why don't you go there for a visit?" Lu Qing gave her a cold look. Yi Lianer was startled and quickly covered her mouth. This disciple was wrong. Only then did Lu Qing withdraw his gaze. Seeing Lu Qing withdraw his gaze and turn to leave, Yi Lianer quietly stuck out her tongue, then entered the Heartsword Pavilion. Her mind wandered over the experiences of the past few days, then thought of the Ice Cloud Peak master, the mystic Ice Saintess, who held the same status as her master. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly, but after a moment, she finally fell asleep with a smile on her face. As for Lu Qing, he needed neither sleep nor cultivation. He took a cup of wine, took a light sip, and gazed at the moonlight. His face was expressionless, but within his heart a ripple finally stirred. In his past life at this time, not only had he not mended his foundation, he hadn't even set foot in the mid-venerable stage. He had been essentially disinterested in cultivation, not even sparing much thought for his own well-being. In his past life, he had given everything for a few rebellious disciples. Divine-grade artifacts, heavenly treasures, he gave them away without a second thought. Now using all those things on himself wasn't that wonderful. When one is strong, one has everything, just like the gathering today. Although it wasn't that lively, was it lacking? For a minor realm breakthrough, it was already quite lively. It wasn't bad either. Who in the sect would dare to look down on him again? Unlike in his past life, where everything concerning himself was filled with regret. In this life, he would not walk the old path again, ultimately living like a pitiful wretch by the roadside, dying a miserable death, as if he were nothing but a complete joke. In this life, he lived only for himself. In this life, he was also destined to go further. Lu Qing's toast was to the self that had died miserably. The current self was himself, and that other self was now completely dead. The spiritual wine slipped down his throat, stirring not a single ripple. All the indignities of his past life would never again be repeated in him. Just then a voice came, "To whom are you toasting? To your senior sister?" Lu Qing slightly turned his head, looking at the familiar figure, and said, "I thought senior sister wasn't coming. It's windy today. Senior sister was afraid you'd be cold, so she came to warm you up." "Lu Qing, you're in here, take it. I personally made a trip to the Xian secret realm to get it. A 5th-grade celestial silkworm spirit robe. Although it's an imitation of the legendary sect-defining treasure, the celestial silkworm robe of the heavenly pool divine sect, it's still not bad. It's excellent for keeping warm and protecting the body. I exhausted myself getting this thing. Celestial silkworm robe. The warm you up you mentioned. You meant warming up with this robe?" Lu Qing asked. "What else? What did you—" Yi Yuren's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Qing with a hint of melancholy, a captivating smile curling at the corner of her mouth. But then, as if remembering something, she said, "Oh right, I heard Qing poured wine for you today. By the way, I heard that Qing is pouring you a drink today." Senior sister wants to pour you one too. The banquet is already over." Lu Qing frowned. "Don't you care for senior sister anymore?" Yi Yuran said, on the verge of tears. Lu Qing helplessly replied, all right, I'll do as you wish." Yi Yuran was finally satisfied, poured a cup, and leaned in front of Lu Qing, her beautiful eyes looking at him, saying, "I'll feed you to drink." "No way." Lu Qing frowned. "Senior sister, we are no longer children. As the esteemed head of a peak, you are also a head of a peak. I'm not feeding you with my mouth. Oh, what's wrong with you taking a sip? You, senior sister. There's no one else here. Hurry up and drink, or I really will feed you with my mouth." Lu Qing was speechless and chuckled. Tianjin Peak. Lu Qing looked at the imitation of the celestial silkworm spiritual garment in his hand, and a smile crept onto his lips. In his past life, Yi Yuran had also given him this celestial silkworm spiritual garment, but that was much later. After all, Lu Qing in his past life broke through to the midstage much later, after Yi Yuran had sent it away. She had even advised him to think more for himself and not exhaust all his energy on his disciples. Lu Qing did not listen. In this life there was naturally no need to say more. Celestial silkworm garment. The rank of the treasure flashed in Lu Qing's mind. Although treasures are divided into 9 ranks to 1 rank, in Lu Qing's eyes they are actually divided into 2 ranks, non-ranked and ranked. Non-ranked is from 9 to 5 ranks, while ranked is from 5 to 1 rank. Based on Lu Qing's treasure system, after reaching the emperor realm in his past life, it means that 5-ranked treasures can barely catch the attention of an emperor, which shows how precious they are. As for the 2nd and 1st ranks, they are considered very precious to an emperor, and among the 1st-ranked treasures, the strongest are known as extreme Dao Emperor weapons. An emperor possessing one is already an unparalleled figure. In his past life, every disciple under Lu Qing had one extreme Dao Emperor weapon. However, in the end, they all ended up with him. The celestial silkworm garment he currently had was a replica of a 4th-ranked treasure crafted from the once treasured artifact of the heavenly pool divine, sect the 4th-ranked celestial silkworm spiritual garment. Although it was a replica, it already reached the standard of a 6th-ranked treasure. When fully activated, it could withstand multiple attacks from a perfectly realized venerable, and even allow one to survive a full strike from a venerable in Burning Heaven phase, making it an astonishing life-saving treasure. The most valuable treasure on Lu Qing in his past life aside from his own life-bound treasure, the pseudo 5th-rank treasure, Li Hua double-edged blade that was passed down from Tianjin Peak, was this item. That said, whether it's the Li Hua double-edged blade or the celestial silkworm garment, they are both quite ordinary. If I remember correctly, soon there will be a true 5th-rank treasure emerging. Once this item appears, it will stir up a bloody storm, causing a great uproar in this realm, ultimately leading to a monumental conflict among venerables, where many prodigies became mere background figures in this grand contention. In his past life, although Lu Qing felt regretful he had no qualification to participate in the contest of the unparalleled prodigies, while others illuminated the battlefield with their brilliance, gaining immense fame, he had no chance to even qualify to participate. Deep down he was still somewhat unwilling. But Lu Qing did not wish to contend for it. After all, he only needed to cultivate slowly, and as his realm increased, he would naturally acquire numerous treasures and receive returns, obtaining unparalleled artifacts. Just like this 5th-ranked treasure at his current realm, it was hard to obtain, and even harder to acquire after breaking through to the supreme realm. However, once he breaks through to merge with the heavens, or even further to the ceiling immortal realm, obtaining a 5th-ranked treasure, and then returning with a 4th-ranked treasure would be a piece of cake. Even an extreme Dao Emperor weapon after he became an emperor, obtaining a quasi-emperor weapon or a damaged emperor weapon would not be difficult, and through the return method, he would also have a chance to obtain an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. It would be quite easy. There's no need to exert oneself, just focus on cultivation. But in this life, Lu Qing wanted to participate. He also wanted to make a name for himself, rising along the way, stepping on his own path to invincibility. Moreover, there's a great opportunity to obtain a 5th-ranked treasure as well. Within the sect, there was only one 5th-ranked top-tier treasure held by the sect's ancestor. In my past life, those 5th-ranked treasures, generally speaking venerables, had no qualification to meddle. This time, however, it's different. This time it's a contest among venerables. Only venerables can obtain it. That secret realm can only be entered by the strongest of the first realm of venerables, which led to the great battle among supreme venerables, where blood feuds and numerous animosities were formed, laying the groundwork for later bloody storms. Thus this battle has far-reaching implications. Looming thought. For Lu Qing, now a 5th-ranked treasure is also quite good. If further reinforced with a tenfold return, he could obtain a 4th-ranked treasure, which would be quite impressive and considered a foundation. Most importantly, this is not difficult for Lu Qing. With the return system, Lu Qing can easily possess astonishing means. Participating in the secret realm is not difficult. That secret realm, if I recall correctly, should open in about half a year. Half a year. Lu Qing frowned. Half a year seems like a long time, but in reality it's not, because a venerable's lifespan can reach thousands of years. Half a year might just be a nap that lasts 3 to 5 years. A single retreat can last over 100 years. Half a year truly isn't much. Right now it seems that this half a year is my preparation time. Let's use this half a year to make some preparations. Lu Qing's mind raced. Soon Lu Qing already had a plan in his heart. Let it be. Lu Qing dripped a drop of blood to refine the celestial silkworm garment. As the blood surged in, the armor radiated light, and Lu Qing immediately felt as if it was an extension of his body, moving as he wished. With a thought, the celestial silkworm garment appeared on his body, becoming an inner lining and forming a layer of protection. Then Lu Qing's heart moved slightly. At present, the item that can provide me with the greatest enhancement in combat power is the Li Hua double-edged blade, which is the inherited secret treasure of Tianjin Peak, the treasure of every generation's peak master, a necessary item for the next peak master. It is said that after the first peak master perfected the Li Hua secret method, the treasure, granted by heaven and earth, was obtained from the void, and it has been passed down through generations, complementing it to forge the unmatched reputation of the first peak master, and to this day, no one has surpassed it. If I can develop the Li Hua slash to a certain level at this time, perhaps I can also condense a life-bound divine weapon. It's not that difficult. Currently, if I send out this pseudo 5th-ranked Li Hua double-edged blade, I can immediately gain a return and perhaps obtain a peak 5th-ranked treasure, significantly enhancing my combat power. In his past life, Lu Qing sent it out only later after experiencing a battle where the Li Hua double-edged blade was damaged, ultimately gaining a mid-stage 5th-ranked Liuli sword as a return. There's no rush. This weapon must be passed down. It can only be given to Zhang Shi, but now Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingning are about to enter the sect, and Zhang Shi is still far from entering the realm of condensed qi. His aptitude is still lacking a bit. If I give it to him, he won't even be able to recognize it with a drop of blood, and incorporate it into his dantian. It's too abstract for him right now. Lu Qing shook his head, temporarily abandoning this idea. If I'm going to give it, I'll wait a few days. Lu Qing had considered giving it to Yi Lian. In fact, either Yi Lianer or Zhao Qingning would be more suitable for this weapon, while Zhang Shi is not suited for it, and is destined not to excel in combat. However, this weapon is a legacy of the Tianjin Peak Master, and since Lu Qing has decided Zhang Shi will be the future Peak Master, there is no reason not to give it to him. The other disciples can only stand aside. Let me think again. Lu Qing gathered his thoughts and continued to ponder the memories of his past life. Soon a new treasure was searched out from Lu Qing's memory. Tian Talisman. A decent top-tier 5th-ranked escape treasure. A life-saving treasure. With this treasure, Lu Qing's combat power will soar. This item can accompany him through the entire 3 realms of venerables and is an upper-tier escape-type treasure. However, the Tian Talisman is made from extremely expensive and rare materials and normally takes over a decade, or even close to 100 years to refine. To refine a Tian Talisman in a mere half a year is impossible. It cannot be achieved. Even for a supreme, or even the sect's ancestor, there's no guarantee. Fortunately, Lu Qing does not need to refine a Tian Talisman. He only needs to refine a lower-tier one, the D Talisman. Although this is also quite rare and somewhat troublesome, it's not a big problem. As long as he refines the D Talisman, he can use the return method to obtain the Tian Talisman. His power will dramatically increase. Earth Escape Talisman. Lu Qing added its creation to his plans. Lu Qing possessed many means of survival, but the Heaven Escape Talisman was not a conventional life-saving tool. Rather, it was a sustained effect artifact. A single Heaven Escape Talisman treasure could be used for at least half a month to a month. In other words, this Heaven Escape Talisman could render Lu Qing's escape arts unparalleled and his survival capabilities unrivaled for half a month to a month, after which it would only need to be re-refined once. With such a foundation, Lu Qing could strive for what he desired in this great contention. Acquiring a 5th-grade treasure at the Venerable Realm was enough to provoke many ancient venerable monsters and peerless prodigies who had lived for centuries. The competition there would be fraught with bloodshed and peril. Lu Qing also needed to make some preparations. His gaze flickered beyond the Heaven Escape Talisman. The second preparation was combat power. In his past life, Lu Qing had not paid much attention to improving his strength after taking on disciples, resulting in mediocre combat prowess. But in this life, he could not let that continue. Even if not for the secret realm, he would not allow himself to remain ordinary. An ordinary venerable must at least master one killing art, possessing a divine ability or a lethal move. In my past life, I primarily cultivated the Blaze Fireblade, art matching the dual-headed Blaze Fireblade, with the lethal move being Tenfold Prairie Cutter. After becoming an emperor, I automatically learned the 100-fold Prairie Cutter, condensing 100 cuts into one. But in this life, I can only condense 10 cuts into one. Though devastating, it's far from enough. If I could achieve the 100-fold Prairie Cutter from my past life, it wouldn't be impossible. I already know it. I just need my body to endure and keep up, then I can unleash it. To rapidly elevate my body to an extremely formidable state in a short time, I would need a vast quantity of heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. But all these require spirit stones. With enough spirit stones, I can buy anything and transform myself, but without them, nothing is possible. Even other divine abilities and lethal moves can be purchased. It's just a matter of having enough money. What is a divine ability? In the films Lu Qing had seen in his past life, Kong Xian's 5-color divine light could sweep away all things. That was a divine ability, even a supreme one. It was a means of refining a skill to its utmost, serving both as a divine ability and a lethal move. Beyond divine abilities, there were other lethal moves. Lethal moves were not limited to divine abilities. For instance, the blood-draining divine blade from his past life. Once unleashed, it terrified even ghosts and gods. Or the beheading immortal flying knife, where a single utterance of "please turn around" treasure would send a head rolling. Refining a weapon or a treasure to its peak and deploying it at a critical moment also constituted a lethal move. Lu Qing had never mastered such things in his past life, but with enough money he could scheme and find ways. Cultivation requires wealth, companions, methods, and land. Wealth comes first. It seems I must tread the old path of my past life. In his past life, Lu Qing had nurtured several emperors, not just because of his abilities, but because he was wealthy. Why was he wealthy? Because of the 10,000-fold reward system, which made him very rich. With a little manipulation, he could create opportunities to earn money, enabling him to nurture several awe-inspiring, peerless emperors in his past life. Until now, Lu Qing had not started earning money. Now he was about to embark on his grand plan to amass wealth. This, however, was not difficult. The foundation of Heaven's Sword Peak was extremely deep. By converting these resources into spirit stones and elixirs, giving them away, receiving precious treasures in return, auctioning them off, exchanging the silver for new good items, and then gifting them to disciples to refresh the cycle. After several rounds, he could accumulate a considerable fortune. In his past life, Lu Qing had done the same. With many thoughts flashing through his mind, he made a decision. Lu Qing then arrived at the treasury of Heaven's Sword Peak. This place was also the core of the peak's guardian formation. With the dual-headed blaze fireblade, Lu Qing could easily manipulate the formation and enter the treasury. His gaze swept across it. There were heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, spiritual materials and elixirs in abundance, as well as some treasures. But most were below the 5th grade. Though precious in Lu Qing's eyes, they were ultimately ungraded. Finally, his gaze settled on a few specific items within the treasury. The first was a 7th grade snow jade clarity spirit mushroom, a relatively precious heavenly treasure and spiritual herb. Its effect was to clear the mind and purify the spirit, helping disciples enter a state of tranquility more easily and accelerate their cultivation, even offering some aid to peerless prodigies. In his past life, Lu Qing had given the 7th grade snow jade clarity spirit mushroom to Yiling Yu because she was the most playful. Whenever she sat in meditation, she wanted to eat, making it hardest for her to calm down. The mushroom, along with the 6th grade heart-cleansing clarity jade obtained as a reward, were all given to her, enabling her to achieve rapid serenity. For those below the venerable realm, these two items were treasures, especially in the 3 stages of transcendence. Whether core establishment, core transformation, or primordial spirit, they were of great use. The life core stage focuses on fire, making one prone to irritability and inner demons. With these two heavenly treasures and spiritual materials placed nearby, they could calm the mind and reduce demonic obstacles, making them excellent treasures. The second item was the Azure Scale Sword. An ordinary 7th grade treasure, it was a rare and coveted treasure for those in core establishment, core transformation, and primordial spirit realms. When the sword was refined and unleashed, it shimmered with scale-like light, disorienting the mind. Additionally, it was exceptionally sharp, inscribed with 13 forbidden seals. Even an ordinary venerable could only withstand it, heat, and unable to use divine sense to breach the seals in a short time, interfere with the artifact's operation, or seize control. Furthermore, deep within the seals, 2 arrays were engraved. One was the Shattering Edge array, based on the sword's innate metal essence crystal. It drew a thread of metal essence chi, which through the array's application instantly coated the sword's tip and edge during combat, greatly enhancing lethality. The second array was the Lightscale array. When the sword was unleashed, the array activated instantly, triggering the Lightscale property on the blade. It reflected radiance with a shimmering scale-like light capable of blinding the eyes and disrupting divine sense. This artifact was an extremely ferocious weapon for those below the primordial spirit realm. Even experts in the transcendent stages, the divine core stage, also called core establishment, and core transformation stage, also called Dansi realm, would treasure it dearly, possibly making it their lifebound weapon. With it, they gained a powerful lethal move against peers, and even some effect against 3rd stage primordial spirit experts, making it nearly invincible below that level. Across the world, aside from prodigies like Lu Qing, how many could guarantee breaking through to the divine core or core transformation realms? Many were trapped in a single stage for life. For those stuck, unable to reach primordial spirit or become venerables, such an artifact was an heirloom treasure worthy of being passed down through generations as a clan's legacy. Before Lu Qing had grown strong and obtained the dual-headed blaze fireblade, his weapon was this Azure Scale Sword. Unfortunately, his temperament had always been domineering, and he never liked swords, so he did not refine it as his lifebound weapon, merely using it. Nevertheless, this artifact had rendered him great service in his past life, contributing significantly to his. Now, gazing at the Azure Scale Sword, Lu Qing's eyes flickered slightly. As a weapon he had once used in his past life, he did not give it away, but sold it just as he planned now. The reason was simple. In his past life, despite having the 10,000-fold reward system, he lacked sufficient funds at the time. Moreover, he was cautious, fearing that exposing the system would bring disaster. So he did not give away the Azure Scale Sword to receive a better weapon in return. The main issue was that if he gave it away, he could not retrieve it, and he would lose his starting capital. But in this life, Lu Qing had a different approach. In his past life, he had been inexperienced. Now his mastery of the system was already flawless, allowing him to circumvent these problems. The Azure Scale Sword. In his past life, Lu Qing had sold it off due to lack of starting capital. Eventually, after much vicissitude, it was bought back by Yi Yuran and returned to his hands. Regrettably, although Yi Yuran had told him in his past life to seek her help rather than sell it, Lu Qing disliked being indebted to others, especially to his senior sister. In this life, he would sell it just the same. After all, he held no deep attachment to this weapon and had never truly cared for it. Lu Qing turned his attention to the third treasure, a 7th grade blood spirit stone, another celestial treasure. Among the 4 mortal realms within the blood-nourishing bone stage, there exists a pill known as the blood coagulation pill. It can accelerate one's advancement considerably. In the 4th realm, where one refines precious blood from the body to nurture precious bones, the process consumes immense vital energy. The blood coagulation pill enables the nurtured bones to be superior. For prodigies, it allows them to reach the peak of the four mortal realms more swiftly. For ordinary cultivators, the blood coagulation pill grants them a chance to break through barriers that would otherwise be insurmountable, enabling them to ascend to higher levels. If one is at the third layer of blood coagulation with insufficient potential to reach the fourth, they can still use the blood coagulation pill aided by external celestial treasures to forcibly advance and gain greater strength. Thus at this stage the blood coagulation pill is an indispensable celestial treasure, always in short supply, never abundant, and universally sought after. The blood spirit stone, however, boasts an effect of abundant blood energy. Cultivating upon it is far superior to taking the blood coagulation pill, making it one of the finest treasures for lower realms. For some major cultivators, it can also remedy foundational deficiencies and extend their lifespan. In his past life, Lu Qing had given this to Yi Lingyu and Yi Fian, who had suffered from years of hunger and poor blood energy needing replenishment. In this life, there was little need. Whether Zhangshi Yilian or Zhao Qingning, their blood energy was average, requiring no deliberate enhancement. Thus it too could be traded for initial capital. Lastly, the fourth item, the Qianling spirit armor. This too was a treasure once used by Lu Qing, quite precious, on par with the azure scale armor. His gaze swept over the four treasures. Lu Qing's heart stirred slightly. These four should suffice. Any more would be unnecessary. In his past life he had exchanged for more, but in this life there was no need. With a casual wave, a gentle breeze swept by, and the azure scale sword clarity, mind herb blood spirit stone, and Qianling spirit armor fell into Lu Qing's hands. Just as Lu Qing finished gathering them, a figure appeared at the entrance of the treasure vault. It was none other than Yi Lian. She entered the vault momentarily dazzled, then turned to Lu Qing and said, "Master, you summoned your disciple." Lu Qing nodded. "Come here." "Yes." Yi Lianer approached Lu Qing. Lu Qing flicked his wrist. "Take these." A flash, the azure scale sword, Qianling spirit armor clarity, mind herb, and blood spirit stone appeared before Yi Lianer. She was stunned. Gazing at the four treasures, she recognized only the azure scale sword, which left a deep impression. She had seen her master wield it when she was still immortal. She never expected her master to retrieve all these from the vault. "Master, this is..." Yi Lianer looked at Lu Qing, utterly bewildered. "Take them and follow me," Lu Qing said calmly. Yi Lianer crouched down and carefully gathered the treasure. She eyed the azure scale sword with fondness. Alas, it was her master's relic from the past. How could it be given to her? "Master, where are we going?" "The Merit Pavilion." "The Merit Pavilion." Yi Lianer was taken aback. If she recalled correctly, this was where disciples exchanged celestial treasures for contribution points. Only with sufficient points could ordinary disciples access the second or third floors of the scripture pavilion for better techniques and martial skills. They could also exchange for spirit stones and pills. "Master, why go there? Do you intend to exchange all these?" Yi Lianer was stunned. The Merit Pavilion. Master and disciple soon arrived. A streak of light flashed as Lu Qing appeared before the pavilion. Lu Qing said calmly, "Go ahead. Exchange these for some spirit stones and pills." The pill names are as follows. Hearing this, Yi Lianer's eyes widened. "Master, you truly wish to exchange them?" "Exchange them," Lu Qing replied placidly. "Oh." Yi Lianer looked at the azure scale sword in her arms, reluctant, and cast a glance at Lu Qing. Lu Qing frowned. "What is it?" "Master, can we keep the azure scale sword for now? I will earn plenty of spirit stones to exchange for it later," Yi Lianer stammered. Lu Qing frowned again. "I have better ones. When your cultivation advances, you will not lack for them." "But master, I want this very one," Yi Lianer said nervously. "As you wish. Keep it if you desire," Lu Qing said indifferently. After all, the reward had already been credited. That was the main prize. This initial capital was trivial. The auction house outside the sect was the real target. "Thank you, master." Yi Lianer was instantly overjoyed, her demeanor lightening. She carefully handed the sword to Lu Qing, who took it with a casual wave, frowning slightly as he sensed something odd about her. What was peculiar about Yi Lianer? Why was she fixated on this azure scale sword, refusing something better? Lu Qing was certain the sword held no secrets. Unable to fathom it, he dismissed the thought and composed himself. Meanwhile, Yi Lianer stepped forward with the remaining three treasures. The Merit Pavilion was already abuzz. At the exchange counter, a core disciple, having witnessed Lu Qing's arrival, immediately addressed Yi Lianer, "Junior sister, is Uncle Master Lu truly exchanging all these?" Master says to exchange them for pills. Even the Qianling spirit armor and premium celestial treasures. Aren't these the foundation of a peak? Exchange them. Please wait, junior sister. I must summon the steward. This matter is beyond my authority. The true disciple hurried behind the counter. Moments later, an elder with white hair emerged, a venerable one, and an outer peak steward's son. He addressed Lu Qing. "Peak Master Lu, please step up to the second floor for a word." Lu Qing's form flickered, crossing several meters in a few strides, and ascended to the second floor. Son, he said, Peak Master Lu, do you truly intend to surrender these to the sect's treasury in exchange for resources? Yes, Lu Qing replied calmly. Why such a move? The Peak distributes resources and pills. Ordinary mid-grade blood coagulation pills and clarity mind pills suffice, if used frugally. Why such extravagance? Son, he remarked. These are a Peak's heritage. Even the sect master would not wish to see this. Steward, son, I have my reasons. Just proceed with the exchange, Lu Qing said serenely. Hearing this, son, he confirmed Lu Qing's resolve and shook his head inwardly. He envied the younger disciples who had the fortune to join the heavenly sword Peak. Nowhere else would they receive such attention. He sent a telepathic message. Soon the exchange was completed. 30 bottles of top-grade clarity mind pills were secured. Additionally, several bottles of top-grade blood coagulation pills and bone-strengthening pills, all essential for the four mortal realms and all of premium quality, were acquired, their value immense. These pills. The core disciple handling the exchange was green with envy. Such precious pills, top-grade ones, were scarce in the sect's reserves. Ordinarily, he had to ration them, consuming at most 10 blood coagulation pills a month paired with a precious clarity mind pill to purge pill toxins. But here bottle after bottle lay before him. It wasn't that he couldn't consume more. Excess led to pill toxins harming the body. 10 pills were his limit, even with the aid of a clarity mind pill. Yet now this uncle master from Heavenly Sword Peak had bought so many clarity mind pills and other pills. He could only dream of taking pills daily without worry, advancing at an astonishing pace. His foundation would be incredibly robust. Envy, boundless, unending envy surged within him. Pills offered many benefits far surpassing self-cultivation, but they carried pill toxins. Clarity mind pills were exorbitantly expensive, yet Uncle Master Lu had directly tapped the sect's heritage. Lu Qing, unaware of these thoughts, would have shaken his head in amusement. His sole aim was to earn spirit stones. The pill exchange was incidental. By obtaining rewards through these items, he maximized profit. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother. In his past life, Lu Qing's first pot of gold came this way. Due to the heavenly refinement Peak, the sect's pill quality was generally high, especially low-grade, ones like clarity mind pills and blood coagulation pills, all available in top-grade form. In his past life, Lu Qing had used these for Yi Fian and the others. The rewarded pills were even superior, netting him a substantial profit. Unlike his past life, Lu Qing now had Yi Lianer handle the exchange. This effectively gifted her the 4 treasures, and since she made the exchange, all of them yielded rewards, including the Azure Scale Sword, representing a major gain, far optimizing the process. Thinking this, Lu Qing felt anticipation. Once he sold this new batch of rewarded items, his strained finances would surge dramatically. Then refining the Earth Escape Talisman within half a year and receiving the Heaven Escape Talisman as a reward would no longer be impossible. A faint trace of a smile flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. He glanced at Yi Lianer, who held a storage pouch brimming with precious pills, then his expression returned to calm as he said flatly, "Let's go. Back to the Peak." As he spoke, Lu Qing had already transmitted his divine sense to communicate with the celestial cranes scattered across the sect. "Cranes, take my 2 disciples back to the Peak. I have matters to discuss with them." With a crisp cry, the celestial crane that received the command took flight, vanishing between the peaks in an instant as it soared away. Lu Qing, meanwhile, returned to Tianjin Peak. The fastest way to obtain returns now was naturally to give all the pills to Yi Lianer, which would yield feedback quickly. But Lu Qing was no fool, not so desperate as to resort to that. In this life, he would not devote himself entirely to nurturing disciples, yet neither would he show such blatant favoritism that outsiders found it unbearable. This batch of high-grade pills would naturally be divided equally among the 3. Soon Zhao Qingming and Zhang Shi returned to the Peak. They came on foot. What? Riding celestial cranes. Though the sect cared for its disciples, it would not extend such care to those among them who were mere mortals, let alone install wind-defying formations or stabilizing arrays on the cranes' backs. Mortals could not ride them, attempting to do so would likely result in a fatal fall. Want to ride a celestial crane? Fine. Raise your cultivation quickly. Once you reach the 3rd layer of the Qi condensation stage and above, with increased strength to grip and sit steadily, you may ride as you please. Even beyond the transcendent stage, gifting a mount would be no issue. Strength was the ultimate truth. Though the Shangqing divine sect was not as brutally competitive as the demonic sects where life and death hung in the balance, it still placed immense value on power. At Tianjin Peak, Zhao Qingming stepped forward and greeted, "Master, your disciple pays respects." Lu Qing looked at her, a flicker of surprise deep in his eyes. He hadn't expected that among his 3 disciples the one to first enter the 1st layer of Qi condensation would be Zhao Qingming, the latest to join. One could only say that after her talent was supplemented, her diligence was unmatched. Lu Qing had received several messages from Yi Yuling stating that this 3rd disciple, setting aside other merits, possessed a tenacity and cultivation that, if she did not fall midway, would surely lead her to boundless prospects, allowing her to become a peerless existence in her own right. As Lu Qing saw it now purely in terms of diligent cultivation, she was likely second to none. This progress alone was proof enough of everything. It seemed the events of the past had indeed left a deep scar on her. Her words were not mere talk, her thirst for strength was far more intense than that of ordinary people. Lu Qing nodded gently, then turned to Zhang Shi, who said, "Your disciple pays respects master. Cultivate diligently, and do not slack off," Lu Qing encouraged. Zhang Shi quickly nodded, also letting out a sigh of relief. His progress was slow, and he had feared his master would scold him, but his master said nothing, which only added to the pressure he felt inside. "Lianer, bring the things over," Lu Qing said. "Yes, master." Yi Lianer stepped forward obediently, placing a storage pouch in Lu Qing's hand. With a sweep of his divine, since the simple restrictions on it were easily controlled and undone. Then item after item flew out, piling on the ground in 3 neatly sorted stacks. 3 piles of pills along with an equal number of spirit stones. Spirit stones were not merely currency, they could also serve as a source of spiritual energy and for cultivation purposes. Of course, within the Shangqing divine sect, the cultivation grounds of the major peaks were already rich in spiritual energy, so there was no need to rely on spirit stones for cultivation like ordinary rogue cultivators in barren lands. But these items were still useful in daily life. For instance, when carrying out missions outside, they could be used to set up small spirit gathering arrays. Naturally, they were all valuable, and no one would complain about having too few. Lu Qing certainly wouldn't give them only pills without any spirit stones. If not, others might think Tianjin Peak had fallen to such poverty. After dividing the pills into 3 stacks, Lu Qing said, "Take 1 portion each." As he spoke, he tossed out 3 high-grade magical artifact storage pouches. "Drip blood to claim ownership, and you can store them." These 3 high-grade artifacts were not trivial items for ordinary people, they were extremely precious. Normal storage pouches could only be used with difficulty by those at the transcendent stage, and wielded with ease only at the divine soul stage. Yet these 3 high-grade storage pouches could be used even by mortals, illustrating their rarity. Of course, they were standard issue for core disciples of major sects fine within the sect. But outside, if they fell into the hands of ordinary people, the mere existence of such items could invite deadly calamity, let alone the treasures they contained. Enough to drive any low-level rogue cultivator to madness. "Thank you, master." The 3 disciples each accepted their pouches, bit their fingers, and dripped blood to claim ownership. Soon the 3 piles of pills on the ground vanished, all stored away. Lu Qing said, "All right, go back now. There are accompanying manuals for using the pills, consult them yourselves." The 3 disciples replied, "Thank you, master." Then, after bidding farewell to Lu Qing, Zhao Qingming, and Zhang Shi, each walked a short distance before taking small teleportation arrays back to Xinyi Peak and Tianlian Peak. This matter came to a close. Meanwhile, within the system's own 10,000-fold reward space, it was now filled to the brim, awaiting only conversion to yield a rich harvest that would leave Lu Qing immensely wealthy. Such a sight, a vast array of rare pills and several precious treasures, made Lu Qing's eyes gleam. Next came the planning for conversion. At the same time, today everything Lu Qing had done spread through the peaks just as it had in his past life. Countless outer and inner disciples were beside themselves with envy. The servant disciples were so jealous they nearly drooled. There was no help for it, the envy was overwhelming. When word reached Lu Qing's junior sisters, several peak masters couldn't help but feel speechless and somewhat resentful. "Senior brother always spoils those he cherishes to the point of ruin, caring nothing for others' feelings," said Nalan Qingqing of Bingyun Peak, shaking her head gently as she recalled his temperament. It had been like this before, and it was still the same now. Such lavish, spending, almost wasteful behavior. What did it achieve? Just to pamper his 3 disciples. What good came of such a grand gesture? Well, there was some benefit. His disciples, who might have cultivated only 10 hours a day and taken 1 or 2 pills, could now cultivate for 12, 13, or 14 hours and consume more pills. Was it helpful? Certainly. But to say it made a huge difference? Not really. It just let them advance a bit faster. One could only say that senior brother spoiled them too much. He went on a grand spending spree to dote on his disciples, but the other peaks suffered. With such a display, how would the disciples under their peaks feel? That their own peak masters couldn't match the generosity of Tianjin Peak's master, nor show such care and affection for their disciples. Nalan Qingqing was at a loss, finally sighing. What could she do? After all, she had been bullied like this all along and had to rely on him. Now being bullied again, she could only endure it. Unlike Nalan Qingqing and the others, as well as the master of Danzhu Peak, Xiandan Shangren, all junior sisters or brothers to Lu Qing. Yi Xing of the 5th Peak was nearly furious. This bastard, showing off so ostentatiously, wasting resources like this. Sooner or later Tianjin Peak will be ruined by your hand. What use is such extravagance? Normally they take 10 days to reach a certain realm. Under your lavish treatment, you've only shaved it down to 7 days at most. What's the point? It's just gilding the lily. They'll let you flaunt your wealth. They'll let you flaunt it. The more Yi Xing thought about it, the angrier he grew. Finally, he kicked a nearby alchemy furnace twice in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. Tianjin Peak's foundations were deep enough, but for his own peak, he couldn't bear to sell such treasures. Not everyone was like Tianjin Peak, with so few disciples. Other peaks had many disciples, and with more disciples came greater expenses. Even a single pill had to be saved and used sparingly. Foundations were truly foundations. Each one used was one fewer. Only Tianjin Peak with its single lineage had a spendthrift who dared to waste like this. Elsewhere, Yifi and Xiao Ning and the others, though in seclusion for cultivation, had also heard the news, and were all somewhat stunned. Because in their past lives Lu Qing had treated them this way. But in this life, such affection no longer belonged to them. And now though their current master was good to them, he could never and would never be like their former master who for the sake of even a slight improvement would spoil them to the bone and give them all the best. The women fell silent, their gazes gradually growing complex. Especially when they saw the scenes recorded by servant disciples using water mirror techniques, their expressions became even more complicated. In the water mirror scroll, Zhao Qingming was beaming with joy. Yi Lianer followed closely behind Lu Qing with a look of dependence, and Zhang Shi grinned with a simple foolish smile. Without a doubt, they were all very happy. Just as in the past life, when the women had been spoiled by Lu Qing, they had been just as happy. But now all of this no longer belonged to them and had nothing to do with them. This sight left the future empresses even more dazed, their expressions growing somewhat dazed and lost. After a long while, the several young women finally recovered their composure. Xiao Ning asked, "Senior sister, should we still wait? Are we going to continue cultivating the imperial rank technique or not?" "Let's continue. With so many previous opportunities left untouched, it's unlikely to be taken now. Or perhaps we'll see later. For now, let's switch to another cultivation method. However, we must pair it with a secret art to temporarily conceal the imperial rank aura lest our master and the others sense something amiss." On the peak, rumors spread everywhere. After finishing a day's work, Yi Yuran finally had a moment of respite when she heard the news. She couldn't help but feel speechless. Junior brother really sells everything. At least he only sold the Qinling armor and didn't trade away the Qinglin sword. Little did she know, like everyone else, she had no idea that Lu Qing wasn't doing this out of favoritism for his disciples. In his past life, perhaps he was, but in this life, he only considered himself. Meanwhile, Yi Yuran grew increasingly troubled as she thought about it. Actually, it would be better if Yenner and the others could become his disciples. He dotes on his disciples so much, if they joined him, they'd feel a stronger sense of belonging. Unfortunately, he's unwilling, and so are they. Maybe I can still mediate this. 5 months from now, the Intersect Minor Tournament will take place concerning resource competition across regions. The spoils of that contest will determine the allocation of certain secret realms, and even involve the conflict between righteous and demonic sects. Yi Yuran frowned. Aqing's combat prowess has always been formidable. This is an opportunity for him to guide Yenner and the others, fostering their bond. The Intersect Minor Tournament, though limited to the 4 mortal realms, was crucial. Each sect had a finite number of prodigies in these realms, and every additional one increased the odds of victory. Most importantly, the tournament itself was a trial, both dangerous and full of opportunities, that determined part of the sect's resource gains. Moreover, the secret realms themselves were fortuitous encounters. With luck, one might enter at the first realm and emerge at the second or even third realm. The gaps between the 4 mortal realms were not overly vast, so the contest relied more on luck foundation and hard skills like technique. When Lu Qing first joined the sect not long ago, he had dominated the tournament, even contending with disciples who had long reached the 4th realm. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, ultimately ensuring that nearly all the disciples of his cohort emerged unscathed. A truly outstanding performance. Even if not for fostering bonds, Yi Yuran hoped Lu Qing would guide the new disciples, strengthening their abilities and deepening their foundation, so they could perform better in the sect tournament with minimal casualties. The sect tournament is still some time away, but this matter should be settled sooner rather than later. They'll speak with him today. Lu Qing was unaware of Yi Yuran's thoughts, so otherwise he would have been speechless. In his past life, it was she who first advised him not to devote all his energy to his disciples. Yet in this life, seeing the women's unparalleled talent, it was she again who wanted him to take them as disciples. At Tianjin Peak, the treasures have been reciprocated. I can now leave the mountain to liquidate all these items. Lu Qing gazed at the vast array of treasures in his spatial storage. These items were hard to cache in within the sect without explaining their origin, which would cause trouble. Leaving the mountain was better. In his past life, he had handled it that way. But at that moment, a familiar aura approached rapidly. Lu Qing temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Moments later, with a flicker of dim light, Yi Yuran's figure appeared beside him. "Senior sister, why are you here?" "Take a guess, little brother," said Yi Yuran. "Lu Qing." "Guess my ass," Lu Qing thought in exasperation. "Senior sister, speak properly." Yi Yuran said, "Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree to this, I'll agree to anything you ask in the future, even some very excessive requests." Senior sister, I have no excessive requests. Just tell me what it is, said Lu Qing. Seeing this, Yi Yuran curled the corner of her mouth into a faint smile, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Qing as her mind wandered. She said playfully, then how about you agree to some excessive requests from me? Senior sister, let's get down to business, said Lu Qing. At that, Yi Yuran stopped joking. Do you remember the sect? Of course I do. Lu Qing had personally participated back then. How could he forget? To avoid deadly clashes among high-level combatants, major sects decided most resource allocations through disciple tournaments. These were both crises and opportunities for the disciples. From their entry into the sect to their gradual growth, disciples experienced countless tournaments. The unlucky ones might endure dozens, the fortunate only 2 or 3. Lu Qing wasn't particularly lucky back then. He fought a total of 13 rounds. When important secret realms emerged, they competed. When vital treasures appeared and the higher-ups couldn't settle, they competed through tournaments. When heavenly materials and earthly treasures surfaced with no resolution among the higher-ups, the disciples competed. Sometimes it was about secret realm gains. Other times it was sect duels, the cause depending on whether a secret realm had appeared or resources were allocated. For new disciples, this was quite dangerous, even with life-preserving treasures. Yet it was also an opportunity. Sometimes secret realms yielded treasures so crucial that even the Grand Elders coveted them, as they could boost breakthrough chances. But due to the rules, the Grand Elders couldn't participate personally, so they placed their hopes on the disciples. If a disciple rendered great service by obtaining a corresponding treasure, that disciple would earn the Grand Elders' favor, goodwill, and attention, a meteoric rise. In the past, many ordinary disciples, through outstanding performance in tournaments or sheer luck in obtaining a treasure, caught the eye of a Grand Elder and leaped from inner disciple to true disciple, becoming core members. Lu Qing hadn't experienced such a meteoric rise in his past life. He had always been a prodigy, aided by a system and his 2 lifetimes of experience. His innate talent was already exceptional, so he didn't need such a leap. But he had fought many rounds in tournaments, rising through those perilous contests to claim the position of Tianjin Peak's master and earn his reputation as a peerless genius. Senior sister, did you come to me about the sect tournament? Asked Lu Qing. Yes, Yi Yuran nodded softly. Senior sister, this doesn't concern me, said Lu Qing. The sect has many prodigies, and my disciples' foundations are still lacking. Yi Yuran said, of course it's not just about having your disciples participate. I hope you'll step and spend a little time guiding this batch of new disciples. Among the 7 peaks besides me, you have the strongest strength, the richest experience, and the most dazzling record. If you help this batch's chances of victory should increase greatly. Moreover, little brother, not to mention the others, Yen or Xiao Ning, and the rest have unparalleled talent. Even if you're unwilling to take them as disciples, it's best to build a good relationship with them. It might prove useful in the future. Every word Yi Yuran spoke came from the heart. Lu Qing listened, knowing she meant well, but his heart remained calm. He did not accept her goodwill. Lu Qing said indifferently, apologies, senior sister. I have no time for such matters. Yi Yuran looked at Lu Qing with some surprise and asked, such a mutually beneficial matter, and you're still unwilling? Why? Lu Qing replied indifferently, senior sister, I have no time, and secondly, there's no need. I don't have to build good relations with anyone. Yi Yuran studied Lu Qing carefully and finally chuckled, big sister knows you're very capable, but sparing a little time wouldn't hurt. The returns are quite high. No time, Lu Qing refused again. Hearing this, Yi Yuran no longer insisted. All right, do as you please. They'll find someone else then. Besides you, none of the 7 peaks specialize in the path of slaughter, but among the outer sect elder stewards, there are some venerable ones worth using. He'll ask someone else. That's best. Lu Qing nodded. After finishing their business, they chatted for a while. Then Yi Yuran returned directly to her peak. As soon as she arrived, she immediately met with several prodigies cultivating in the sacred ground of Divine Wing Peak. Yi Yuran looked at Yi Fian and said, Yinner, cultivate diligently for 2 months. After that, accompany the Blood Sword Venerable to participate in the Secret Realm trial to prepare for the sect's grand competition in a while. Yi Fian was startled, and a flood of information flashed through her mind. The Blood Sword Venerable. She naturally had some impression of him, an outer sect elder steward. She said, Master, why the Blood Sword Venerable? I've heard that in terms of slaughter techniques, isn't Uncle Master Lu the best among the 7 peaks? Why is it the Blood Sword Venerable leading the team? Wouldn't Uncle Master Lu be more suitable? Your Uncle Master Lu has his own matters to attend to. He's unwilling to go, Yi Yuran said. Unwilling? Yi Fian was taken aback. Yi Fian, Xiao Ning, and the other girls were all momentarily silent upon hearing this news. Qingming Mountain. Here an auction house of considerable scale was located, connecting with rogue cultivators below and even various sacred lands above. It was rumored that behind this auction house stood a celestial king, but this was merely a legend without concrete evidence. What was certain, however, was that the Qingming auction house was very safe, having existed for nearly 10,000 years with almost no incidents. It was because of this history that the Qingming Mountain Auction House had become so renowned, especially the once-a-century Qingming Grand Auction, which was exceptionally lively with countless treasures. In addition, a smaller auction was held every 5 years. Now Lu Qing had arrived here just in time for the upcoming small auction. From the outside, Qingming Mountain looked like an ordinary mountain, but once one entered through the grand formation, it revealed a completely different world, a bustling and magnificent auction venue. Lu Qing entered and quickly made contact with the Qingming Mountain Auction House. Having visited many times in his past life, he was familiar with the place and went directly to the back entrance. "Esteemed guest, are you here to bid or to consign?" At the back entrance, there was a counter staffed by an old man at the core condensation realm. Seeing Lu Qing approach, he showed no particular respect and merely asked as a formality. This was partly because Lu Qing had concealed his identity and partly because venerables were not uncommon in the auction house. Moreover, Lu Qing's cultivation base of mid-stage venerable was quite ordinary here. To consign, Lu Qing said indifferently, "Please present your goods, guest." After a series of procedures, Lu Qing's pills were all handed over to the auction house, which would auction them on his behalf. The process went smoothly without any incidents. A smile of satisfaction appeared in Lu Qing's eyes with a hint of contentment deep within. Just like in his past life, even the Qingming auction house placed great value on his pills, and he expected to earn a considerable fortune. Moreover, the green serpent sword forged from the green scale sword's feedback along with 2 other treasures would be the highlights, bringing Lu Qing a substantial return. Not long after Lu Qing consigned his items, the auction officially began. Dressed in black robes that concealed his aura, Lu Qing appeared in the auction hall. As soon as he arrived, Lu Qing was slightly startled, for he saw many familiar faces. "I didn't expect people from several sacred lands and major sects to be here. Could it be that this small auction has something extraordinary on offer?" To actually see these fellows, Lu Qing glanced around and recognized many familiar faces, prodigies who had once contended with him in the past, now present at this auction. Time passed, and soon the auction began. To Lu Qing's surprise, the opening act featured his own pills. High-grade divine blood pills, top-tier elixirs for the blood coagulation realm. Divine bone pills, also top-tier for the blood coagulation realm. It must be said that these pills were extremely valuable. Though relatively low-level, they were rare and sought-after elixirs. Moreover, for the higher-ups of some major sects, they were an irresistible temptation. Many had descendants with insufficient talent and aptitude who desperately needed such top-tier pills for assistance. Thus, as soon as the pills were presented, a fierce bidding war erupted. The price in spirit stones kept climbing. Lu Qing watched with increasing satisfaction. The prices were even slightly higher than in his past life, promising a substantial profit. Time ticked by second by second. Soon it was the turn of one of Lu Qing's consigned treasures, the heavenly core heart-cleansing jade. But to Lu Qing's surprise, Zhang Erlai made a move and began bidding. Could Zhang Erlai be trying to break through? And he set his sights on this item. "I won't let you have it so easily. A 7th grade item could already calm the mind and purify the spirit, so this 6th grade one was naturally even more precious. It was especially effective at suppressing inner demons and aberrant thoughts, and invaluable for those with unstable foundations or insufficient mental cultivation at the venerable realm. This was likely why Zhang Erlai had targeted it." Lu Qing sneered inwardly. The bidding in spirit stones continued to rise. As time passed, the price quickly escalated from the starting bid of 1 million spirit stones to 2 million, then 3 million. 3 million spirit stones was already an exorbitant amount. It was also approaching the item's upper limit. The bidder was Zhang Erlai, whose forehead was covered in sweat, his heart racing with tension. He truly needed to break through and had a desperate need for this item. Now 3 million spirit stones represented his lives savings accumulated over countless years. Fortunately, it seemed no one else was bidding. Just as Zhang Erlai felt a slight relief, a cold voice rang out, "For million spirit stones." Huh. Zhang Erlai turned to look, and his face immediately turned cold. The other party was clad in black robes with a concealing artifact making their identity impossible to discern, likely a rogue cultivator. Yet this person had deep pockets and was trying to snatch the item. "Fellow Taoist, I am an elder steward of the Supreme Purity Divine Sect. I ask that you show me some courtesy," Zhang Erlai said hesitantly before bidding again, "for 1,100,000 spirit stones." "For 1,850,000, the black-robed man coldly raised the bid once more. At this figure, Zhang Erlai's face turned ashen. 3 million had already drained his savings. 5 million would be his ruin, forcing him to scrape the very bottom of his coffers. "Fellow Taoist." Zhang Erlai stared fixedly at Lu Qing, as if trying to see through the mask to the face beneath. Veins bulged faintly on his forehead as he roared, 5 million. "If you raise it again, it's yours. But remember today's matter, Zhang will not forget it. 6 million. If you can't afford it, get lost. What use is announcing your sect?" Lu Qing said coldly. Zhang Erlai's face instantly turned green with rage as he bellowed, 7 million. He was genuinely furious. As an outer sect elder steward, the other party showed him no respect and seemed determined to win the item, infuriating him. Now his bid was no longer driven by desire, but by anger at the other's attitude. He deliberately wanted to cause trouble. Wasn't the other party so rich? He would just give up and add another million, making the other party suffer. Let's see if they would regret it and feel the pain. He was certain that Lu Qing's hesitation-free bidding indicated a determination to win. So in his fury, he immediately raised the price, hoping to make Lu Qing bleed heavily and regret his actions, or at least force him to pay a heavy price. However, this time after he raised the bid, Lu Qing gave him a cold glance and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist has such bold spirit. This item I yield to you. I will compete no further." As Lu Qing's words fell, Zhang Erlai was dumbfounded. His lips instantly turned blue and his mouth went dry as he stammered, "You? What did you say? You don't want it." He was stunned. 7 million spirit stones. That far exceeded his limit and was a figure he simply could not produce. "I don't want it," Lu Qing stated flatly. 7 million first call. 7 million second call. 7 million third call. Sold. As the auctioneer's voice rang out, Zhang Erlai's face alternated between green and red before he spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Lu Qing in fury and roared, "Despicable villain. Who are you? If you have the guts, show your face. This old man will surely slay you one day." "You're not worthy," Lu Qing sneered coldly. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal his identity lest Zhang Erlai die from sheer rage. After all, the man was still a sect elder steward, and Lu Qing didn't want to cause trouble for Yuran. Otherwise, he might have actually shown his face. Unfortunately, Yixing had only come to observe and didn't bid. Lu Qing missed the chance to fleece him as well, otherwise he might have given him a harsh lesson too. But even so, he had reaped a bountiful harvest. As for Zhang Erlai, his face was livid with rage as he had to scramble to borrow spirit stones everywhere. Soon 3 days passed. After 3 days, Lu Qing cast a glance at the Qingming auction house, a hint of satisfaction deep in his eye. This auction has netted quite a few materials for Earth Escape talismans, and the spirit stones have exceeded 10 million, a decent profit. It should be enough. Next, he'll continue purchasing materials for the Earth Escape talisman and strive to refine it as soon as possible. Day by day passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had gone by. Lu Qing was still outside the sect gathering materials for the Earth Escape talisman. Meanwhile, within the sect, new activities had already commenced. At Heavenly Sword Peak, Little Bamboo Peak, and Divine Wing Peak, groups of outer sect, inner sect, true disciple, and personal disciples were being sorted and boarding the sect's artifact, the Green Pattern Boat. The Green Pattern Boat was enormous. It was adorned with various grand formations, one of the top-tier travel artifacts, and also a symbol of the supreme purity divine sect. Once it appeared in the outside world, it represented the sect's journey with numerous supreme powerhouses aboard to ensure absolute safety. However, this time the Green Pattern Boat was not heading elsewhere, but to a secret realm within the supreme purity divine sect's territory for a disciple trial. Lu Qing's own disciples also set out with them. Upon arriving at the secret realm, the Blood Sword Venerable led the group of disciples into the trial. Amidst the lively commotion within the sect, Lu Qing remained outside searching for materials for the Earth Escape talisman. 2 months, a full 2 months, and Lu Qing had only gathered 90%. On this day at Boulder City, an unremarkable town, Lu Qing sat on the second floor of an inn when his eyes suddenly stirred. He casually reached out, and from a streak of green light passing through the air, a wisp separated and landed in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a strand of green spiritual energy, but within it was contained a wealth of information. Lu Qing examined it one by one, and his expression shifted slightly. The Mo City auction. The remaining materials can be gathered there. Without hesitation, Lu Qing immediately set off. 5 days later, the materials for the Earth Escape talisman were finally collected smoothly and without incident. Lu Qing hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Then he found a cave dwelling and began refining the Earth Escape talisman. The hardest part of the Earth Escape talisman was not the refinement itself, but gathering the materials. Now that Lu Qing had collected them all, the greatest difficulty was resolved. Refining was relatively simple. Inside a cave dwelling, using the Earth Escape crystal as the base, refine the other materials into it in order. When activated, it can maintain an escape technique boost for anywhere from half a month to a month, greatly enhancing one's escape arts even to a level far beyond one's own cultivation realm. The Earth Escape talisman is only useful for those below the Transcendence realm, but the Heaven Escape talisman is immensely beneficial even for venerables and can even provide some enhancement for Grand Supremes. Now it's finally done. Lu Qing closed his eyes. 5 days later, a faint light flickered in his hand. In his palm, something had appeared. It was a triangular pouch resembling a sachet adorned with a faint divine glow and various profound runes. With a single squeeze, the item could be activated. It was the Earth Escape talisman. The Cold Abyss Secret Realm. The sect's trial ground. This trial tested the disciples' ability to adapt, respond to crises, and handle their environment. In simple terms, it was meant to acclimate disciples to conflict and danger so that they would not panic or lose their composure when faced with peril. Essentially, it was training for their mental fortitude and reactions under pressure. Bloodsword Venerable was quite surprised and impressed by this trial. There were indeed many promising talents. This trial had exceeded his expectations. Numerous prodigies performed exceptionally well, as if they were no strangers to battle, displaying outstanding qualities that pleased him greatly. This batch of disciples is quite good, but some have zero experience. They freeze when facing a beast attack, unable to move. Though all are extraordinary talents, the gap between them is still vast. Bloodsword Venerable was not surprised by this, nor did he think less of anyone for it. The purpose of the trial was to cultivate their ability to handle life and death situations. Through repeated trials, they could be forged as long as they did not lose their courage. The 4 prodigies personally appointed by the sect master have performed flawlessly, nearly perfect. Even I could not have done better in my early days. They truly possess unparalleled talent. Aside from them, the 2 from Heavensword Peak, those 2 disciples, also performed well. Bloodsword Venerable glanced at the crowd nearby. This time only Zhao Qingning and Yi Lianer participated, as Zhang Shi, who disliked conflict, did not come. Zhao Qingning, formerly of the Demon Suppression Bureau, had experience in battles and performed adequately. Yi Lianer, however, drew more attention. Pale-faced and clearly inexperienced, she still managed to excel throughout the trial. She was indeed worthy of being the top prodigy designated after the initial tests, even if others had since risen to overshadow her. To one side, a slender figure in white sat by the lake, merging with the surroundings, as if becoming part of the scenery. Her breathtaking beauty drew the gaze of many nearby core disciples. The girl who attracted so many eyes was none other than Yi Fian, the top scorer in this Secret Realm trial. She was now seated by the lake. Cough. Yi Fian moved her delicate hand slightly, then looked at a trace of crimson between her fingers. She was a future great emperor, yet in this trial, she had been injured. Injury was not unusual. She had been a great emperor in her past life, but now she was merely a chi condensation mortal, unable to exert even a fraction of her former power. Getting hurt in the Secret Realm was normal, yet it reminded her of her previous life. Back then she had not taken this trial seriously, as she had participated as if on a vacation. Lu Qing had prepared everything for them. Advanced guidance training, detailed instructions on various situations, and even investigated the Secret Realm himself to inform them of countermeasures. He had also given them numerous protective treasures. In fact, it wasn't just that time. In every subsequent trial he had protected them thoroughly, unwilling to let them suffer even a scratch, cherishing them deeply. Even until she became an emperor, she had hardly ever been hurt. The path from mortal to emperor had been so smooth, and now thinking back it seemed almost unbelievable. How much effort and care must have been poured into it. Later, worried about their combat prowess, he had paid a tremendous price to secure them spots in the battle illusion realm, allowing them to train there. He had taken care of them every step of the way. But in this life, he no longer watched over her. In just an ordinary Secret Realm trial, she had already sustained minor injuries. If it were my past life, Master would have been heartbroken. Back then, when Au accidentally cut her little finger while refining her life-bound artifact, Master was so distressed. How could he bear to see us hurt? Yi Fian couldn't help but think, what is Master doing now? In this life, he didn't even want to bring us to... This thought inevitably crossed Yi Fian's mind. Just then movement came from beside her. Senior Sister Yi. It was a young man, also a prodigy, strikingly handsome and talented. Though not a true disciple, he was one of the core disciples of the 7 main peaks. Senior Sister Yi, you're injured? I have some excellent healing medicine here. Please accept it. Thank you, but no need. Yi Fian replied calmly. In this life, such situations were all too common. Yet the more they occurred, the more she thought of her past life. Of the time before she was taken as a disciple, when no one cared about her. If she were still that version of herself, would so many people be kind to her? The answer seemed to be only one: no. A flicker of disappointment passed through the young man's eyes, and he said no more. Yi Fian also withdrew. Heavenly Sword Peak. Mist and clouds coiled around its summit, where jagged rocks jutted out like fangs, and the air hummed with a chilling sword aura. Beyond the peak, a solitary platform hung over a sea of clouds, bearing only an ancient stone table and 2 stone stools. Further in the distance, pavilions and courtyards resembling celestial palaces dotted the peak. Lu Qing sat upright before the stone table, a chessboard before him covered in a dense array of pieces, the unfinished game as deep and still as a secluded mountain pool, its killing intent hidden within. He rested one hand on the cool ink-black jade chess bowl, locked in silent battle with the lingering endgame, while the other hand grasped the celadone jade gourd, each knuckle distinct and defined. At that moment he took a shallow sip of the heart freeze brew, which carried a crisp cold aura, allowing the wisps of spiritual energy to dissolve within his organs and seep into his mind. Master, this disciple has disappointed you. Yi Lianer stood there, her face etched with shame, her voice as faint and fragile as clouds scattered by the wind. She bowed her head, not daring to meet Lu Qing's gaze, and murmured, "Disciple. This time in the sect's secret realm trial, I only received a plus grade." Lu Qing's fingers, which were holding a white jade chess piece, paused for an instant before he placed it on another spot on the board. He turned his head, his gaze as calm as still waters sweeping over the girl's lowered head and trembling shoulders. After a moment, his tranquil voice rang out, "You only got a plus. Yi Lianer's eyes reddened. "Master, I am sorry." Lu Qing replied, "A plus is fine. Are you injured?" At Lu Qing's words, Yi Lianer's eyes grew even redder. "Master, I'm sorry. Back then, I was the top-ranked prodigy among the disciples taken under your wing. But now I've only managed a plus. My rank has fallen to the bottom 10 and I'm injured. I have completely disgraced you and the honor of Heavenly Sword Peak." Lu Qing's gaze paused for a fraction of a second on the faint dark red bloodstains barely visible on her robe before returning to the unfinished chess game. In her heart, did she truly believe him to be so cruel and strict? A faint, almost imperceptible trace of helplessness flickered through his mind. He had no intention of reprimanding her. After all, she was his own personal disciple. Seeing her injured, a simple inquiry and show of concern was only natural, yet to her it seemed to have become a prelude to reproach and rejection. Was he truly so unapproachable in her eyes? These thoughts passed through his mind like fleeting shadows, yet Lu Qing's expression remained as calm as an ancient well. He said evenly, "The honor of my Heavenly Sword Peak does not yet need you to fight for it. As long as I am here, I am the honor. The time for you to strive for it will come when you have grown. A temporary setback means nothing." Hearing this, Yi Lianer was taken aback, then felt a strange warmth in her heart. She quickly replied, "Master, this disciple will work hard. In the future, I will not disappoint you again." Lu Qing nodded, not dwelling on the matter. He shifted the topic slightly, his tone still as calm as ever. "Tell me, who came first? And who were the top 10? Yi Lianer did not dare to hide anything, and quickly recited a few names. It was Senior Sister Yi, under the sect leader, who took the top spot. Senior Sister Xiao Ning, the personal disciple of Uncle Master Nailin. And several true disciples of other uncles also made it into the top 10. Also, Junior Sister Zhao, she also entered the top 10, ranking 9th. Qing Ning." Lu Qing's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. "Yes," Yi Lianer answered. "What about Zhang Shi?" Lu Qing asked again. "Junior brother Zhang does not enjoy conflict, so he did not participate." Lu Qing nodded, having expected as much. Withdrawing his hand from the chess piece, his voice remained flat. "You and Qing Ning are both core true disciples of my Heavenly Sword Peak. Soon the joint secret realm competition of the various sects will take place, and you two will definitely have to participate. That will no longer be a trial ground within the sect. The dangers, there will be unpredictable demonic prodigies will also infiltrate using vicious and cunning methods. Life and death will hang in the balance. Keep this item safe." He turned his wrist, and an object materialized in his palm out of thin air. The pouch was neither metal nor would its dark yellow base, adorned with cinnabar-drawn runes that were profound and deep, radiating an aura as thick and condensed as the earth itself. Its mere presence made the surrounding air feel heavier. The talisman, when released, seemed large, yet floated as lightly as a feather, but carried an immovable weight as it drifted steadily before Yi Lianer. "Master, what is this?" Yi Lianer's beautiful eyes widened, the divine light emanating from the talisman, causing an inexplicable pounding in her heart. "Drip your blood on it, and your divine sense will naturally connect," Lu Qing said succinctly. Without hesitation, Yi Lianer parted her rosy lips slightly and gently bit her fingertip. A drop of crimson blood oozed out, and she carefully let it fall onto the dark yellow talisman paper. Boom! The moment the blood merged with the talisman, a torrent of information flooded into Yi Lianer's sea of consciousness like a bursting dam. The talisman's name, function, power, and activation method became instantly clear. Her face drained of color in an instant. She was so shocked that her cherry lips parted slightly, and she stood frozen as if struck by lightning. An Earth Escape Talisman. Is it the legendary supreme treasure for preserving one's life, capable of instantly boosting one's escape arts and ignoring most restrictions? Yi Lianer exclaimed in disbelief. This is an unparalleled life-saving treasure. And Master, you would bestow this upon your disciples so easily. Yi Lianer had never seen an Earth Escape Talisman before, but that didn't stop her from recognizing it from the compendium of all things recently issued by the sect. The most terrifying aspect of the Earth Escape Talisman was not just its immense life-saving power, but its ability to elevate the escape arts of a low-realm cultivator to an extremely high level for a considerable duration. This was an unparalleled treasure for anyone. Even a Transcendence Realm expert at the early stage of the Divine Pill-embracing pill would need it, as it could elevate their movement technique to the Transforming Pill realm, which specialized in escape arts. Even some great powers would be willing to acquire such an item to bestow upon a highly valued junior in their class. The long-term enhancement of escape arts was not only useful for survival, but also immensely beneficial in pursuits in combat. This item was described in the sect's compendium of all things as something that could only be encountered by chance, never sought primarily, because of its extreme difficulty and immense cost to refine. Generally, only Transcendence Realm cultivators seeking resources or ancient monsters stuck at a bottleneck with no hope of further advancement would be willing to pay the colossal price to refine one to boost their combat power. Yet her master had refined such a treasure for her one that would make even Transcendence Realm experts envious. Except that Lu Qing said. He watched her stunned, overwhelmed by joy and guilt, as if she felt unworthy due to her poor ranking. A ripple of indescribable emotion stirred in his heart, mingled with a strange irritation. In his past life, would he ever have had the mind to spend such a vast price to refine a life-saving talisman that even Transcendence Realm greats would covet? Back then his mind was solely focused on nurturing those good disciples, so he naturally had no inclination to refine an Earth Escape talisman. Instead, he had used his resources to prepare more practical and numerous treasures and spirit pills for lower realms, all of which he gave to Yi Fian, Xiao Ning, and the others. In comparison, what Yi Liana received wasn't much at all. After all, the Earth Escape talisman's cost was immense. If not for the goal of obtaining the Heaven Escape talisman, its cost-effectiveness was quite low. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Qing quickly suppressed the slight turbulence in his heart, his tone still flat. This talisman's power is only effective below the Venerable Realm. During the Secret Realm competition, if your life is in danger, activate it without hesitation. Use it when you must, and don't be reluctant. Having come this far, Lu Qing had come to understand this girl's nature, and he was genuinely afraid she might be too reluctant to use it when needed. Hearing this, Yi Lianer said, "Disciple understands." Lu Qing withdrew his gaze as calm and unruffled as still water. He then flicked his sleeve, and several rare herbs of various forms, shimmering with iridescent light, materialized out of thin air. The moment they appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy rippled, radiating an enticing treasure light and surging life force. These were the bone-condensing grass, azure water, golden eye grass, diamond plant, and blood soul grass he had collected along with the materials for the Earth Escape talisman, for entire costly heavenly treasures. They had already been processed by him. Their glow was no longer so dazzling, but the power contained within them was even more condensed. Take these rare treasures. You two will each have two. Consume them, and slowly refine your bodies with qi. Give the blood soul grass and bone-condensing grass to Qing Ning. You use the azure water and diamond plants. Master, what are these? Yi Lianer was puzzled this time. If you don't know, go back and find out for yourself, Lu Qing said with a frown. Startled by his reaction, Yi Lianer quickly replied, "Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will go back and look into it immediately." Lu Qing watched her reaction, his face calm, but his heart slightly shaken. He thought to himself that he was indeed different from his past life. Somehow he felt as if he had become a different person. Perhaps the events of his past life had left too deep an imprint on him. In the past, he would never have spoken to his disciples like this. He collected himself. "Go now." Lu Qing waved his hand, his gaze already returning to the chessboard that held myriad changes. Yi Lianer carefully took the 4 precious herbs which were suspended in midair and shimmering with strange luster. Feeling the immense energy contained within them, she bid Lu Qing farewell and left. Watching Yi Lianer's hesitant figure, who finally bowed respectfully before turning and disappearing around the winding mountain path, Lu Qing picked up the heart-freeze brew gourd and took another shallow sip. The cold liquid slid down his throat, washing away the last traces of emotional turmoil. This arrangement should be enough to ensure their safety on this journey. After all, having been reborn, I cannot put my disciples first in every matter. At most, they'll casually give them a few more defensive treasures, and that will be enough. Lu Qing thought, his gaze steady, yet flashing with a resolve as firm as a rock. In this life, on the path of immortal cultivation, I must prioritize myself. Nothing else is as reliable as even a tenth of my own strength. As his thoughts turned, Lu Qing flipped his wrist, and a talisman appeared in his hand. It was different in style from the Earth Escape talisman, but equally profound and mysterious. This talisman was entirely azure, its runes as complex as flowing clouds and stars, containing a vast and ethereal Tao resonance that seemed capable of reaching the heavens. It was the ultimate life-saving treasure, returned 10,000-fold the Heaven Escape talisman. Feeling the power of the talisman between his fingers, which made space itself resonate, faintly a glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. The protective talisman is ready. With this item, Lu Qing's escape arts would be unmatched within the Venerable Realm. If he wished to flee, there would likely be no one within that realm who could stop him. Lu Qing's mind sighed faintly. In his past life, after taking on disciples, he had made almost no personal progress. Not only was his breakthrough to the mid-stage slow, but even after breaking through, his combat power was mediocre, and many of his peers could easily overpower him. But in this life, with just the Heaven Escape talisman in hand combined with his own strength, Lu Qing already possessed an invincible aura among his peers. Then Lu Qing stood up. He spread his palm, and above it 4 rare spirit plants materialized floating in the air. These were the treasures quietly returned 10,000-fold by the system suspended in the void before him. The 10,000-year bone-condensing grass, 10,000-year diamond plant, 10,000-year azure water golden eye grass, and 10,000-year blood soul grass. All of them shimmered with iridescent light. If any other venerable were present, their eyes would likely redden with envy. Especially the elderly venerables who had no hope of further breakthroughs would probably have their eyes popping out. Each 10th Sandier heavenly treasure was a rare and sought-after gem, yet Lu Qing had 4 in his possession, and their uses were extremely vast. For these treasures could help them elevate their physical bodies to a higher level and even extend their lifespans after their bodies grew stronger. Yet enhancing the physical body was no easy feat, otherwise everyone would have chosen to cultivate the body. But now with these 4 treasures, their physical bodies could surely surge forward by a significant margin. It might even allow the physical body to reach a higher realm prematurely. At the initial stage of the venerable realm, one could attain the physical body of the later stage, and at the later stage perhaps break through to gain a supreme level physique. Though the cultivation realm remained unchanged, combat prowess and lifespan would both see tremendous improvements. In the past, many peerless geniuses whose paths were cut short by unforeseen calamities reached the pinnacle in this path, ultimately earning the title of half-step supreme, even without advancing their cultivation realm. The physical body. Just as cultivation has its realms, so too does the physical body have its own divisions. The 4 mortal realms marked the initial transformation of the body. Once one passed these 4 realms, the fragile mortal flesh would complete its transcendence, ascending to the transcendence realm, where an inner divine pill would form, allowing one to leap from mortality to the path of a cultivator. This was the first transformation of the physical body. Thereafter, with each breakthrough in realm, the body would strengthen through cultivation, lifespan, and other aspects would grow, the meridian's endurance would improve, and the bodhi's resilience would become greater. Upon reaching the great emperor realm, a single drop of blood could crush an entire world, and a single glance could shake heaven and earth. However, the enhancement at each realm was limited. To continue strengthening, there was only one method. The first was to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures, embarking on a dedicated path to cultivate the physical body, allowing for rapid progress and immense gains. What? No heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Could one simply train the body through hard work? Of course that was possible. But with this method you would eventually reach the physical limit of the venerable realm, and then you could advance no further. Want to break through beyond that? That was impossible. Unless one resorted to heretical methods such as blood sacrifices, blood refining techniques, using others' lives as supplementary materials to bypass heaven's limits and break through from forbidden paths, or even more sinister arts like self-refining the body, fusing with demonic cores, or merging with demonic bloodlines. However, normal people generally avoided these paths as they were rejected by the righteous path and fraught with great risks. Yet there were indeed some who succeeded and earned notorious reputations. Moreover, these methods gave rise to an entire system: body cultivation. By employing unorthodox means such as applying beast blood externally or consuming beast cores internally to enhance the physique, several distinct paths of body refinement emerged, all focused on training the physical body with internal cultivation as a secondary pursuit. Nevertheless, these were ultimately heretical paths, chosen only by those with poor talent in internal cultivation or those whose internal cultivation had reached its peak and lacking fortuitous opportunities would be trapped at a certain realm. Such individuals would primarily cultivate the body to enhance their combat power within that realm. Generally, true geniuses did not focus on this. Yet geniuses did not completely ignore it either. When necessary, most sects would occasionally distribute some heavenly materials and earthly treasures for their prodigies to break through the physical bodhis limits, gaining an advantage in sect competitions. But then why didn't everyone do it? The reason was simple: an ordinary genius who could train their physical body to the limit of the venerable realm was already formidable. Use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Unnecessary, because once the physical body reached its limit, the cultivation realm would also be complete, allowing one to charge into a new realm, so there was no need to waste resources and using them before reaching the limit. After using them, you might exceed the limit by a tiny margin, but that was meaningless. It merely saved a bit of time. Apart from someone as extravagantly wealthy as Lu Qing, there were truly few prodigals willing to do so. Next, I must refine all these heavenly materials and earthly treasures into resources for my cultivation. The secret realm won't open for long. At most 2 to 3 months it might be ready. I wonder if I can refine them in time. Once successful, my killing moves will surge in power, achieving true transformation and ascension. Lu Qing stared at the 4 marvels before him, his eyes flickering. Pity that half a year is still too short. If I had more time, my chances would be much greater. Now even with the killing moves perfected, the odds are still very, very low, only turning the impossible into a sliver of hope, a stroke of luck, a chance to obtain it. With numerous thoughts flashing through his mind, Lu Qing hesitated no more. He returned to his cave dwelling and began cultivating, refining, and merging the 4 heavenly materials and earthly treasures, striving to complete the refinement before the deadline arrived. At the same time, at Divine Wing Peak, "Senior sister, why are you here?" Zhao Qingning had just been cultivating. Her cultivation had now reached the 2nd layer of qi condensation, close to the 3rd layer. Among the disciples of this generation in the entire sect, she was second only to Xiao Ning, who was far ahead, and a few other exceptionally talented daughters. Yi Lianer said, "Master said we will soon participate in the inter-sect competition, so she asked me to bring you some things. These are 2 spirit plants, but I don't know what they're for. Do you know?" Zhao Qingning looked at the 2 spirit plants Yi Lianer handed over, then at Yi Lianer. Their eyes met in mutual bewilderment. "I don't recognize them. Senior sister, my mind is entirely on cultivation. I haven't had time to read the sect's manuals on spirit pills and miscellaneous matters." Clearly neither of the sisters had any idea what they were for. "Me too, I only skimmed through them." Yi Lianer smiled and said, "Let's look them up now." "All right." Zhao Qingning nodded. Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingning were perusing the sect's scriptures while chatting about their daily cultivation routines. Suddenly Yi Lianer remarked, "By the way, the master bestowed a treasure upon me." "What treasure?" "An earth escape talisman to aid in self-defense. If you desire it, I can give it to you," said Yi Lianer. Zhao Qingning was taken aback, then replied, "Senior sister, since the master gave it to you, why would you give it to me?" Yi Lianer said, "Junior sister, we are both disciples of the master. He didn't prepare one for you. I am somewhat fearful of the master and dare not ask further, but I do not wish for you to harbor any resentment that might cause discord among the master's disciples displeasing him. So if you want it, I will give it to you first." "Senior sister." Zhao Qingning's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. "It is already a blessing cultivated over 8 lifetimes for the master to accept me into the sect. Even if he gave nothing at all, I would have not a shred of complaint. Guiding me onto the path of cultivation is a grace as vast as the heavens. Moreover, the master has already repaired my foundation, reforged my talent, and continuously supplies marrow refining pills. So why would I covet this earth escape talisman? Keep it for yourself, senior sister." "Then you truly won't hold any resentment?" asked Yi Lianer. "Senior sister, rest assured. I only wish to cultivate diligently." Zhao Qingning pondered for a moment, then abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "Senior sister, has the master said anything of late?" "Senior sister, have you forgotten?" continued Zhao Qingning. "Our cultivation speed is quite ordinary and comparable to those other senior sisters. They are exceptionally talented, and we know not why they progress so swiftly." Hearing her words, a solemn look also settled in Yi Lianer's eyes. In truth, from the moment they entered the sect, competition had already begun. Even as true disciples, it was the same. Yet they simply could not compete with the others. "Has the master said nothing?" asked Zhao Qingning. "No," replied Yi Lianer. "The master has said nothing." Zhao Qingning breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That is good. We must strive even harder, endeavoring to catch up gradually. The further along the path, the more difficult cultivation becomes, but we will slowly close the gap." As the 2 women chatted while studying the scriptures, their eyes suddenly brightened with inner shock. "These are all heavenly treasures. Senior sister, these spiritual plants, when refined with spiritual energy, can strengthen our physical bodies, pushing them to the sublimation stage, nearly reaching the transcendence realm." The physical Bodhi's cultivation realm was divided into many stages. The first stage was the mortal body stage, corresponding to the 4 mortal realms. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual body at this stage, one's physical strength surges greatly, becoming immune to all ailments and impervious to common poisons. One can also absorb small amounts of spiritual energy, but the enhancement is primarily in raw power and constitution, with no significant improvement in defense. The second stage was the sublimation realm. Upon achieving the great perfection of the divine pill, its energy nurtures the body, greatly enhancing the strength of the physique meridians and blood vitality. The skin becomes as tough as cowhide, making it difficult for ordinary blades to penetrate. The third stage was the divine body realm, belonging to the venerable realm. By harnessing the power of the primordial spirit to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the body becomes mightier, more flexible, and its defensive capabilities surge once more, earning the title of indestructible diamond. Even low-grade magical artifacts would fail to harm them. However, upon reaching the venerable realm with a divine body, these defensive attributes cease to be a significant advantage. Indeed, they are hardly an advantage at all. For the destructive power of a venerable far exceeds the limits of the physical body, and the divine body cannot withstand it. Survival depends entirely on techniques, spiritual energy, magical treasures, and one's own skills and evasion arts. The most crucial benefit of the physical cultivation realm at this stage is to render one's meridians more resilient, enabling the circulation of stronger spiritual energy, the execution of more techniques, and allowing the body to endure the strain. This was precisely why Lu Qing sought to enhance his physique. A strengthened body could withstand the lethal techniques, such as the blazing prairie 100 slash. As for the fourth stage of the physical body, it was beyond the current consideration of Yi Lianer and the others. Even the third stage was eons away from their reach. If we refine these spiritual treasures, our physical bodies can at least be elevated to the half-step sublimation realm, vastly increasing our safety during the sect tournament. Most participants in the sect tournament were Qi condensation realm disciples whose methods relied primarily on blades and low-level techniques fueled by spiritual energy. Their destructive power was generally limited. Possessing a sublimation realm physique would dramatically enhance safety. Slow attacks could be easily evaded, representing a comprehensive upgrade in defense speed and overall physical capability. For a moment, the two women's eyes sparkled. Zhao Qingning said, "Doesn't this mean we might even surpass the 4 senior sisters in the intersect tournament, bringing glory to our master and the divine sword peak?" "Indeed. Junior sister, I shall return to cultivate now." Yi Lianer departed. Time flew by day after day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The intersect tournament had also arrived. Prodigies from all sects would participate. Meanwhile, Lu Qing remained in seclusion. He had emerged once to bestow some ordinary protective treasures upon his 2 disciples before retreating into seclusion again. As for the 2 women participating in the intersect tournament, Lu Qing did not even show his face nor attend. The Earth-Fire Secret Realm. Legend had it that this secret realm was one of the trial grounds left behind by an ancient mighty clan that once possessed an immortal king. For the various sects, such a realm was an invaluable asset. Thus the realm, which had been discovered long ago, now finally witnessed a true contest, becoming the arena for resource competition. Outside the Earth-Fire Secret Realm, disciples from numerous major sects and some smaller sects gathered, each under the watchful eyes of their respective sect elders. The number of sects was vast. Many major sects had numerous smaller ones under their banner, each allotted a certain number of slots. While the prodigies of the major sects remained composed, most disciples from smaller sects wore expressions of anticipation, longing, and joy, as if glimpsing a chance to ascend in one fell swoop. The powerful venerables and grand elders, however, were vigilant, their gazes sweeping across the crowd, like lightning attempting to root out any infiltrating demonic cultivators. Simultaneously, conflicts simmered between major sects, their eyes filled with hostility and scrutiny. This tournament would be far from safe. Some sects harbored deep mortal enmity. Moreover, entering the Earth-Fire Secret Realm to vie for treasures and rankings was inherently fraught with peril. Death within could easily go unavenged. Among the disciples of the Supreme Purity Divine Sect, several figures stood out like stars around a moon, naturally distinguished from the rest. Yet the 4 women's minds were not on this. They merely cast a discreet glance at the group of sect guardians and could not help but sigh inwardly. The master still hasn't come. What is he doing? In this life, he doesn't even attend the sect tournament. In his past life, he never missed it. Amidst the 4 women's varied thoughts, the sect's secret realm trial began. For them, this tournament posed no pressure. As reincarnated great emperors, it would be laughable if a mere secret realm could hinder them. The 4 women remained calm, destined to dominate this era. On the other side, however, Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingning were both nervous. This was nearly their first formal participation in a life-threatening intersect competition, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Fortunately, the numerous treasures bestowed by Lu Qing provided some solace, otherwise their tension would have been far greater. Even Zhao Qingning, who had more experience, was nervous. Soon the secret realm tournament commenced. Disciples entered one by one, beginning their scramble, snatching spiritual herbs, competing for resources. The final ranking of the tournament would be determined by the quantity of spiritual herbs each disciple retrieved. Consequently, the competition was fierce, and demonic prodigies had also infiltrated, stirring up trouble. Thus the competition escalated to a fever pitch from the very start. Under these circumstances, Yi Lianer held nothing back. The moment she entered, she activated the Earth Escape Talisman, instantly shooting ahead with unparalleled speed, surpassing all disciples of the same cultivation level and securing the top position within the secret realm. This ensured her safety considerably. Zhao Qingning also breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 women united saw their safety vastly improved. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Yi Fian and the other women casually slew a disciple from the primordial demon sect who had infiltrated to kill. Suddenly, they noticed a streak of escape light in the distance, and all froze. An Earth Escape Talisman, Yi Fian observed. With her knowledge, she recognized the escape light produced by that talisman. The woman using it was someone they knew, Yi Lianer. Yi Fian stood still, recalling her earlier conversation with the sect leader. Why had the master not led He was undoubtedly the foremost in killing techniques, yet the sect leader's reply was that he had no time, that he had his own matters to attend to. The implication was clear: he had his own affairs, could not be bothered with them, cared not for their progress or improvement in combat skills, and left them to their own devices. Yet now she witnessed this. So the master's business was refining earth escape talismans. Yi Fian murmured. She remembered clearly that in his past life Lu Qing possessed no such treasures as earth escape talismans, nor had he given them any. Moreover, refining such a talisman was exceedingly difficult. With poor luck, it could take a year. Yet the master had one, and he gave it to Yi Lianer. So he was unwilling to lead a team into the cold abyss secret realm, yet willing to expend great effort to refine an earth escape talisman for her. Is that it, eh? He completely disregards us, unwilling to invest a shred of effort, yet spends so much time and energy crafting an earth escape talisman for Yi Lianer. The women stared as the escape light vanished into the distance, ultimately remaining silent. However, their hands turned merciless against the disciples of opposing sects, striking with a ferocity that struck terror into the hearts of the demonic disciples who had infiltrated to slay righteous prodigies. The Inferno Secret Realm. It is the largest and most important area for spiritual plants, serving as the primary resource site for trial disciples. Those who emerge victorious can enter and harvest ample resources. In the past, this place was a trial ground for great clans with strict regulations preventing the excessive extraction of spiritual plants. However, it has remained a masterless land for far too long, with spiritual plants thriving and maturing and no restrictions on extraction. Yet not everyone is qualified to enter. For instance, in the core area of spiritual plants, besides the Qingyun sect, no other disciples from different sects can gain entry. The reason, of course, lies with the few young women currently meditating on the stone platform. Yi Fian and the others sit on the stone platform, eyes closed in meditation, as spiritual energy continuously flows into their bodies. This place is indeed where they seized resources, claiming it as their own. While they do not have the inclination to harvest themselves, most disciples naturally go about their harvesting under their authority, leaving the guardianship to the young women. Amidst their cultivation, the thoughts of the young women grow complex. The Earth Escape Talisman obtained by Yi Lianer stirs their reflections, memories of their past life flashing through their minds. Although Yi Lianer's progress isn't fast, it is comparable to our past life. The most important factor is Zhao Qingning. I've investigated her. She was just an ordinary person before unexpectedly taken as a disciple by our master. Her innate talent should be terrible. Yet her progress is also not slow. In this life, my innate talent is just as poor as in my previous life. It was only through the great emperor's secret arts that I managed to change. Does our master have ulterior motives towards them? Yi Fian pondered various thoughts racing through her mind. She has always been puzzled as to how her master could create the emperor-level qi manipulation technique, even producing 7 volumes in one go. After becoming a great emperor in her later life, she attempted to deduce the cause and effect, but could only conclude that at that time her master was indeed just an ordinary venerable. Later, when she personally killed her master, she had thought he might have hidden cards that would reveal his true schemes. Things she couldn't deduce would also come to light. But nothing did, and in that final moment of death, the gaze he cast upon them is something Yi Fian would never wish to remember. Could it be that there was no conspiracy at all? Our master's ability to create is due to his astonishing innate talent, and the abundance of rare materials he possesses comes from his good fortune, yet he has given all this fortune to us. In the last life, he created 7 volumes, and in this life, he has created 2 more. Doesn't that indicate something? In the last life, my junior sisters and I deduced countless times, even teaming up to investigate, yet we still couldn't uncover the so-called foundation of our master. According to Su Chen, the reason he could produce so many treasures is that he has a foundation. The true identity behind the scenes is a pinnacle great emperor. Thus, he could continuously provide so many resources. However, at that time we too were pinnacle great emperors, and as equals it should have been impossible not to uncover the truth. Is it possible that our master was just an ordinary person without any emperor's true body? Yi Fian pondered. No matter what, we will find out. Su Chen has presented various evidence that our master once committed terrible sins to achieve greatness. We will see for ourselves. At the Sword Peak. Inside the peak, Lu Qing sat with eyes closed, surrounded by flickering ethereal lights and spiritual radiance. In front of him were 4 spiritual plants. The smallest had shrunk to nearly invisible, having been completely absorbed and refined. The largest, however, was only the size of a grain of rice, and was still being absorbed and refined into his limbs and bones. Lu Qing's physical realm began to rise from the venerable realm, stepping into a higher realm. Physical realms include mortal realm, transcendence realm, divine body realm, divine king body, and upon reaching the divine body, the physical enhancement potential reaches its limit, after which one can transcend into a unique saintly body. These saintly bodies can even be inherited. This realm is called the saint body realm. Lu Qing was still far from this realm. In his past life, he had not cultivated his unique saint body, while several disciples under him ultimately became saint bodies, eventually transforming into emperor bodies due to their unique bloodlines being fully activated as they grew stronger. Unfortunately, Lu Qing was unsure if it was due to his physical transmigration, but he did not possess even a trace of thin bloodline. Furthermore, reaching this realm does not guarantee possession. One must still invest effort and diligently cultivate. Without cultivation or lacking talent in this area, one's realm may rise, yet the physical constitution would not improve significantly. It simply means that upon reaching this realm, one has the potential to attain it. As a result, many venerables have indeed reached the realm, but their physical condition remains at the transcendence realm. Many who reach the king realm find their bodies still at the transcendence realm. Of course, by the time one reaches the king realm, most can refine their bodies. After all, those who can become kings are usually exceptional talents. As for Lu Qing, now with the assistance of rare materials and the mindset and experience of a great emperor from his past life, he is merely in the third stage of the venerable realm, yet his physique has already surpassed the peak of the venerable realm, reaching the divine king body, and he has even refined it to a minor accomplishment. That's enough. As the last trace of spiritual plant was absorbed, Lu Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and divine light radiated from his gaze. At this moment his body appeared flawless, almost perfect, approaching a translucent state, where one could see the crystalline veins beneath his skin slowly flowing with extraordinary and vibrant celestial blood. This was a transformation of his entire being. At this moment Lu Qing possessed a physique that even some kings did not have, indicating that once he advances to the third stage of the venerable realm and achieves perfection, he would possess the strength of a half-step king. The next moment, as Lu Qing's physique reached the required standard, a terrifying aura instantly coalesced in the sky above the sword peak. The great Tao trembled as if something was about to emerge. Lu Qing's pupils slightly constricted. This is my life weapon. I am about to condense my life weapon. At this moment Lu Qing understood. In his past life, the founding ancestor of the sword peak achieved a feat that no one could accomplish. Now, it was to be renewed in his generation. Lu Qing was astonished, realizing that his calculations were not wrong. After his advancement, his physique could barely endure the overwhelming power of the flaming blade, thus the life weapon compatible with this terrifying attack would manifest. At this moment Lu Qing felt somewhat dazed. In his past life, he was still in the early venerable stage at this time, only breaking through to the mid-stage. Years later his combat power was mediocre, gradually blending in with the masses. Yet now in this life he no longer concerned himself with others, and the rewards he reaped were immense. Once the life weapon emerges, it signifies true invincibility among peers, unrivaled. Lu Qing's heart trembled. Such an achievement was something none of his disciples in his past life had reached, and the sect was also in turmoil. What? At Shini Peak, the main vein, Yi Yuran was practicing when she suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze falling towards the direction of Tianjin Peak. After a moment, an expression of disbelief and shock flashed in her eyes as she exclaimed, This phenomenon! How is this possible? Could it be that my junior brother has condensed a life-bound divine weapon? This is impossible, it can't be. She was too astonished to continue her cultivation, her figure transforming into a stream of light vanishing from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, she had reached the sky above Tianjin Peak. Upon arriving here, her heart was filled with even more astonishment. She saw dark thunderclouds rolling in the sky, mixed with fiery clouds, forming a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Within the enveloping clouds, something seemed to be coalescing, preparing to emerge. At the same time, unbeknownst to her, there were already several presences at Tianjin Peak, all of whom were incredibly powerful elders of the sect. Among them were the grandmasters guarding the scripture pavilion, as well as Grandmaster Linging. One by one, these reclusive ancestors appeared, watching this scene with disbelief. This little fellow, could it be that he intends to follow the path of the founding ancestor of our sect, able to self-condense a divine weapon? It was no wonder these ancestors were astonished. One of the founding ancestors, upon self-condensing a divine weapon, became one of the strongest of his tier, a peerless genius. And now Lu Qing was also about to self-condense a divine weapon. Self-condensing a divine weapon may not necessarily be of high grade, but it is absolutely suited to oneself and one's killing moves. It can undergo continuous metamorphosis and ascension, wielding immense power. It can be said that once condensed, one's combat strength will surely soar, becoming an invincible force of the same tier. Now Lu Qing was about to condense it. One by one they found it hard to believe, but this was the truth. It was truly astonishing. When the life-bound divine weapon emerges combined with the killing move, its might will be extraordinarily terrifying, and a supreme being will emerge among the realms of the revered. In the sky the clouds swirled, and nearby spiritual energy surged, several beams of golden light rising from the earth, coalescing towards the sky. Time flowed by second. Half an hour later, buzz. A humming sound echoed, and a weapon with an incredibly terrifying aura slowly descended vertically from the cloud layer. It was a single-edged blade entirely in a pale golden hue adorned with fiery red cloud patterns. The blade was relatively long, akin to a double-head knife, but it was not a dual blade, rather it transformed from a double head to a single blade. Yet it was equally beautiful. What astonished everyone even more was that this life-bound divine weapon was indeed a genuine 5th-grade divine weapon, and it was a mid-grade 5th-grade divine weapon. This is actually 5th grade. Moreover, it is a life-bound divine weapon. Coupled with the killing move that led to its birth, how great will its power be? It seems my junior brother has advanced even further in combat strength. Yi Yuran was both shocked and delighted. She was extremely astonished. A 5th-grade life-bound divine weapon was virtually non-existent within the sect. The only 5th-grade weapon was in the hands of an ancestor, yet Lu Qing now possessed one. This also meant that Lu Qing finally had his own means to gain fame and a true trump card. This life-bound divine weapon and its accompanying killing move would surely become renowned across the world in the future. At the same time, the grand competition of the various sects had also come to an end, with several peak masters and high-ranking elders standing guard outside the secret realm. Time passed second by second, and one by one the disciples exited the secret realm. Some were injured and in disarray, while others emerged unscathed. The results soon followed. Undoubtedly, the Shangqing sect surprisingly ranked first by a narrow margin. The disciples from various sects were numerous and possessed many extraordinary experiences. Yi Fian and a few others were reincarnations of emperors, but other geniuses also had their own fortuitous encounters. After all, the enhancement from treasures and heavenly materials did not depend on whether one was a reincarnated emperor. Despite this, the powerful figures of the Shangqing sect were still very pleased. Just as this group celebrated with joy, several messages were sent to the main camp of the Shangqing sect. The peak masters and several ancestors all received the message. Nailan Qingqing looked at the content of the message with some surprise and a hint of daze. "Master, what happened?" asked Xiao Ning, who had finished the secret realm trial and was preparing to return with the sect. Nailan Qingqing's expression was somewhat complex, and then she said, "Your master, Uncle Lu, has condensed a life-bound divine weapon." "What? A life-bound divine weapon?" Xiao Ning was taken aback, finding it hard to believe upon hearing this news. In her past life, her master had never condensed a life-bound divine weapon, neither had they, as the requirements were too strict. One had to reach a certain low realm and refine their killing move to a certain extent to condense it, and that difficulty was simply too high. Furthermore, in their past lives, they all had precious treasures bestowed by their master, which served as the core of their killing moves, making the necessity of practicing killing moves moot. Until later, their strongest means of attack was to unleash supreme treasures. Even in their past lives, only true peerless geniuses, especially those who had limited resources in the early stages, would walk the path of refining their own special weapons. Only genuine peerless geniuses could condense a life-bound divine weapon and carve their own path, yet their master had already taken that step now. For a moment, Xiao Ning's expression grew complex, her mind somewhat dazed. At this time in his past life, let alone condensing a life-bound divine weapon, he hadn't even broken through to the mid-stage of the revered realm. Yet in this life, he has already condensed a life-bound divine weapon. How could this be? It was impossible for Xiao Ning to not be shocked. The differences between their past and present lives were too vast. In his past life, Lu Qing had only gained some fame and strength before accepting them as disciples, yet after taking them in, he had no notable reputation compared to his peers. His breakthroughs had been very slow. But now he had already condensed a life-bound divine weapon. Moreover, it was accomplished in such a short time. What did this signify? It indicated that her master was indeed exceptionally gifted, just as they had thought, but in the previous life, he had been completely held back by them, resulting in him being eclipsed by others in the end. But in this life, he was surrounded by geniuses, not needing to waste too much time on that. Regarding other possibilities such as conspiracies or schemes, the fact that their master did not accept them as disciples meant that the conspiracy targeting them did not exist. The possibility of their master being an extraordinary being was something they had already denied in their past lives through joint deductions. The current situation could only represent that their master was indeed blessed by great fortune, able to acquire many heavenly materials and treasures, and his talent was also unmatched. Upon thinking of this, Xiao Ning suddenly felt a bit anxious. With her master showcasing such aptitude now and the resources he had presented in his past life, if nothing unexpected happened this time, her master would undoubtedly rise rapidly. Perhaps he would surpass them in speed, and before they had even fully grown, he would already have become an emperor. This made Xiao Ning anxious. Originally, her master had focused on cultivation during this period, hardly paying attention to external matters, and had little contact with them. If her master grew at lightning speed, shining brightly, and standing alone in the world, becoming renowned throughout the heavens and earth, wouldn't that mean they would drift further apart, increasingly distant? Furthermore, once her master breaks through that realm and ascends to the upper three heavens, their interactions would become even less. Given her master's naturally indifferent demeanor towards outsiders, if he were to become an emperor thousands of years earlier, even if they managed to become emperors themselves, trying to meet him rashly would likely only invite cold indifference. If they failed to explain properly, it could even lead to an imperial war. Not to mention, after becoming an emperor, trying to cultivate a relationship would be utterly impossible. The more she thought, the more anxious Xiao Ning became, and she hurriedly went to meet several senior and junior sisters. Soon Yi Fian and the others heard the news, and their hearts sank, feeling a bit anxious. Master, in this life, ignoring us and focusing solely on cultivation as progress is terrifying. The women felt a chill in their hearts. If Master had any schemes, how could he have the mind to cultivate? Now he's not plotting against us at all. The women thought, their hearts growing increasingly uneasy. Yet confusion and bewilderment also lingered. What of the evidence Su Chen had presented? Senior sister, what? What should we do? Yiling Yu couldn't help but ask, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Fian's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment she sighed and said, "Ew, we can't go on like this. I have a premonition that if we remain passive in another 1,000 years, everything will be void. Even if we become emperors, then there will be no karmic ties left with Master. Meeting him would be like strangers. At best, he would treat us as ordinary newly ascended emperors, and equal acquaintance at most. Any other connection would be impossible. Once one becomes an emperor, the Tao heart forms a perfect whole. Unless something extraordinary occurs, ordinary matters can no longer stir the heart. The world appears mundane, detached, and close to the emotionless state of the great Tao. Cultivating feelings at this stage is utterly impossible. It must happen beforehand. Once the moment is lost, there is no chance to reclaim it. Thus the women could no longer sit still. Each of them now felt an urgent need to rush back to Tianjin Peak and see if Lu Qing had truly broken through and condensed his life-bound divine weapon to ascertain the truth. If it were true, they would have to change the current situation and stop waiting passively. As a faint anxiety crept into their hearts. Over at Lu Qing's side, the life-bound divine weapon was complete. Whoosh! The divine weapon fell into Lu Qing's hands from the sky. The moment it touched his palm, his heart stirred, and corresponding information surfaced automatically. Lihua 1,000 blades. A 5th-grade treasure. It contained over 1,000 seals within its mysteries, self-contained. Upon contact, a sense of spiritual connection arose that was fully under his control. Moreover, Lu Qing could treat it as his life-bound divine weapon, continuously nurturing it. As his killing techniques advanced, this weapon's power would grow ever stronger, ever more fearsome. This enhancement had no upper limit, allowing it to be used indefinitely. Unfortunately, the master ancestor of his past life, despite mastering the killing technique, could never break through to a higher level, even as his cultivation rose. Thus, the Lihua twin blade remained a pseudo 5th-grade artifact. Later, even when his power became immense, the technique still failed to advance. Otherwise, what would have been passed down was not the Lihua twin blade, but a true divine weapon. In this life, Lu Qing was confident he could continuously elevate the grade of this killing technique. After all, he lacked no heavenly treasures. As this treasure came into his hands, Lu Qing felt a sense of daze. In his past life at this time, he was still searching for materials to refine the marrow-repairing pill, not even having broken through to the mid-stage, let alone possessing his own true killing technique. This was the path walked by peerless prodigies, to possess their own killing technique or life-bound divine ability. Take Li Xianyi, for example. Her killing technique was the colored glass umbrella, a treasure of unknown grade. However, her refinement was still incomplete. Though it was also a killing technique in this life, under the progress of such arts, she had at least been left behind by Lu Qing for now, unless she advanced further. Even among the many peerless prodigies of this world, Lu Qing was likely one of the first to push his killing technique to this stage. The gap from his past life was truly immense. No wonder Lu Qing felt a faint, inexplicable daze and sighed inwardly. Congratulations, young Lu. One after another, the sect's supreme elders sent their transmissions. Congratulations, Uncle Master Lu. A flood of transmissions and congratulatory letters instantly converged on Tianjin Peak. The spectacle was unprecedented, surpassing even the occasion of his breakthrough to the venerable mid-stage. For a moment, the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Lu Qing's eyes flickered. In his past life, when those peerless prodigies broke through one after another, even if they weren't bathed in glory, he could only watch from the shadows. He would always tell himself that their paths were different, that comparison was unnecessary. His heart was focused on his disciples. In this life, there was no need for such self-consolation. Among the many prodigies who stood at the apex, drawing the world's gaze and carving their fearsome reputations across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he would surely have a place. Lu Qing's emotions stirred, then quickly settled. Peak Master Lu, congratulations. I have been sent by the sect leader to arrange a grand feast in celebration of your breakthrough. A streak of light flew over, revealing an outer sect elder, a dignified young woman in white. Lu Qing recognized her as Song Yu. In his past life, she had arranged all the grand feasts for the sect's powerhouses who broke through. Back then Song Yu had been neither cold nor warm toward Lu Qing. Now, though still not overly enthusiastic, her words carried a subtle difference. Lu Qing nodded and said calmly, "Then I shall trouble Elder Song Yu." "It's my duty, no trouble at all." Song Yu smiled. Lu Qing said no more and returned to his peak to continue cultivation, fully refining his life-bound divine weapon. The sect's excitement gradually subsided. In his cave dwelling, Lu Qing cultivated peacefully, continuously refining his life-bound divine weapon. Finally, above his Dantian sea, within the burning heart flame, a divine blade materialized. The 5th-grade divine weapon, Lihua, Thousand Blade. As it was a self-refined life-bound divine weapon, Lu Qing quickly completed the life-bound refinement, wielding it as if it were an extension of his arm, its power surging. "With this, even at the venerable mid-stage, given my current physical strength, I can use the great killing technique, blazing 100 slashes several times. Paired with this life-bound divine weapon, its power is even more astonishing. My preparations are sufficient." Lu Qing's mind relaxed. However, such news and celestial phenomena could not be concealed and soon spread far and wide. Bang! Some prodigies from other sects who held grudges against Lu Qing smashed everything in sight. Among them was Li Xianyi, who upon hearing of Lu Qing's consecutive breakthroughs ground her teeth in fury and shattered her favorite jewelry box. Damn, Lu Qing, breaking through so fast and even condensing a life-bound divine weapon. How infuriating. She was furious. She had hoped to meet him next time and kill him to avenge her past humiliation. But before her dream could come true, Lu Qing had already broken through repeatedly, leaving her feeling utterly insecure. Just imagining their next encounter, where she might be brutally defeated and humiliated, sent a wave of panic through her. Time flew and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The prodigies and peak elders who had been away from the sect all returned one by one. Then they all attended the celebration feast at Tianjin Peak. Spiritual fruits and wines funded by the sect filled the peak. The usually quiet Tianjin Peak was once again alive with activity. This time Yi Fian, Xiao Ning, Yi Lingyu, and Lu Yao were finally able to attend. When they arrived, they confirmed that their master had indeed condensed a life-bound divine weapon. Their minds were utterly dazed. In this life, it was clear that master did not intend to take them as disciples voluntarily. Otherwise, with so many opportunities before him, he would not have squandered them all. Yet the current situation left them at a loss, helpless and uncertain. With master advancing so swiftly, how could they win him back, and under what pretext? For a moment, they were at a complete loss. Finally, the women looked at Lu Qing, hoping to see a trace of care in his eyes. After all, fate had destined them for so many years of master-disciple bond. Yet from beginning to end, he never spared them a single glance. This sight sent a deep panic into the hearts of Heavenly Sword Peak was bustling with activity. There were spiritual wines and delicacies, rare beast meats. Some cultivators discussed the Tao and exchanged experiences, while others from smaller sects subordinate to Shangqing sect, unaccustomed to such abundance, indulged in feasting and revelry. The atmosphere was lively. Lu Qing had no leisure. Venerables and members of smaller sects continuously came to toast him, and he received them all, kept busy. "Congratulations, senior brother." Nailin Qingqing and the other women returned to the sect and immediately headed to Heavenly Sword Peak. Seeing Lu Qing condense his life-bound divine weapon again in such a short time, advancing further in strength, they were astonished, yet found it only natural. After all, since their entry, this senior brother had always walked ahead of them, blessed with exceptional talent. Now he was merely continuing as before. After the banquet, everything turned quiet. The women attended the feast with their respective masters. Yet throughout the process, Lu Qing was occupied with socializing and never once looked at them. Returning to their peaks, the women looked at the sect leader and their masters, then made a request. "Sect leader, masters, we wish to cultivate on Heavenly Sword Peak. Its environment suits our state of mind and will accelerate our cultivation." The women offered an excuse. Hearing this, the peak masters on Divine Wing Peak and Yi Yuran were stunned. "Environment suits your state of mind." Yi Yuran was bewildered. She looked at the peak masters, who were equally baffled, unable to comprehend why this was happening. "Really? Truly, master," said Yi Fian. Yi Yuran was taken aback. She had heard that certain special environments aligned with one's nature could indeed benefit cultivation and mental state, especially coming from these 4 women whose talents were astonishing, truly peerless. That made it even more credible. "But didn't you state upon entry that you didn't wish to go to Heavenly Sword Peak? Why do you want to go now?" Yi Yuran said. "Master, we were unaware of Heavenly Sword Peak's conditions then. Now we feel an inner calling." Yi Fian replied calmly, her beautiful face betraying no emotion as she stated a fact. Hearing this, Yi Yuran was even more stunned. After a moment she frowned and said, "Even so, we must ask your Uncle Lu. He prefers tranquility, and Heavenly Sword Peak has always had a single disciple per generation." There has never been an instance of disciples from other peaks cultivating there. He may not agree. Upon hearing this, Yi Fian and the other women felt an instinctive certainty. They must not ask. If the sect leader asked, their master would absolutely refuse. He would definitely not agree. Without affection, he was always cold and indifferent to outsiders. He would certainly refuse. Many thoughts flashed through their minds. Master, please find a way. This is very important to us. Yi Fian finally spoke, humbly hoping to it. Hearing Yi Fian's words, Yi Yuran was startled. She could see that this young woman was usually proud and aloof with unparalleled talent. Since entering the sect, she had remained unperturbed by worldly matters. Yet now she was pleading so humbly. And this was the first time Yi Fian had begged her since joining. It was almost unbelievable. It seemed that cultivating on Heavenly Sword Peak was even more important to them than she had imagined. Yi Yuran listened and thought, then gritted her teeth and said, "Rest assured, your master will help you sort this out." "Thank you, master." "Thank you, sect leader." Joy spread across the women's faces as they quickly spoke. The current situation felt wrong to them. The course of events was slipping beyond their control. So they wanted to go to Heavenly Sword Peak, at least to stay there for now, to close the distance and have a reason to remain. As for the rest, they would think of it later. "It's fine." Yi Yuran waved her hand, but inwardly she was troubled. Qing was not easy to persuade, especially in such matters. Nalan Qingqing and the other women were also stunned. After a moment, their eyes flickered. Having disciples go to Heavenly Sword Peak wasn't a bad thing. Senior brother Lu was truly powerful. For these youngsters, building a good relationship with him would be beneficial. There was no reason to refuse. As for whether Lu Qing would lure away their prodigies, they had no such worry. Senior brother Lu was proud and aloof. He would never do such a thing. Once Yi Yuran agreed, she wasted no time and sought out Lu Qing. Then came a bout of persistent coaxing. "Brother, how about letting me arrange some disciples on your peak? Your place is too lonely. Look, Lianer handles all the chores alone. She's overworked." Yi Yuran tugged at Lu Qing's hand, swaying it back and forth. "Senior sister, truly there's no need. I prefer the solitude here," Lu Qing said helplessly. "I'm doing this for your own good. Can't you accept your senior sister's kindness?" "Senior sister, really no need," Lu Qing said. Seeing that reasoning was utterly useless, she abandoned it. "Won't you agree for your senior sister? Please agree, won't you? Just say yes, won't you? You said you'd pluck the stars for me." Yi Yuran tugged at Lu Qing's hand, shaking it incessantly. The sect leader was actually acting spoiled, even bringing up old debts. Lu Qing, seeing this, was utterly helpless, for this was what he dreaded most. He was always soft to persuasion, but hard to coerce. Finally he surrendered, saying, Fine, I agree, senior sister Oi. I agree, but there are conditions." "Speak." Yi Yuran's beautiful eyes sparkled as she suddenly kissed Lu Qing on the cheek. "You're still the one who dotes on your senior sister." Lu Qing froze for a moment, then said, "Though I don't know why you want to send disciples to my peak, I have only one condition: don't disturb my cultivation and don't disrupt the tranquility of Heavenly Sword Peak." "Don't worry, they won't." Yi Yuran thought for a moment and quickly promised. Those girls were sensible. They shouldn't displease Lu Qing. She was also satisfied with this development, as she had long wanted to forge a bond between Lu Qing and those prodigies. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's getting late, senior sister. You should go back. I still need to cultivate. So I should leave. Won't you keep me a while longer? Don't you know I've been feeling unwell lately?" Yi Yuran said with a hint of reproach. Lu Qing dared not say more, let alone ask, where she felt unwell, afraid she might say something inappropriate that would put him in an awkward position. So he changed the subject. Fortunately, seeing that Lu Qing didn't take the bait, Yi Yuran didn't press further. She chatted with him for a while longer before leaving cheerfully. Lu Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion, but after a moment he dismissed the thought. Sending a few disciples over wouldn't affect him. He didn't care and had no intention of dealing with them. It wouldn't hinder his cultivation, and ordinary disciples probably wouldn't dare disturb him. With these thoughts, Lu Qing returned to his peak and went into seclusion to cultivate. In the early morning, a gentle breeze stirred. Lu Qing had been in secluded cultivation all along. Thus he was utterly unaware of what had transpired beyond. Therefore, upon emerging from seclusion, he fell into a brief silence, ultimately rendered speechless. Standing atop the sword peak, he found himself at a loss for words, and in the end, he simply acted as if nothing had ever happened. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Oh, why should he care? Lu Qing's heart remained placid, treating the matter as if it had never occurred. Yet inwardly a trace of headache lingered. Senior sister Yuran was truly a little troublemaker. Lu Qing had initially thought she wouldn't casually send people to the peak, but what kind of people had she sent? He was utterly speechless, but Lu Qing ultimately decided to act as if nothing had happened. However, a ripple stirred within his heart. He hadn't expected that those wayward disciples would still return to cultivate on the Sword Peak. Even if Yi Yuran had arranged it, they shouldn't have come, yet they did. Lost in thoughts of his past life, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, a hint of coldness creeping into the corners of his eyes. In the days that followed, Lu Qing remained as serene and unchanging as ever. Except for occasionally guiding Yi Lianer, he spent his time either in seclusion or on the path to it doing little else. This continued for several months. The women on the peak began to grow subtly anxious. Senior sister, simply moving to the peak is useless. The master seldom comes here, Xiao Ning remarked. Yi Lingyu nodded. Yes, senior sister. The master's usual range of activities doesn't include this area. There's no interaction at all. What can we do? Yao, do you have any ideas? Xiao Ning looked at Lu Yao. Lu Yao hesitated, thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, I don't. Then what? Xiao Ning asked. Yi Lingyu frowned and glanced at Yi Fian. Yi Fian remained calm and said, It's not without a way. What way? Yi Lingyu asked curiously. If the master won't come to us, can't we take the initiative to go to him? Yi Fian said. Take the initiative? How? In this life the master is devoted to cultivation. Without a proper excuse we would surely displease him, Xiao Ning said worriedly. Then we'll just find an excuse, Yi Fian said. Senior sister, I don't understand. I mean, we take the initiative to please the master. Do you understand now? Yi Fian said calmly. The women were stunned. They'll go first, Yi Fian said softly. At the summit of the sword peak the cold wind howled sharp as a blade, desolate and lonely. Lu Qing sat on a stone chair still playing a game of chess against a broken endgame, but his eyes were closed. At this level of cultivation, the focus was more on strengthening the heart flame, preparing to burn and refine the laws of heaven and earth. This too was a form of cultivation. Lu Qing immersed himself in the unique rhythm of this realm. His opponent was not the broken endgame, but the progress of his heart flame towards the far shore of perfection. Suddenly Lu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He opened his eyes and turned his head. There a young woman in white robes had intruded, shattering the tranquility of this space. Yi Fian. 3,000 years of his past life seemed to flash before his eyes, both near and fleeting. The figure standing before him now was completely unrelated to him. Lu Qing didn't care who she had been or what had happened before. He regarded the person before him merely as a peerless prodigy of the Shanqing sect, nothing more. As Lu Qing looked at Yi Fian, all emotions within him eventually faded into indifference. He withdrew his gaze, picked up the green gourd placed beside the chessboard, and said flatly, True disciple, Yi, what brings you here? Senior uncle. Yi Fian stepped forward, placing a fruit basket on the stone chair, and bowed slightly. Having come to disturb the sword peak, I have yet to pay my respects to you. Lu Qing said indifferently. You have paid your respects. You may take your leave, true disciple Yi. Senior. Yi Fian started to speak, but saw that Lu Qing had already averted his gaze, refocusing his attention on the broken endgame. An intangible aura descended once again, enveloping this realm. Yi Fian stepped back 2 paces, watching Lu Qing as he resumed his game. A flicker of complexity passed through the depths of her eyes, and she said, Senior uncle, this disciple takes her leave. Only after Yi Fian had left did Lu Qing slightly open his eyes, a complex look flickering in their depths. Logically speaking, given the current situation, Yi Fian was a peerless prodigy with limitless future potential. His attitude, even if cold, shouldn't have been this cold. He should have maintained a normal, cordial relationship with her, at least forging a bond of goodwill. However, Lu Qing didn't want to and couldn't be bothered to force himself to do something he didn't wish to. The past life had been hard enough, but why should he make this life difficult for himself as well? Ultimately, his own cultivation was paramount, more important than anything else. With that thought, Lu Qing closed his eyes again, focusing on refining his heart flame in preparation for his breakthrough. On the other side, after descending the peak, Yi Fian's eyes were slightly red. Senior sister, how did it go? Not well, Yi Fian said. The master wouldn't even acknowledge me. His attitude was distant and cold. Cold. Yi Lingyu pondered. But we've already shown enough talent. Even if the master is aloof, he shouldn't be this cold to us. It doesn't make sense. Lingyu is right, Lu Yao said. But have you considered, sister, that the master's innate talent in this life is astonishing? Perhaps he is absolutely confident in himself. A heavenly prodigy like him, and a venerable level expert at that, why would he care about a few unproven talents? Let alone take the initiative to build a relationship. In the master's eyes, what deserves his attention are the peerless prodigies from other major sects who are his rivals. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, the remaining women fell silent. Then what should we do? Yi Lingyu said, truly at a loss. We can only take it slow, cultivate feelings over time. I don't believe the master will remain completely unresponsive. If one day of offerings doesn't work, then 10 days, a year, a decade. Even a stone would warm up eventually. Yi Fian said calmly. The women found her reasoning sound. But then Yi Lingyu said, but senior sister, what if the master's realm advances again? The higher his realm, the harder it is to build a relationship. We can only take it one step at a time. As long as the master doesn't break through to that realm and leave, there is still hope. If it comes to that point, and we haven't reconciled, it will truly be too late. It will be troublesome. Yi Fian frowned, a trace of distress flickering in the depths of her eyes. Our top priority is to grow stronger ourselves as quickly as possible. Moreover, the current situation has given me a new worry. If the master truly follows the old path of his past life, as Su Chen said, and commits all sorts of evil, with our current cultivation levels, it would be impossible to stop him. Even more, so we have almost no relationship to leverage. Fortunately, Yi Lianer is another avenue. Perhaps if we build a good relationship with her, she might be able to persuade the master in the future. The women were all filled with anxiety. Time passed. The hopes of the several women ultimately came to naught. They had planned to find the right moment to try and build a good relationship with Lu Qing, but in reality, there was simply no such opportunity in the short term. They could only take it slowly. After confirming this, the helpless women had no other choice but to accept the situation. As for disturbing him every day that would not build a good relationship, it would be akin to cutting off their own path, equivalent to disrupting his cultivation. Even if Lu Qing did not mind, their true master would likely not allow them to remain on Tianjin Peak. Thus, they could only wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, time was still abundant, and there would be ample chances to gradually improve their rapport. There was still enough time, enough years. That realm was not so easily breached. Otherwise, Tianjin Peak would not have so many supreme elders trapped in the supreme realm for life, unable to advance even an inch. Day by day, time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. On this day, Lu Qing quietly opened his eyes. The moment was ripe. That 5th grade treasure, the purple flame pearl, was also ready to emerge into the world. He could go and contend for this fortune. For the previous Lu Qing, this trip was utterly unnecessary, as it was far too perilous. Within there were either ancient monsters or peerless prodigies of his generation. To compete successfully was no easy feat. But now with 3 major trump cards, Lu Qing could give it a try. Besides, during these 3 months, Lu Qing had made ample preparations. For instance, he had bestowed the Kwasa 5th grade Lihua twin-headed blade upon Zhang Shi, who had already broken through to the 3rd layer of qi condensation and had successfully received a 5th grade magic treasure, the demon-slaying evil ghost blade, in return. Although it was also extremely top grade, it was far inferior when compared to his own life-bound divine weapon. He had also refined it slightly, treating it as an additional hidden trump card. Furthermore, Lu Qing had long since notified the sect and made thorough preparations. After all, this was a matter of great importance concerning the emergence of a 5th grade magic treasure. Lu Qing had to be fully prepared just in case he actually managed to seize the treasure, only to have it intercepted by stronger cultivators from other major sects upon exiting. Therefore, regardless of whether he could obtain it, Lu Qing had to request protection from a more senior elder. But what Lu Qing did not expect was that aside from the true foundation of the sect, the ancestor in the 3rd realm of the venerable stage, Yi Yuran, also insisted on going to protect him. However, as a 2nd realm venerable in existence at the supreme stage, Yi Yuran was more than qualified to protect Lu Qing. As long as the sect ancestors did not personally intervene, she could generally ensure his safety, or at the very least help him escape. The only thing Lu Qing had not anticipated was that it would be her. The sect had several supreme elders, and Yi Yuran was usually busy with affairs. Lu Qing had assumed she would not go, but he never expected it to be her. Regardless, Lu Qing did not mind this arrangement. In fact, he was somewhat pleased. After all, with other supreme elders, he would have to maintain respect throughout the journey, but with Yi Yuran, it was different. Lu Qing could be completely at ease without worrying about constraints or formalities. After all, Yi Yuran would give him the utmost freedom, and no matter what he did, this elder sister had always supported him since childhood. As Lu Qing prepared to depart, the sect was also buzzing with activity. The news had already spread. After all, such matters were impossible to conceal. The imminent emergence of a 5th grade magic treasure, one that could only be contested by venerable level cultivators, was enough to grip the hearts and minds of powers across the entire continent. It had long since sparked heated discussions among both old and new disciples of the sect. I heard that this time, when the secret realm opens, a 5th grade magic treasure will appear. Many renowned venerable masters and some ancient monsters have joined. I've heard that too. Heaven's a clash between venerables and truly a battle among top-tier venerables. Does our Shanqing sect have any venerables participating? Well, actually, yes. The top expert at the 1st realm, great perfection of the venerable stage, who guards the Lichi secret realm, has already gone. Is it Elder Qingli? I heard that Elder Qingli could have broken through to the supreme stage over a decade ago, but held back specifically for this 5th grade magic treasure's emergence. Then isn't it destined to be hers? You're thinking too much. Elder Qingli is powerful and formidable, but she only has a chance. There are those equally strong, and even some stronger than her. Elder Qingli has been stuck at this realm for decades, but some of those elders have been stuck at the venerable great perfection for nearly 1,000 years. Do you understand what that means? For instance, the renowned primordial magnetic venerable, whose primordial magnetic divine light has a fearsome reputation, terrifying beyond measure. It is said that under that divine light, a small sect can be annihilated in an instant. And there's also the profound Een venerable. When his profound Een nether palm is unleashed, ghosts wail and gods flee. Even spirits and demons give way. These ancient monsters are all participating. It's uncertain if Elder Qingli can obtain it. This is true great contention. Ordinary venerables must be cautious even to participate. By the way, our sect's 7th peak master Lu Qing is also participating. Peak Master Lu. Although he is a peerless prodigy, his rise to fame has been too short. Even though he is a peak master that only represents potential. To contend with those veteran venerables, he probably can't compete. Being a peak master represented more potential than actual strength. That's not necessarily true. Not long ago, Peak Master Lu condensed his life-bound divine weapon, which means he already possesses a terrifyingly powerful killing move. He might just be able to compete with those ancient monsters. At the very least, Peak Master Lu is qualified to participate in this pinnacle venerable battle. We'll have to see the outcome. That's true. In such a great contention, merely being able and daring to participate already represents strength. The disciples all nodded in agreement. Amidst these discussions, Yi Fian and the other women also heard the news, and their brows furrowed deeply. Such a great contention was extremely terrifying. In their past lives, they had naturally heard of this great contention. Peerless prodigies were merely temporary background figures. Their master had not participated in his past life, but in this life, he was going to contend with those world-shaking venerables and ancient monsters who had secluded themselves for ages. They did not know whether their master was confident or simply seeking experience. But regardless, after this trip, their master would inevitably undergo another transformation, and his strength might advance even further. Thinking of this, the women's expressions grew increasingly grim. What they least wanted now was for Lu Qing to break through too quickly. The faster he broke through, and the higher his realm, the further he would drift away from them. They had to re-establish the master-disciple relationship before Lu Qing reached a certain realm, otherwise it would be too late to reconnect in the future. The women were filled with worry, but there was nothing they could do. As they fretted, Lu Qing had already set out with the sect's high-ranking members. This time it was not only Venerable Lu Qing who participated, many other venerables also wished to enter, if not to compete, then at least to witness the spectacle, to behold the rare and hard-won clash of true first-realm venerable supremacies, the means of genuine ancient monsters. In days past, such an opportunity was scarce. Now, with the emergence of a 5th-grade treasure and the restriction on cultivation levels, this chance had arrived before their eyes. Otherwise, this conflict would not be limited to the venerable realm. Even transcendent realm cultivators, or even the founding ancestors of sects, would have made their move. Of course, had that been the case, while the battle would have been even more spectacular, it would not be something ordinary beings could observe. One misstep, and they would be swept to their deaths by the residual shockwaves. While Lu Qing and the Shangqing sect rushed toward the secret realm, the other major sects, and some reclusive ancient monsters, also stirred, gathering their forces. At the primordial demon sect, Li Xianyi casually crushed the few before her eyes growing cold. This is indeed a good opportunity. Perhaps under such high pressure I can take a further step and advance more swiftly. At the Azure Lotus Immortal sect, several core sword immortal disciples of this generation stood like swords, their gazes fixed on the distance. The great contention among venerables, we should not miss it. The core disciples looked toward the leader, the most prodigious existence of their generation, their senior brother Yang Ning of the Separatist Sword. Yang Ning said, the sect's founding ancestor has already set off. We may not be able to compete for that 5th-grade treasure, but it is also time to meet some old friends. Taoist Lu of the Shangqing sect, the Demoness and Demon Prince of the Primordial Demon sect, the Jade Pool Immortal sect. The last time we met was before breaking through to the Venerable Realm at that intersect grand competition. Yang Ning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he peered into the distance. With a single stroke, he decapitated the demonic beast before him. Let's go. At the Dao One Sacred sect, the core disciples of this generation also looked into the distance. At the forefront was a youth in a Taoist robe, his eyes glinting. Let's go. I hear he has condensed his life-bound divine weapon. I want to see if my newly formed ultimate purple divine thunder is stronger than his life-bound weapon's killing strike. More ancient monsters, white-haired and long secluded from the world, also set out. Some on the verge of their lives, and exuded a faint aura of decay, yet they also gave off a feeling of terrifying extremity. Among them were ancient monsters trapped in this realm for a millennium, truly fearsome existences. The situation was on the verge of eruption. The Black Marsh Secret Realm. It was called the Black Marsh Secret Realm because this grand secret realm that had opened was located within the Black Marsh. It was said that its interior was also related to swamp terrain. This newly opened secret realm was also a trial-type secret realm left behind by a legendary ancient grand sect. However, no one knew what the environment inside was truly like. Only by entering could one understand the specific situation. In his past life, Lu Qing had paid no attention to it. Thus, in this life, he did not know the detailed contents of the secret realm. He only knew that in his past life, Li Xianyi had nearly been severely injured and perished within, indicating its extreme danger. Beyond that, he knew nothing more specific. Regardless, none of the other core disciples of the Azure Lotus Immortal sect came off unscathed. In the end, that 5th grade Dharma treasure vanished without a trace, and its final owner remained unknown. Thus the matter concluded. In this life, Lu Qing held no great advantage, but he still had to participate and give it a try. Time passed. 3 days later. Above the Black Marsh secret realm, numerous formidable auras had already gathered. Many flying ship-type Dharma treasures were suspended in the sky, each containing terrifying presences. Some weaker venerables tried to probe the situation, and some reclusive venerable-level ancient monsters appeared. The number of venerables present here was incalculable, an astonishing sight as such beings were rarely seen. It seemed that most of the venerables from the entire continent had converged here. This conflict over the secret realm was destined to be brutal and perilous. Even those with supreme strength would find it difficult to remain secure. Seeing the scale of venerables gathered here, Lu Qing's eyes darkened. He knew that this journey into the secret realm would be anything but simple. Obtaining that purple flame pearl was certainly no easy task. Yet for Lu Qing to back down now was out of the question. Let's enter first and well see. As this thought crossed Lu Qing's mind, he also sensed several familiar auras, all prodigies of various sects, the cream of the crop from his generation, with whom he had once competed and crossed swords. Among them were the prodigy of the Jade Pool Immortal sect and the unparalleled talents of the Azure Lotus Immortal sect. Each possessed an extraordinary aura, yet none could compare to those ancient monsters who had been in seclusion for years. At that moment, the black marsh below suddenly erupted with a flash of azure light. Then a massive, swirling vortex of light appeared within the marsh, spewing forth a torrent of spiritual energy, while an immense, imposing power emanated from within. This secret realm was only accessible to venerables. As soon as the realm appeared, whoosh! Several venerables transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the vortex in an instant. Seeing this, the other venerables dared not hesitate, also turning into beams of light and darting into it. Hey Qing, this is Sister Qingli. You've met before. And these venerables, you must look out for each other inside. It's a pity that your senior sister cannot accompany you in. Yi Yuren's eyes shimmered with a trace of worry as she looked at Lu Qing. Be careful. Lu Qing nodded. Don't worry, senior sister. Venerable Qingli said from the side. Rest assured, Yuren. They'll bring this little one out safely. Venerable Qingli had been a peak master several hundred years ago. After holding that position for a century, she had stepped back from the forefront to guard a secret realm. She was several generations older than Lu Qing and Yi Yuren, making her their senior. Then I'll entrust him to you, Sister Qingli. Let's go. Qingli nodded slightly. Her cultivation at the great perfection of the first realm of venerable was unashamedly displayed. Transforming into a beam of light, she instantly brought Lu Qing Blood Sword Venerable and several other venerables into the secret realm in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the secret realm, Lu Qing frowned slightly, because not a single person was by his side. Without a doubt, he and all his fellow sect members had been scattered across different locations. This made it far from easy to unite forces. The next moment, Lu Qing's expression froze. No, the flow of time here is abnormal. And this place. Lu Qing surveyed the secret realm. Everything within this pocket world possessed an uncanny mass. Towering trees, the thinnest requiring 5 men to encircle, soared hundreds of meters high. Even the weeds and mushrooms were unnaturally colossal. Entering this realm felt like being shrunk 1,000-fold and cast into a vast forest. A foreboding sense of dread crept into Lu Qing's heart. Could this be a fragment of the upper 3 heavens? If so, this space is far more perilous. No wonder it could nurture a 5th-grade treasure. Lu Qing was astonished. The upper 3 heavens were a higher plane he had visited in his past life. The environment here was virtually identical. If this is indeed a fragment of the upper 3 heavens, then it's no longer merely a contest among cultivators. The native monsters here are equally formidable and exceedingly difficult to deal with. I must be cautious. Lu Qing, with his vast experience and extensive knowledge, instantly knew what to do upon seeing this environment. Without hesitation, Lu Qing's figure flickered as he swiftly located a tree hollow and slipped inside. After confirming it was free of dangerous venomous insects, he deployed a concealment array disc to seal the entrance, intending to first observe the situation patiently. Just as Lu Qing concealed himself, a grand voice resonated across heaven and earth. The number of participants for this secret realm has reached 1,000. The roster is complete, and the trial officially begins. Trial objective: expel others and harvest Qi guidance. Upon entry, each participant possesses a wisp of Qi guidance. Defeat results in losing this wisp, and expulsion of victory grants the opponent's wisp. When 10 individuals have gathered over 50 wisps, the true assessment of this secret realm will commence. Passing the assessment grants the most precious treasure of this realm. Trial duration: 5 years. If 10 individuals have not gathered 50 or more wisps by then, the trial fails, and all will be expelled. This secret realm is a fragment of the upper 3 heavens. Thus, not only can participants seize wisps from each other, but native ferocious beasts can also kill or expel participants to claim their wisps. The time flow ratio between this realm and the outside world is 1 to 30. 1 day outside equals 30 days within. Note the secret realm is now officially open. With that grand announcement, a wave of energy radiated from the secret realm and the entrance vanished instantly. This marked the realm's official opening. The entire world seemed to activate in an instant. The air filled with a primal, wild yet pure and potent spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the lower realms. This vast energy was like a stagnant, colossal tide bearing an unimaginably heavy pressure. Absorbing it required several times the mental effort to refine and resist compared to the outside world. Every blade of grass was a resilient jade spear, every fallen leaf felt like a heavy metal shield. Even the wind carried a tangible resistance, thick and viscous. This was not a battlefield familiar to lower plane venerables. Its laws were more ancient, more brutal, closer to the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Here the divine abilities that lower realm cultivators relied upon could be severely diminished. Lu Qing frowned. Releasing the world's energy only now is unfortunate. With this release, the native creatures here will likely become active instantly. The moment his brow furrowed, a bone-piercing chill suddenly tore through the tough bark of the tree hollow. My! Lu Qing's pupils contracted. His concealment talisman was of the 6th grade, sufficient for hiding. Yet it was detected instantly, meaning this creature had noticed him from the moment he entered. It had likely remained still due to the inactive energy, but now with the release of the realm's energy, it had become active. Thoughts flashed like lightning. Ryup. A massive jointed limb imbued with terrifying force punched through the tree hollow. Splintered wood flew like a torrential rain. Then a mass of corpse stench, eerie, ice-blue viscous liquid carrying absolute zero cold and corrosive venom cascaded down toward the hidden Lu Qing. Before the liquid even touched him, Lu Qing's hair stood on end instinctively, and the spiritual energy circulating within him seemed to freeze and slow. The cave walls instantly became thick with blue-white frost spreading inward at an alarming rate. The air froze, emitting teeth-grinding, cracking sounds. The attacker was a terrifying ant-like beast over 100 meters long. Its ferocious head bore massive compound eyes of pure ice blue, reflecting a cold rationality filled only with predatory greed. Its entire body was covered in a thick, jet-black carapace that gleamed with a metallic, cold light, seemingly indestructible. More terrifying was the space-freezing blue venom dripping from its mandibles. This was a terrifying entity born from the fragment of the upper 3 heavens. The profound ice. Even its 100-meter frame seemed small amidst the giant trees, but its concentrated, tangible, profound cold was enough to instantly freeze the soul of an ordinary venerable. Lu Qing considered himself unlucky. After realizing this was a fragment of the upper 3 heavens, he had hidden immediately, yet still had to deal with these troublesome little creatures. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, hum, clang. His life-bound divine weapon materialized from nothingness, appearing in the void. An ancient blade shadow solidified before Lu Qing. Its long, elegant form bore a subdued, noble pale gold. The patterns on the hilt and guard flowed sinuously, vaguely outlining Dao runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and majesty. This was his life-bound divine weapon, refined over time. The Leaf Fire, 1,000 blades. Wispy strands of dark red, primordial fire coiled around the blade, radiating a fearsome presence. Facing the overwhelming torrent of ice-blue venom, Lu Qing made no excessive movements. He merely channeled his heart fire to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, infusing it into the blade, then delivered an upward slash. Boom! The pale golden blade shadow swelled instantly. The dark red karma fire on the blade seemed thrown into a primordial furnace, transforming into a blazing torrent of annihilation, erupting violently. A supremely condensed, massive sword aura of pure destructive dark red flame, like a volcanic eruption or a celestial river, cascading, surged upward with ferocious might. The entire massive tree hollow was filled with this raging light and heat, the space groaning under the strain. The dark red fire and the ice-blue venom collided with a thunderous impact. SSSSS, boom. Extreme destruction fire clashed with extreme freezing venom. Fire and water in opposition. But the expected stalemate and energy annihilation did not occur. The profound blue venom, capable of freezing lower realm space and corroding treasures, was like fragile ice beneath a searing blade before the karma fire's edge of this 5th grade divine weapon. Upon contact, it visibly disintegrated and was annihilated. Not even the icy vapor escaped, utterly consumed and purified by the domineering dark red flames. Absurd. This was a 5th grade divine weapon, a weapon not even a supreme might possess, and a life-bound 5th grade weapon at that, its power surpassing ordinary 5th grade arms. How could a mere beast from the upper 3 realms withstand it? Impossible. It could not. The flaming sword torrent was only slightly slowed by the immense impact for less than half a breath. Then with even wilder, unstoppable force it tore through the ice-blue venom and savagely scoured the profound ice ant's massive head and forebody covered in its thick black carapace. Scree! A piercing, soul-rending shriek erupted filled with incomprehensible agony and fury. The profound carapace, tough enough to withstand ordinary Venerable's artifact attacks, melted and disintegrated like spring snow under the scorching sun when touched by the dark red karma fire. The dark red flames, like countless clinging parasites, madly burrowed into the carapace's crevices, searing the ant's resilient flesh bones, and even the profound origin deep within. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent yet more chilling burning and annihilation. The dark red karma fire condensed from 100 sword intents coiled around the 100-meter ant, writhing in agony. The twisted, thrashing giant insect body visibly blackened, shrank, and collapsed in the flames. The vast, profound, cold, and pure life force were greedily extracted and devoured by the karma fire like fuel. Even the space-freezing breath it exhaled was purified without a trace. A single slash split in two, its defenses shattered, reduced to a pile of charred remains. With a single strike, Lu Qing slew the profound ice ant, yet his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Too much noise. The moment the ant perished, an intangible, spine-chilling pressure abruptly descended from all directions. It was not the lock of one or two divine senses, but rather as if the entire ancient forest, silent for 10,000 years, had come alive in that instant. Countless gazes from nearby creatures turned from the shadows from every corner, all converging upon him. From the decaying leaves, the massive ferns, the depths of tangled vines, and even beneath the pitch-black soil came invisible prying eyes and malice. Even with a will as firm as a rock and as a reincarnated great emperor, Lu Qing could not help but feel a tingling prickle on his scalp. He had become like a prey trapped at the center of a spider's web. It was not fear, but a trace of wariness toward the unknown. He did not know if among the owners of those gazes there existed some truly terrifying individuals. Go! With a flash of thought, Lu Qing did not hesitate. Flipping his wrist, he pinched a talisman whose surface flowed with a deep, starry river light, a precious heavenly escape talisman. He poured spiritual energy into it without a moment's delay, and the talisman instantly transformed into a flowing shadow that merged into his being. An indescribable lightness and a peculiar law force surged through his body. His figure blurred and became ethereal in an instant. Escape technique enhancement. An inexplicable law empowerment enveloped Lu Qing's form. In an instant, his speed, originally at the mid-venerable realms, surged like a divine shuttle infused with violent energy, climbing and stabilizing at the terrifying early supreme realm level. This speed had directly crossed the chasm of an entire major realm, truly fearsome. Yet it was still not enough. The radiance itself was a target. Conceal. Just as the speed boost took form, Lu Qing tapped his fingertip again. Another unadorned talisman, the concealment talisman, imbued with the rhythm of simplicity, was silently activated. A mysterious power spread like smoke and mist, draping him in an invisible watery veil. His form, his aura, and every spiritual energy fluctuation he emitted were utterly submerged into the ancient wild forest backdrop within that profound dark ripple. Even the divine sense of a powerful venerable at the great perfection would struggle to precisely capture him amidst the chaotic primeval environment. This was one of the life-saving treasures Lu Qing had obtained from his sect, a must-have concealment artifact for most sect prodigies. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lu Qing, empowered by dual talismans, vanished from the spot, like a drop of water falling into a vast ink pool, leaving no trace of his destination. Only the ravaged forest ground, frozen by the ants' deathly chill and marked by residual flames. At the spot, only the lingering cold and a more intense restless prying from the depths of the ancient forest remained. Yet they could no longer find Lu Qing. After concealment, his superior escape technique made him vanish without a trace, leaving almost no physical evidence of his departure. Learning from the previous mistake of exposing his location by first finding a hiding spot before using concealment, Lu Qing reversed his strategy this time. First hiding and accelerating to escape the dangerous vortex, then seeking a true resting place while in high-speed motion. Finally, after searching for a day, he chose a peak with an open view at night when darkness was like ink. Concealed on the mountainside, he first set up a concealment array disc, while hidden, then used it for cover. Using his finger as a sword, he silently carved into the rock wall, clearing out a narrow yet dry and stable temporary cave. Then he moved the concealment array disc inside. The entire cave was enveloped by the strange disc's glow, layers of illusionary runes spreading out completely, merging the entrance with the surrounding terrain as if it were a natural part of the mountain. These were essential treasures for any cultivator abroad. As the master of a peak, Lu Qing carried many, some of which were gifts from Yi Lianer, possessing extraordinary effects. Inside the cave, Lu Qing sat cross-legged, as still as an ancient petrified tree sunk into the mountain. Yet his mind, like silent tides, spread out subtly through the miniature spirit-sensing array, eye at the entrance, and his own powerful perception overlooking the primeval secret realm below, which sprawled like a crouching giant beast. Outside the cave, the secret realm had unveiled its bloodiest and most brutal curtain from the very first hour, composing a chaotic symphony with the blood of the wild and cultivators. Along the way, Lu Qing had seen countless scenes. And now, even in the dead of night, this conflict showed no sign of ceasing. Roar! No! Get away! Boom! Crack! Deafening roars of ferocious beasts, desperate screams of cultivators, the thunderous collision of violent energies, and the terrifying thuds of massive bodies of primal giants smashing against mountains and ancient trees rose and fell in succession. Blinding lights occasionally tore through the eternal gloom of the forest. Flames and toxic miasmas raged, scorching and corroding the mossy lichen and decaying layers into large patches of char. The pungent stench of blood mixed thickly with the forest's rotting mold, creating a nauseating battlefield aura. These were the first brutal collisions between the venerables who had charged into the secret realm and its original inhabitants. Lu Qing's heart remained like an ancient well, observing this chaotic feast without a ripple. He saw thousands of meters below the peak an old venerable with a youthful face and a deep condensed aura, likely from some hidden paradise, being besieged by two giant beetles, several zhang long, with colorful membranous wings, and terrifying mouthparts dripping strong corrosive acid. The old venerable summoned a 7th grade pearl with azure light and intricate patterns. The pearl radiated 10,000 rays of light, barely sustaining a protective barrier, but the yellow-green acid corroded it with a sizzling sound. The light dimmed sharply, and the old man's face turned pale, clearly struggling. He also saw in the shadow of tangled vines farther away a young male cultivator in a Taoist robe embroidered with green lotuses. His movements were as graceful as willow catkins, yet his sword light was as fierce as a dragon bursting from a frozen lake. He was precisely driving his sword intent into the core skull of a beast resembling a porcupine, but covered in bone spikes. Yet the moment the beast died, a dull, lightless blade stabbed silently toward his back. But the Green Lotus disciple seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His form spun abruptly, and his sword light struck faster than the blade, like a cold, precise lightning bolt slicing through the attacker's protective spiritual glow. Without even a grunt, the attacker's chest was heavily wounded by the overwhelming sword energy. A white flash, and he was instantly expelled by the secret realm's protective mechanism. A wisp of chi like a firefly was automatically absorbed by the Green Lotus disciple's brow. The entire process was fluid and decisive. The young cultivator's face showed no emotion, his gaze was terrifyingly calm. He was clearly one of the core true disciples of the Green Lotus immortal sect, honed through iron-blooded trials. He swiftly scanned the increasingly dangerous darkness, and without hesitation shook his form, merging into the shadowy veins of the deep forest vines, disappearing completely. His keen sense of danger had given him the same answer as Lu Qing lie in wait. Lu Qing was quite familiar with this sect. It was a fearsome one, primarily focused on sword techniques and killing moves paired with top-tier divine weapons, earning a fearsome reputation across the continent in terms of offense. But to be fair, their path was now the same as Lu Qing's, cultivating both sword-killing techniques and divine weapon-killing techniques. The sword was a killing move, and the divine weapon was also a killing move. Their fusion created true terror, much like Lu Qing now. However, Lu Qing was not yet in his complete form. He only had a foundation. Scenes of probing, slaughter, ambush, and counter-ambush, like before, continued to unfold in every corner of the secret realm. Time slipped by quietly amidst the brutal survival of the fittest. In the blink of an eye, 3 full months had passed silently. 3 months later, within the mountain cave, it was still as tranquil as solidified amber. Lu Qing's seated figure remained motionless, but within his sea of consciousness, an extremely detailed map of the secret realm and an ecological atlas had been constructed. Thanks to this excellent vantage point, his understanding of the realm below grew deeper by the day. Changes, earth-shaking changes, had occurred over these 3 months. The initial chaos and bloodshed gradually faded. Not that the fighting had stopped, but its form had transformed dramatically. Open battles and skirmishes had sharply declined by the end of the first month. Now the vast primeval forest seemed to have fallen into a deathly slumber. If not for the occasional low growl of a satisfied beast or the dull thud of movement, one might think time had stopped here. It wasn't that the secret realm had become safe, but that nearly all surviving venerables had chosen a single strategy, like Lu Qing, to lie in wait completely. Precious concealment talismans and small hiding array discs were activated one after another, wrapping powerful auras like pearls into thick shells, sinking them deep into the mud and sand of this wild forest. Only a handful dared to strut about in the open. Those few were either ancient monsters with profound ocean-deep auras who had lived through countless ages, or those possessing extraordinary treasures and absolute power to crush their peers, granting them the transcendent confidence to overlook the secret realm. The key turning point of this transformation was a battle that shocked all venerables, the battle where Yiming Venerable fell. Yiming Venerable, a true venerable at the Great Perfection, had entered this realm over 300 years ago. His spiritual energy was boundless, his law comprehension profound, and his secret methods and rare treasures were endless, placing him among the top tier of Great Perfection cultivators. Logically, even if he couldn't gather enough chi, such an existence shouldn't have fallen. Yet he did fall. He couldn't even hold on until the secret realm's protective mechanism activated to teleport him out when severely wounded. The reason was simple: a siege. 3 late-stage venerables plus another top-tier Great Perfection expert. 4 powerful venerables jointly set up a deadly trap. Facing the encirclement of 4 experts, Yiming Venerable, filled with shock and fury, could only fall into a disadvantage. In a critical move, he was struck dead instantly. He didn't even get the chance to trigger the secret realm's teleportation for survival after severe injury. He perished directly. And the 7 wisps of chi he had collected like masterless fish were easily divided among the 4 besieging. Such a terrible reality of bloody truth was like a basin of ice water thick with the stench of blood extinguishing the last trace of luck in everyone's hearts, chilling them to the core. If a venerable at the Great Perfection could fall, what if you were the one besieged? Unless you were overwhelmingly powerful, no one dared to ignore such a risk. Thus panic spread like a plague. Except for those truly at the top of the food chain who feared no siege, all other cultivators, except the hopelessly foolish, whether at the early, middle, late stages, or even those Great Perfection old monsters who knew they couldn't withstand 3 or 4 peers, made the most instinctive and survival-oriented choice: concealment, hiding, suppressing one's aura. This ultimately led to the current situation. Apart from the fierce first month, the rest was relatively stable. All battles of cunning old foxes. Those without concealment or hiding talismans were eliminated one by one over time, losing their qualification. In the following 2 months, aside from those unlucky enough to be chased out by beasts, targeted and quietly eliminated, most did not engage in conflict. They hid, waiting for participants to reveal their weaknesses. Whoever showed their face died. Besides that, there were the truly top-tier venerables. Those who had lived for 1,000 years at the Great Perfection, with terrifyingly deep foundations, who actively hunted and sought prey. During this period, Lu Qing hid for 3 months, never making a move, constantly assessing. Now, after 3 months, he finally had a general understanding of everything here. It was time for him to act. The native monsters, though strong, are still lacking. They pose only a minor threat. Compared to the venerables who entered, they are far inferior and not a major concern. Without some unimaginably powerful beasts, that's good news. At least they can't threaten me. Among the venerables, though, all are extremely powerful, and those who survived have their means. None can match my escape technique. My escape art should be the strongest thanks to the heavenly escape talisman, a supreme treasure obtained through reciprocity. It grants an escape technique surpassing an entire major realm. Basically, no one can outrun me. As for killing moves, mine are also very strong. Except for some true old monsters, my killing moves are practically invincible. Lu Qing had understood his ecological niche. Most people could only hide like turtles, but a few were practically unmatched among their peers and didn't need to hide. He might not gain the upper hand in a fight with them, but they couldn't do anything to him either. As for being besieged, Lu Qing truly wasn't afraid. His escape technique was fast, granting him an inherent advantage. He could fight if he wanted and flee if he wanted. Moreover, because of his speed, a siege by 1 or 2 opponents was nothing to fear. Speed is justice. I need to start gathering chi as well. Lu Qing's eyes flickered with thought. Although the secret realm didn't require gathering enough chi to participate in the final trial, he figured that the 10 who collected the chi would certainly have an advantage. Lu Qing set his minimum goal to be among those 10. Now it's my turn to take the stage. A flash passed through Lu Qing's eyes. This great contention had finally reached the moment for him to shine. The sunlight poured down like melted gold, splashing across the undulating brown earth covered in miasma and strange plants. In the distance, the outlines of ancient mountains twisted and steamed on the horizon, while beyond them the chilling roars and battle cries of unknown ferocious beasts could be faintly heard. On this day, the earth was as silent as usual, with only the roars of the native ferocious beasts breaking the stillness. However, it was different from ordinary days. Suddenly, a streak of light shot up from the ground, soaring into the sky, appearing in the eyes of all concealed beings. This scene caused many hidden entities to narrow their pupils in shock. Countless pairs of eyes scattered among the crevices of giant rocks, the cavities of decaying tree roots deep underground, and even merged into the shadows of withered vines suddenly constricted. Cold vertical pupils, bloodshot eyeballs, and the eyes of an elder filled with murky, yet terrifying perceptiveness, all without exception reflected the trajectory of that piercing light. The hidden masters were all stunned. How is this possible? This madman, is he courting death? Don't rush. If it were 2 months ago, no even a month ago we could have acted to leave a mark, but now we must not be hasty. An aged thought like sandpaper scraping against rock violently fluctuated in a deep pit. A month ago, someone shot up into the sky, either a fool or an idiot, all sending themselves to their doom. But now it's better to let it go. 3 months have passed. True fools, brash idiots, those who overestimate themselves have long been wiped out, either expelled or killed. Now to dare appear in this manner at this time, they are either a madman who has lost their mind due to deviating from their cultivation path, or the elder's voice turned grave. They possess absolute confidence, confident enough to see this slaughterhouse as a safe path, confident enough to venture out knowing the rules here. Aside from a few incredibly powerful beings, such as those invincible ones known as the Old Immortal, who else would dare to flaunt their presence under the broad daylight? No one knows who the former was, whether a madman or truly confident. Thus they could only cautiously observe, for to rashly leave a mark and then attempt a sneak attack would be courting death. Just as countless gazes in the shadows were locking onto that streak of light. Whoosh! Swish! The figure of light seemed to have discovered something, or perhaps had known all along. After traveling a distance in the sky, it swiftly darted down to the earth towards a towering tree. Its speed was astonishing, as if it had drawn a streak of flowing light across the sky, the terrifying speed causing countless hearts to tremble. And just as the owner of that streak of light rushed towards the towering tree, boom! A deafening sound compressed to its limits erupted, shaking the silence within a 10-mile radius. The thick trunk, needing 10 people to embrace, was violently smashed from within by an invisible giant fist, exploding outward. Countless shattered wooden pieces and brown debris mixed with a fierce energy, splattering like a torrential rain. In the center of the swirling dust and debris, a figure stepped forward, surrounded by the still coalescing protective aura of a mid-level master resembling obsidian. The expression on his face was one of shock and a hint of disbelief. His so-called perfect hiding place had been discovered by Lu Qing. Huan Kuei, the thousand-faced scholar, a well-known lone master, now stood on the void platform formed by the tree hole. He had blown open, dressed in black, his hawk-like eyes fixated on the figure that landed almost simultaneously. A tall young man in white clothing, his gaze cold as ice. His features were handsome, yet his eyes were like a deep pool, calm and undisturbed, but revealing a sharpness that pierced through falsehoods. Young yet familiar, with a distinctly different aura from those ancient monsters. So it's Lu Xun of the Tianjin Peak of the Shanqing sect. Huan Kuei's gaze locked onto Lu Qing, his voice grating like metal scraping against rust, each word laced with icy resentment. Lu Xun, such audacity. Do you treat the rules of this secret realm as nothing? Surely you must have reached a state where you fear no visible or hidden dangers. You're overestimating me. Lu Qing's voice was calm as the wind rustling leaves devoid of ripples, yet carried an undeniable authority, just some means of self-preservation, merely to ensure my safety. Humph. A cold snort filled with anger erupted from Huan Kuei's nostrils. His face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. Exposed. Moreover, it was in the most ostentatious and attention-grabbing way possible. It was like roasting him over a fire. If he stayed here any longer, he would become a living target in a moment. To engage Lu Qing here, regardless of victory or defeat, it would attract even more terrifying beings to spy, and if he were injured or overexerted, it would be a dead end. He calculated this debt clearly. He couldn't afford it. Furthermore, he was merely a mid-level master, utterly inconsequential in this secret realm, and even less capable of contending with these grand sect's prodigies. With a nonchalant expression, Huan Kuei raised a hand. 2 strands of pure, faintly glowing qi from the secret realm, like fireflies attracted by a magnet, instantly detached from his body and shot towards Lu Qing. Exposed in broad daylight, I can't stay here much longer, so I'll give this to you. I wonder how long Lu Xun. Before his words fell, Huan Kuei's figure dissipated in the air like ink dropped into clear water, having lost all his qi, forcibly transported away by the rules of the secret realm. Lu Qing's figure slightly swayed, and he transformed once again into an astonishing streak of light, instantly soaring into the sky. This time his target was a seemingly unremarkable lowlying area covered in gray gravel and sparse shrub. The streak of light hovered a few feet above the gravel ground, an invisible pressure descending like a massive stone, causing the fine sand on the ground to begin to jump restlessly. Fellow Taoist, please. Lu Qing's calm voice echoed again like a relentless sound of judgment resonating within this small lowland. Lu Xun HM. A voice filled with suppressed anger boomed from deep underground like thunder. Accompanied by this voice, the lowlying area suddenly bulged upwards, and the gravel was thrown into the air like a fountain by a massive force. Amidst the swirling dust, a rotund figure with a pale face and no beard, wrapped in heavy earth-type protective energy, burst forth from the ground. It was the earth-splitting stone elder Pang Hao, a renowned latistage master. His small eyes, slightly reddened with anger, flickered with fierce and suspicion. How did you discover me? Pang Hao's voice squeezed out through gritted teeth, his chubby cheeks trembling. He believed his hiding place had no flaws, buried deep underground for dozens of yards, merging his aura with the Earth's pulse with no possibility of leaking. How could it be possible to be discovered? I had observed beforehand, and was already aware. I just chose to act today. Lu Qing's response remained sharp and concise, his gaze calmly fixed on Pang Hao as if looking at an ordinary person, tranquil and unruffled. Pang Hao's anger was completely ignited like a volcano ready to erupt. At this point he knew words were superfluous. Directly surrender the qi. Pang Hao could not afford to lose face. He couldn't swallow that anger today, he needed to fight for it. I am not one to cower like a coward. Want to take my qi? Then let's see if you have the teeth to do so. A battle is necessary. Before the word please had fully left Lu Qing's mouth, Pang Hao's exaggeratedly rotund body erupted with an explosive speed that was completely incongruous with his size. A flash of earthy yellow light, the ground exploded into a deep pit, and he shot forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to Lu Qing in an instant. 9-linked soul-devouring mountain breaker. A hoarse roar escaped Pang Hao's mouth, and his hefty palm instantly gripped the heavy treasure that had appeared out of thin air. It was a grotesque, giant, ghost-headed blade. The hilt was carved with 9 twisted skulls, the blade thick as a door plank, glimmering with a cold, ghostly blue light. The 9 cold iron rings pierced through the back of the blade made a disturbing clanging sound, heavy and ferocious, exuding a chilling aura that could sever souls. That fluctuation was unmistakably the aura of a peak 6th grade treasure. For the vast majority of ordinary masters, this was a coveted divine weapon. However, in Lu Qing's eyes, this was merely a not bad standard. He didn't even draw his sword. Boom! The blade wind split the air. Pang Hao's entire body was infused with Earth-type energy, roaring like a torrent of lava poured into a ghostly blue blade aura, dozens of feet long, took shape, carrying the terrifying might of severing mountains and tearing apart the earth, like a heavenly punishment, wielding a giant blade striking down towards Lu Qing. The air was compressed, emitting a heavy boom under the unbearable burden. Just at this critical moment, Lu Qing's gaze suddenly sharpened. His inner fire ignited in an instant, his vitality surging like the core of a furnace blazing hot. The invisible rules of heaven and earth were affected, an indescribable sense of drought spread rapidly, and the surrounding void seemed to be thrown into a furnace. That blade carried a terrifying momentum, having locked onto its target, seemingly avoidable, yet truly unavoidable. But as the heart fire ignited, stirring the forces of heaven and earth, it directly broke the lock. Thus, just as Pang Hao's mountain-breaking strike was about to land, Lu Qing's figure, like a phantom scattered by the wind, casually stepped to the side. Stepping aside seemed simple, yet it perfectly avoided the core trajectory of the devastating blade strike, just before its peak force exploded, disregarding the lock. The ghostly blue blade aura slashed down, grazing the edge of Lu Qing's clothing, erupting where he originally stood, splitting the hard dark brown ground open into a vast bottomless chasm. Dust and debris shot up like a waterfall. Pang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. His mountain breaker slash, which could seal off the escape route for masters, was so easily evaded. The other party's reaction speed and combat experience were indeed rich. He had instantly dissolved his momentum. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade so easily, and at the very least he should have taken a hit and expended some energy. It must be said this grand sex prodigy was indeed terrifying. He had faced numerous masters, yet none had been able to choose to break his locked momentum in an instant. Most would only react a moment too late, resorting to taking the blow. But Lu Qing seemed to dismiss it lightly, directly breaking the lock. The shock lasted only a fraction of a moment. Pang Hao, after all, was a late-stage master, and his combat experience was exceedingly rich. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the continuous attacks resumed. Entangle. The instant the 9 rings ghost head broadsword struck the ground, it transitioned seamlessly from a cleave into a sweep. The massive blade, propelled by residual immense yuan power, emitted a piercing, mournful wail like a weeping ghost. The terrifying blade aura unleashed earlier seemed to possess a life of its own. Instead of dissipating, it instantly shattered into dozens of fine, clinging ghost blue blade threads like parasitic maggots. These blade threads, like enraged blue vipers, layered upon one another, weaving into a lethal blade net covering 100 feet in radius from more cunning and bizarre angles, converging to shred Lu Qing. Such was the might of the 9 rings ghost head broadsword. Its blade momentum was unending, like a specter from the 9 netherworlds. Witnessing this cunning, vicious, and clinging second strike, a sliver of icy sharpness finally fully bloomed deep within Lu Qing's eyes. He would evade no longer. With a flick of his wrist, a faint golden light appeared in Lu Qing's hand. He instantly executed the Lihua blade art, causing the primal emperor qi within him to surge violently into his life-bound divine weapon. The blade blazed with golden light, its momentum becoming instantly awe-inspiring. The primal Emperor Qi, condensed by a Kigathering art surpassing the Emperor grade, far exceeded the strength of Tyrant Sword Qi. It also possessed the power of primal simulation, capable of replicating the effects of even greater Tyrant Sword Qi, perfectly complementing the Lihua Blade art. Thus the power of Lu Qing's Lihua Blade art remained undiminished, only enhanced. Furthermore, mastering the killing move of the Lihua Blade art, the Prairie Blazing 100 Slashes, also amplified his blade technique. After all, a killing move was an insight derived when one's blade art had reached a certain realm. Hence, learning Prairie Blazing 100 Slashes naturally elevated the might of the Lihua Blade art as well. With astonishing skill, Yuan power flowed into the blade, instantly meeting this latest stage venerable. There was no flashy prelude, the blade moved as his heart dictated. Lu Qing's wrist moved subtly, and a blade strike, unadorned, yet containing the principle of great skill, seeming clumsy, responded on cue. The vast, surging Emperor Qi within him, like a breached celestial river, roared as it poured into the long blade in his hand. In that instant, the previously restrained golden radiance on the blade erupted like a kindled sun, emitting a blinding, searing light. The blade tip trembled, causing the surrounding air to hum with a dense, high-frequency drone. Simultaneously, intangible techniques of Yuan power application were also layered upon it. The subtlety of the blade art was hidden within the formless, making the seemingly ordinary strike harbor profound secrets within. With a resounding clang, the two blades clashed and separated. The fat venerable's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, sensing something amiss. Yet in a contest of experts, there was no respite. In mere moments, they exchanged 3 more blows, their blades colliding thrice more in the air. During the third exchange, the fat venerable could endure no longer. With a crash, the ghost head broadsword flew from his hand. In the same breath, Lihua Thousand Blades was already resting against his neck. A cold sweat broke out on Pang Hao's forehead. In raw strength, he was not inferior to Lu Qing. Yet in treasure's combat experience, blade technique, and Yuan power application, he was utterly outclassed. Thus, he couldn't withstand even 4 ordinary strikes. One put him on the back foot, and by the 4th he was defeated. I concede defeat. My Yuan Qi is yours, the fat venerable admitted, convinced. Venerable Lu, as a peak master of the Shangqing sect, your strength is formidable. I Pang Hao am truly impressed. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the refined ghost head broadsword. Cupping his fists, several wisps of qi emerged from him, flying towards Lu Qing. Then he was teleported away by the secret realm, vanishing from the spot. This scene sent tremors through many onlookers. Defeated in just a few strikes. This Lu Qing didn't even use his renowned killing move. Through sheer frontal engagement, he defeated a latest stage venerable in just a few blows. His blade art must have reached an appalling level. Truly worthy of a venerable with a famous killing move. An ordinary latest stage cultivator is no match for him. These monstrous prodigies from great sects possess means beyond compare. That divine weapon is also extraordinary. He likely only unleashed a fraction of his true power just now. He didn't even use his escape art earlier. His escape art far surpasses that mid-stage venerable. Had he used it, it would have been like a cat toying with a mouse. He could have won instantly, and with even greater ease. If this one goes all out, I wouldn't be able to withstand him, judged each venerable inwardly, all feeling a pang of alarm. Except for a few old freaks, most lacked confidence. His strength was truly immense. Perhaps only equally peerless prodigies or those old monsters can contend with him. Amidst the many watching gazes, an aged, resonant voice rang out, "A new generation surpasses the old. Little friend, you are quite bold. It seems this old man holds no deterrent power over you." As this resonant voice spread, almost all the lurking venerables nearby fell into instant silence, daring not make a sound. One of the peerless venerables, the undefeated old monster of the venerable realm, the primordial magnetic venerable, had arrived. This was a true old monster, his lifespan nearly exhausted. For this reason, his accumulation was profound beyond measure. His set of primordial magnetic divine lights was terrifyingly potent, covering offense, defense, and speed. A sweep of that magnetic light would render ordinary venerables weak and powerless, leading to swift defeat. From his entry into the secret realm until now, this old fiend had never even used his youthful renowned killing move, the primordial magnetic divine light, yet had already forged a name for invincibility. He was an existence absolutely not to be provoked, a true overlord, a mountain pressing down upon all venerables in the secret realm. Once discovered by him, it was 9 deaths and 1 life. His primordial magnetic divine light enhanced his escape speed, making escape for ordinary cultivators utterly impossible. With the appearance of the primordial magnetic old fiend, thoughts flashed through the minds of many venerables. This peerless, monstrous prodigy of the younger generation dared to show himself in broad daylight. Now his first dangerous trial had arrived. Without absolute strength, how could one qualify to sit on the hunter's throne? Now the first king's hunt had begun. Could he endure it? Many venerables watched. If he endured, he would ascend as a new king. If not, upon reflection, he would merely be an overconfident, arrogant, and self-unaware junior nothing to fear. As these thoughts flickered, Lu Qing also looked towards the primordial magnetic venerable. He was not surprised to encounter him. This area was after all the primordial magnetic venerable's territory. Lu Qing's gaze swept over, and what came into view was a decrepit aged old man, his white beard hanging down to his chest, possessing an air of an immortal. He sat cross-legged atop a pitch-black stone peak about 2 meters square, floating in midair. Endless silver snake-like primordial magnetic divine lights spiraled around him, nearly forming a magnetic hill that enveloped him, making him appear terrifyingly formidable. This was the primordial magnetic venerable. His set of primordial magnetic divine lights could attack and defend, its momentum astonishing. Having witnessed his power, Lu Qing naturally had no intention of clashing head-on with him. It wasn't that Lu Qing's strength was weak, but he had no desire to contend with the primordial magnetic venerable. The reason was simple. The primordial magnetic venerable fought relying on his primordial magnetic divine light. There were only 2 ways to defeat him: a quick kill through instant annihilation. But with the enhancement of the magnetic light, his defense was formidable, and he was a venerable realm great circle old monster with countless hidden cards, making it utterly unrealistic. The second was a war of attrition. Yet similarly, with the enhancement of the magnetic light, his opponent consumed minimal heartfire yuan power for offense and defense. He would likely exhaust himself to death before the primordial magnetic venerable did. One of the universally acknowledged undefeated powerhouses among venerables could not simply become trash upon encountering Lu Qing. Lu Qing had no intention of fighting him. "Senior primordial magnetic, I have no desire to conflict with you. Until we meet again," Lu Qing stated calmly. He activated his escape light and vanished in an instant. The primordial magnetic old fiend chuckled, his resonant voice booming, "Little friend, leaving may not be so." As his words fell, the primordial magnetic divine light erupted, instantly boosting the primordial magnetic venerable's speed as he shot after Lu Qing's fleeing light. However, after a few dozen breaths, the primordial magnetic venerable canceled the speed boost from his magnetic light. Watching Lu Qing, who had left him far behind in less than 10 breaths, breathing calmly, as if not using a secret technique, his eyes flickered. Finally, he sighed. A new generation surpasses the old. A mere mid-stage venerable with such terrifying escape art. Even at my full power, I cannot catch up. The youngsters of today grow ever more fearsome. The primordial magnetic venerable shook his head, turned, and left, ceasing the chase. This sight shook the hearts of many venerables observing in secret. With the speed boost of the primordial magnetic divine light, his escape speed is astonishing even among venerable great circle cultivators, yet the primordial magnetic venerable couldn't catch him. This Shangqing sect monster is far too terrifying. Even the primordial magnetic venerable can't catch him. If he sets his sights on someone who could possibly escape. Many venerables were alarmed. His escape art was too terrifying, the very type most venerables dreaded. Once discovered, if they couldn't win, they couldn't flee. Even if they could win, they couldn't catch him if he ran. No wonder he's so confident. The primordial magnetic senior's escape skill is among the top, yet he still can't catch him. It seems his escape art is unmatched in this secret realm. Fearsome. A mid-stage venerable, this terrifying, contending with these old freaks. How fearsome would he become if allowed to grow? If he were a venerable great circle, the other venerables might as well give up and let him have the treasures. One by one they marveled, inwardly feeling both awe and dread. At the same time they understood. Lu Qing's kingly position in the secret realm was for the moment somewhat solidified. At the very least, he had truly gained the ability to stand as an equal with the others. Because his escape art was too powerful, others couldn't catch him. This immense advantage was also a display of formidable strength. Being fast was in itself a form of power. The question is, do his other abilities match his escape art? Many venerables pondered. Superior escape didn't mean all-around superiority, only that he was fast. It offered an advantage in combat as well. But to obtain the chi, relying solely on powerful escape arts was insufficient. One also needed enough lethal power. Otherwise, no matter how fast, it was useless. The killing power Lu Qing had displayed earlier was indeed strong, but still somewhat lacking. Because he hadn't fought a truly tough battle. Unless he fought a real hard battle and demonstrated his true combat prowess, he wouldn't gain widespread recognition. Otherwise, not many would fear him, and some might even initiate sneak attacks. A fast rabbit and a fast tiger were 2 entirely different concepts. The former was a clown prey, the latter a terrifying beast, a hunter, a disaster for the weak. Many were curious, was Lu Qing a tiger or just an ordinary wolf? As for being a rabbit, his earlier defeat of a latest-stage venerable in a few moves precluded that. But if he was a wolf rather than a tiger, it would be far from enough. It would also mean that despite his transcendent escape art, Lu Qing would become a target for hunting, targeted by one venerable great circle after another by monsters with deep reserves, ultimately becoming their prey. What will the outcome be? Many venerables watched from the shadows, waiting for the result. The fact that the opponent dared to emerge during the day meant this matter would not be resolved peacefully. If nothing unexpected happened tonight, would witness the first great battle. either their battle of renown or perhaps a battle of downfall of fight, to lose their qualification. Yet they did not wait until nightfall. All because Lu Qing had pushed too far. Even a long-renowned venerable at the Great Perfection stage was forced to reveal himself. After UNC Venerable evaded Lu Qing and shook him off, leaving Wuzi Venerable unable to catch up, this time UNC Venerable saw him, but paid no heed, for it was meaningless. The opponent fled too swiftly, and by the time he pursued, the other would already be far away. He saw no point in wasting his strength. At least within the ecological chain of the Supreme Hunters, UNC had already dismissed Lu Qing. He let the latter act freely, ignored him entirely, and simply departed. After he left, Lu Qing continued gathering auras. Over these 3 months he had not been idle. For 3 months he had remained in the shadows, using the faintest traces in the environment to discern the hiding places of many venerables. Even concealment talismans were useless. He could spot subtle changes in the surroundings to lock onto their positions. Now he was opening their boxes one by one. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 4 more venerables were forced to reveal themselves. 3 at the mid-stage, 1 at the latest stage. None managed to force Lu Qing to show his true trump card before they were defeated. It was not until the 5th that Lu Qing finally encountered a tough nut. When the 5th venerable was forced out of his hiding place, the other venerables lurking nearby, who had been growing increasingly uneasy from Lu Qing's relentless search, suddenly narrowed their eyes, then trembled in shock. It's him, Shiming Shangren. It's actually Shiming Shangren, a venerable at the Great Perfection stage. Shiming Shangren is on the same level as that fallen Great Perfection venerable. He is immensely powerful, only slightly inferior to the 4 invincible venerables. Shiming Venerable has been renowned for nearly a millennium. His Shiming Eye Soul Great Hand Seal is also famous. It seems they've stirred up this one. Now there's a good show to watch. Many venerables were shaken. Shiming Venerable was immensely powerful, a monster who had lingered at the venerable stage for nearly 1,000 years. Though his accumulation was not as formidable as old monsters like UNC Venerable, he was not to be underestimated. At the Great Perfection stage, and armed with lethal techniques, he could have roamed unchecked. One of the strongest participants in the secret realm. If not for the fear that exposure would invite a siege and his lack of true invincibility against multiple peers, he would not have hidden, but acted openly. Now that he had emerged, his aged body was wreathed in terrifying glacial energy, his aura so fearsome that frost coated the nearby trees. All this testified to the dreadfulness of this Great Perfection powerhouse. Many gazes fell upon Lu Qing, awaiting his reaction. Flee or fight. If he fled, it would prove he was merely a wild wolf, no great threat to most old monsters at the Great Perfection stage. Mid and latest stage venerables could cooperate without fear, even hunt him down if they found the chance. The threat would diminish greatly, they would not be so terrified. If he fought, then the outcome was uncertain. Young friend, relying on your escape, art you press your advantage without knowing the bounds of heaven and earth. Now that you have forced me out, dare you have about. Shiming Venerable's eyes were icy as he stared at Lu Qing, murderous intent lurking in his gaze. Even as a Great Perfection venerable, being forced out of hiding was perilous. If someone planted a divine sense seed on him, relocating to a safe hiding spot would require immense effort, and he might even be intercepted and killed. It was fraught with danger. Thus he was furious. Lu Qing stared at Shiming Venerable, then smiled faintly. My divine weapon is newly forged, and I seek a blade to test it. In my view, old venerable, you are the most suitable candidate. Lu Qing's heart began to beat slightly faster. In his past life, he had no chance to participate in this great contention. In this life, however, he would trample these older venerables and carve his path to invincible rise. This life he sought only his own supremacy, and here would be the first stop. This battle would be the true first campaign of his domination, crushing an entire generation and forging his invincible reputation. This life was destined for the sky to be free, for birds to fly, the sea vast for fish to leap. Shiming Venerable's hands were coated in a layer of crystalline ice palms. He sneered coldly. These hands of mine, forged with Shiming Chi and numerous heavenly treasures, have sent countless renowned figures to their doom under their blows. Young lad, be careful today, lest you become another wronged soul beneath these palms, wasting that hard-earned cultivation. Lu Qing replied, that need not concern you, venerable. As his words fell, Shiming Venerable's murky eyes flashed, and he moved instantly. With his escape art fully activated, carrying a terrifying glacial aura, he teleported before Lu Qing and struck down with a palm. A faint golden light flickered in Lu Qing's hand. Lihua 1,000 blades appeared in his grasp, red and golden light intertwining. With a clang, it collided with the icy palm, producing a piercing metallic ring. Unfolding the Lihua blade technique, the two exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. A prodigy from a great sect, nothing more. With another palm strike, Lu Qing was forced back several steps. Shiming Venerable sneered, his expression utterly cold, as if looking at a dead man. Yet in the shadows, many venerables were stunned. One had cultivated for nearly a millennium, the other for mere decades, yet they fought fiercely, exchanging dozens of moves without a clear victor. This already spoke volumes of Lu Qing's prowess. However, if Lu Qing was only at this level, he was unworthy of the title invincible and unfit to appear in broad daylight. Would this great sect prodigy suffer a loss? Just as these thoughts crossed many venerables' minds, Lu Qing moved again. He turned his wrist, gripping the blade horizontally. In the next moment, the light on Li Hua thousand blades converged, then spun twice in Lu Qing's hand. He hurled it forward, and the blade flew straight, cleaving down through the air. This slash seemed utterly ordinary. Yet after throwing it, a hint of exhaustion appeared in Lu Qing's expression, as if the act of flinging that blade at Shimming Venerable had drained him immensely, even bringing fatigue. What kind of technique is this? Throwing his own divine weapon. As these thoughts flashed through the Venerable's minds, Shimming Venerable, locked onto by the attack, felt his hairs stand on end. That ordinary flying blade brought him a terror like no other. A primal crisis signaling the approach of death descending upon his heart with the blade's flight. He dared not be careless. Drink. The evil Nether Venerable let out a thunderous roar, and with a resounding bang, his Taoist robe instantly shattered, revealing his chiseled physique beneath. As his cry echoed, a colossal icy palm phantom erupted from his palms, solidifying instantly into a pair of frosty giant hands that surged forth to meet the descending blade. It was at that moment, as the slash descended, that all the venerables watching felt their hairs stand on end and a chill run down their spines. For in that instant, the seemingly ordinary falling blade finally revealed a trace of aberrant aura, a latent explosive force that stirred a terrifying premonition in the hearts of the observing venerables. This strike was fearsome, terrifying to the extreme. To be struck by this blade, so ordinary in appearance, yet harboring an inconceivably immense power, meant certain death. Survival seemed nearly impossible. Amidst this shock and inexplicable dread, the unremarkable blade swooped down and reached the icy giant hands in an instant. The next moment, the icy hands were cleaved in two as effortlessly as a knife cutting through butter. Under the evil Nether Venerable's horrified gaze, the blade descended, splitting his proud, incredibly hard hands, his signature skills, in half, and continued its downward trajectory toward his body. The evil Nether Venerable's pupils contracted, his heart ablaze with urgency, as he channeled his primordial energy, instantly activating his life-saving treasures. Several array plates and talismans materialized on his body surface. Yet the array plates were sliced through, the talismans were cut apart until the blade met a fragment of scrap iron. It failed to cleave it, but pressed the evil Nether Venerable and the iron shard down toward the earth. In an instant, the blade, along with the iron shard, and the evil Nether Venerable crashed into the ground with a resounding boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, leaving a deep crater hundreds of meters in diameter. But this was not the end. With a crack, the scrap iron fragment was also split apart. The blade's momentum, now unimpeded, fell upon the evil Nether Venerable's body. In a mere flash, the evil Nether Venerable was reduced to ashes, and the blade struck the ground. At that very moment, the terrifying might finally erupted. A monstrous blade aura burst forth, and within the explosive, near-cataclysmic force, a crater over a kilometer in diameter appeared on the earth. At the epicenter, a terrifying fiery red slash fully unleashed, revealing the ultimate power of the strike. Fearsome blade beams shot out in all directions, obliterating everything nearby. Ancient trees were shattered, and the beasts hiding within were slain. This scene was too horrifying. It was like the epicenter of annihilation, instilling a dreadful awe. When the dust settled, Lu Qing casually beckoned with his hand. A faint golden light flew out from the ravaged earth, returned to Lu Qing's hand, and vanished into his palm without a trace. His expression remained calm, as placid as a still lake. This strike was the killing technique that Lu Qing had only comprehended after reaching the great emperor realm in his past life, the Prairie 100 slash. In this life, now that his physical body could keep up, he could barely execute it. That seemingly ordinary slash was in truth the fusion of a full 100 strikes, its power terrifying beyond belief. Once unleashed, it could destroy heaven and earth. However, Lu Qing could only unleash 2 or 3 such slashes before needing a long rest to recover. This scene plunged the land into utter silence. A great perfection venerable, and a formidable one, like the evil Nether Venerable, had been slain. In the final moments before his death were indelibly etched into the minds of all the venerables who witnessed it. The mere thought sent chills down their spines and made their scalps tingle. That ordinary descending blade was like the call of death itself. This is the killing move of this venerable Lu. The legendary technique. He's famous for the Prairie slash. Not long ago, I heard that, like an ancestor of the Shanqing sect, he had honed his killing move within the blazing flame blade technique to a certain realm, thus condensing a life-bound divine weapon attuned to the blade. I never imagined that combined with this fearsome life-bound weapon, its might would be so astonishing. It's too terrifying. My heart is still pounding, completely uncontrollable. How could there be such a dreadful killing move? Is Lu Qing really just a mid-stage venerable, and not a great perfection? This strike is invincible. This scene was destined to be etched into the memories of these venerables. From then on, another fearsome, divine weapon existed in the world, and another terrifying killing technique. The blazing flame divine blade. Venerable Tianjin retreat upon sight. A venerable murmured in shock, his courage to face the opponent shattered by that single strike. This slash stunned the entire audience and cemented Lu Qing's status. A new supreme powerhouse. It was worth noting that in this battle his escape technique had not even been used. He had not fled, even though the evil nether venerable could not have caught him. But in this fight Lu Qing did not retreat. Instead he displayed his lethal power, and this terrifying lethality was enough to establish his position. Combined with his escape art, he was truly an invincible venerable. Even if surrounded, he had no fear. He could flee with his escape technique, then return and pick off his enemies one by one. With his fearsome attack power, a coalition might force him back, but in unknown combat, it was nearly impossible for anyone to defeat him. An unparalleled escape art, coupled with devastating offensive power, had sealed the situation. He was someone not to be provoked, someone to avoid, either flee upon meeting him or concede defeat. This must be the most monstrous prodigy of this generation, the one with the fastest progress. And he can shine so brightly in this secret realm. Many venerables were dazed, utterly shaken. In theory, this secret realm had nothing to do with these unparalleled geniuses, because these prodigies either advanced too quickly, leaving this realm behind, or progressed too fast, without sufficient foundation, making it impossible for them to contend with old monsters at the same cultivation level. So they should have had no role to play. But this time a terrifyingly unmatched anomaly had emerged. These geniuses from the great sects are truly fearsome. I heard of his reputation back then, and now that he's entered the mid-stage, he's even more terrifying than before. Many venerables felt a tremor in their hearts. Lu Qing was also satisfied with the outcome of this battle. His goal was achieved. From now on he could rest easy, gather vital energy, and wait for the trial in this realm to commence, then claim the spirit treasure. The cold wind cut like a blade. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The secret realm was vast, divided into several regions. Each colossal area was claimed by an invincible venerable as their personal hunting ground, while the remaining barren lands were left unguarded and neglected. Beneath a stretch of rolling mountains, Li Xiani coughed up blood. Gazing at the venerable from the primordial demon sect beside her, she asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" "Holy maiden." The mid-stage venerable lowered his head, his expression grave. "That Lu Qing is terrifying. A month ago he slew the evil nether venerable, and recently he killed another great perfection. You mean to say that Lu Qing dares to move about freely in broad daylight, while the magnetic venerable and the others completely ignore him, treating him as if he were nothing? Why? On what grounds?" Li Xianya's pupils constricted, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood, her heart seething with indignation and disbelief. Not long ago, during an event, she had encountered a joint attack from a latestage and a great perfection powerhouse, sustaining severe injuries and barely escaping the realm with her life. Yet now someone told her that the once suppressed prodigy of the supreme purity sect, whom she had once effortlessly overshadowed, had risen to such heights. It enraged her to the point of vomiting blood. "Holy maiden," the legendary venerable said with a solemn tone, "Lu Qing's escape art is astonishing. He has likely reached the supreme realm. The magnetic venerable and the others simply cannot catch up. If they cannot catch him, why don't the others join forces?" "Holy maiden, allow me to finish. Lu Qing's escape art is remarkable, but his killing techniques are even more fearsome. With a single strike of his blade, he slew the evil nether venerable, a great perfection. Not long ago the one he killed was precisely a great perfection who had plotted to ambush him. Unfortunately his escape art was too powerful. He evaded them and kept watch until they, unable to bear the pressure, were forced to separate. He then pursued that great perfection venerable and slew him with another single blow. Another single blow to slay the enemy. Li Xiani clutched her chest, spitting out blood in fury, and said incredulously, "Impossible. I have seen the traces left by all his prairie fire slash before. The power was nowhere near that terrifying. How could he possibly kill a great perfection old monster like the evil nether venerable? And his escape art was clearly ordinary in the past. Perhaps he has advanced further. That venerable is no longer the same person from a few years ago. He is far more terrifying now." The mid-stage venerable spoke, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He had witnessed that blade strike firsthand, and the mere memory of it filled him with dread. If he were to face that blow, he would surely die. "You have seen my colored glass umbrella. How does it compare to his falling blade?" Li Xiani asked, unwilling to give up. At her question, the mid-stage venerable fell silent. His silence meant that the lethal technique of the colored glass umbrella, a precious treasure, could not compare to the opponent's killing move. Li Xiani grew even more furious, gritting her teeth in disbelief. Not long ago I clashed with him in the Heavenly Lake's secret realm. His strength was mediocre then inferior to mine. But now he has transformed so rapidly. Could it be that he has been replaced? Could an old monster from the Supreme Purity sect be using a secret art to impersonate him? That this subordinate would not know. Leave now. Annoyed beyond measure, Lu Qing finally clenched her teeth. It seems he has encountered a fortunate opportunity and taken that step first. I refuse to accept this. Lu Qing was furious. A peerless prodigy was destined to take that step. The step that makes one invincible among peers and suppresses all those of the same rank. Yet she was still far from that step. The refinement of her colored glass umbrella was insufficient, at least unable to slay a great perfection venerable. Clearly, in terms of killing techniques, Lu Qing had already surpassed their batch of extraordinary talents and walked at the forefront. For their generation of peerless prodigies, defeating a latest-stage cultivator was not difficult, and overcoming a great perfection was not impossible. But defeating a great perfection like the evil Nether Venerable One with profound foundations was a daunting task. It could only be said that Lu Qing had taken the lead among their cohort, becoming the first to possess the power to suppress his peers. This was the first step on the path of invincibility, and none of them had taken it, but Lu Qing had. A mere brat who once could only trail behind me eating my dust now grows so rapidly. Lu Qing was deeply displeased. Yet now she also felt a hint of fear. Already injured, she had to conceal herself even more carefully. If she were to encounter that baleful star Lu Qing, given their relationship, he would surely not hesitate to leave her here forever, eliminating her as a future threat. Damn it. When will the humiliation I have suffered and the fury in my heart ever be appeased? Li Xianya's eyes turned icy cold, her anger unrelenting. On the other side, a young man from the Green Lotus Sword sect frowned slightly, also in hiding. He murmured, "It seems Lu Qing has taken that step first while I am still far behind. There is still a stretch of road before I can claim invincibility at the Venerable Realm. I am slow a step behind him." In the Jade Pool Immortal sect and other major sects, the prodigies all furrowed their brows, unwilling to accept this. They were once peers, having contended in the past with limitless futures ahead. But this time Lu Qing had surged ahead, already contending with the older generation, suppressing them all, and this was destined to be a momentous event. Once outside, it would spread across all sects, and his name would become unrivaled, establishing him as the foremost figure of the younger generation. Within the secret realm atop a mountain peak, Lu Qing rested. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, radiating satisfaction. In his past life, he had been cast far behind, unable even to participate in this secret realm, eventually fading into obscurity, a nondescript existence without fame or glory. But in this life, everything was completely different. He walked at the forefront, rewriting his fate. Just then Lu Qing felt a stir in his heart. A vast voice echoed from the sky. In this secret realm, 10 individuals have gathered enough opportunities. The inheritance trial has now begun. Simultaneously, Lu Qing received a query. "You are one of the 10. Do you wish to reveal your name?" Lu Qing did not care. Few venerables here did not know him, so there was no need for concealment. Yet this option made him frown. Was there even a need to ask? "No concealment," Lu Qing said calmly. The moment he answered, the vast voice resounded once more. "The 10 are as follows: Magnetic Venerable Nye Yuan, 1000 Mechanisms Venerable Yi Wuji, Overlord Blade Venerable Lu Qing." One by one the names were announced. At the top were the 4 invincible venerables, with Lu Qing ranked 5th. Among the secret realm's invincible old monsters, the first was the Magnetic Venerable. He possessed defense and speed. Those who fled fast were not as ferocious as him, and those who were ferocious could not escape as quickly. Even so, when his magnetic divine light was unleashed, ordinary great perfection cultivators had no resistance. The other 3 were equally terrifying. The 1000 Mechanisms Venerable had refined his Quasi 5th grade 1000 Mechanisms needles to perfection over a millennium, wielding them with ease. His killing methods were nearly unmatched at the Venerable Realm. His needles carried the power to taint spiritual energy, corrupt treasures, and break techniques, making them exceedingly cruel. His escape speed and killing prowess both surpassed the Magnetic Venerable. He also possessed 7 main needles. Once unleashed, they formed a terrifying killing strike, causing ghosts to wail and deities to howl. However, his personal defense was considerably weaker. The Nether Old Monster wielded a Quasi 5th grade Nether Pearl, also refined to perfection. Even without using the pearl, his strength was fearsome. Once he deployed it, it generated a Nether domain. If an enemy was enveloped by this domain, their power would drop by 20%, while his would increase by the same amount. As for his killing technique, no one had ever witnessed it, but it undoubtedly existed. Finally, the Blackstone Old Monster, relying on a mysterious artifact, had nearly perfected a life-preserving technique, the Blackstone Divine Ability. His defense was invincible, his physical body nearly indestructible. Even ordinary great perfection venerables could not breach his passive defense. His iron fists also possessed terrifying lethality. His only weakness was his extremely slow escape speed, but his explosive power was horrifying. If an enemy approached within 100 meters, they would face near-certain death. These were the most fearsome figures in this secret realm, invincible existences at the venerable realm. They were old monsters capable of suppressing countless prodigies and powerhouses of the same rank. The fifth was Lu Qing. Aside from him, the remaining slots from 6th to 9th were all great perfection venerables. However, the 10th slot left everyone astonished and dumbfounded. The 10th slot core condensation true person unknown. The final slot belonged to a core condensation realm cultivator, shocking everyone into disbelief. Lu Qing was also stunned. How could a core condensation cultivator qualify? How could they have gathered enough ethereal energy to enter the top 10 without being robbed? He wondered, somewhat bewildered. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. This development struck him as strange. Not only Lu Qing but the entire assembly was shocked and incredulous. As the majestic voice resounded, many venerable masters were astounded. A chi condensation cultivator. This is utterly inconceivable. Some celestial prodigies furrowed their brows. Even we, the unparalleled geniuses, have not managed to gather them all. Yet in this secret realm teeming with venerables, a mere chi condensation cultivator has succeeded. This is far too unbelievable. Wait, I recall that not long ago an immensely powerful great circle expert clashed with other mighty ones, fled severely wounded, and vanished. Could it be that he fell, and someone took advantage? Murmurs arose, and many prodigies' expressions darkened. If so, that person's fortune was simply too astonishing. Just then another anomaly occurred. Beams of divine light descended, drawing venerable masters into the trial grounds. Lu Qing was also. Meanwhile, in a small cave within this secret realm, a young woman was huddled. If Lu Qing were here, he would be shocked to discover that she was none other than the one who once sought to seize his quasi-emperor grade chi condensation method in the heavenly pool secret realm. The future Dao companion of the protagonist Su Chen, one of the female leads. Nangong Hongya. At this moment, she had cautiously, her heart racing wildly. On the way back, grandfather was ambushed and gravely wounded, passing away. With his last breath, he transferred his cultivation to me, barely granting me the chi condensation stage. While fleeing, I was accidentally swept into this place. I thought I was doomed, but then I stumbled upon a venerable's legacy. Using concealment talismans and arrays, I managed to survive. Then I found a great circle expert with his last breath promised to care for his family and received his willingly given aura and treasures. Nangong Hongya swallowed, feeling her luck had turned excessively good. After the misfortune at the heavenly pool secret realm and the loss of her grandfather, her fortunes had suddenly reversed in this place. Now she only wished to quickly finish this trial and be teleported out. The venerable masters here were two: the primordial magnetic venerable, that fearsome old monster, and the other ancient monsters that occasionally flew across the sky. Even that Shangqing sect venerable peak master Lu, who had browbeaten her master into silence in the heavenly pool's secret realm, not daring to make an enemy. They all inspired fear. Each could crush her with ease. Not just them, but even the mid-stage and latest-stage venerables in hiding. She couldn't defeat a single one. Survival was purely a matter of luck. If she only knew how to actively disperse the aura, she would have discarded it long ago and fled. Amidst her pounding heart, the trial officially began. She felt herself being teleported away. The next moment, she sensed countless gazes upon her, making her scalp tingle and her body turn cold. She scarcely dared to open her eyes, but when she finally did, a hair-raising scene unfolded before her. She and several other invincible venerables were seated cross-legged atop 10 pillars. Below was a grand hall where other venerables were teleported and sat cross-legged. Countless eyes were fixed directly upon her. Not only the venerables below, but even the invincible ones on the other 9 pillars stared at her, causing her to stiffen her legs, feel weak, and all strength drained from her. Too terrifying. This scene was far too terrifying. Nangong Hongya trembled slightly. Just then the primordial magnetic venerable spoke, his aged voice gentle. You what a fortunate and blessed little girl, favored by heaven. Excellent, excellent. I am primordial magnetic. Little girl, would you be willing to form a karmic bond with me? If you nod, I shall protect. Nangong Hongya was startled, then quickly said, thank you, Grandpa Primordial Magnetic. Grandpa. The venerable paused, stroked his white beard, and chuckled, good, I shall acknowledge you as my granddaughter. Rest assured and accept the inheritance. Once Primordial Magnetic spoke, many venerables, especially those below, withdrew their cold stares at Nangong Hongya. They might look down on a mere chi condensation cultivator, possibly one who attained the stage through pills, but they dared not slight Primordial Magnetic, an invincible existence among venerables, a true reclusive ancient monster of terrifying power. The 1,000 mechanisms venerable, the Blackstone venerable. One by one the invincible or near invincible venerables averted their gazes. Lu Qing cast a cold glance at Nangong Hongya, and also looked away. His eyes darkened. He hadn't expected her to be here. This fate was truly persistent. In his past life, the fifth-grade spiritual treasure's final owner was unknown. Could it have fallen into her hands? The daughter of fate. Lu Qing's eyes turned icy. But for now he didn't want to openly confront Primordial Magnetic. More importantly, he couldn't defeat him yet. Though nearly invincible, he relied on his escape arts, and prairie fire / his realm was still lacking, and his foundation shallow. At best he could avoid defeat. As the many gazes shifted away, especially those of the other 8 invincible venerables, Nangong Hongye's trembling subsided. The fear lessened, and she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that her luck might truly have turned. But then thinking of her deceased grandfather's sorrow welled up. Just then the majestic voice echoed again. Calm your hearts. The trial is about to commence. The first shall obtain a great treasure, the top 3 a lesser treasure, the top 10 all receive treasures, and all who pass the trial shall earn a precious pill. At the majestic voice, all the remaining venerables fell silent. In the plaza below, several figures, though not of high cultivation, stood out in bearing and aura: the demon sects Holy Maiden Li Xianyi, the Jade Pool Fairy Lin Muan, the Green Lotus Immortal sects Yang Ning and Xiao Wuhui. These were all peerless prodigies of Lu Qing's generation. Their eyes narrowed. Now they were all overshadowed. A former rival had taken the invincible step first, while they were reduced to stepping stones destined to be foils to his fame. Their gazes held a trace of complexity. The trial begins. The majestic voice suddenly rang out, signaling the official start of the trial. The trial was simple, no longer testing life and death combat, but rather talent comprehension and the speed of learning a technique. This would determine the final distribution of rewards. The trial was simple, no longer testing life and death combat, but rather assessing talent comprehension and the speed of mastering a technique to determine the final reward. Soon various techniques were transmitted to the many venerable level powerhouses. Lu Qing also glanced at the technique he had received, his eyes flickering slightly. A grand voice echoed once more. Each person's technique may differ, but the difficulty is equal. It is confirmed that none of you have practiced or encountered these techniques, and your bodies bear no corresponding energy signatures. The one who comprehends and masters it the fastest shall be the first place in this trial and receive the top reward. As this rule was announced, many venerables stirred inwardly. This ensured fairness. If you had practiced any related technique, a similar one would not appear, guaranteeing a true test of talent. However, many venerables wore grim expressions, as this meant the prodigies from major sects would naturally secure higher rankings given their already astonishing talents. Those in the top 10 with energy signatures will receive a 10-second time bonus during the final tally. If rankings are tied, the one with an energy signature wins. If both have energy signatures and the same mastery time, the one with more energy signatures prevails. The trial begins in 3 breaths. 3, 2, 1. With the grand voice, the information received by the prodigies fully unfolded, transforming into various techniques. Lu Qing's heart stirred. The technique he received was Earth Core Blazing Flame, a common alchemy method. Once mastered, one could condense earthly core flames with primal energy for alchemy. This technique was unremarkable, of moderate difficulty, and held no special value. Its only use seemed to be for this trial. At least it held little worth for Lu Qing. Earth Core Blazing Flame. It's not difficult. Lu Qing mused inwardly. Though he had never encountered this technique in this life, even having a minor cultivation clan refine the heaven-mending pill for him. In his past life, he had practiced alchemy and invested considerable effort into it. In other words, in his past life, Lu Qing had already mastered a flame technique similar to this alchemy method, coupled with his innate talent. His eyes flickered, and countless characters from the technique manual instantly arranged and flashed through his mind. He was cultivating and mastering it at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nangong Hongye was overjoyed. Oh, this technique. Though I've never practiced it while in my mother's womb, she often sang to me, and the content is remarkably similar. I feel I can master it in an instant. Nangong Hongye's eyes sparkled as she gazed into the depths of the secret realm. There's something radiated a profound allure, drawing her in. She knew it was the supreme treasure of this place, something she had never dared to dream of before. But with the magnetic venerable's decree and this trial's content, her heart suddenly leaped with joy. Why couldn't she claim that supreme treasure? As this thought crossed her mind, Nangong Hongye's heart pounded wildly. She even felt an intuition that the treasure was meant for her, as if it had always belonged to her. This joyful notion fermented uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. She had only one thought: to reclaim what was hers. Without hesitation, she began to comprehend, making rapid progress. Lu Qing's progress was equally swift. In the blink of an eye, 30 breaths had passed. Lu Qing's eyes snapped open. Complete comprehension. Earth Core Blazing Flame was fully mastered. He opened his palm, and a faint yellow flame flickered between his hands, radiating a scorching aura. Congratulations, a grand voice announced. You have taken 30 breaths, the first to complete the trial. You are ranked first. Amid this resounding announcement, whoosh! From the heart of the secret realm, an object flew forth. a fiery red orb containing what seemed like a world of flames. It was the 5th grade spiritual treasure, the divine flame pearl. The orb drifted toward Lu Qing, settling slowly into his hand. Many venerables whose progress was slow sensed the shift and opened their eyes. Watching this scene, their expressions turned complex and grim, yet none dared to speak. Even the magnetic venerable opened his eyes, sighing inwardly. Though fully immersed in cultivation, he had kept a sliver of awareness outward. Seeing someone had already mastered the technique, he saw no reason to waste more time. This secret realm's only value to him was this treasure. With it taken, participating further was meaningless. As for forcefully seizing it, the secret realm restricted venerable level participants, and even if he were invincible among them, he dared not violate such a taboo. Under the realm's rules, he might perish here. At the same time, Nangong Hongya opened her eyes, her face radiant with the joy of completion. She had finally comprehended the technique, and at an impressive speed. Her heart brimmed with elation. She had taken only about 32 breaths, a pace she deemed terrifyingly fast. Surely no one could have surpassed her. The pearl was finally within her grasp. But the next instant, as her eyes opened, she saw the divine flame pearl flying toward Lu Qing. Panic seized her, and she cried out uncontrollably, "Stop! That's mine!" Countless gazes turned to Nangong Hongya. Their stares were eerie. Lu Qing's cold gaze also fell upon her, while the 5th grade divine flame pearl quietly landed in his hand. Lu Qing flipped his wrist, and the pearl vanished. Then his icy gaze fixed on Nangong Hongya as his frigid voice rang out. "What did you just say? Say it again." A host of venerables watched with strange expressions. This girl was truly audacious, a mere core condensation cultivator daring to speak. Though her speed was indeed remarkable. It's mine." Nangong Hongya's voice dwindled, a pang of pain in her heart, as if something rightfully hers had been stolen. A moment later, she snapped back to reality, a chill running through her. Feeling the countless venerables stares, her heart turned icy, and she quickly stammered, "Esteemed venerable, this junior said nothing. Absolutely nothing." Lu Qing stared at her coldly before withdrawing his gaze. He rose, transforming into a streak of light, and swiftly departed the secret realm. Nangong Hongya watched him leave, disheartened. Then she saw the rankings, and was stunned again. She was 2 breaths slower, placing second, and the treasure was taken. Her heart ached even more. How could this be? How was he so fast? Him again. Nangong Hongya regained her composure, gazing at Lu Qing's retreating figure. A mix of grievance and anger welled up, but she dared not harbor hatred. Every venerable present terrified her, yet that man could overpower 99% of them, earning a reputation for invincibility and dominance throughout the first half of the trial. These venerables whom she feared so much feared him just as she feared them. They likely trembled at his presence. If even venerables were afraid, what chance did a mere core condensation cultivator like her have? She dared not hate him, only bit her lip, enduring the profound sense of loss as she watched the streak of light disappear into the distance. Recalling how in the heavenly pool's secret realm her chi condensation technique had been taken from her, she felt even more aggrieved. Tears welled up, threatening to spill like little pearls. If it were her grandfather or others, even if the treasure were immensely useful to them, they would surely give it to her. But that man would never. At that moment, the magnetic venerable approached and spoke with her. Lu Qing had already vanished, reaching the entrance of the secret realm. "This guy is truly advancing at an astonishing pace." Li Xianyu's eyes turned cold. "I took a full 40 breaths, yet he only took 10 breaths faster than me." "Humph." Li Xianyu's expression was indifferent, filled with unwillingness. "This time I entered with nothing to gain. I originally wanted to take down a few proud talents, but I was injured as soon as I came in and couldn't kill anyone at all." Then her gaze flickered with uncertainty as she glanced at Nangong Hongya. Finally, she transformed into a stream of glazed light and vanished from this realm with several of her subordinates. The glazed escape light belongs to that female demon, this generation's holy maiden of Taichu. The 2 proud disciples of Qingli and Xinzong raised their brows. "Let's go and kill that demoness." Xiao Wuhui and his companion instantly transformed into escape lights, hastily pursuing. It wasn't just them, several other escape lights also shot out. In the Taichu demon path, the disciples' hands were nearly stained with boundless blood, and their deaths were insignificant, as they could be killed without remorse. One by one, the escape lights began to retreat. Here lies the exit of the secret realm. Lu Qing immediately dissipated his presence, unreservedly releasing the aura of a 5th grade spirit treasure as he appeared with the 5th grade spirit treasure in hand. Instantly outside the secret realm, the lurking Taishang realm experts and several old monsters above the realm of respect narrowed their eyes, ultimately retracting their gazes with a sigh. Originally, a great battle might have erupted here. Even if the UNC master brought something out, it could be a life or death situation. However, since it was a prodigy of the Shangqing sect who acquired the item, it was already taken. As for forcibly seizing it, the current sect leader of the Shangqing sect, the peerless powerhouse, is right there. Besides that, how many strong individuals are secretly lurking to guard it, no one knows. Ah, brother, you did it. You actually obtained it. Upon seeing the flickering light of the secret realm, Yi Yuran felt the aura of the 5th grade treasure on Lu Qing and was extremely delighted. Lu Qing smiled slightly and nodded, saying, just lucky. Then let's hurry back to the sect, Yi Yuran said. This place isn't safe. Lu Qing nodded slightly, having no objections. 3 days later, Lu Qing and his group were still on their way back. Within the sect, a great upheaval had already occurred. Have you heard? Uncle Lu, he actually suppressed many old monsters in the realm of respect and obtained the most precious treasure from the Black Marsh secret realm, the 5th grade divine treasure, the divine fire pearl. Really? Absolutely true. You have no idea how many respected individuals participated in the Black Marsh secret realm for a 5th grade treasure and how high its value is. Do you know? Li Xianyi, the Yaoqi fairy, and that renowned rogue cultivator Shang Xinlei, those terrifying existences, they all participated. You must have heard of their names. What? Even they participated? Aren't they unparalleled talents on par with Uncle Lu? I heard they are even stronger than him. They were all suppressed. It's not just that they were suppressed. You have no idea how terrifying the participants in the Black Marsh secret realm are. Although those few are unparalleled talents in this secret realm, they couldn't even rank in the top 100. In terms of combat power, they can only be ranked in the middle and cannot enter the top tier. What? How is that possible? Shang Xinlei and the others couldn't even make it to the top tier. What kind of monsters participated? This can't be true, right? You still too inexperienced. This time a 5th grade divine treasure was released. 5th grade, do you understand what that means? It's a treasure that even the Taishang ancestors might not possess, and the realm of respect would naturally go insane. The respected individuals care deeply about this, so this time the peak experts of the realm of respect, the invincible old monsters, you have no idea how many there are. Even Elder Qingli participated, but Elder Qingli couldn't even make it into the top 10, missing it by a narrow margin. She was once an unparalleled talent of our Shangqing sect, yet even she couldn't reach the top 10. Now do you understand how terrifying it is that Uncle Lu was able to acquire this? Hiss. Is it really that astonishing? Not just that. The old monsters who participated in this secret realm are terrifying beyond imagination. If I told you, you might not even dare to think about it. Their records are horrifying. How strong are they? The latter gasped in shock. The former snorted lightly, a look of yearning in her eyes. The 4 invincible respected ones, unmatched at the same level, face attacks from the same realm without fear. The UNC master slaughters opponents like chickens. Facing 2 renowned peak experts, the Black Hawk Master and the Purple Spirit Master, during the assault of these 4 powerful beings, once the UNC Divine Light was unleashed, it repelled 3 and killed 1. The most terrifying part is that the UNC Master didn't even unleash the true UNC Divine Light or any killing move, yet he achieved such terrifying results. Now do you understand how horrifying that is? Hiss. Is it really that terrifying? The Black Hawk Master and the Purple Spirit Master are both renowned peak experts with extremely terrifying strength. Yet they couldn't even defeat him together. What else could it be? The former admired. He didn't even unleash his true killing move. The subsequent 3 invincible respected ones also had terrifying records. The Qianji Master instantly killed a peak expert. The Blackstone Master is recognized as unmatched within 100 meters in the same realm. Although he was not provoked in the secret realm, in reality, he was once besieged by 3 extremely fast demonic path powerhouses, yet he managed to kill all 3. Even during the pursuit of Taishang realm experts, he withstood them for half an hour, earning the name of unmatched at the same level within 100 meters. These 4 respected ones are incredibly fearsome, yet unexpectedly the treasure was taken by our Uncle Lu. This is simply unbelievable. The latter was even more shocked, unable to help but ask, then where does our Uncle Lu rank? What are Uncle Lu's achievements? Uncle Lu's achievements. The evil underworld master. Have you heard of this renowned peak expert? What? The evil underworld master. Isn't it said that he could defeat Taishang realm experts in 2 moves? Could it be? What Taishang realm experts could be defeated in 2 moves? Does he even deserve it? He was cut down by our Uncle Lu in a single strike. A single strike. That was a renowned peak expert in the realm of respect. And that's not all. In a perilous encounter where he was besieged, our Uncle Lu not only repelled several opponents, but also killed another peak expert in this battle, establishing an invincible reputation. Do you know who is currently ranked 5th in the Black Marsh secret realm? Who? It can't be. That's right, it's Uncle Lu, unmatched in escape with the divine blade in hand. Who can compete with him? If it weren't for Uncle Lu's short cultivation time, what would the UNC Master and the others amount to? They would probably all be slain. This disciple, filled with self-satisfaction, seemed as if he himself was the one rampaging through the secret realm, sweeping away all enemies. This is so terrifying. This disciple gasped, completely shocked. Beside him, a girl dressed in black, strikingly beautiful, displayed a hint of disbelief in her expression. Her lovely eyes widened slightly, filled with astonishment. This girl was none other than Xiao Ning, Lu Qing's second disciple from years ago. After a moment her heart trembled. On the peak of the heavenly sword, frost congealed in the heart. Xiao Ning dashed forward, her slender figure piercing through clouds and mist like an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for the summit of the heavenly sword. The sound of the wind howled in her ears, yet it could not drown out the frantic beating of her heart. The news she had just confirmed from several familiar elders at the Wanfa Pavilion struck her like a thunderclap, brutally hitting her soul. Her speed was too fast, she even forgot the elegance of using the wind control technique, landing somewhat hurriedly in front of the small building at the peak. The stone steps were cold, but they could not compare to the chill emanating from her fingertips. Having no time to catch her breath or tidy her slightly disheveled hair, she pushed the door open and stormed in. In the cold hall, Yilingyu, Yifian, and Chun Weiner were each meditating or contemplating their techniques, and they were startled awake by her sudden intrusion, casting surprised glances. "Senior sister." Yilingyu set down the jade slip in her hand, her delicate face filled with confusion. Yifian's cold gaze also revealed a hint of inquiry, while Lu Yao stood up directly, sensing that Xiao Ning's state was unusual. Even with the great emperor's Dao heart sealed, she should not be this anxious. "Senior sister, everyone." Xiao Ning's voice carried a hint of hurried breath that she herself was unaware of. "Something terrible has happened." The few words instantly made the atmosphere in the hall grow heavy. The three women felt their hearts stir. Yilingyu pressed on, "Senior sister, what happened? What is going on?" Xiao Ning took a deep breath, striving to make her voice sound steadier, and after a moment, she spoke. "Master. He is in the Black Marsh secret realm." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the three eager faces, and continued, "Master has forged an invincible reputation. He is recognized as the first among the peers at the level of the venerables." This news was like a massive stone thrown into a tranquil ancient pond. "Wah! What?" Yilingia's delicate body trembled slightly, gasping in disbelief, her rosy lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Lu Yao's expression instantly turned to one of profound shock. Yifian's eyes, which resembled a cold pool, also fluctuated violently, as if a stone had been thrown in, creating ripples. "Junior sister, are you serious?" Her voice remained cold, yet there was an imperceptible hint of fluctuation. "It's absolutely true." Xiao Ning spoke with utmost certainty, every word heavy with meaning. "I have heard at least 3 elders who just received messages from the secret realm speak of it in this way. Yuan Ci Venerable, Qianji Venerable. Those old monsters who have stood at the pinnacle of the venerable realm for many years, regarded as invincible benchmarks, have all been suppressed by Master. The precious treasure that emerged from the secret realm, that 5th grade divine fire pearl, has also fallen into Master's hands." Lu Yao lost her senses, collapsing back onto the mat, as if she had lost her support. Yilingia's pretty face turned pale, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. The hall fell into a dead silence, with only the occasional mountain wind outside wailing softly. Yifian was the first to break free from the shock. She slowly closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her gaze was filled with a complicated, inscrutable bitterness. "Master has truly overwhelmed all his peers at the venerable realm." She murmured softly, her voice as light as a feather, yet it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. But in the last life, Master hadn't even participated in the Black Marsh secret realm struggle at this time, and he had no qualifications to compete with those peerless prodigies, let alone suppress those numerous invincible venerables. This sentence was like a key, instantly unlocking the gates of memory for the other 3. Indeed, in the last life, in her previous incarnation, Lu Qing made slow progress, and later only with their support did he barely reach the Emperor realm. In those long years, when had there ever been a moment of such extraordinary talent and brilliance, let alone being revered among his peers? In the venerable realm, not to mention facing those deeply rooted old powerhouses, even among peers, Master was always at a disadvantage, continually suppressed, until later, apart from 2 unexpected prodigies, all others far surpassed him, and he could not catch up to their realm even upon becoming an emperor. Yet in this life, he turned the tables. With the posture of a venerable of the same rank, he actually overpowered the notorious old monsters like Yuan Ci. The gap in this was like a chasm. Everything that Master revealed in this life was too shocking, completely overturning their understanding based on the experiences of their past lives. "It seems," Yifian's voice tinged with dryness broke the suffocating silence, "that Master's talent is truly unparalleled. It is our existence, the various circumstances of the previous life, that like invisible vines intertwined with him, dragging down his pace." Her gaze swept over her junior sisters. "In this life, without us as burdens, he has completely unleashed his potential." Her words were like a sharp sword cutting through the bloody truth. Lu Yao suddenly raised her head, her eyes seeming to battle with the grains of war. "Senior sister, are you saying we?" Yifian bitterly nodded, her gaze turned towards the ethereal sea of clouds outside. "Moreover, have you not noticed In this life, Master's attitude towards the newly accepted disciples like Yi Lianer, Zhao Qingning, and Zhang Shi, though not bad, pales in comparison to the devotion he showed us in the last life, that kind of treating us as treasures. In the last life, Yi Lingyu murmured absent-mindedly, as if the distant scenes resurfaced before her eyes, and the cold winter master held her in his arms personally, using his spiritual power to dispel the cold and heal her injuries. When she encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, Master would stay up all night devising techniques for her. Whenever she acted willfully and got into trouble, Master would always sigh helplessly, turning to resolve her issues. In the last life he treated us so well, but in this life, why? She fell into a daze. Yi Fian, however, said, the only difference between the last life and this life may be when we entered the sect. In the last life our entry into the sect was filled with tragic destinies. But in this life we have changed everything ourselves. It is no longer the same as the last life. Yi Fian's words were like icy water, completely extinguishing the remaining illusions and vague hopes in their hearts, making their inner doubts vanish in an instant, as if they had already understood everything. Before joining the Heavenly Sword Peak, who among them was not of a drifting background with a tumultuous fate? Whether it was a family destruction bearing blood feuds, or being oppressed with their spiritual roots tarnished, or being born with extremely poor qualifications with a bitter life and nowhere to turn. Perhaps it was that kind of desperate situation that invoked Master's deep-seated compassion and sense of responsibility. He brought them back one by one, treating them as his own, nurturing them with all his might. Master's affection may largely stem from a strong person's instinct to protect the weak, a kind of brotherly love. But in this life, Yi Lianer, Zhao Qingning, Zhang Shi, their family backgrounds and foundations are mostly intact, starting points far higher than what she and her peers had in the last life. Such a smooth life is the reason why Master treats them not as well as he did in the last life, simply accepting them, but not putting in all his effort. But more critically, it is they themselves. They actively altered their own destinies, deliberately changed the initial circumstances when entering the sect, and even handwrote their intent not to join the Heavenly Sword Peak. Upon this realization, regret pierced through them like countless cold needles, densely stabbing into their hearts and lungs. With Master's typically cold nature having actively changed their fate, they had already missed their chance, and moreover, had actively tested him by writing what should not have been written. Now it seemed they could not see any hope. What should we do now? Yi Lingyi's voice trembled with a hint of panic. Master's talent is so terrifying, and his combat power is this astonishing. Now, I'm afraid the bottleneck of the venerable realm won't hold him for long. His breaking through to the Emperor is probably just a matter of time, and it won't be long. By then, how much time will we have left by his side? Can we still keep up with his pace? They had reincarnated, taking advantage of the opportunity originally to make up for regrets and protect Master. But now they were horrified to discover that not only had their protection turned to nothing, but even getting close had become distant due to their prior testing. An indescribable, immense panic gripped their hearts. It felt as if an invisible net loomed over them, and no matter how they struggled, the trajectory of fate continued to slide in one direction. They might ultimately achieve the throne, shaking a region, yet they would never be able to reclaim everything from before. The final outcome might be that each would stand separated by myriad realms, both as emperors, yet as strangers with little intersection. Until the calamity arrives, until the final moment, whether they fall or walk their own paths, degenerating into existences of confinement. They would no longer intersect. The immense disappointment and profound regret intertwined, almost swallowing them whole. No matter what, Yi Fian's voice shattered the suffocating silence. Though tinged with tremors, it carried a hint of unwillingness and determination. We still have time. Even if it's just the last glimmer of hope, we must seize it. We have rewritten the beginning of fate. It is not impossible to forcibly rewrite the ending. Master can walk an extraordinary path. We must walk faster and climb higher. Her gaze sharpened as she swept over Yi Lingyu, Xiao Ning, and Lu Yao. We cannot waste even a moment more. Otherwise, it will truly be too late. We must be quicker, even faster, and put in more effort. Meanwhile, deep in the great wilderness, the winds and clouds surged ominously. In the depths of the ancient wilderness, countless miles away from the Shanqing sect, a solitary peak pierced the sky like a sword reaching into the clouds. At the peak of the solitary mountain, bizarre rocks jutted out, and the fierce wind howled like a blade. A young man dressed in wide-sleeved white robes adorned with cloud patterns stood against the wind. He stood tall with a handsome face like a sculpture, and the space between his brows held an innate calmness and nobility, as if the essence of heaven and earth was concentrated in him. At this moment, however, his star-like eyes were slightly furrowed, and his long jade-like fingers gently stroked a piece of black jade no larger than a thumb in his palm. The jade resembled black jade, yet was deeper than the darkest night, its smooth surface devoid of any patterns, subtly radiating a chilling ancient aura. "Master," the young man spoke, his voice warm and clear like a mountain spring. "Are we really going to leave the Disciple is cultivating the Gui, Song Hun Yuan Jing here at this sitting forgetting peak, drawing the primordial energy of the great wilderness, and has just reached a delicate stage. After a few more years of refinement, the Dan Si can reach a flawless realm, and the foundation for breaking into the venerable realm will be even more solid. There was a hint of perfectly timed doubt and reverence in his tone. An elderly calm voice filled with the authority of worldliness resonated directly from the black jade into his consciousness. Chainer, do not be complacent here. The heavenly secrets are showing signs of chaos. It is as if a massive stone has fallen into the galaxy, disrupting the trajectory of future destinies, stirring up unpredictable undercurrents. This change is not trivial. You must enter the world immediately and cannot afford to remain here in complacency waiting. The young man in white narrowed his eyes, his doubts deepening. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. Is it so serious that I need to interrupt my cultivation early? The man in white sensed a faint chill. Any anomaly that could unsettle even the omnipotent being within the jade was far from ordinary. Indeed, the aged voice declared with unyielding resolve. You are the favored child born of this realms while bearing heaven's mandate and a heavy responsibility. You are the pivotal node destined to restore order and stabilize the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now that chaos is beginning to stir, it is time for you to emerge and consolidate fortune. Hasten to the Shangqing sect where the most crucial opportunity of your destiny lies, a place where fate intertwines. Seize the opportunities of status, prestige, all that rightfully belongs to you, and claim them swiftly. Only by firmly grasping the core fortune can you anchor the surging tides, quell the sudden upheaval, and prevent the unknown deviation from expanding. The aged voice was earnest, each word striking Su Chen's mind like a hammer. Su Chen remained silent for a moment, the composure on his handsome face fading, replaced by an innate sense of duty and a sharp resolve. He bowed gracefully toward the black stone in his palm, his posture elegant and solemn. Your disciple heeds your teachings, master. His voice grew steadier and more resolute. I will give my all, living up to your guidance and the trust of heaven and earth. He severed the lingering attachment to refining his realm and voiced a doubt. Master, what exactly is this anomaly? Is its impact truly so profound? Could it disrupt the deduction of the heavenly Tao? The voice from the black jade carried a subtle tremor, as if even it was puzzled and solemn. The variable emerged from nowhere, its origin shrouded in chaos. It is precisely because of its hidden and formidable nature that you, the destined child, must step forward. With the supreme fortune you bear, you are a guiding light in the darkness. Once you appear at the critical juncture, the destined convergence will naturally follow. The tide of fortune you gather will be like a giant hand smoothing a tangled thread, enough to calm many chaotic paths and forcibly steer the deviated fate back onto its rightful track. However, with the celestial omens now showing early signs of disorder brewing, an unknown storm, I must summon you forth ahead of time. Had it not been for this lying low for another 2 or 3 millennia to deepen the fusion between your imperial Tao foundation and this world's essence, the opportunity tied to you at the Shangqing divine sect would have ripened to perfection. At that perfect moment, your emergence would have been unstoppable, devouring the universe with an overwhelming presence. It would have been a tremendous boon to your future supreme achievement. Alas, fate has its timing, and time waits for no one. The voice was thick with regret. Upon hearing this, the last trace of hesitation in Su Chen's eyes turned into resolve, now gleaming with an unyielding determination. True to his nature as heaven's favored one, his thoughts shifted and his noble confidence returned. A warm yet slightly condescending smile crept onto his lips. Master, rest assured, since I have accepted this heavenly mandate, I shall soar upward. Even if there are storms, they are but trials. On this journey to Shangqing, I will proceed step by step, dissolving all uncertainties and steering every stray thread of fate back to its course. I will not allow that so-called variable to become a true calamity. His words were confident and steady, as if stating an impending truth. A worthy disciple, the aged voice said with satisfaction. But do not be careless. This concerns whether you can ascend to the true ultimate peak. No room for error. You are currently only at the second stage of the 3 transcendences, the Danhai realm, still a distance from the venerable realm. I have used my remaining primordial spirit energy combined with the current constellations to deduce a secret route to the Shangqing sect. This path is relatively less perilous, avoiding territories of great demons and giants, and holds a crucial secret within. The voice paused, emphasizing an inevitability. If the celestial path remains unchanged, following this route offers a great opportunity. Along the way, in a certain gorge and stream, you will encounter a woman named Nangong Hongya. At that time, she will be facing a life and death crisis. Nangong Hongya. A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Yes, Nangong Hongya. The voice from the black stone said calmly, this woman is no ordinary being. The karma she carries is immense and profound, and within her lies a startling foundation that even I can only glimpse the tip of. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Even if you hadn't emerged, I planned to have you seize this chance early to secure this fortune. Chainer, if the celestial omens had not been disrupted, you would naturally resolve her crisis on this journey, earn her goodwill, perhaps even form a union, and gain the aid of this unparalleled foundation. But now with the omens in chaos, it's uncertain if variables have appeared. She may not face a life-and-death crisis. Regardless, you must strive with all your might to secure her firmly. Losing her would greatly impact your imperial path. Do you understand? The elder's words were decisive, carrying an unyielding command and expectation. Su Chen nodded solemnly. Your disciple understands, and will give his all. Though born noble, he knew well the high standards of the being within the jade. For it to speak with such gravity and urgency about a woman meant her significance was beyond imagination. He bowed again, his voice resolute. Master, your disciple will spare no effort to live up to this opportunity. I shall set off now. The elder said, go. And remember, you must conceal your identity well. Do not let that existence destined to wreak havoc on the 9 heavens and 10 lands detect you. He will be an obstacle on your path, and now is not the time to clash with him. Heed my warning, or great disaster will follow. Yes. Su Chen's brows were furrowed with gravity. The mountain peak's fierce wind still howled, billowing his white robes like an immortal descending to the mortal world, yet carrying a resolve to forge ahead and save the heavens and earth. In the next instant, Su Chen's feet moved slightly. No ostentatious light of escape appeared, yet his entire form transformed into a blur of pale cyan and white so fast it seemed to merge with the wind. Following the map imprinted in his mind by his master, he shot silently and swiftly toward a predetermined direction. At the same time, on the outer peak of the heavenly sword peak in the chill of dusk, amid the layered peaks, the lights of the main peak finally lit up one after another, dispelling the lingering clamor at the summit. After exchanging pleasantries with the sect elders and enduring waves of envious probing or reverent gazes, Lu Qing finally stepped onto the heavenly sword peak under the cold moonlight. The mountain protecting array sensed its master's return and silently opened. The familiar mountain wind, sharp with chill, rushed toward him, lifting the hem of his dark robe. Within the peak, tranquility reigned, a stark contrast to the lively clamor outside. Faint lights and figures flickered on the secondary peak. That was the residence of Yi Fian and the others. But the main peak, his true core Dao field, lay silent, like an isolated island cut off from the world. Passing through the deep corridor, he entered the rear garden. Pavilions stood in scattered, elegant stone paths wound around, and a pond of withered lotus cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Night dew soaked the white marble table, carrying the unique chill of deep autumn. By this cool table, a slender figure was lying on the cold stone surface, jet black hair cascading down, covering most of her face. Her breathing was light and even. She was clearly asleep. Lu Qing paused slightly, looking at the defenseless sleeping face before him. Yi Lianer. She wore the sky blue embroidered cloud robe typical of a direct disciple. She had probably waited too long, unable to withstand the night's chill and drowsiness, and had fallen asleep on the cold stone table. A few strands of hair damp with dew clung to her fair cheeks. A faint warmth, unbeknownst even to himself, flickered through his heart, only to be suppressed by deliberate indifference. Ahem. He coughed lightly, a sound not loud, yet like a stone cast into a calm lake, precisely breaking the garden's silence. Master. Yi Lianer jerked upright like a startled fawn, her drowsy eyes darting around in confusion. When she made out the dark-robed figure standing against the moonlight, her sleepiness vanished instantly. She scrambled to stand and bow, but in her haste her knee struck the sharp edge beneath the stone table with a MMPH. A short cry of pain was forcibly swallowed back. Her pearly teeth bit into her lower lip, and a mist of tears immediately welled up in her eyes. The sharp pain numbed half her body for a moment. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she practically bounced out of her seat, stumbling a couple of steps before barely steadying herself. Her fair cheeks flushed red from pain and sheer embarrassment, even her ears tinged with pink. Clutching the hem of her robe nervously, she hung her head, not daring to meet Lu Qing's eyes. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Master. Your disciple. You're back. Lu Qing silently averted his gaze, unable to bear her pitiful, flustered state. This girl still so impulsive. He deliberately infused his tone with distant coldness. Why aren't you meditating in your cave dwelling, but sleeping here instead? Yi Lianer's face grew even redder, her head drooping lower, her fingers nearly twisting the fabric of her robe. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. Your disciple. Heard from the messenger seniors that you were returning to the sect today, so I thought to welcome you. But I waited and waited, and the sky grew completely dark. I don't know how I ended up. Her voice trailed off, inwardly mortified. Her master had finally returned, and she had made such a fool of herself. Lu Qing's calm gaze rested on her. After a moment he said coldly, You are still immortal. If you must sleep here next time, wear more clothes. If you catch a chill, I'll have to find someone else to dispel the cold for you. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Yi Lianer was momentarily stunned. Was her master concerned about her? She dared not be sure, uncertain whether he truly cared or simply wanted to avoid trouble, or if he really was just sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, speaking harshly yet caring for her deep down. Uncertain, Yi Lianer quickly nodded and said, "Master, your disciple understands." Lu Qing said no more. Take this. A warm red light accompanied by a palpably intense surge of spiritual energy arced precisely toward Yi Lianer. Off. Yi Lianer instinctively reached out with both hands to catch it. The object in her hand was not heavy, merely the size of a fist. Yet the moment her skin touched its surface, it was as if she were holding an imminent volcanic eruption. A surge of majestic, overbearing, illusory heat wave carrying the oppressive might of heaven and earth's destruction instantly erupted from the point of contact. Her skin seemed to feel a false pain as if scorched by a blazing sun, and her blood boiled like ignited oil. Her spirit seemed to behold an endless sea of divine flames. Then came the vast, boundless fluctuation of spiritual energy carrying an exalted sovereign authority, violently crashing through her sea of consciousness. It was terrifying, horrifying. The spiritual energy barrier condensed within her body was as thin as a cicada's wing before the spontaneous might of this divine object. Hiss! Yi Lianer's arm jerked violently as if struck by an invisible whip, nearly causing her to fling away this awe-inspiring divine object. She barely managed to steady herself with all her might, clutching it tightly in both hands, yet her body trembled slightly from the struggle against this oppressive force. When she finally discerned what lay in her hands, her clear eyes widened to their utmost, her pupils reflecting the bead that shimmered with a magma-like crimson radiance, its interior seemingly imprisoning a sea of boiling flames. A fifth-grade divine fire pearl. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in her mind. In recent days, the various sect rumors surrounding the Black Marsh secret realm and her master Lu Qing had spread throughout the entire Shanqing sect. The most mentioned peril, the primary cause of the conflict, was this rare earthly treasure that had driven venerable masters and peak old monsters to fight to the death, the fifth-grade divine fire pearl. It was not merely a fifth-grade artifact, it was a strategic-level treasure sufficient to serve as a top-tier power's ultimate foundation, coveted even by transcendent realm beings. The divine fire pearl was directly linked to the comprehension of the fire Tao. Once mastered, it enhanced alchemy and artifact forging, making it an unparalleled treasure for cultivators of fire-based divine abilities. For its sake, many old monsters who dominated as venerable masters had fallen in obscurity. Now this object rested in her hands, and her master had just seemed to say, "Keep it." And master, what did you just say? Yi Lianer held the object, dazed and incredulous. She suspected she had misheard. How could her master possibly give her such a treasure? Surely he would be reluctant. As the thought flashed through her mind, Lu Qing's cold, indifferent voice echoed again, "Keep it. From now on it is yours. Yours." Yi Lianer's beautiful eyes widened. She had not misheard. What? And master you? She was utterly incredulous. Was her master truly going to give her this treasure, which countless dreamed of, and could stir bloody storms even among transcendent realm beings? An overwhelming impact and an unbearable sense of gravity instantly engulfed Yi Lianer, making even breathing difficult. After the immense shock came a tidal wave of fear and disbelief. Her legs gave way, and clutching this heavy bead, like a world in her hands, she suddenly knelt on the cold stone slab, her voice trembling. "Master, please stop teasing your disciple. I am afraid." Lu Qing frowned and said, "I told you to take it, so take it." Only then did Yi Lianer believe Lu Qing was not joking. She quickly added, "Master, your disciple dares not. This treasure is far too precious. Your disciple is unworthy, lacking the fortune and virtue. Master, please use it yourself, or keep it for the future. I beg you to take it back. I cannot bear such immense grace." Her head bowed deeply, daring not to look again at the divinely radiant bead, or at Lu Qing, feeling as if she held a mountain that could crush her at any moment. Lu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, turned his back to her at the edge of the pavilion, and gazed into the heavy night beyond the courtyard. At the same time, his cold voice reached her. "When I say take it, you take it. Is my word no longer valid?" Lu Qing's voice was exceptionally cold, piercing the night wind with an unyielding authority. It made Yi Lianer even more fearful, as if disobeying her master would anger him. "But master," Lu Qing turned back, his icy gaze falling upon her, staring coldly, until Yi Lianer, terrified, lowered her head and dared not make a sound. Only then did he turn away, his flat voice resuming. "This is a fifth-grade rare treasure containing the essence of the fire Tao. Your foundation is shallow, making direct refinement difficult. First claim it with your blood essence, nurture it in your heart palace, and slowly refine it into your life-bound divine weapon. Its essence will subtly temper your spiritual root and physical body. As your realm advances, gradually awaken its divine might. It will serve as the foundation of your path. But remember, do not use it lightly unless facing life or death crises. If you reveal it to others, return to the peak and stay by my side until your realm is sufficient to venture out again. And master your disciple. Yi Lianer feared Lu Qing, but the treasure was too precious, she still dared not accept it. My. Lu Qing turned back, casting another glance at Yi Lianer, this time even more devoid of emotion. Startled, Yi Lianer quickly said, Master, your disciple understands. Good. Lu Qing nodded slightly, his voice growing more isolated in the cold air. An additional true trump card increases your chance of survival when facing an insurmountable death tribulation. Cultivation, as chaotic hearts are fickle. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. Cultivate diligently, cross your own tribulation, and do not think of depending on anyone. Before his words faded, his dark figure flickered, transforming into a cold streak of light that vanished into the depths of the courtyard, leaving only that final sentence drifting in the cold wind, striking heavily upon Yi Lianer's heart. The entire courtyard instantly fell empty, leaving only Yi Lianer kneeling on the cold stone slab, and the bead in her arms radiating terrifying heat and brilliance. The cold moonlight spilled down, illuminating the girl's pale cheeks, and the magma-like surging crimson glow. A deathly silence surrounded her, broken only by the faint tremor of flames within the divine fire pearl and the drumming of Yi Lianer's own heartbeat. After Lu Qing had been gone for a while, she remained still in place for a long time. Why did her master's last words make her heart ache? Why would he say such things? Why should she not rely on anyone? What had he experienced that made him so cold toward her? Did he think that even as his close disciple she could not be his support, and he did not want to be hers? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Yi Lianer did not understand. Yet finally scalding tears could no longer be held back, falling in large drops onto the smooth stone slab, leaving dark damp stains. Before her eyes many scenes seemed to emerge. She envisioned Lu Qing's bloody battles against formidable foes in the deadly Black Marsh secret realm. Thinking of the terrifying rumors about the secret realm, the slaughter and danger behind his reputation as unrivaled among his generation, and how he casually tossed her this treasure won through blood and fire. All of it was for her, entirely for her. He was paving the way for me, risking his life to seek a protective foundation in that deadly place. He has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. This realization burned like fire in her chest, causing tears to stream continuously. She pressed her cheek tightly against the warm bead, her tears soaking its smooth surface only to be instantly evaporated by its scorching heat. Earlier she had thought her master was like ice that could never be warmed, devoid of emotion. But it turned out not at all. He simply preferred to act rather than speak. A heavy vow carrying the weight of life and death was silently forged in her heart. At the same time, at the summit of Heaven's Sword Peak, in a secluded cloud-hidden cave dwelling carved from a single piece of sandier mystic jade, where spiritual energy was so dense it formed tangible mist. All prohibitions were instantly activated, their radiance swirling, isolating this place into an absolute domain. Lu Qing sat cross-legged on a jade cloud bed surrounded by swirling pure qi. He was unaware of what had transpired with Yi Lianer, otherwise he would have sighed inwardly at how foolish the girl was. In a past life perhaps it would have been fitting. She would not betray him, nor he her. But fate played cruel tricks, and in this life Lu Qing could not, and would not be as before. Everything he did was for himself. All else was incidental. Nothing more. All superfluous emotions were but sighs in the wind, destined to fall on barren ground. Here Lu Qing's eyes were calm as he slowly opened his long, well-proportioned hand. Buzz. A more condensed, restrained, yet even more terrifying aura suddenly spread, instantly overpowering the dense spiritual energy of the cave, even forcing back the hazy mist of qi. In his palm an object hovered silently. It was merely a foot long, as thick as a little finger, with a deep, dark metallic luster that seemed to absorb all light. Its shape was ancient and unadorned, like an unfinished short pestle with slightly pointed ends, and a raised middle engraved with countless intricate, dizzying runes that seemed carved from the most ancient killing Tao patterns since the dawn of heaven and earth. These runes were not static. They flickered and flowed across the dark metal surface, each flicker accompanied by an extremely faint, yet soul-piercing shriek. A pure ultimate Tao rhythm of destruction, termination, and penetration lurked within like a sleeping primordial beast. Even a trace of its naturally emitted aura caused Lu Qing's protective light to tremble violently, and the jade cave walls silently cracked into countless hairline fractures. This was the treasure received in return after giving the 5th grade Divine Fire Pearl to Yi Lianer, a 4th grade Divine Artifact Immortal Slaying Pestle. Lu Qing's usually calm eyes finally flickered with a glimmer of light. Even with his past lives emperor heart, a slight ripple stirred within him. Immortal Slaying Pestle. He murmured the divine weapon's true name, his fingertip gently brushing its icy, a sharpness fierce enough to tear any treasure actively stabbed at his fingertip. Had he not withdrawn his hand swiftly, and had his physique not far surpassed his peers, this alone would have severed half his finger. This treasure's power was a third greater than an ordinary fourth-grade artifact. In the long, arduous years of his past life, he had only obtained a fourth-grade weapon, acquired through a fifth-grade exchange. After reaching the true immortal realm for a considerable time, the realm above the three venerable stages. Yet this immortal slaying pestle was not only acquired extremely early, but was also a very special and extreme type among fourth-grade divine weapons. A terrifying killing tool with immense consumption, but a guaranteed lethal strike. In other words, it was a divine weapon perfectly suited as a killing move. Its attack method was exceptionally domineering and direct, indestructible, breaking all laws. It condensed inconceivably concentrated immortal primordial power into a single point, unleashing it in an instant. Once refined and activated, its speed surpassed the limits of divine sense capture. It would become a killing move of terrifying power. Unless the target possessed a fourth-grade or higher protective treasure specialized in countering penetration or law-breaking attributes. Otherwise, whether it was a body as tough as divine iron, intricate immortal arrays, or even artifacts of the same grade, they would be as fragile as paper under this pestle. A single strike piercing the body unleashed the forces of immortal slaying, destroying and law-forbidding, instantly reaching the very source. At worst, it shattered the immortal foundation, severed the Tao path, reducing one to a cripple. At best, it annihilated body and soul, ending in death and Tao dissolution. Its ferocity far surpassed that of the fifth-grade divine fire pearl. Lu Qing slowly grasped the middle of the pestle, and an icy, bone-chilling, yet violent, willful aura instantly attempted to surge into his meridians, rebelling against its master. This unruly fourth-grade murderous weapon clearly was unwilling to be easily controlled by a mere venerable realm cultivator. Fourth grade. Lu Qing's gaze was calm as he regarded the weapon. Once refined successfully, this will become my current ultimate killing move. Its power will even surpass the combined strike of my life-bound divine weapons, Prairie 100 and Leaf Fire 1000 blades. A single grade difference is a world apart. This was not to say Lu Qing's killing moves were weak. On the contrary, they were very strong, otherwise the gap would be even larger. The disparity between divine weapons of different grades above 5th grade was immense. That Lu Qing's Prairie 100 was only slightly inferior was already impressive. Without hesitation, Lu Qing formed hand seals, unleashing his vast, pure, immortal primordial power, far surpassing in ordinary venerable grand perfection, without reservation. In his sea of consciousness, his powerful divine sense transformed into billions of fine threads, fearlessly entwining the fierce, murderous origin imprint deep within the immortal slaying pestle. Refinement began. This object was indeed terrifying, but it had to be refined, otherwise it might harm its wielder before striking an enemy. Within the cave, the pure light was instantly engulfed by a deeper, more perilous darkness. Lu Qing's aura began a fierce confrontation and intermingling with the weapon's vast murderous pressure. Refining each runic imprint was like subduing a sleeping primordial beast. Every collision of divine sense could trigger the weapon's spontaneous backlash. Yet his heart remained calm and undisturbed, fully immersed in the process. This endeavor was not easy, especially for him at the venerable middle stage. But in this life he was destined to walk his own invincible path, unbound by other constraints, let alone troubled by the minor obstacles and hassles of refining a mere 4th-grade divine weapon. At the same time, Su Chen finally learned news of Nangang Hongya. Unfortunately, fate had truly changed. She had not encountered a life-or-death crisis. The Qingha's secret realm fell under the jurisdiction of one of the foremost righteous sects, the Azure Lotus Sword sect. However, this realm was not an exclusive forbidden ground. It was open to all cultivators across this vast continent who possessed the requisite qualifications and could afford the price. Its entrance resembled a colossal watery mirror embedded among the verdant peaks, its surface rippling with a misty azure spiritual radiance, reflecting the surrounding currents of qi and exuding a unique Tao resonance that cleansed worldly concerns and purified the mind. At the entrance of the secret realm, a bustling crowd gathered. Sect disciples in resplendent attire mingled with solitary cultivators of steady, bearing, some whispering in low voices, while others waited in silent meditation. The air was saturated with a faint, refreshing mist, mingling the fragrance of grass and trees with an ineffable spiritual essence that seemed to penetrate the very soul. The Qingha secret realm was most renowned for its ability to purify the dust from one's spirit and condense the divine pill within the dantian. For cultivators whose foundations were unstable due to heterogeneous techniques, forced breakthroughs, or reliance on external resources, this place was considered a sacred ground for reshaping their path of cultivation. Moreover, the Qingha secret realm possessed a unique feature. At its entrance stood an ancient cyan stele, which served as the measure of eligibility. Upon it were clearly inscribed ancient Tao patterns. The Qingha purifies the heart, and the divine pill is wondrously formed. Those with foundations like floating duckweed may enter this gate. Only those of 20 years within the span of 2 decades whose dantian already holds the seed of a divine pill may draw the favor of celestial light and receive the true refinement within the realm's depths. This meant that only true prodigies aged 20 and not exceeding 30 who had already succeeded in condensing the embryonic form of a divine pill were qualified to trigger the celestial light's favor of the Qinghe secret realm, thereby obtaining the highest level of purification and refinement. Those who met both conditions were undeniably geniuses, for to form a pill within a mere 20-odd years was impossible for ordinary people except for the monstrous talents of major sects. Only those blessed by fortune with profound backgrounds, or those who had encountered extraordinary opportunities, could reach the pill formation stage at such an age. When they stepped into the secret realm, it would naturally resonate, bathing them in celestial light and making them the focus of all gazes, a symbol of boundless future potential and the realm's most direct recognition of talent. Of course, despite its seemingly extraordinary nature, this secret realm had a rather ordinary origin. It was established by an ancient, ordinary major sect for its disciples, for truly supreme sects had no disciples with impure divine pills or insufficient foundations. They had no need to nurture their bases. Thus, in reality, most participants here were those with unstable foundations who had formed pills. Drawing the azure light merely indicated that they possessed their realm at a young age, and thus garnered more attention from the realm. Among them, Nangong Hongye entered alongside 2 other young women. Amidst the quiet waiting and murmurs, the entrance suddenly blazed with an unprecedented radiance. A pure, gentle, yet undeniable azure pillar of light, like a celestial ladder, descending abruptly fell from the top of the giant stele, precisely enveloping the 3 young women among the newly arriving entrants who approached slowly. One of those bathed in the light was Nangong Hongye. Startled by the sudden brilliance and the gazes that gathered far more intensely than at the Black Marsh secret realm, she faltered her steps, instinctively pausing. A trace of bewilderment flickered across her ethereally beautiful face, her long lashes trembling slightly under the intense light. Around her, the formidable sharp-eyed cultivators at the pill formation stage, many appearing older and more experienced like seasoned veterans, now cast glances toward her that were mixed with surprise, envy, and even a hint of awe. Many unconsciously wore solemn expressions. Their demeanor was no longer the familiar coldness or scrutiny, but had shifted to respect and deference. The contrast was immense. In the Black Marsh secret realm, she had trodden cautiously, afraid of everyone feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet here at the entrance of the Qinghe secret realm, she had instantly become an object of admiration for the crowd. This, Nangong Hongye was momentarily stunned. As her thoughts turned, she immediately grasped the reason. Those cultivators who bowed to her with respect were indeed at the pill formation stage, but many, though possessing strong auras, had foundations that appeared unstable and even carried a sense of age and decline. Clearly, they had all come here at great cost to seek a chance at opportunity due to their unstable foundations. In other words, their backgrounds were unremarkable. And what of herself? Having condensed the divine pill at such a young age, though she was nothing in the Black Marsh secret realm in the eyes of these cultivators, with ordinary foundations and presumably common origins, they likely assumed she had an extraordinary background to have formed a pill so young. Even a divine pill with an unstable foundation was beyond their reach, hence their deference. With these thoughts flashing through her mind, Nangong Hongye turned slightly, taking the hand of a young woman beside her who was dressed in an ornate silk gown and possessed a serene temperament. She said softly, "Sister Nie Yun, let us enter. The realm is open and time is precious." Nie Yun smiled gracefully, her bright eyes glinting. She was the beloved granddaughter of the magnetic, venerable Nie Wuji, also bearing the embryonic form of a divine pill. With her foundation already solid, she came only to add luster, accompanying Nangong Hongye on this journey, and incidentally, to polish her own pill foundation to greater perfection. In truth, she need not have come at all. At that moment, Nie Yun's gaze swept across the dreamlike depths of the secret realm, tinged with curiosity. I wonder if our refinement this time will earn us a place on the divine pill ranking within the realm. Deep within the secret realm stood a massive cyan stele, neither metal nor jade, the Qinghe divine pill ranking. The list exuded an ancient, enduring aura inscribed with names that shimmered with a faint radiance. Whenever a new prodigy who had drawn the azure celestial light underwent core refinement, if their performance was exceptionally brilliant, their name would have the chance to be directly engraved upon it, remaining there permanently, a mark of honor. This ranking had existed for countless years. The top 10 spots were held by legendary ancients from tens of thousands of years ago, except for a couple of exceptions. Most were such figures. Their rankings at the pill formation stage had yet to be broken by anyone to this day. However, Nangong Hongye was well aware that this ranking held little true value. True prodigies had no need to refine their divine pills, for their foundations were already fully laid. She herself had relied solely on her grandfather, resulting in an unstable foundation, hence her need to come for refinement. In reality, those who needed to come here for refinement were worlds apart from the true monstrous talents. The true prodigies would never set foot in this place. Even if I achieve a ranking, it would be meaningless. I cannot compare to that kind of person, Nangong Hongya said dejectedly. That kind of person who? Nie Yun asked curiously. No, nothing. Nangong Hongya replied, a cold, indifferent shadow flashing through her mind. She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel it. Yet a thought still lingered. She now realized that the person who always bullied her was also just over 20, merely a little older than herself. Let us go quickly. Time is precious, Nangong Hongya said, casting aside her distractions. Nie Yun nodded. Beside them was another young woman who had accompanied the two, Shang Yuyin, a former friend of Nangong Hongya. At this moment, Shang Yuyin watched Nangong Hongya, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Since the ambush after leaving the Heavenly Pool's secret realm and the passing of Hongya's grandfather, she seemed to have changed. Along the journey, she had unconsciously grown more resolute, and because of that newfound determination in her expression, she appeared gradually more beautiful, exuding an intangible, captivating charm. Shaking her head, Shang Yuyin thought that she was indeed more beautiful. Perhaps the great shock had spurred her growth, and those sorrowful experiences had transformed into an inner allure. Or it might have been her imagination. The three women entered the Qinghe's secret realm together, and Su Chen too had finally arrived at this place. Along the way, Su Chen made discreet inquiries and finally discovered the information about the woman his master had mentioned. The Qinghe secret realm, so that's it. Nangong Hongya is here. Su Chen gazed at the secret realm before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his ethereal eyes. As I traveled here, I never expected that just as my master said, the celestial order is in chaos and fate has changed. She indeed did not encounter a life-and-death crisis, but no matter. This Qinghe secret realm is precisely where I will shine brilliantly and seize my opportunity. Along the journey, Su Chen had secretly investigated and ascertained the general situation of Nangong Hongya. She was merely a young maiden in the bloom of youth. A girl so young would naturally feel admiration and longing for a peerless prodigy of her generation, one of extraordinary grace and unmatched talent. Thus, this Qinghe secret realm is precisely my chance. As long as I achieve a sufficiently high ranking here, I can naturally attract her attention, use this opportunity to build a connection with her, and then slowly work toward my goal. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Su Chen's mind, accompanied by a faint trace of pride and self-assurance. In his view, securing a high enough rank would suffice to earn the goodwill, even admiration, of such a young maiden, gradually fostering a good relationship, and then everything would become simple. With these thoughts swirling, Su Chen entered the secret realm. Upon entering, he was acknowledged by the secret realm, a radiant divine light bursting forth that drew the attention of all. Many cultivators at the solid core realm with unstable foundations cast their gazes upon him, their eyes flickering with wariness and recognition. This was a formidable prodigy, young, with limitless potential, much like the few women who had entered before him, all terrifying existences. Meanwhile, Su Chen's arrival also caught the attention of the three women within the secret realm. Hongya, look at that young man. He doesn't seem ordinary, Nie Yun remarked. Indeed, his demeanor is ethereal, his temperament transcendent, truly extraordinary. Shang Xinyan also spoke up. Seeing him, I feel he somewhat resembles sister with a similar aura. Is that so? Nangong Hongya smiled radiantly, and then said, he is indeed exceptional. He must be a prodigy from some sect. All right, let's hurry up. With that, she averted her gaze. The three women ventured deep into the secret realm, beginning to solidify their foundations. At the same time, Su Chen did not hesitate and likewise entered the depths where a specially designated area for refinement had been prepared for him. Time slipped away second by second. Shang Xinyan performed averagely as her foundation was already solid and required little refinement, thus she expended minimal effort. Nie Yun was much the same. Nangong Hongya, however, had a weak foundation. Upon entering this place, it was as if heaven itself aided her. With the power of the secret realm, her cultivation base rapidly condensed and soared, reaching a level that even the other two women found astonishing. Originally, Nangong Hongya had relied on external aid, a divine elixir bestowed by her grandfather, which left her foundation extremely unstable. Yet now, with the secret realm's assistance, her foundation began to surge at an incredible speed. Even the rankings on the divine elixir list began to shift. First, her name appeared at the 100th position, then it rose steadily, 90, 80, 70. At the same time, another name also began to appear on the list, leaping upward continuously. That name was none other than Su Chen. The changes in these two names instantly caused a great commotion throughout the secret realm. All the Transcendence Realm cultivators who had entered were utterly shocked, staring at this spectacle in disbelief. As time continued to pass, what stunned everyone even more was the two of them surged forward in the rankings. Ultimately, to the horror of all Nangong, Hongye managed to displace the name of an ancient monster from the past, who had held the 8th position and claimed it for herself. Meanwhile, Su Chen ousted the ancient monster that had held the 7th position, taking 7th place and surpassing Nangong Hongye. This scene left everyone astounded. How is this possible? Two peerless prodigies able to condense their foundations to such an extent. Good heavens, with such achievements their foundations must be flawless. They didn't come here to mend their Tao bases, they came to forge a perfect divine elixir. In my lifetime, I never thought I'd witness such a sight. Except for a couple of exceptions, aren't all the top 10 spots held by ancient monsters from tens of thousands of years ago. And those who made the list 1,000 years ago all became true immortals after advancing beyond the venerable realm. All true immortal great powers. Doesn't this mean these two are future true immortals? Where did these peerless prodigies come from? Many gasped in shock. Shang Xinyan and Nie Yun were also astonished, never expecting that Nangong Hongye's cultivation would result in a perfect foundation, which seemed incredible. Sister Hongye, your fortune is truly remarkable, to achieve such a perfect condensation. Shang Xinyan couldn't help but say. Perhaps it was because of the divine elixir given wholeheartedly by her grandfather that Nangong Hongye could perfectly integrate it, thus forging her flawless foundation. Regardless, such a gain was extraordinary. She was deeply surprised. Before coming, her sister had told her that this girl's fortune was extraordinary, but she hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. But just then, a streak of light flashed by. It was none other than the other peerless prodigy, Su Chen. Greetings, young ladies. I am Su Chen, a humble cultivator without a sect. Su Chen wore an ethereal smile, making a slight bow. Brother Su, is there something you need? Nie Yun asked. Had he been an ordinary cultivator, Nie Yun would not have paid him any attention, but Su Chen gave off a pleasant impression. Standing there, his demeanor was transcendent, as if he were a celestial being. His features were handsome and gentle, perfectly formed like an immortal descended to earth. A graceful young man who radiated a comforting aura that instinctively drew others to him. Indeed, I do have a matter. Today's breakthrough has lifted my spirits, and seeing that Miss Hongye and I are evenly matched, I came to forge a bond. I see that you ladies are all at the divine elixir realm, and must be heading to the Danxiasi secret realm. I happen to be going there as well, but as a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the path. Su Chen said, might I ask if you three could grant me the favor of allowing me to accompany you? The Danxiasi was a crucial secret realm closely related to the second stage of the Transcendence 3 realms, the Elixir Transformation realm, which followed the first stage, the Divine Elixir realm. The key to the Elixir Transformation realm, the second stage of Transcendence, was the transformation of the Divine Elixir into a Danxi. The Danxiasi was akin to a real Danxi existing in the mortal world. Cultivators could enter it to observe the phenomena and environment of a Danxi, comprehend the principles of heaven and earth, seek the embryonic form of the Danxi realm, and find the intangible opportunity to more quickly identify the critical juncture for entering the Elixir Transformation realm. Thus, the Danxiasi was a secret realm that most peerless prodigies inevitably experienced, saving many years of arduous cultivation. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own grinding, one might exhaust their lifespan without ever transforming the divine elixir into a Danxi. It was also an extremely famous secret realm known to nearly everyone. Ordinarily, if someone else had asked, the result would have been the same. The three women would have unhesitatingly ignored them and gone on their way. Why would they bring along a stranger they had just met? But Su Chen was different. He was always special. His bearing was transcendent, his grace striking, his charm immense. His voice was gentle and pleasing like the echo of a clear spring, easily winning people over at first meeting. All right. The women did not dislike Su Chen's transcendent and gentle temperament. In fact, they felt a certain fondness for him inside. Coupled with his courteous manner, they did not refuse. Then I shall be in your care. A smile spread across Su Chen's face. The first step of his plan had succeeded. He added, I still don't know these two ladies. Nie Yun, and this is Shang Xinyan. And this is Sister Hongye, whose name you've likely already seen. Of course. Thank you, Miss Nye, Miss Shang, and Miss Hongye, for your kindness. Su Chen successfully integrated into the trio. However, to his slight dismay, while Nie Yun and Shang Xinyan did harbor some goodwill toward him, Nangong Hongye, in his perception, merely did not dislike or oppose him. That was all. There were no other extraneous special feelings. This sensation struck him as odd, for throughout his journey hardly any female cultivator could resist his proactive overtures, yet here such a situation had arisen. No matter. We'll be traveling together from now on, there's plenty of time. Yet the subsequent journey only deepened his frown, nearly driving him to exasperation. Along the way, Nangong Hongye did not dislike him. Several times when he took the initiative to show kindness and offer gifts, she accepted them joyfully and called him sweetly, Brother Su Chen, thank you. But Su Chen could tell that when she called him brother, she truly meant it, as a brother, genuinely regarding him as an older sibling. Yet this was not what Su Chen desired. especially since Nangang Hongya was precisely the type he deeply admired and liked. Moreover, his master had said she was very important to him. A relationship like this was not what he wanted. Master, how could this be? Didn't you say we would become a couple? But this development, your disciple feels something is off. Why is she acting this way? Su Chen was puzzled. He couldn't understand. For a remarkable man like himself, any maiden in the bloom of youth would find it hard not to be smitten, especially with his proactive kindness and special treatment. Yet Nangang Hongya felt not a hint of attraction, leaving him utterly baffled. How strange. One day during the journey, Su Chen could no longer hold back. Miss Shang, does Hongya have someone she loves? Someone she loves? No, not at all. Shang Xinyan said. Hongya has never mentioned such a thing. However, she always talks to me about someone else. Who? A flicker of shock passed through Su Chen's heart. A ripple crossed his transcendent, flawless face. Even his immortal-like demeanor showed a trace of disturbance. A big scoundrel who always steals her opportunities, constantly bullies her, and even scolded her master into silence. Shang Xinyan looked at Su Chen, finding him pleasing to the eye, yet she did not hide anything and directly revealed this matter. Su Chen. In the depths of his eyes, an imperceptible flash of overwhelming killing intent flickered. Su Chen said, "Who is that person? What is his cultivation level?" "Oh, it's the one currently in the spotlight, that unparalleled prodigy, the foremost among the younger generation of many divine sects, Lu Qing." You mean that Lu Qing who slaughters venerable realm great perfection experts as easily as killing chickens? Su Chen quietly withdrew his killing intent, pretending not to have heard. "That's right, it's him," Shang Xinyan said. "How could he possibly have any connection with Sister Hongya? The gap in their cultivation levels is so vast. Isn't that man already invincible in the venerable realm? How could they ever meet?" "It's a long story. Mainly because Hongya's fortune was too good, which led to two entanglements. Unfortunately, both opportunities were snatched away," Shang Xinyan said. At that moment, Nangang Hongya also approached and said, "Sister brother Su Chen, what are you two discussing?" Su Chen said, "Hongya, your brother heard that this venerable surnamed Lu always seizes your opportunities. He bullies the weak with his strength, utterly unreasonable. Brother Su Chen will settle this score for you in the future and make him pay back tenfold." Upon hearing this, Nangang Hongya became somewhat flustered and said, "Brother Su Chen, don't go seeking death. You can't defeat him." Su Chen's face darkened and he said, "Your brother is talking about the future. My talent is unparalleled. I will surely surpass him in time and vent your anger for you then." "The future?" Nangang Hongya thought for a moment, then said, "Forget about the future too. He's so formidable, so what if he took them? My cultivation is so low, yet I provoked him twice from an inferior position. He spared me and didn't harm me. He hasn't done anything truly evil." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's vision went dark and he nearly fainted. What kind of nonsense was she speaking? He robbed you twice and you're still defending him. What is this supposed to mean? Su Chen was truly speechless. After a moment, a sudden intuition surged in his heart. This was bad. Could it be that she had fallen for that Lu Qing? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. For a moment, his anger burned even hotter. So this was the variable. This wretched girl probably hadn't even realized it herself. Someone had already taken root in her heart. No wonder all his efforts yielded no return. Thinking of this, the depths of Su Chen's eyes grew even colder. He was nearly suffocated with rage. This was clearly his destined opportunity. Why did it now seem as if he could only watch helplessly as it slipped right through his fingers? Snatched away by that damned Lu Qing. And in such a manner, he had done nothing yet managed to steal his opportunity and change her heart through sheer deception. Mulling over all this, Su Chen was nearly choked with fury. Once again, a flash of killing intent surged from the depths of his eyes. He didn't even know if he could still win her back. At such a tender age, once a shadow has taken root in the heart, reversing it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Cursed Lu Qing. Though seething with rage, Su Chen refused to give up. He began to carefully review the situation, questioning Nangang Hongya about the entire process. After hearing the full story, he grew even angrier. Putting himself in her shoes when he was weak and met a peer of the same age who was so overwhelmingly powerful, and so cold and aloof, unmatched and peerless in elegance. How could anyone not be deeply impressed? Such a profound impression in the ignorance of youth could easily transform into another kind of affection. No wonder she showed no response to his advances. But what infuriated him most was that the other party had done nothing at all, merely robbed her twice, and yet had managed to enter the maiden's heart. When he thought of his own painstaking efforts, he wanted to vomit blood. Yet deep down, Su Chen was also somewhat puzzled. What right did that Lu Qing have to compare with him? Su Chen was supremely confident in himself. In terms of peerless elegance, appearance, and temperament, he would never lose to anyone. Moreover, his master had said he was blessed by fate, and that no matter how extraordinary a woman in this world might be, she would inevitably feel an involuntary fondness for him. Under such circumstances, even if that person had made the first impression, why did Nangong Hongye keep fixating on him, while remaining completely indifferent to Su Chen? Was he worthy? This was unreasonable. Upon careful thought, it was only 2 encounters. There was no need for him to overthink. There's still some time. The trip to the Danxiao realm will be my chance. She's probably just too naive. Turning her around shouldn't be too difficult. Infinite confidence flashed through Su Chen's heart. All destinies would be altered and eventually steered back onto the right track. Nangong Hongye was tied to a monumental opportunity that could only belong to him, and only to her. For this, he was willing to delay his journey to the Shangqing sect and first handle matters here properly. But soon Su Chen felt like vomiting blood again, because along the way Nangong Hongye truly regarded him only as a brother with absolutely no hint of romantic affection. It seemed that no matter how much he did, it could never compare. There was no turning her around. Or rather, Nangong Hongye never even compared the two. She had no such extra thoughts. It was as if she had simply latched onto one person first, automatically ignoring another and dismissing another possibility. From beginning to end, she only saw Su Chen as a brother. Once during a casual chat, she even said, "Brother Su Chen is truly outstanding. In the future, perhaps you might become like that person, invincible among your peers, sweeping away all opposition." This one sentence left Su Chen utterly dumbfounded. So in Nangong Hongye's heart, although he was extremely outstanding, a prodigy far surpassing her, she still automatically placed him several tiers below that Lu Qing. No wonder she showed no reaction at all. With such an impression of him in her heart, it was no surprise that she couldn't. Su Chen truly wanted to vomit blood. But for the moment, he had no good solution. Unless he could become invincible right now, severely wound Lu Qing, and shatter the terrifying image that the maiden had etched in her heart, one that had even become deified in her mind. Only then could he quickly win her back. But he simply couldn't do it. He'll have to take another path. Slowly work from other angles. In the end, she will understand that what one admires from afar can only remain a fantasy. The one who stays by your side is the best. Though he had a plan in mind, somehow, Su Chen felt more and more aggrieved. In the end, a trace of coldness crept onto his otherwise ethereal face, a sign of his sheer anger. He'll just have to take it slow. Lu Qing. One day you'll shatter the image you've created. Su Chen gritted his teeth inwardly. But for now he had no means to forcefully change anything. He could only proceed slowly. Since his emergence into the world, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His heart was filled with immense fury. At the same time, at Tianjin Peak, Lu Qing was still refining the Painstakingly pestle. Tianjin Peak remained peaceful. Outside, however, storms were brewing as prodigies from several sacred lands and major sects clashed, causing upheaval. But none of this affected this place in the slightest. Suddenly, Lu Qing's mind stirred. In the quiet chamber, his eyes slightly opened, and a flicker of disturbance passed through the calm depths of his gaze. Strange. The flow of energy has become chaotic and unpredictable. Why would such a variable occur? Without any warning, a sudden epiphany struck, and the speed of refining this divine weapon inexplicably surged by 30%, making a huge leap forward. Moreover, my cultivation realm also advanced abruptly. I had only recently entered the mid-venerable realm, but now my foundation has mysteriously deepened. Even with Lu Qing's abilities, he couldn't understand what was happening. Finally, he closed his eyes again. Perhaps this Painstakingly pestle resonates with me. Lu Qing wasn't sure, but this was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could there be such a sudden increase in refining speed and a spontaneous advancement in his cultivation without any precursor or accumulation? Even though he was a former great emperor, he had never touched the supreme position above the emperor that delved directly into the essence of the Tao. Thus, it was normal for him to be unable to comprehend some of the principles of heaven and earth. With a sigh, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and resumed his refining. Time passed slowly day by day. While Lu Qing was refining, great waves were stirring in the outside world. The prodigies of various sects were extremely active. It seemed that they were spurred on by the reputation Lu Qing had earned in the Black Swamp secret realm. So they forged ahead with fierce determination. Each of them made astonishing progress, carving out illustrious names for themselves. But this came at the expense of the long-established venerables, who became touchstones for this batch of unparalleled prodigies to build their own fame. Lu Qing was unaware of this, otherwise he might have smiled. In his past life, he had been suppressed under so many heads, yet he had never been so eager. He hadn't even competed. But in this life, the tables had turned. Others were now frantic, each desperately trying to catch up with his pace and trample him underfoot. And because of this, waves upon waves of turmoil swept across the outside world. At the same time, the Shangqing sect was also in turmoil. A major incident had occurred. This incident affected the entire Shangqing sect, as well as many other major sects and sacred lands. Even Lu Qing was affected by these ripples. This major event was the emergence of the true immortal secret realm, which stirred up this corner of the world and countless boundless powers. The effect of this true immortal secret realm was singular. Within the secret realm was a self-contained small world with a different flow of time than the outside. However, only those below the pill establishment realm could enter. Even so, it became one of the supreme secret realms fiercely coveted by all sects. Regardless of size, every sect wanted a piece of the action, especially the major sects and sacred lands. The reason was simple: the clashes between the ancestors and supreme elders of each sect consumed too much, and the competition among disciples of the same generation was crucial. But if disciples entered the true immortal secret realm under the different flow of time, their cultivation would skyrocket, making them unstoppable against their peers. Thus, sect competitions would become impossible. Therefore, the emergence of the true immortal secret realm was bound to stir up immense waves. Lu Qing, who was in the midst of refining the Pasien pestle, was also disturbed. A slender figure entered Lu Qing's cave dwelling, rousing him from his seclusion. Lu Qing was helpless. He didn't need to look to know who it was, because only one person could freely enter here: Yi Yuran. He shifted his gaze slightly, and saw that it was indeed Yi Yuran. A smile played at the corners of her lips as she looked at him, and said, "I hope I'm not disturbing you, junior brother." "You tell me," Lu Qing said calmly. "Then I must be disturbing you," Yi Yuran chuckled. "But since you didn't activate the sealing array, it means you tacitly allowed sister to disturb you. Spit it out." "What is it?" Lu Qing said. Yi Yuran thought for a moment, and then briefly explained, "A special secret realm has appeared, one left behind by a true immortal realm powerhouse." A true immortal secret realm. Lu Qing was taken aback. In his past life, this secret realm hadn't appeared at this point in time. Why had it emerged early in this life? Lu Qing was puzzled and bewildered, but he quickly dismissed it. It had nothing to do with him. After all, he was well aware of the effects of this later emerging secret realm. It was useful for low-level cultivators, but of no use to him. "This matter has nothing to do with me," Lu Qing said. "Don't you want to go? With your strength, if you go, sister won't have to worry about how many slots we can secure. Our Shanqing sect should be able to stabilize quite a few spots," Yi Yuran said. Then she sighed, "I'll forget it. Since you don't want to go, you won't. It's fine if you don't. Sister doesn't want to force you. Is there anything else?" Lu Qing felt a warmth in his heart, though his expression remained calm. "Of course there is. Now that the serious business is done, it's time to talk about other things," Yi Yuran said. Lu Qing frowned, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He said, "Senior sister, I think you have nothing left to say. The sect is busy with affairs. A senior sister should hurry back." "I really do have something," Yi Yuran insisted. "Really?" Lu Qing looked at her, and then tentatively asked, "Then go ahead and say it." A slight smile tugged at the corner of Yi Yuran's mouth, her autumn water eyes fixed steadily on him. Yi Yuran gazed fixedly at Lu Qing. After a moment, she stepped forward slowly. Lu Qing watched her. Yi Yuran did not halt her steps. She approached his side and reached out toward his collar. Lu Qing frowned, yet he did not evade. Her slender fair hand landed on his collar, adjusted it slightly, then pinned a cloud pattern onto it. Yi Yuran stepped back 2 paces and said with satisfaction, "It looks quite good on you. This cloud pattern, which I painstakingly refined, suits you well." "Cloud pattern? Senior sister, you should be focusing on cultivation, not spending time refining cloud patterns." Lu Qing inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, then froze. Sensing the terrifying aura within the cloud pattern, his mind stirred with turmoil. This was a formidable life-saving treasure containing a full-force strike from a Supreme Realm expert. Even for someone at the Supreme Realm, refining such an item was extremely draining, possibly even damaging their foundation. "Refining this is far too costly for you," Lu Qing said with a frown. Seeing that Lu Qing was not pleased at all, Yi Yuran naturally took his hand and sat down beside him. She let out a soft sigh. "But what else can I do, little junior brother? I've watched you grow up. I can't just stand by and see you achieve great things without giving you any gift. I can't casually take things from the sect, so I had to work hard myself." "Is your foundation unharmed?" Lu Qing asked. "Are you worried about me?" Yi Yuran's eyes sparkled slightly, and a faint smile curved at the corners of her lips, complementing her peerless beauty, momentarily enchanting and captivating. A ripple passed through Lu Qing's heart. He averted his gaze and said, "It's only natural for a junior brother to care about his senior sister." "Is that so? I'm fine. Refining one cloud pattern won't affect my foundation." The smile at the corners of Yi Yuran's lips grew more pronounced. "But it did cost me considerable effort. Since I've been so good to you, there's one thing I need your help with, Ah Qing. You won't refuse me this time, will you? Tell me first. Promise me first, Ah Qing. Tell me first. Promise me first, all right? Tell me. If it's suitable, I'll promise." Lu Qing had no choice. Only then did a light smile reappear on Yi Yuran's lips. She interlaced her fingers with his, their digits intertwining, and she said softly, "Then I'll tell you. Ah Qing, you must think it over carefully." Lu Qing frowned slightly. "Senior sister, what exactly is it? Turn around and look at me." Yi Yuran held his hand and applied a gentle force. Lu Qing did not resist and turned his head slightly. Yi Yuran's heart tightened for a moment as she gazed at the young man before her. His face, now fully revealed in her line of sight, was almost bewitchingly handsome, with perfectly chiseled angles, features seemingly flawless, and eyes that seemed to contain stardust. The cold, lethal allure on his face made him even more captivating. He was like a piece of ice that would freeze anyone who drew near, yet he carried a fatal charm. Knowing that approaching might turn one into ice or shatter their heart, one still couldn't resist wanting to get close, even if only for a moment. Yi Yuren's eyes grew slightly dazed, lost for a moment before she came to her senses. Suppressing her emotions, she curved her lips into a smile again. Lu Qing the Grandmaster said, "My realm is ready. It's best to find a Tao companion to cultivate together, to step into a higher realm faster, complementing each other." Lu Qing said, "Oh," and then Yi Yuren's eyes curved into crescents. "But aside from you, I've never even touched a man's hand. How could I find a Tao companion? I have no idea. So could you first try it with me to give me some experience?" "Oh, try? How? Can a Tao companion be tried?" Lu Qing was taken aback. "It can't be." In the depths of Yi Yuren's eyes, a flicker of nervousness involuntarily passed. Her body trembled almost imperceptibly. She lifted her head slightly, her nearly perfect face with clear eyes fixed on Lu Qing. "If you listen to me, we can try. It won't be too much, won't cross the line." "How do we try?" Lu Qing asked. "Kiss me. I want to know what it feels like." Yi Yuren's voice was soft. She actively leaned in, her slender arms naturally encircling his waist, her beautiful face drawing close to his. "What outcome will this kind of try have?" Lu Qing asked. "Just kiss me, all right? Don't worry about the rest." In just a moment their breaths were almost landing on each other's faces, the distance mere inches away. Should he? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Qing's mind. He was about to step back, but feeling her trembling body and her stunning face, he hesitated. A complex glint passed through his cold, clear gaze, and a ripple stirred in his heart. After a moment, Lu Qing said softly, "Senior sister, we can only try once. No matter the result, we won't try again." Lu Qing knew what she was up to, but precisely because of that it was harder to refuse. She had gone to such great lengths, how could he bear to turn her down? "All right." Yi Yuren's lips curled slightly, and she gave a light smile. Lu Qing reached out, and also embraced her slender waist. The touch was incredibly pleasant, soft, astonishingly soft. Then he gently pulled her light, soft body closer until they were pressed together. At the same time, Lu Qing lowered his head. In the air, an intangible intensity and an overly delicate atmosphere seemed to explode instantly. An indescribable emotion spread through the small seclusion chamber. Something extremely subtle happened in that moment. Dozens of breaths later, Yi Yuren's stunning face was tinged with a hint of blush. She tilted her head back slightly. Lu Qing, now bearing a faint scent of a maiden's pure fragrance, had a trace of light red on his lips. He also withdrew his slightly lowered head. His expression was somewhat helpless, and a ripple passed through his heart. Yet thanks to 3,000 years of his past life, he quickly regained his composure. The past dozens of breaths had greatly affected both of them. Lu Qing was affected, but Yi Yuren was no better. Her heart was racing. Most importantly, they had tried it while sitting on the cold jade bed. If Lu Qing had wanted to take things further, she would have had no strength to resist, and would have let him do whatever he wanted. Lu Qing was the first to calm down and adjust. Looking at this ever-scheming senior sister, he said with some irritation, "So how was it, senior sister? Did you enjoy it?" Yi Yuren's face still held a trace of blush, her eyes very bright. Looking at Lu Qing, a playful smile gradually appeared on her lips. It was really good. So this is what it feels like." Her heart was pounding incessantly, but she pretended nothing had happened, as if it were just a try, as she had claimed. "Is that so? Then since you've tried, senior sister, you can go back. Your junior brother needs to cultivate," Lu Qing said. "No, I can't," Yi Yuren said with a troubled expression. "Are you really chasing me away just like that, junior brother? What if only you make it feel this good? Would you really bear to let me go try with someone else? Even if you were willing, I wouldn't be. And besides," she added. "Besides what?" Lu Qing looked at her gloomily, wondering what tricks she still had up her sleeve. "Besides, I feel like I haven't tried enough." "Have you had enough?" Lu Qing wanted to roll his eyes, but remembering his identity, he held back and said, "Let's stop here. Really, it's not enough. How about junior brother, you first become my Tao? Senior sister, it's really getting late." Lu Qing, "You." Yi Yuren looked at him reproachfully. "We've already hugged. Can't you feel it? Besides, don't you want to know how big it is?" "How big? What is?" "Guess." "I won't guess." "If you won't guess, why didn't you take it further just now and measure?" "Senior sister, please go back." Lu Qing was truly exasperated. Measure? How could he measure? Take it further? How could he take it further? Was this proper? Lu Qing really couldn't handle this enchantress, nor did he want to know what she was hinting at. "Senior sister, you really should go back. If we stay alone in this chamber too long, the ancestor will be angry." Yi Yuren was taken aback, then said, "That's true. But Ah Qing, I haven't finished what I was saying. I just want you to try being my Tao companion for a while. Trying won't cost you anything, all right?" "No," Lu Qing said, internally baffled. She hadn't even tried yet, and she already dared to suggest he take it further and measure. If he actually tried being her Tao companion in a few days, they'd have done everything. "Senior sister, go back now," Lu Qing urged again. Hearing this, Yi Yuran looked at him with reproach, then turned her head sorrowfully toward the cave entrance. Her mournful voice came through. My little brother has grown up. He doesn't care about me at all, doesn't consider my feelings. He refuses everything, agrees to nothing. He doesn't care about my thoughts. If something doesn't please him, he completely ignores me, stabbing cold words into my heart, not caring if I get hurt. Other things are fine, but what you just asked, no, Lu Qing said. Hearing her words, a softness still stirred in his heart, and his voice softened considerably. Because what she said was true. Lu Qing indeed rarely considered the feelings of those around him, putting his own feelings first. If he didn't want something, he simply didn't want it. But Yi Yuran had unconditionally protected him, never forced him. Whatever he wanted, she would get for him. Whatever he didn't want to do, she never pushed him. For him, it was indeed freedom. But for her, it meant bearing a heavy burden. However, one thing was another. He acknowledged that Yi Yuran was good to him, but her request just now was unacceptable. It was too extreme for both of them. Even if Lu Qing didn't take responsibility for himself, he had to be responsible for her. I want it. No. Other matters can be discussed. You just don't want to agree to anything for me. Didn't I just agree and try it with you? It's not enough. Yi Yuran looked as if she might cry. The fragility on her beautiful face didn't seem feigned. With such an expression, she was utterly captivating. If not for her undeniable identity, no one would imagine that this was the master of the Shanqing sect, a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the supreme realm. It's not enough at all. It's enough. Lu Qing sighed inwardly. I'll promise you something else, all right? Yi Yuran's eyes suddenly lit up, her face radiant. She looked up at Lu Qing. Really? Then let's do it one more time. Do what one more time? Lu Qing said, senior sister, the other thing I mentioned has nothing to do with what just happened. What I'm saying is I can help you. Go to the sect for you, save you some trouble, and secure enough quotas. Yi Yuran was taken aback, then said, then I'll leave. You don't need to promise that, and I won't pester you anymore. Didn't you want me to go? I never said I wanted you to go. I only want you to go if you want to. You clearly didn't want to go just now. I don't want my hard efforts to make you compromise on this. What I want you to promise isn't this matter. Senior sister, then you should go back. Lu Qing had been quite moved initially, but hearing her last two words, he gave up. Forget it. He was tired. She was incorrigible, unwilling to be satisfied until she had her way. When would she understand that sometimes proper distance was the best boundary? Once the true barrier was broken, the final outcome might not be a happy one for all. Forget it. I'll refine the divine weapon first. Other matters can wait. With his extraordinary talent aided by the cold jade bed, Lu Qing quickly entered a state of tranquility, once again guarding his mind undisturbed by external distractions and stray thoughts. Such speed in entering meditation was astonishing, something only a peerless genius like Lu Qing could achieve so effortlessly. At the side peak of Tianjin Peak, Lu Yao accepted a flying jade slip and casually opened it. Moments later, with a flick of her delicate hand, the jade slip's radiance faded and it vanished. Fourth junior sister, how goes it? Yiling Yu asked, watching Lu Yao. Lu Yao replied, third senior sister, that waste has already followed junior sister's request using the secret art I gave him to prematurely activate the true immortal secret realm. The waste Lu Yao spoke of was none other than the once mighty ancestor of the Lu family. In this life, Lu Yao had altered her fate, holding supreme power and status within the clan. Yet she remembered her past life and harbored little affection for the Lu family. The clan's current strongest figure was merely a pawn in her eyes, kept if useful, discarded if troublesome. This time his actions met her approval. Lu Yao said, third senior sister, by using this secret realm, we might rapidly advance our cultivation. At the very least, we must break through the 4 mortal realms quickly. Currently, we're only at the first mortal realm, with chi condensation at the 8th or 9th layer. Far too slow. We have less than 5 years before Master commits his first great error. And unlike the past life, Master progresses faster this time. This timeline may arrive much sooner. We must hasten. Catching up in strength is hard, but we can increase our influence to perhaps persuade the sect's ancient elders to intervene. Or we can break through on our own. During our training journeys, we can seek out backgrounds we knew from our past life, some hidden great powers, to build our foundation. That could prove useful. Well, since the true immortal secret realm is emerging, that's settled. Our sect will surely have slots. At least the 4 of us will. Now we just need to focus on raising our cultivation levels. Let's go tell senior sister Yi and senior sister Xiao. They've been waiting for news too. All right. We must stop, Master. In this life, I don't want to walk the same path as before. Nor do I want to do as senior sister Yi suggested. If things are beyond saving, well, imprison Master in the 9 Nethercold prison. If possible, we should still steer Master back to the right path. The 2 women exchanged words, their eyes flickering. Then their figures vanished as they went to find Yi Fian and Xiao Ning. Time flowed on slowly. Beneath the surface, various factions stirred in constant undercurrents. Amid this hidden turmoil, the much-anticipated true immortal secret realm was about to open. Given the gravity of the matter, supreme powerhouses from every major immortal sect and sacred land descended. A confrontation was inevitable. Such a momentous event was no longer about minor competitions among new disciples. Those were mere trifles. It was a true clash between the established pillars of each sect, the genuine peerless prodigies. One by one figures appeared before the secret realm, each radiating terrifying auras. They were the proud talents of their sects, including fearsome beings at the great perfection of the venerable realm. This great struggle was a contest among venerables. Supreme elders held lofty status, and their battles were unrestrained. Unless it involved an exceptionally rare secret realm, they rarely intervened. When they did, their power could annihilate heaven and earth, causing catastrophic consequences. Sect Master. Where is Peak Master Lu? Bloodsword Venerable couldn't help but ask. In terms of combat power, Shangqing sect was not weak, but without their greatest trump card, they felt overshadowed. Yi Yuran cast an indifferent glance and snorted coldly. Such a trivial matter doesn't warrant junior brother's involvement. Bloodsword Venerable, startled, withdrew his gaze, his heart pounding. He dared not speak further, but as his eyes swept over the formations of the various sacred lands and immortal sects, he felt a chill of unease. The competition had different stages, each with its own form of conflict. Great perfection fought great perfection, a latestage fought latestage. Midstage fought midstage. And this time, who were the midstage opponents? The Holy Maiden of the Primordial Demon sect, the chosen immortal of Yaoqi sect. What kind of figures were these? They were the invincible prodigies who once contended with Lu Qing. At the midstage venerable realm, if Lu Qing did not appear, who could rival them? The other peak masters had inheritance boosts and formidable strength, but their cultivation levels were insufficient. Without Lu Qing, there was a noticeable gap among midstage venerables. The Red Flame Peak Master was at midstage, but was not skilled in combat. Beyond that, Shangqing sect could field nearly 20 ordinary midstage venerables, but they were far from being prodigies, merely average midstage cultivators. Bloodsword Venerable's heart sank. At the same time, stronger beings also noticed this. Xiao Ran. An aged voice transmitted, audible only to Yi Yuran. Yi Yuran heard it, and replied respectfully, Granny Lingyin. Why hasn't Xiao Qing come? Granny Lingyin asked. He didn't want to come, so I let him stay. He didn't want to, and you allowed it. Granny Lingyin transmitted. Before you shielded him without issue, but this time is different. It concerns the true immortal secret realm and the future of those girls. Though we're confident in securing 4 slots. 4 isn't enough. The disciples from other peaks need their share too. They can't be left behind. Go call him here. But Granny Xiao Qing said, he doesn't want to come. He needs to cultivate. Yi Yuran transmitted back. Silly girl, you're siding with him now. Send him a message immediately, and tell him Granny summoned him. If you don't, I'll send him. This. Granny. Yi Yuran hesitated, then said, Granny, I disagree. What did you say? Have you grown wings? Granny Lingyin asked in disbelief, her usually kind voice tinged with agitation. Granny, I am the sect master and a supreme elder. You must listen to me. I disagree. I, the sect master, forbid you from sending that order. Yi Yuran declared. You reckless girl, you'll be the death of me. Granny Lingyin was furious, her mind reeling. Such a trivial matter, and she couldn't even persuade her to let her precious little brother make an appearance. It was enough to drive this old woman to an early grave, especially given the current situation. Securing slots was one thing. If Lu Qing didn't come. Now several peerless prodigies from various sects, midstage venerables, were casting cold glances in their direction, searching for Lu Qing. But they couldn't find him. This would likely make them feel insulted. They had taken the matter seriously and come, yet he didn't, as if he looked down on them, provoking their anger. The midstage competition might turn brutal, with Shangqing sect suffering a humiliating defeat, lacking a figure to hold the line, ultimately leading to a complete rout. And there could be deaths. This competition wasn't limited to righteous orthodox sects. Following the rules established after the great battle between good and evil, 3 major demonic powers also had the right to participate. Their methods were ruthless, and it was possible that several venerables might fall. The fall of a venerable was no laughing matter. Each was a pillar of their sect, even ordinary ones. Don't be willful. Aren't the disciples of other peaks important? Granny Lingyin's voice turned stern. Granny, I am the sect master, and you are merely a supreme elder. Standing here now is the sect master, not your Yuran. Yi Yuran replied. You? Granny Lingyin was fuming. The other elders seated in the void, overseeing the matter, naturally heard their exchange and found it amusing. All right, Granny Ling, since Yuran doesn't want to let it be. Our Shangqing sect can afford to lose a midstage competition. Indeed, losing one midstage match is no big deal. Even if we lose, Lu Qing's reputation alone ensures we won't be completely disgraced. At most, we lose 1 or 2 slots. Nothing serious. But what if people die? The 3 major demonic powers are all here ready to participate. It'll drive this old woman mad. Granny Lingyin huffed angrily. Girls really do leave the nest. She's utterly disobedient. Granny Lingyin fell silent. Yet as she had warned, the situation was perilous. At that moment, Bloodsword Venerable and some midstage venerables of Shangqing sect felt a chill as they faced their opponents. This generation of Shangqing sect's mid-stage venerables indeed had a gap. Originally, there was no strong figure until Lu Qing's meteoric rise. But his absence made things worse. Bloodsword Venerable had already seen the eyes of those peerless prodigies who once contended with Lu Qing, especially Li Xianyi, the holy maiden of the primordial demon sect, and Ji Kong, the demon son of Stillwater Demon Palace. Their gazes grew increasingly cold with deep-seated killing intent brewing within. Even several mid-stage peerless prodigies from Yaoqi Immortal Sect and Green Lotus Sword Sect frowned slightly, seemingly displeased at not finding Lu Qing's figure. As the atmosphere thickened and the great contest was about to begin with the binding immortal platform already released, someone finally could no longer hold back. Where is Lu Qing? Ji Kong's voice was icy. Where has he slunk off to? Why doesn't he dare to face me? Has he turned coward and hidden like a turtle? Ji Kong had not participated in the Black Marsh secret realm, having just emerged from seclusion. How powerful he had become was unknown. His furious outburst drew widespread attention, causing many to narrow their eyes. Naturally, Ji Kong was well known, a peerless powerhouse of the same generation as Lu Qing. His reputation surpassed even peak masters like Nalin Xingqing, second only to Lu Qing. He had once formed a deadly grudge with Lu Qing, and likely Xianyi had been chased by Lu Qing with no escape, barely surviving. Now seeing no one come, he felt insulted and furious, making the first move. His entire journey was aimed at Lu Qing. Victory was secondary. The key was to clash with him. But Lu Qing's absence felt like a profound slight, as if he were being looked down upon. Perhaps he's lost his nerve. Li Xianyi spoke coldly, killing intent sharp. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Whoever meets me will have their primordial spirit severed to fuel my heart flame. I will slaughter all of Shangqing sect's mid-stage venerables. One voice after another. The mid-stage venerables of Shangqing sect wore grim expressions. Strong cultivators from other stages who had opponents remained silent, for speaking out of their league would only invite ridicule. Amid this tense standoff, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Two drenched dogs so arrogant. It seems you haven't been beaten soundly in a long time. At these words, Ji Kong and Li Xianyi were immediately triggered. This was the greatest humiliation of their lives, widely known. Half of Lu Qing's reputation as peak master of Tianjin Peak was built on trampling them. After all, they were the ones beaten, and their prior fame was immense. By stepping on them, he had forged his own name. Lu Qing, you dare to come? Demon son Ji Kong's eyes blazed with fury, killing intent surging. His spiritual energy erupted, immortal light bursting forth as he gazed at the suddenly appearing cold, aloof, and towering figure. Lu Qing, do you truly dare to come? The demon prince Ji Kong's eyes blazed with fury, killing intent surging as his spiritual energy churned, and immortal light burst forth, his gaze fixed on the figure that had suddenly appeared. Ji Kong was the most incensed. Even though he and Li Xianyi were both grievously wounded and hunted with no escape, Lu Qing had been a mere unknown who had just left his sect back then. He had pursued Ji Kong first, then Li Xianyi. In other words, Ji Kong had lost the most face. How could he not be furious? Hearing Ji Kong's voice, Lu Qing gave a faint, disdainful smile. Just a beaten cur that knows only how you? Ji Kong's composure finally shattered. Flames practically erupted from his eyes as he yearned to clash with Lu Qing on the spot. But Lu Qing had already ceased to spare him another glance, returning instead to the Shangqing sect's camp. Lu Qing, just you wait. Ji Kong's eyes seethed with killing intent as he unconsciously rubbed a ring, his murderous aura chilling. Li Xianyi's gaze was equally icy. She was so furious she could have strangled Lu Qing if she had never gained an advantage in any encounter with him. Now, without the foundation of having once suppressed him, she couldn't even best him in words. Qing, why have you come? Aboard the divine Shilin ship, Yi Yuren's eyes lit up. The Shangqing sect possessed the precious azure pattern ship, but its most renowned treasure was undoubtedly the fifth-rank divine artifact before them. The Qilin divine ship, one of the sect's foundational Dao treasures. It served as the sect's emblem, housing numerous grand formations and countless restrictions, its power formidable and absolute, akin to a miniature sect stronghold. Moreover, it was marvelously versatile, capable of expanding to obscure the heavens and earth or shrinking into an aerial fortress. At its smallest, it could even transform into a solitary boat in the palm of one's hand, a wonder of infinite adaptability. Here Lu Qing had arrived at the reduced fortress venue formed by the Shangqing sect's divine Qilin ship after. In this place, other great sects had also deployed their treasures. The Immortal King Palace of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect, the Blood God Hall of the Tai Chu Demon Sect, the Sword Testing Platform of the Qinglian Sword Sect, and the Water Moon Dao Field of the Jishui Demon Palace. Each occupied a domain, their divine radiance profound and impenetrable to outsiders who could only glimpse some of the powerful figures not veiled by the light. Truly great figures remained secluded within, not showing themselves. Aboard the divine Qilin ship, Yi Yuren was one such great figure. She had been resting in her exclusive Pure Heart Hall within the ship. Noticing Lu Qing's arrival, a delighted smile lit her eyes, and with a flicker of her form she appeared beside him. The young girl's demeanor was familiar and close as if she had forgotten her status as sect master. This scene caused several supreme elders watching in secret to twitch at the corners of their eyes. Was this proper? A sect master upon seeing a man would rush out to greet him like this, devoid of all. Fortunately, this scene unfolded under the protection of the outer grand formation, visible at most to supreme elders from other sects, while ordinary people could not see through it. Thus the impact was not overly severe. At this moment Lu Qing saw Yi Yuran and heard her question. A trace of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After you left, senior sister, I thought it over carefully. Even if just for your sake, it was best that I come. For my sake. Yi Yuran was taken aback for a moment, then giggled. Really? Your senior sister finds that hard to believe. It's true, Lu Qing said. Then prove it. Yi Yuran stood on tiptoe and closed her eyes. I can't prove it, and senior sister. The elders are watching. Lu Qing was speechless. I knew it. This is already the sect master's chamber. Except for the ancestor, no one can see in, and our ancestor has no interest in spying on us. But you still don't dare. Yi Yuran opened her eyes as if she had only been teasing Lu Qing. After her jest, she didn't persist, but took his hand instead, changing the subject with a smile. Come with me, senior sister. I've received quite a few good things along the way. I was planning to hide some for you, and now that you're here it's perfect. What good things? Lu Qing asked. Are they tributes from the lesser sects? Exactly, Yi Yuran nodded lightly. The Shangqing divine sect held a lofty status, and the lesser sects regularly offered tributes. This time, as they passed through the territories of various sects, countless wandering cultivators had presented treasures. In the past, those wandering cultivators had no opportunity to make offerings directly, as they couldn't reach the Shangqing sect. Their tributes were collected by affiliated lesser sects who gave them meager rewards. Now, with a chance to establish a direct connection, they naturally didn't mind offering their treasures to the Shangqing divine sect in hopes of greater returns and rewards. Yi Yuran couldn't receive them personally, disciples handled the process. But many fine items had indeed been collected, stored in the divine ring treasury she wore. Lu Qing said, Aren't all these supposed to go into the sect's treasury, senior sister? Aren't you afraid the ancestor or granny will find out you're hiding things for me? It's fine, Yi Yuran said nonchalantly. There's a divine sense formation here, and the supreme elders won't know. Besides, these aren't particularly precious, just things of some value. Look, this is the snow spirit clear tea I received. Its tender leaves only emerge once a century. Though it has no effect on us, it's truly delicious. Have a cup. I've saved some for you to take along. Try it now. Yi Yuran knew that Lu Qing enjoyed spirit tea and had this habit. Lu Qing felt a bit overwhelmed. Senior sister, this cup looks like you've already drunk from it. No, I haven't. Really? Really? Lu Qing didn't believe her. She was the only one here, and only one cup had been brewed with a small amount missing. How could it not be hers? I'm not drinking it. Come on, drink it. I learned to brew it just for you. Please have a sip. Amid the light-hearted banter between the master and disciple siblings, the grand competition outside had already begun. As one of the top-tier great sects in this realm, the Shangqing sect naturally performed well in the early-stage venerable realm competition, though not exceptionally so. After 100 bouts with various great sects, they ultimately achieved a score of 6 wins and 4 losses, a commendable result. This tally of 6 wins and 4 losses didn't stem from a mere 10 matches, there were deeper strategic contests behind it. From this stage they could secure at least 1 slot. With luck, if other great sects or holy lands performed poorly, they might even obtain 2 slots. Generally, 8 wins and 2 losses offered a strong chance at 2 slots, while 10 wins and 0 losses guaranteed 2, possibly even 3, depending on the quality of the battles. 6 wins and 4 losses also left a chance for 2 slots, but that would rely on fortune. After the early stage concluded, it was now time for the mid-stage venerable realm competition. Senior sister, let me go alone. There's no need to waste time on the others, Lu Qing said calmly. He had also noticed the killing intent in Ji Kong's and Li Xianya's eyes. If other venerables from the sect went up, there was a real risk of death. Since he had come, he would handle everything himself. Then be careful, Yi Yuran said. Inside, life-saving offensive treasures like cloud patterns can't be used. If you use them and win, you'll still be disqualified. But don't hold back in a critical moment. Staying alive is paramount. The venerable realm competition was not held outside, but in a special minor realm jointly forged by the great divine sects. This was to prevent the exposure of secret techniques. The minor realm had existed for many years, and all who participated in its creation had sworn great oaths ensuring no hidden schemes. Even the demonic holy lands had no concerns about unfairness within it. For the venerable realm competition, combatants would step onto the arena platform and be instantly teleported into that minor realm. Once a result was determined, they would be automatically teleported out. Additionally, the minor realm had been reinforced by supreme powerhouses imbued with many special rules, making it profoundly mysterious. Lu Qing's first opponent was Xiao Wuhui of the Qinglian sword sect. Greetings, Brother Lu. Xiao Wuhui was clad in a green robe, his bearing ethereal, like a towering sword piercing the heavens. His sword aura split the clouds, transcendent and otherworldly, as if he himself were an unsheathed divine sword, his sword intent pressing forward. This was a Ansi Nanara prodigy who had vied with Lu Qing in the past, yet they had never formed a deep enmity. After all, unlike the righteous and demonic sects, their conflict was not one of life and death. His strength was now formidable, but he seemed to be a notch below Lu Qing. After all, Lu Qing had earned the title of invincible in the Black Marsh secret realm. Please enlighten me. Lu Qing clasped his hands in a slight salute. Xiao Wuhui offered a similar greeting, then, with a flash of spiritual light, he drew his Dharma sword and struck. The moment he moved, both figures vanished from sight. 10 breaths later, Xiao Wuhui emerged with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his bearing somewhat disheveled. His protective Dharma treasure, the green robe, bore slight tears, and his immaculate face was dusted with a few specks of dirt. Upon reappearing, he said, "I concede." For prodigies of the same caliber, a single thread of difference meant defeat. The contest between masters hinged on that fine line. Moreover, Lu Qing had already made a name for himself in the Black Marsh. Even though Xiao Wuhui had been relentlessly pursuing breakthroughs, he still fell short by that slender margin. Lu Qing nodded calmly. At that moment, the cold, detached voice of a neutral supreme elder officiating the venerable competition rang out, "Tai Chu, Holy Land, enter." A dark light flickered. A figure in red robes with icy, piercing eyes stepped onto the arena. Blood energy surged around her, her aura terrifying. "Lu Qing, we meet again after our last parting. Now I have encountered you once more." Li Xianyi stared coldly at Lu Qing, a sneer curling at the corner of her beautiful lips. Lu Qing regarded her with indifference, a hint of scorn in his eyes. "And so what if we meet? Does meeting make you strong enough to defeat me? Why didn't you dare show your face in the Black Marsh secret realm last time?" "You?" Li Xianyi was enraged. "Less of your arrogance. Let's see if your mouth is as tough as your skills." Terrifying spiritual energy burst forth instantly. An astonishing divine light radiated from her body. Her divine form manifested crystalline and translucent, causing countless venerables to contract their pupils in shock. Only peerless prodigies could forge a flawless divine body at the venerable realm, and from the full force of Li Xianyi's display, she had already achieved a complete spiritual body at its peak. Both figures vanished from sight in an instant. 10 breaths later, Li Xianyi was half kneeling on the ground, looking back at Lu Qing, blood trickling from her lips. When she had entered, her divine light had been world-shaking, her aura breathtaking, her peerless prodigy demeanor inspiring awe in countless hearts. But now her face was flushed with shame and indignation. Coughing blood, she stared at Lu Qing in disbelief. Once inside, she had dared not be careless. She had immediately unleashed her deepest reserves, a killing technique that had never failed her, the rainbow fairy light driven by her colored glass umbrella. Yet she had been defeated in a single strike, beaten until she spat blood. Lu Qing's deadly blade technique, which had once slain a great perfection venerable, was even more terrifying. That fearsome slash was impossible to withstand. One strike of the divine blade had shattered her fairy light technique. If not for her protective treasure, she would surely be dead now. Even so, she was now gravely wounded, her strength diminished to less than half. "Lu Qing, I will remember this day. Just you wait." Li Xianyi coughed up another mouthful of blood. Lu Qing said flatly, "If this were anywhere else, you wouldn't escape this time." His words reminded Li Xianyi of the time she had been ambushed and pursued by Lu Qing with no escape above or below. Her fury swelled, and she coughed up more blood, worsening her injuries, her face burning with shame and indignation. Behind her, a great hand materialized from the void. With a casual sweep, it gathered the enraged, helpless Li Xianyi and vanished, whisking her away. "You're next, isn't that right? Enter." Lu Qing said, his gaze turning to Ji Kong, the demon prince of the Jishui demon palace. Ji Kong's expression flickered with uncertainty. Ji Kong's expression shifted between gloom and uncertainty, his gaze turning cold. He was reluctant to enter the fray. The main reason was that Xiao Wuhui and Li Xianyi had been defeated far too swiftly. Ji Kong was well aware of his own capabilities. Even against the sacred maiden of Taichu, he wasn't guaranteed a victory, let alone the fact that she had been defeated by Lu Qing in a single move. It seemed that Lu Qing had indeed forged formidable combat prowess within the Black Marsh secret realm. Perhaps he should withdraw. But would that not be too disgraceful? Ji Kong stared at Lu Qing, his eyes cold, torn between decisions. "Worthless." Lu Qing spoke indifferently. Those words instantly ignited Ji Kong's fury. "Lu Qing, prepare to die? Today I shall show you the vastness of heaven and earth." Seething with rage, Ji Kong took the stage. As the current demonic scion of the Stillwater Demon Palace, he rarely grew so angry, yet Lu Qing's taunts were unbearable. This too was part of his cultivation path, To face a great tribulation like Lu Qing with a heart as still as water marking true progress on his journey. Ji Kong ascended the stage. After 10 breaths, a grievously wounded Ji Kong, his face flushed with shame, was carried away by his guardian. He had suffered a tremendous loss of face. More importantly, since only one participant from each major sect could compete in the middle stage, his defeat and severe injury rendered him unable to fight in the remaining 9 rounds. This meant his single victory was equivalent to 10 defeats and 0 wins, effectively eliminating him. Oh no, he and Li Xianyi would likely both forfeit, resulting in 9 defeats and 1 draw. The outcome was the same: no victory could be secured. Half an hour later, Lu Qing exited the arena with 10 victories and 0 defeats, leaving many peerless prodigies with complex expressions. Even though he had held back the sacred maiden of the Jade Pool and other extraordinary talents from major sects, looked at him with complicated gazes. Lu Qing's growth had been too rapid, his strength advancing too swiftly, stirring deep emotions. Once rivals of the same generation, they had been surpassed, now utterly overshadowed. Soon another mid-stage venerable from the Supreme Purity sect took the stage, also achieving 10 victories and 0 defeats, securing another win. Thus the sect had already obtained 2 victories in the middle stage. This was not a testament to his overwhelming strength, but rather due to the unique, unwritten rules. In the grand competition among major sects, there existed a custom: when a sect possessed an invincible combatant, that combatant was automatically considered the strongest. If they remained undefeated, they were deemed the champion. All the prodigies from the 3 great demon sects were severely wounded and automatically forfeited. As for the other prodigies, they chose to forfeit against the Supreme Purity sect. The reason was simple: Lu Qing could have crippled them as he did the demonic prodigies, but he chose not to. According to unwritten etiquette, favor must be returned. Thus he achieved total victory. This was also a limitation of the grand competition. Once a major sect produced a truly peerless prodigy, they automatically held a massive advantage, unless that prodigy fell, affecting the competition's outcome. If they chose not to follow this custom, it would not matter much. At worst, Lu Qing would simply take the stage a few more times, expending some stamina. However, it would be seen as a slight, and Lu Qing would no longer show mercy, striking to kill. Under these circumstances, the following 8 rounds were also total victories. The 3 great demon sects did not send anyone, fearing that provoking Lu Qing would lead to heavy casualties. Not everyone could survive, like Li Xianyi and the others. Thus, the Supreme Purity sect's mid-stage venerable record stood at 10 victories and 0 defeats. As for other sects, results varied. For instance, the Green Lotus Sword sect's first contender was another prodigy, Yang Ning. After he took the stage, the major sects sent formidable first-round opponents. He achieved 7 victories and 3 defeats, securing 1 win out of 10. The 3 who defeated him were replaced by new contenders. The second contender for the Green Lotus Sword sect was Xiao Wuhui. After the 3 peerless prodigies who defeated him were replaced, he achieved 10 victories and 0 defeats with no changes in opponents. The third contender achieved 5 victories and 5 defeats. The 5 who defeated him were replaced. Then came the 4th, who won and was replaced. This was precisely why Lu Qing's Supreme Purity sect achieved total victory. All opponents conceded or forfeited, not a single one winning, so no replacements were needed. Even if other sects wished, they could have a prodigy fight from start to finish. But without absolute dominance, such a strategy would exhaust stamina, leading to defeat and severe injury. Generally, unless opponents broke the rules, this situation would not occur. Hence Lu Qing's subsequent absence. Ultimately, the Supreme Purity sect's mid-stage competition was an undisputed 10 victories and 0 defeats, securing an extraordinary 3 slots. Combined with the 1 slot from the early stage, they now held a total of 4. Next came the late stage and the Great Perfection stage. With at least 2 slots guaranteed, they would have 6, a considerable number. However, these were only the minimum guarantees. Within the competition's rules, there existed another regulation: the possibility of challenging higher realms. Those of higher realms could not participate in lower realm competitions, but those of lower realms could challenge higher. Thus, faced with Lu Qing, an invincible existence among venerables, the senior venerables of major sects were greatly troubled. One might think that as major sects they could produce someone as invincible as the magnetic venerable. But in reality they could not. Those with sufficient talent had already advanced to higher realms. Others lacked the necessary accumulation of. The magnetic venerable and his ilk, who had forged invincibility among countless venerables, were extraordinary. Many were stuck at the Great Perfection stage of the venerable realm, unable to break through, yet few had earned the title of invincible within their realm, a testament to its rarity. Thus they could only watch Lu Qing enter and steadily secure his advantage. However, this time things were less smooth. Not because Lu Qing lacked advantage, but because he did not have a sweeping dominance. As venerables nurtured by major sects, even if not exceptionally powerful, they were far from weak. Especially those at the Great Perfection stage of major sects, whose strength was astonishing. In a fair fight, Lu Qing could not win without using killing moves. If he used them, his stamina would drain too quickly. Typically after hundreds of exchanges one side would concede. After only 3 battles in the Great Perfection stage, Lu Qing withdrew without using killing moves, relying on evasion techniques to secure victory. His stamina and inner fire had been depleted, unable to continue. Thus after several days the grand competition concluded. In the latest stage battles, Lu Qing participated in only 2, achieving 8 victories and 2 defeats. In the Great Perfection stage he achieved 7 victories and 3 defeats, participating in 3 battles before losing stamina and withdrawing. Ultimately, the Supreme Purity sect secured 8 core slots in the True Immortal Secret Realm competition, along with numerous ordinary slots and corresponding resource shares. This great contest had been the most beneficial for them. Not bad. Within the Supreme Purity sect, the eyes of the elders gleamed with satisfaction, especially regarding Lu Qing's crucial arrival. Record his merits. If Qinger had not come, we would have only obtained 4 slots. How could we have shown so brightly, claiming first place with 8 slots? 8 slots were the highest. Only the Supreme Purity sect had 8. The next highest among major sects was 6, far behind. Naturally, the elders were pleased. Yet Lu Qing remained utterly indifferent, his heart a still pond. This journey had brought him no significant gains. Perhaps the only benefit was helping his senior sister, easing her burden and preventing idle gossip about his absence. The greatest harvest might be the extra 4 slots, bringing the total to 8, allowing his own heavenly sword peak to claim a larger share. Otherwise, Lu Qing knew without thinking that with only 4 slots, they would prioritize Yi Fian and her. This was beyond doubt. Neither Lianer nor Qingning could compare. Their cultivation levels were suppressed, their progress nearly halved. Given such disparity, it would be strange if the 4 were not prioritized. Now with extras, 1 or 2 could be allocated elsewhere. Lu Qing dared not hope for 3. In his past life, with only 4 slots, his heavenly sword peak had received just 1, which the 4 women, then not fully grown, had to share in rotation. In this life, he should receive no fewer than 2, far better than before. Enough for his own needs, with the 3 of them sharing 2 slots in rotation. Such was Lu Qing's plan. At the same time, at the rosy cloud sea, the azure waves surged, divine radiance manifested, resembling an otherworldly paradise. As an indispensable heavenly secret realm for cultivators of the transcendence, 3 realms, this place of boundless wonder was supremely prosperous, further guarded by an elder of the Green Lotus Sword sect, making it unprecedentedly vibrant. A city for cultivators had been established here, with wondrous sights unfolding everywhere. Treehouses built atop towering ancient trees, housing spirit-gathering arrays. Cultivator huts within giant colorful mushrooms. Floating cultivation discs spinning in the sky. Dao artifact rental stations. All of this momentarily dazzled 3 young maidens who had arrived here for the first time, beholding such splendor. So beautiful. Nangong Hongye's eyes grew hazy. Before the vast, softly glowing rosy cloud sea, the bustling cultivator city by the shore seemed to merge into the landscape. It became a magnificent ornament to its vastness. Stretching seemingly endlessly before them, the pure crystalline rosy cloud sea delivered an unparalleled spiritual impact, as if witnessing a miracle. It also exuded a warmth inviting one to immerse themselves and revel in such beauty. Above, cultivators flew on gourds, flying swords, seals, spirit carpets, hammers, and other Dao treasures, leaving streaks of light between the city and the rosy cloud sea. Those in the Transcendence 3 realms could not fly unaided, but could use Dao artifacts to soar, adding an immortal aura to the scene. Such a spectacle evoked in any observer a singular feeling. What a magnificent era, a realm. The Danxiao Sea was a scene of bustling activity. This day was particularly special as it marked the once eadicade 10,000 immortals gathering held on its shores. Thus the day was exceptionally lively. The market streets, spirit wine taverns, and tea shops were all crowded, each offering various promotions and events. The most bustling venue was undoubtedly the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. The Immortal Phoenix Pavilion was established by a small sect, yet it was remarkably unique. Its primary cultivation path was music, and its sonic arts possessed numerous wondrous effects such as calming the mind and soothing the spirit. Cultivators who listened occasionally could find peace and clarity, sometimes even breaking through minor bottlenecks in their Dao heart. Long-term listening greatly benefited mental tranquility. Thus in Danxia City, it was one of the most popular establishments, constantly thronged with cultivators of all levels. Now it was even more crowded. The reason was an exceptionally lively event hosted by the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. Led by Fan Xingxing, the pavilion's most accomplished zither player and most breathtakingly beautiful immortal, dozens of immortals ascended the spirit platform atop the pavilion to seek worthy fated individuals and toss spirit orbs. Anyone fortunate enough to be struck by an orb would not only have their day's expenses waived, but could also accompany the pavilion's celestial soundboat to the Danxia Sea. While a day's free access to the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion, saving a considerable amount of spirit stones, was nothing to scoff at, the opportunity to board the celestial soundboat was a rare and coveted treasure. Even spirit stones couldn't always guarantee such a chance. This was tied to the unique nature of the Danxia. The Danxia Sea was vast and expansive, so the viewing points were stratified. Only the prodigies of the Azure Lotus sect and other supreme grand sects could enter the deepest parts. Other sects, unless they rendered monumental services, could not accompany the great sect prodigies to those depths to comprehend the divine mechanisms of the Danxia Sea and gain insights into alchemical creation. Next in line was the latter half of the Danxia Sea. Even reaching that point was nearly impossible for ordinary Dao cultivators. The Danxia Sea was inherently miraculous. The grand sects could enter the depths solely because they possessed divine boats, immortal halls, and other traveling Dao artifacts. Even without such, the unparalleled prodigies who traveled alone often had the aid of mounts to reach the depths. Without an immortal boat, the spiritual energy consumption for flying over the Danxia Sea was dozens of times greater than normal, making it impossible to fly far, let alone reach the latter half. Only those with immortal boats could enter the latter half and secure the great opportunity to observe and gain. For ordinary people, let alone the latter half, they could at most stay in the front section. Some would simply fly up from Danxia City for a brief circle over the nearby sea, completing a single round of observation before exhausting their spiritual energy, requiring time or spirit stones to recover. While such observations had some effect, their efficiency was extremely low, demanding a slow, grinding effort and vast amounts of time. Yet the vast majority could only observe in this manner. After all, how many could boast great fortune or background to venture deeper? This world was filled with minor cultivators and scattered practitioners whose lifelong pursuit might be nothing more than a minor breakthrough in their realm. Even being able to enter the Danxia Sea marked one as a successful cultivator, for it meant transcending the three realms, qualifying as a grand cultivator, an existence envied by countless others. Many more, like the minor cultivators who flocked here for business and survival, might spend their entire lives seeking only the perfection of the 10th layer of qi condensation or the bone-tempering realm. A breakthrough into either would send them into ecstasy. For these and other reasons, a multitude of divine pill cultivators and countless minor cultivators seeking a livelihood and cultivation opportunities formed the ecosystem, which was why the Danxia Sea was so lively. Due to the aforementioned reasons, the opportunity to board the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion's immortal boat was of paramount importance. Without such a vessel, even a cultivator of immense power could only reach the middle or front sections. But with the boat's aid, one could reach the latter half, a prospect countless envied and yearned for. This made the area around the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion the most bustling. Those present were all divine pill grand cultivators. Ordinary minor cultivators had no qualification and dared not occupy positions there lest they face dire consequences. Amidst this, numerous figures waited in excited anticipation. At the same time, Su Chen and the three women Nangong Hongya arrived at the scene. Su Chen, "Gidge, it's so lively here." Nangong Hongya was already captivated by the splendor, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Indeed, it's lively. And not far away is the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion's spirit orb toss. It's said that only cultivators favored by the pavilion's peerless immortals can obtain an orb. If we obtain an orb, we can enter the latter half of the Danxia Sea and comprehend faster. Unfortunately, it won't be easy." Su Chen remarked calmly. "That is a pity." Nyayan said, a note of regret in her voice. "Later I'll give it a try." A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. In a moment, he would reveal his divine aura, causing all under heaven to naturally be captivated by him. He wanted Nangong Hongya to witness how astonishing his charm was. The coveted spirit orb tossed the immortals' gaze. They would inevitably fall upon him. Obtaining them was effortless for him. He wanted Nangong Hongya to understand how exceptional he was, how elevated he stood in the eyes of others, and thus gradually replace the impression Lu Qing had left on her. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Su Chen smiled serenely. The curve of his lips on his ethereal face carried astonishing allure, causing many nearby female cultivators to stare in dazed admiration, while male cultivators seethed with envy. But what darkened Su Chen's heart was that while other female cultivators were smitten Nangong Hongya, this little girl seemed blind. She appeared utterly oblivious to his world-shaking charm, not even sparing him an extra glance. This left him in a foul mood, frustrated, yet helpless. Fortunately, Su Chen's state of mind was extraordinary, and he adjusted himself after a brief moment. Suddenly a commotion arose ahead. Su Chen's eyes lit up faintly. "Oh, the spirit orb toss has begun. He'll go give it a try." "Go for it, Su Chen, Gidge." Nangong Hongya cheered him on. Su Chen nodded slightly, but inwardly he was even more dissatisfied. This wasn't what he wanted. Gazing at Nangong Hongya's increasingly lovely, innocent, and charming face, his discontent grew. He didn't want the affection of a sister for a brother. He wanted Nangong Hongya to be smitten with him. But from the looks of it, that seemed quite difficult. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Chen maintained a calm, transcendent smile on his lips and said lightly, It's a pity that the immortals of the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion only toss orbs to male cultivators. Otherwise we four could go together. As it is, I'll have to go alone. You three wait here for a moment. Good luck, Gidge. Nangang Hongya encouraged him. Nie Yun and Shang Xinyan also smiled and said, good luck, brother Su. Su Chen nodded slightly, stepped onto his spiritual treasure, and flew toward the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion. The moment he appeared, he instantly drew everyone's attention. Though he kept a low profile, merely revealing a hint of his aura was enough to make him stand out like a crane among chickens, captivating all eyes. Even Fan Qingqing, the leading immortal at the top of the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion, turned her shimmering, unusual gaze towards Su Chen. Countless female cultivators fixed their eyes on Su Chen. Some even pressed their hands to their hearts, their eyes gleaming with strange light. And unsurprisingly, effortlessly a spirit orb descended and landed directly in Su Chen's hands. He had merely approached, barely moving, yet he had already obtained the most precious orb of the event, the one tossed by immortal Fan Qingqing. The other spirit orbs also fell, claimed by dozens of male cultivators who were either handsome or possessed extraordinary backgrounds. Having obtained the orb, Su Chen maintained a faint smile, his expression perfectly calm, as if this prize had been destined for him the moment he arrived, something no one else could ever touch. This sight caused the fury in countless male cultivators' eyes to practically ignite into tangible, especially when Fan Qingqing actively descended. Her peerless figure and beautiful eyes fixed on Su Chen as she spoke softly, may I ask the Taoist's name? Clearly this foremost sonic cultivator of the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion was greatly taken with Su Chen, causing even more male cultivators to suffer inwardly, while female cultivators bit their lips, lamenting that they were not Fan Qingqing. In an instant, Su Chen seemed to ascend to the ninth heaven, becoming the center of attention for the entire crowd. Inwardly, Su Chen was overjoyed. This was exactly the scene he wanted, the situation he desired. He wanted Nangang Hongye to know that wherever he Su Chen went, he was an outstanding, universally admired existence. I am Su Chen, he said, suppressing a flicker of elation, refraining from immediately turning to look at Nangang Hongye. He had to remain composed, his efforts would not be in vain. Taoist Su, please enter the Immortal Sound Pavilion. You may rest there for the night before taking the immortal boat to the Danxia Sea. Fan Qingqing said, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at Su Chen. Su Chen replied, thank you, but I have a few traveling companions. May I bring them along? Taoist Su's friends or Qingqing's friends? Of course they may come, Fan Qingqing said. Su Chen smiled faintly, then turned his head slightly to look at Nangang Hongye and the other two women, beckoning them over. However, Nangang Hongye's first words shattered Su Chen's composure. Congratulations, Su Chen Gidge. You're so lucky. Nangang Hongye was delighted, a smile gracing her lips, making her look innocent and adorable. But Su Chen was stunned. Congratulations. Was this what he wanted? He stared at Nangang Hongye. Was this the reaction he sought? He wanted to see her admiration, her longing, even her infatuation at his brilliance. Not some damned simple congratulations. Moreover, her congratulations were purely genuine, devoid of any extra emotion, as if she were merely happy that her brother had obtained a stroke of luck. Was she truly blind? Could she not see how popular he had been? How he had drawn the attention of thousands, how outstanding and elevated he was. Was she really blind? Inwardly, Su Chen felt like vomiting blood. The good mood and recovered composure that Fan Qingqing had just lifted were shattered once again by Nangang Hongye's congratulations, Gidge. Lu Qing, you deserve to die. What kind of love potion have you fed Hongye? Gidge, let's hurry. I really want to hear the wondrous music of the Immortal Sound Pavilion, Nangang Hongye said expectantly. Fan Qingqing saw Nangang Hongye state at a glance and chuckled lightly. Taoist Su, is this your own little sister? These words made Su Chen choke on his breath, nearly forcing him to spit blood. Even an outsider could see that Hongye's feelings for him were merely those of a sister for a brother. Lu Qing, you deserve to die. You truly deserve to die. Su Chen's composure shattered once more. All his hard work and effort, what had he gained in return? Lu Qing truly deserved to die. Even though the operation went smoothly, and he secured a spot on the celestial sound arc, allowing him to enter the latter part of the Danxia Sea and comprehend its profound mysteries, Su Chen remained discontent. Though he was merely disguised as a divine pill realm cultivator, while actually being at the Danhai realm, the Danxia Sea still offered him great benefits to advance further. Yet he was still displeased. His goal was Nangang Hongye, but from her he received zero feedback and zero progress, leaving Su Chen. Which link has gone wrong? Su Chen mused inwardly. Arrogant as he was, repeated setbacks with Nangang Hongye cast a shadow over his heart, slightly shaking his confidence. Perhaps her mindset is the issue. She truly sees me as a brother with no other feelings. I need to change this situation, but not by my own hand. Through others. Su Chen's eyes flickered with myriad thoughts. Just then Fan Qingqing invited again. Taoist Su, please enter the pavilion. Su Chen along with Nangang Hongye, Shang Xinyan, and Nie Yun entered the Immortal Sound Pavilion. After a gathering of friendly conversation, Su Chen obtained a qualification. He, along with Nangong Hongye and the others, could board the Celestial Sound Arc to enter the Danxiasi secret realm together. However, after the gathering, Nangong Hongye suddenly remarked, the major upper sects probably all enter the depths of the Danxiasi, right? Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes darkened and his mood soured. Wasn't it obvious? Only peerless great sects could enter the depths possessing such heritage and capability. It was self-evident. Su Chen knew Nangong Hongye hadn't suddenly remembered this. She must have thought of that man prompting her to blurt it out. This stirred even more dissatisfaction and displeasure within him. Yet on the surface, Su Chen remained perfectly calm, exuding grace. He reached out to pick up food for Nangong Hongye, saying, "Hongye, this spirit beast meat tastes good. Try it." "Thank you, brother Su Chen." Nangong Hongye smiled slightly and did not refuse. But Su Chen's inner discontent grew. When he served other female cultivators, they would either be shy or embarrassed, but Nangong Hongye's reaction left him utterly helpless. "Alas, is this the celestial chaos my master spoke of? Truly chaotic. I've labored so much repeatedly trying to set things right, yet failed. Perhaps Hongye's fortune is too dense, making her too difficult to influence." Su Chen was troubled but not defeated. His invincible confidence remained. What was a temporary setback? It wouldn't matter. He would eventually bring everything back on track. On the other side, at the Shangqing sect, after the true immortal secret realm competition concluded, nothing unexpected occurred, and all sects returned to their own. Upon returning to the Shangqing sect, the quotas for the true immortal secret realm were also distributed. As Lu Qing expected, Yi Fian, Xiao Ning, Yilingyu, and Lu Yao each secured a spot. They had already reached the 10th layer of qi condensation and were advancing toward the second mortal realm, the body-tempering realm, leaving others far behind. The Heavenly Sword Peak also obtained 2 quotas. However, to Lu Qing's surprise, Zhang Shi shook his head and declined the quota for now. Lu Qing asked him why. Zhang Shi explained that Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingming had better talents, and the Heavenly Sword Peak was already far behind. It was better to let them seize the opportunity to improve their realms. He could advance more slowly. After all, he was only at the 3rd layer of qi condensation and wouldn't gain much even inside. Lu Qing didn't interfere. It was their own decision. He didn't care and couldn't be bothered. He had fairly distributed the quotas. If Zhang Shi wanted to give his up, so be it. And was this for the sake of the Heavenly Sword Peak? Lu Qing knew well that the Heavenly Sword Peak didn't need disciples to prop it up now. As long as he was here, he was its backbone. Under these circumstances, Yi Lianer left Lu Qing and the Heavenly Sword Peak for the first time. After bidding farewell with reddened eyes and reluctance, she accompanied the sect's supreme elder to the secret realm for secluded cultivation. Lu Qing remained calm, unconcerned for their safety. Yet after Yi Lianer left, a ripple stirred in his heart, and he unexpectedly felt a trace of reluctance. After Yi Lianer departed, the Heavenly Sword Peak returned to its cold stillness, untouched by worldly. Standing atop the peak, Lu Qing gazed at the desolate Heavenly Sword Peak. He shook his head slightly, letting a brief fluctuation pass before regaining his composure. Now was the perfect time to focus on cultivation, striving to break through to the latest venerable realm. Time flew like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. One day, earth-shattering news rocked the entire sect. The 4 prodigies of the Shangqing sect had emerged from the true immortal secret realm, each having crossed all 4 mortal realms, condensed their divine pills, and become divine pill realm powerhouses. Half a year, even accounting for temporal shifts, wasn't long, yet they had succeeded so astonishingly, breaking through to the divine pill realm. This not only shook the Shangqing sect, but also sent tremors through all the immortal sects, stirring undercurrents. Lu Qing, in secluded cultivation on the Heavenly Sword Peak, naturally heard the news. He opened his eyes slightly unruffled. The 4 women's rapid breakthroughs didn't surprise him. After all, they possessed peerless talents and were former great emperors. It would be strange if they didn't advance. Equally unsurprising was that Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingming hadn't emerged from seclusion. Clearly, they couldn't keep up with the pace and had fallen behind. Lu Qing wasn't surprised or concerned. Slowness didn't matter, their final achievements wouldn't be poor. Temporary speed meant nothing. Lu Qing closed his eyes again, his mind returning to a state as still as an ancient well. Half a year. Yi Lianer had been gone for half a year, and Lu Qing had cultivated diligently for that entire time, without interruption. Unlike Nalin Xingqing and others who visited their disciples midway, Lu Qing never went. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Getting used to solitude isn't a bad thing. Lu Qing knew that when Yi Lianer saw Nalin Xingqing's visits, but not his, her temperament would likely lead to sorrow and pain. Yet even so, Lu Qing still didn't want to go. Deep entanglement wasn't good. This was his nature, and he couldn't return to his past life. It would be best if Yi Lianer could get used to it. With myriad stray thoughts passing through his mind, Lu Qing entered seclusion again, sinking into silent cultivation. Half a year later, he was nearing the late stage. Another month passed. Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingming emerged from seclusion and returned to the peak. "Master," Yi Lianer said, her eyes reddening as she stared at Lu Qing. 7 months outside, 7 years inside. 7 whole years. Her master hadn't visited her once. Yi Lianer with red eyes looked at Lu Qing, wanting to say, "Master, how could you be so heartless, so ruthless?" But seeing Lu Qing's expressionless icy face, all her words died in her throat. Tears fell in large drops. Finally Yi Lianer said with reddened eyes, "Master, your disciple has not failed your trust. I have entered the transcendence realm and condensed my divine pill." Lu Qing merely nodded lightly. Zhao Qingming looked at Yi Lianer, then at her master, remaining silent. She was grateful to Lu Qing, but her heart was devoted to cultivation. Her feelings for her master might not be as hard to let go as her senior sister's. Lu Qing said, "Your master never visited you. Do you resent me?" "Master, your disciple does not resent you," Zhao Qingming replied. "You led me onto the path and improved my aptitude. I am already very satisfied." Yi Lianer parted her lips, looking at Lu Qing, and finally couldn't hold back. "Master, how could you be so cruel? 7 years. Your disciple waited for you there for 7 years, and you never came once. What great mistake did I commit for you to treat Lianer like this?" Lu Qing said, "Your master remembers telling you that one's own Tao is everything. But I don't want this. I don't want this." Yi Lianer cried out. "Why must it always be relying on oneself? Can't we try to depend on others?" She wiped her tears. "Your disciple is leaving." Lu Qing was stunned. He watched Yi Lianer turn and walk away, frozen in place. After a moment gazing at her retreating figure, he waved his hand and said, "Qingming, return to Divine Wing Peak." "Yes, master." "I'll go comfort senior sister," Zhao Qingming said. "No need," Lu Qing replied. "She needs time to get used to it, to adapt." Hearing this, Zhao Qingming dared not say more. The heavenly sword peak fell once again into silence, returning to its eternal desolation. Lu Qing frowned, looking at everything before him. Was this what he wanted? Because of his past life experiences, he had chosen a different path in this life, only to walk the same road as before, even earlier. Claiming to let go, yet still trapped in the game. Lu Qing shook his head with a wry smile. "In the end, my Tao is still lacking." Ridiculous. He ceased further reflection. "Senior sister, where are you going?" At the Shanqing sect's protective formation, a guard disciple asked. "I don't know. Let me pass." Yi Lianer's eyes were red. The guard disciple hesitated. "Senior sister, with the chaos outside, due to those 4 senior sisters, it's dangerous for a core disciple to go out." "I dare not." "Let me pass." Yi Lianer snapped coldly. "I am a core disciple. Obey." Startled, the guard disciple hesitated a moment before deciding to let her through, then immediately report to the elder on duty. Yi Lianer knew it was dangerous outside, but her heart was in turmoil. She didn't want to care about anything, life or death. She just felt immense pain, a suffocating sorrow. Endless grievances accumulated within her, threatening to drown her entirely. Looking up, all she saw was pitch-black despair. Perhaps going like this would be a release, at least not having to suffer as she did now, aching to the point of wanting to die. Did she regret it? She regretted it deeply. Why had she suddenly said those words? Would her master come to coax her back? He wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't. 7 years, 7 whole years, and he never came once. In his heart, what was she? He had never valued her. Yet, Yi Lianer pulled out the divine fire pearl. "Since you are so heartless, why did you fight for these things for me?" Tears fell in large drops. After leaving the Shanqing sect, the world suddenly felt like it had no home, no place to belong. Wandering aimlessly for who knows how long, Yi Lianer finally came to her senses in a valley. She crouched down and picked up a white, withered little wildflower. It was like her life, shattered and broken. Even after deceiving herself time and again, she couldn't hold on. Yi Lianer's sobbing gradually turned cold. "Come out." A cold laugh echoed from the darkness. "Little girl, I recall you're a core disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Don't you know the Shanqing sect is on the brink of danger because of those 4 prodigies attracting numerous threats? At this time you dare to come out alone without any protectors. Are you tired of living and seeking death? If you want to die, this poor Taoist will grant your wish." A terrifying aura was coalescing. Yi Lianer sensed the approach of death, clutching the divine flame pearl radiant with inner light. She could invoke its terrifying divine flames, and they would perish together. Yet at the moment of invocation, she could not bear to. Would Master come? Would he come to coax her back? Would he come to save her? If she died here, would he remember her years later, that he once took on a disciple? He wouldn't, would he? He was so cold-blooded, oh why would he remember? Yi Lianer gripped the divine flame pearl, feeling the terrifying aura and the overwhelming, boundless killing intent. Tears slid down her cheeks again. How she regretted it. How she wished to go back. Why had she been angry earlier? Why had she run out? "Master, I want to go back so badly." Disciple is no longer angry. "Let me go back, please." Yi Lianer held the divine flame pearl. But there was no going back. Given her cultivation level, there was no escape. In the end, Yi Lianer couldn't help but look back once. Even she didn't know what she hoped to see. Perhaps it was but a hollow wish, a silence destined to fall upon emptiness. She was certain she would see nothing. Yet when she turned her head, she was stunned. For a moment she thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes. Lu Qing stood there utterly devoid of aura. Seeing her turn around, his voice rang out. How much longer will you sulk? Master! Tears burst forth from Yi Lianer's eyes. The unseen crisis beyond the Shangqing sect seemed to dissipate as that figure appeared silently vanishing into nothingness. Come here, Lu Qing said. Yi Lianer could no longer hold back her grievance. She rushed over in 2 steps and burrowed into his embrace. This time Lu Qing did not resist. He simply held her and after a moment said, Next time he'll go watch all right. No, next time Master can go if he wishes or not if he doesn't. Lianer will never be willful again. I regret it so much. I will never be willful again. Lu Qing was taken aback, then said softly, Come, let's go back first. His gaze, however, swept toward the void ahead. A terrifying, murderous intent flashed deep within his eyes. These people were growing increasingly audacious, daring to lurk outside the Shangqing sect. Had the current generation of Grand Elders grown so old? Had the sect's prestige diminished to nothing? Could they be this arrogant? The killing intent reached its peak. At that moment, perhaps stirred by the fluctuation of aura. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly surged. Lu Qing was slightly startled. His cultivation realm had broken through. In an instant he neared the great perfection of the venerable realm, leaping straight past the late stage. The great perfection realm was not truly a separate stage, but rather the ultimate limit of latest stage perfection. Without perfection one could still break through to the supreme realm from the late stage, but most pursued the state of perfection. Having traversed this realm in his past life, Lu Qing naturally approached the great perfection after breaking through to the late stage. The only slight deficiency required a bit of time to polish, thus, it was not yet perfect. In other words, it wouldn't be long before he achieved true latest stage great perfection, just a step away from the supreme realm. This breakthrough startled Lu Qing as well. Why breakthrough now? The thought flashed through his mind. Lu Qing looked at the slender figure still in his arms, his eyes suddenly clear. Unknowingly, nearly a year had passed since he took in this little girl. So much time had already passed. Hey Qing, what exactly have you done? On Shini Peak, Yi Yuran was unusually displeased. She looked at Lu Qing. You've always neglected the disciples under you, giving them techniques and elixirs, and then ignoring them. What happened this time? Lu Qing was speechless, not knowing what to say, so he simply accepted the reprimand. You let Yi Lianer run loose outside the mountain gate. Do you know how dangerous it's become outside the sect lately because of Yinner and the others? Many are nearly driven mad. Even the higher-ups are shaken. If our Shangqing sect loses a prodigy in such a ridiculous manner, Qing, would you be at peace with yourself? Yi Yuran was truly upset, for the first time not indulging Lu Qing. I did bring her back. Qing, you can't talk now. Just listen to the lecture. Yi Yuran said with exasperation. Oh, Lu Qing sighed helplessly. From now on, please don't be so irresponsible. Once a teacher, always a father figure. Sister doesn't expect you to be exceptionally kind to Lianer and the others, but at least fulfill your responsibilities. Check on them when you should, discipline them when necessary. Otherwise, if everyone acts like you, what disciple would feel a sense of belonging to the sect? And hurting their feelings like this, who would want to follow you? Have you got that? Got it, Lu Qing replied helplessly. Humph. Yi Yuran snorted lightly, then said, reflect on your actions. If you don't change since you find it troublesome, I'll make sure to hand Yinner and the others all over to you to mentor. Yi Yuran said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing quickly replied, then I was wrong. You were wrong. Yi Yuran's eyes widened. You only think you're wrong now, meaning you didn't think you were wrong before. I was wrong before too, alright. Lu Qing said. Yi Yuran's vision darkened. After a moment, she said with annoyance, as compensation, you will personally lead Lianer and the others on the Divine Rock ship to Danxiasi. Take Yinner and the rest as well. You'll lead the team yourself, understand? This? Lu Qing was stunned. Danxiasi? Me? What? Yi Yuran said. Are you dissatisfied? Yi Yuran suddenly smiled, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Qing's sister remembers you were exceptionally mischievous as a child. I couldn't bear to let the Grand Elders punish you, so I always punished you myself. Over the years as you grew up, I never punished you again. But now I suddenly miss those times. If I were to punish you now, would you be angry? Would you seek revenge on sister? Yi Yuran's beautiful eyes gazed at Lu Qing, seemingly brimming with anticipation, as if she hoped he would refuse to go to Danxiasi. Lu Qing's body stiffened. Originally, he had meant to ask what kind of place was Danxiasi. He was a mighty cultivator at the late venerable realm, half a step to great perfection, wasting time on such a place. But hearing Yi Yuran's words, and seeing her expectant expression, he relented. I'll go. He had no desire for the punishment to actually occur, and he feared even more that something unpleasant might happen during the process. Especially seeing the anticipation in Yi Yuran's eyes. Who knew what she would punish him with? Lu Qing didn't want to find out. He didn't want to be punished, nor did he want to know what revenge she spoke of. Caution was necessary. That's more like it. Yi Yuran gave a disappointed snort. Lu Qing sighed helplessly in his heart. Danxia Si, a fortuitous opportunity secret realm for the transcending three realms. He truly didn't want to go, it was a pure waste of time. But since he happened to have nothing pressing and no need for seclusion, he could make the trip. However, Danxia Si, Lu Qing's heart stirred. In my past life, the first evidence Su Chen presented was the bloody massacre I supposedly started in the secret realm near Danxia Si, wasn't it? Lu Qing's eyes turned cold at the thought. In his past life, he had indeed taken action in the secret realm near Danxia Si, staining his hands with blood. But there were reasons, and it was also connected to those 5 traitorous disciples. He never expected it to become evidence of his heinous crimes. The thought flashed by and Lu Qing dismissed it, rubbing his temples. Going was going, a troublesome or not had endure it. Consider it compensation. The trip to Danxia Si would take at least 3 to 5 days. These days coincided with Lu Qing's need to stabilize his cultivation realm. Thus the celebration the sect had planned to congratulate him on reaching the late stage was postponed. Notably during this period, aside from Yi Xing of the 5th peak and Qi and Shangren of the 1st peak, all other peak masters had broken through to the mid-stage. Lu Qing had also emerged from seclusion a few times. In the wider world, many prodigies of Lu Qing's generation had also broken through to the late stage. After all, many of them were originally a step ahead of Lu Qing in cultivation. After over half a year, breakthroughs were normal. Only the lack of one would be surprising. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Pity I'm still a bit short of great perfection. With my foundation, once I reach great perfection, I can begin breaking through to the supreme realm. Once I ascend to supreme. Lu Qing recalled the figures lingering outside the Shangqing sect last night. Though the Shangqing sect was one of the immortal sects, it had indeed faced a generational gap in recent years. Among the younger generation, aside from Yi Yuren, there was not a single supreme, insufficient deterrent power. Hence such situations arose. The older generation rarely acts, and the new generation hasn't grown. Without a bloodbath to establish authority, there is no deterrent, Lu Qing thought. Once he achieved supreme, he would have to travel to many demonic lands in the world and turn them upside down. Otherwise, any stray cat or dog would dare to prance outside the sect, and it nearly led to disaster. Dawn, Tianjin Peak. Master, your disciple has prepared some spirit tea for you. A few days had passed, and Yi Lianer's mood had fully recovered. She looked at Lu Qing with a hint of awe. When she first returned, the accumulated sorrow had been too much to bear, but after the momentary emotion faded, fear set in. She was even afraid to look at her master. What had she done before? How had she dared to throw such a tantrum in front of him? And master hadn't blamed her. He had actually come to coax her and brought her back. Thinking of this, Yi Lianer's heart seemed to melt. Her current feelings were like when master gave her the bitter condensing powder elixir after bringing her back. That stuff was unbearably bitter, refined mainly from the bitter lotus immortal herb to stabilize and advance the divine pill realm, renowned as one of the most unpalatable elixirs at that stage. Yet after drinking it, inexplicably it tasted sweet, so sweet it felt like dying. Snow spirit clear tea. Lu Qing slightly opened his eyes, his surroundings untouched by anything, his aura perfectly rounded, just one step away from the great perfection of the venerable realm. At this stage, seclusion was no longer necessary. He only needed to temper his heart fire with his primordial spirit at all times. Once perfectly flawless, he would attain venerable great perfection. For this reason, Lu Qing wasn't particularly opposed to the trip to Danxia Si. Since he didn't need to go into seclusion, a journey wouldn't hurt. With a casual sweep of his hand, invisible spiritual energy stirred, and the tea drifted before him. Tianjin Peak had over a dozen varieties of spirit tea in stock, but Lu Qing had recently favored only 2. One was this snow spirit clear tea, a small amount secretly given to him by Yi Yuren. The other was scale tea, painstakingly gathered by a small cultivation family managing the medicine garden as Lu Qing had arranged. It had no remarkable effects, but its taste deeply pleased him. Lu Qing took a light sip and looked at Yi Lianer, asking, "How is the refinement of the divine flame pearl progressing?" Normally he would never inquire about such matters, but today he did. "Master," said Yi Lianer, "I have already refined 17 layers of restrictions on the divine fire pearl. However, when I attempt the 18th layer, my strength proves insufficient, and I cannot succeed. 17 layers are too few." Lu Qing replied calmly, "The divine fire pearl is a 5th-grade divine treasure containing hundreds of layers of restrictions. It is a Tao treasure valued even by the Grand Supreme. If you can refine it to 50 layers, even a venerable caught off guard would be wounded by it. If you were to use it in a mutual destruction, unleashing the terrifying divine fire within it would make most venerables hesitate to act rashly. Even I would have to yield somewhat." Lu Qing spoke indifferently. A 5th-grade Tao treasure, a precious artifact valued by the Grand Supreme. If detonated, even he would need to be cautious. It was truly formidable. Yi Lianer listened, then stammered, "Your disciple is useless." "Still far from that. It is only natural to be far from it," Lu Qing replied calmly. Only a venerable has the foundation to refine it to 50 layers. Come closer. Master. Yi Lianer grew nervous at his words, unable to suppress the memory of last night's feeling, the comfort of being in her master's arms. She did not know why she had run to him then, nor had she expected him not to evade, allowing her to burrow into his embrace. That sensation was so wonderful. It was like returning home filled with an endless sense of security. Now, Yi Lianer's gaze grew dazed, but she quickly regained her senses. What was she thinking? Master had called her over as surely it was not for an embrace. Suppressing her thoughts, she still felt nervous as she stepped forward timidly. Sit down, Lu Qing said, pointing to the nearby rosewood chair. Between them was a small sandalwood table flanked by 2 rosewood armchairs. On the table rested a pot of spirit tea. Lu Qing sat on one side, indicating the chair opposite him. Master, what is it? Yi Lianer asked, puzzled as she sat down nervously on the rosewood chair. Lu Qing said calmly, extend your hand. Yi Lianer immediately stretched out a small hand. Lu Qing frowned slightly as he looked at it. As a current divine Pale Realm cultivator and a peerless prodigy with a perfected divine body, her hand made Lu Qing knit his brows. Where did all these needle pricks come from? Master, it's nothing, Yi Lianer said guiltily. Lu Qing's brow furrowed as he said coldly, speak. He'll tell you. Yi Lianer started in fright, then carefully reached into the storage pouch at her waist and pulled out a half-finished spirit talisman woven from spiritual threads with a spirit needle still attached. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment. Only the spirit needles used to craft spiritual treasures could leave such hard-to-heal wounds on a divine Pale Realm cultivator. Are you idle? Weaving a peace talisman? Your disciple wanted to give it to you, Master. Do you think I need such a gift? Lu Qing said coldly. Hearing his icy words, Yi Lianer's eyes reddened, and she was momentarily speechless. Extend your hand a little further, Lu Qing said flatly. With tearful eyes, Yi Lianer reached out. Lu Qing placed his hand on her palm and closed his eyes. With a soft exhale, he summoned terrifying heartfire, burning the surrounding celestial essence, extracting what was needed, and infusing it into his overlord's sword chi. Then refining it into reality, a faint green glow materialized around him and settled onto Yi Lianer's palm. Tiny points of green light forced out the malevolent chi hidden in the needle wounds. Once the malevolent chi was expelled, the wounds vanished completely, leaving her jade-like hands flawless and free of any unsightly marks. Yi Lianer was stunned. Not because her master had healed her, but because his hand felt so soft. It was so pleasant to touch. She stared blankly. Lu Qing recalled Yi Yuren's earlier words, and his expression softened slightly. His voice grew a little gentler as he said slowly, I appreciate your sentiment, but it is unnecessary. I have already reached the venerable realm. This peace talisman could at most add a sliver of fortune to my fate. Your cultivation is too low, the cost is too great, and it may harm your divine body. Stop weaving and understand. Master. Yi Lianer looked up and nodded firmly. I understand. Her heart was in turmoil. Why was her master so talkative today, and so concerned about her? Lu Qing said, calm your mind and gather your spirit. I will condense the celestial energy to help you refine the divine fire pearl. Focus and cooperate. Master. Yi Lianer was startled, finally realizing that her master intended to help her refine the divine fire pearl. Healing her wounds was merely incidental. She suddenly recalled the night a few days ago when she had ventured out alone and nearly perished. Her master had remembered that incident, which was why he was helping her refine the divine fire pearl today. 50 layers. If she had possessed them that day, according to her master, the enemy would not have dared to act rashly, fearing the consequences. Her master was granting her a life-saving trump card. Yi Lianer said, thank you, master. Calm your mind, Lu Qing repeated. Yi Lianer nodded softly, but suddenly realized something, her pretty face flushing crimson as she stammered. Master, is it like that night when you refined my divine marrow? Lu Qing looked at her expression and felt a headache coming on. What was she thinking? His face remained impassive as he said, no. That time was to refine your divine marrow and transform your physique. This time, I am merely boosting your chi, converting it into your own, using your energy to refine the divine fire pearl and familiarizing your spiritual sense with the corresponding restrictions. Think of it as me giving you a push, completely different from that night. Oh. Yi Lianer finally breathed a sigh of relief, but deep in her eyes a flicker of inexplicable disappointment passed. Master, if I hold your hand more firmly, will the energy conversion be more effective? Yi Lianer asked. Her hand was now palm up, and during the healing Lu Qing had placed his entire hand on hers, but now he only rested 2 fingers on her palm, leaving her feeling empty. She thought this must be hindering the conversion. No, Lu Qing replied flatly. This is sufficient. Oh. Yi Lianer nodded, unable to hide her disappointment, but she dared not show it on her face, fearing that if her master labeled her as disrespectful, she would regret it bitterly. No more talking. Quiet your heart and calm your breath, Lu Qing warned for the last time. Yi Lianer did not dare to say another word, and obediently closed her eyes to meditate. Lu Qing placed 2 fingers on her palm, using his terrifying spiritual power to guide her consciousness and draw out the divine fire pearl. In the next moment, the divine fire pearl, which seemed to contain a world of flames, flew out from between her brows, hovering above the table between them. It spun gently, radiating a hazy divine light that made its extraordinary nature evident. Lu Qing's voice rang out, "Refine it. I will assist you." Oh, Yi Lianer immediately began to manipulate her spiritual energy, stumbling through the refinement process. This time she immediately sensed a difference. A vast torrential surge of qi chased behind her. In the past she would quickly run out of strength, but now it came like endless waves, leaving her without any sense of depletion, only an inexhaustible source of power. She immersed herself in the blissful sensation of boundless energy. If there was any flaw, it was that within the endless spiritual energy there were strands of particularly overbearing qi. Though this time it was only for refining the divine fire pearl and did not affect her directly. These overbearing strands of qi made her involuntarily recall the previous time when they had left her weak in the knees and barely able to stand. Because of this, she nearly lost her concentration several times. Even with her eyes closed, she felt her master's icy gaze linger on her face for more than a breath, prompting her to hastily calm her flustered heart and focus solely on refining the divine fire pearl. Time slipped by second by second. An hour later, the divine fire pearl blazed with brilliant light. 50 layers of restrictions were fully refined. Yi Lianer could now command far more of the pearl's power, her foundation greatly strengthened. At last, she possessed a terrifying life-saving trump card, one that could protect her even in the presence of a venerable. A trace of fatigue flickered in the depths of Lu Qing's eyes. Had he been refining it for himself, it would not have been so draining, but assisting another was far more taxing. He withdrew his 2 long fingers from her palm and said calmly, "It is done. Gradually refine it into your natal divine treasure. Also in 3 days you will head to Danxiasi. Prepare yourself and gather what you need." "Yes, master." Yi Lianer let out a soft breath. Seeing the weariness in her master's eyes and the faint sheen of sweat on his brow, she was startled. Had his expenditure been so great? Even as a venerable, he could be drained to such an extent. She was inwardly shocked, and then a thought arose. She had a handkerchief. Could she wipe his brow for him? Yi Lianer longed to do so desperately, but in the end she did not dare. She merely rose, curtsied to Lu Qing, and suppressing the disappointment and yearning in her heart said, "Master, your disciple will take her leave." Lu Qing nodded. After she left, he lightly lifted the spirit tea placed beside him and took a small sip. The tea was still slightly warm thanks to the vessel itself being a spirit tea set, considered a treasure in a minor sect, useful for preserving certain medicinal liquids. But for Lu Qing it served only for drinking tea. As the spirit tea entered his abdomen, a flicker of spiritual energy flashed across his skin. The fatigue in his eyes vanished, and the few droplets of water on his brow, left from rapidly absorbing spiritual energy that overflowed from his body, were whisked away by a gentle breeze, leaving him spotless once more. Having expended significant energy, Lu Qing was in no mood to continue cultivating. He took out a volume of the Supreme Purity Tao Scripture to read. The Supreme Purity Tao Scripture comprised a staggering 1032271 volumes. It was not a single scripture, but a collection of ancient texts, a compilation of records written by countless great cultivators across generations, containing accounts of myriad wonders, secrets, and knowledge. These volumes, collectively known as the Supreme Purity Tao Scripture, were arranged into many sections. In his past life, Lu Qing had been an emperor, yet the vastness of the world and its countless wonders meant that even an emperor could not know all things or comprehend all minds at once. Within these scriptures, many passages offered fresh perspectives, proving useful even to him. When idle, he would always read a few volumes. The contents were extensive, chronicling the first emperor, the first divine dynasty, and the journey through the ages. The main volumes were structured around the rise and fall of divine dynasties, supplemented by sub-volumes on celestial materials, earthly treasures, extraordinary individuals, secret affairs, miscellaneous records, hidden realms, secret treasures, great cultivators, and more for each era. Indeed, just the first divine dynasty era, with its numerous sub-volumes, could occupy one for countless. The records were extremely detailed, presenting each divine dynasty as if unrolled like a painting, including the plants, customs, totems, and techniques of each period. Complex and exhaustive. A mortal could spend a lifetime mastering the herb volume of this scripture to become a master of spiritual herb identification, or studying the metalwork volume to become a master of or appraisal. However, regrettably, it contained few alchemy recipes or artifact forging methods, the true core knowledge. Yet if it did, the Supreme Purity Tao Scripture would likely never have been allowed to circulate. Time flowed like water, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the time for departure had arrived. This day was exceedingly lively. The Shanqing sect brimmed with unparalleled festivity. The divine Qilin pill once again soared forth from the sect's secret grounds, its terrifying might blanketing the heavens and the earth. Moreover, this time, although Lu Qing was ostensibly leading the expedition, the sect placed extraordinary importance on the matter. Besides him, at least a dozen venerables and several supreme elders bearing invaluable treasures lurked in concealment. The spectacle was immense. Even 3 peak masters accompanied the 4 peerless prodigies of the Su Chen sect. The 4 maidens, like stars encircling the moon, were held in the highest regard by the sect. In contrast, at the heavenly sword peak, the 2 girls under Lu Qing's command were not treated with such adulation. Although some came to pay their respects, the treatment was vastly different. Over their outer sect, stewards and venerables actively stepped forward to offer greetings and gifts, seeking to forge a karmic bond, knowing full well that the 4 maidens were destined for boundless futures and limitless achievements. By Lu Qing's side, however, a profound stillness reigned. Though a few came, it was only the occasional 1 or 2. Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingning's eyes were filled with dejection. They nestled behind him, their gazes seemingly bereft of light. In truth, it was not just the 2 of them. All the divine Pill Realm disciples of this generation bore the same look in their eyes. They could only gaze upward, watching the 4 peerlessly elegant figures encircled by admirers, their hearts suppressing an irrepressible sense of loss. They were exceptional, but they had been born in the wrong era. They encountered prodigies so formidable they were nearly impossible to rival, and 4 of them at once. No matter how they strove, they could only catch up. They were relegated to being mere foils. The desolation in their hearts was beyond words, as if they would forever be overshadowed. Had they been born in a different age, their talents, though not unparalleled, would not have been so utterly eclipsed. For in the several generations and millennia prior, no such monstrous talents had ever appeared. Now 4 had emerged at once. For this very reason, the 4 maidens had become the most cherished existences within the Su Chen sect, their status even surpassing that of Lu Qing in his prime. Even the ancestor had summoned them multiple times, showering them with affection. Within the sect, no one else enjoyed such treatment, except for Lu Qing in years past. A gentle breeze swept by, washing away the mundane complexities. Lu Qing's expression remained calm as he awaited the many divine Pill Realm disciples, the outer sect disciples, and the divine Pill Realm grand cultivators from affiliated sects who had rendered great service. His spiritual sense, aided by the divine Lin Pill, swept across them one by one, guarding against any uninvited guests. As he scanned, his gaze shifted slightly, and he turned his head to glance to one side. He caught sight of the dejection in Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingning's eyes, and his brow furrowed slightly. He cleared his throat. "Master," Yi Lianer said, snapping back to reality first. She stepped forward before Lu Qing and gave a slight bow, awaiting his words. Lu Qing asked, "What are you daydreaming about?" "Master." Yi Lianer was startled. Then, with a hint of guilt, she looked at Zhao Qingning, who had also come forward, and whispered, "Your disciples have brought shame upon you. We cannot compare to junior sister Yi and the other 3. So what if you cannot compare? Have I ever blamed you?" Lu Qing said indifferently. "No." Yi Lianer quickly shook her head. "Go and brew your master a cup of spirit tea." "Qingning, you go with." "Yes, master." Both girls replied in unison. Only then did Lu Qing speak calmly. "Do not belittle yourselves. They have their own fortunes. In my heart, you are the most outstanding." "Master." Yi Lianer was stunned. Her hands involuntarily clenched, as if something was about to spill from her eyes. She quickly reached out, took the equally stunned Zhao Qingning's hand, and led her to the rear hall to prepare the spirit tea. Before long, Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingning emerged, their faces flushed, though what had transpired in the rear hall remained unknown. Lu Qing cast a single glance, and then averted his gaze. Seeing that the 2 girls were no longer captivated by the 4 maidens' radiance, he withdrew his attention and ceased to worry. As for why their faces were red, Lu Qing was too lazy to ponder. Everyone was entitled to their own secrets. More importantly, if they had wallowed in the defect of their hearts today, belittling themselves and being suppressed by the 4 maidens, a flaw might have appeared in their hearts, and they would have been oppressed for life. That was not what Lu Qing wanted to see. The legacy of his heavenly sword peak might lag behind temporarily, but not forever. Being suppressed for a time, if it became a habit of the heart, could indeed lead to a lifetime of suppression. Now, with a little nudge from him, they had emerged from that state of dejection. That was good. "Master, your spirit tea." Yi Lianer placed a cup of spirit tea on the wooden table beside him. She seemed to hesitate, as if wanting to say something, but in the end she could not bring herself to speak. Lu Qing, with his profound cultivation, could naturally perceive her subtle expressions even without looking. But he did not press further. It was not that he could not ask, he simply did not want to. He was too lazy to concern himself with too many matters or to worry about too many things. The more one knew, the more troubles one sometimes had. The happiest people in this world were always those who knew nothing. The less one knew, the more carefree one could be. With his 5 fingers, he lifted the lid of the teacup, gently skimmed off the foam, and let the steam dissipate. As he took a light sip, a venerable approached swiftly and reported, "Peak Master Lu, the 178 divine Pill Realm grand cultivators have all boarded the vessel. We are ready to depart." Lu Qing nodded slightly and said, "Proceed." "I am aware." The latter withdrew with reverence. The next moment numerous great arrays rose upon the divine vessel. The hull flashed with divine light as array patterns illuminated. The earth trembled, a fierce gale howled, and the colossal spirit vessel ascended, its terrifying might sweeping out of the Shangqing sect into the new world beyond. The long vessel, like a drawn bowstring, shot through the air in an instant. Its astonishing speed far surpassed that of any individual, leaving even supreme elders struggling to keep pace. Boom! The long vessel tore through the sky, speeding far away. On board, however, a profound silence reigned. "Your master is weary. You two may rest in the side hall." With these words, Lu Qing's form vanished from the spot. The two girls exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a mixture of complexity, shyness, and panic. The moment Lu Qing arrived at the rear hall, his form stiffened slightly. What has senior sister been up to? He finally understood why Yi Lianer and the others had blushed. Because Yi ran. This rear hall was originally a place only the sect master could occupy, the core for manipulating the great arrays. No one else could enter. In the past, only Yi Yuran could enter. This time, only Lu Qing had the authority. He had granted Yi Lianer and the other girl permission to fetch tea, but he had never expected that upon entering himself, what he saw would give him a massive headache. It seemed Yi Yuran had once bathed here. Just outside the bathing chamber, to one side, several discarded garments lay. Among them, a woman's undergarments. An intimate apparel had not been put away. They lay there half hidden alongside the exquisite silk outer robes. Lu Qing felt like covering his face. No wonder Yi Lianer and the others had blushed. His complexion darkened. If this got out, the matter would be serious. "Lianer, come here." Lu Qing transmitted his voice. Soon Yi Lianer appeared at the entrance of the main hall, her face also slightly flushed. Lu Qing's face was devoid of any expression. He said calmly, "Your uncle Master Yuran was a little careless. Go and gather her clothes for her, and return them when you go back. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed. I'll master you. You won't collect them." Yi Lianer was startled. She had been somewhat afraid. Those were the sect master's clothes. For her to collect and return them meant she would have to face Yi Yuran upon her return. If Yi Yuran learned that these items had been seen by her male master, the sect master, so lofty and aloof, would be furious. Just the thought made Yi Lianer tremble with fear. Most crucially, the sect master would inevitably know, because this place was accessible only to her master. If he hadn't seen them, who else could have? "What did you say? I should collect them?" Lu Qing stared at her in shock. Even though he was usually adept at concealing his emotions, a flicker of astonishment involuntarily crossed his face. Yi Lianer suddenly realized. Those were a woman's undergarments, intimate apparel, the sect master's personal attire, also artifacts imbued with the sect master's prohibitions, impervious to spiritual sense. How could her master, a man, possibly collect them? Was he supposed to pick up those garments one by one with his hands and return them to the sect master? That would be utterly inappropriate. Or was her master supposed to refine the prohibitions with his spiritual sense, claim those owner-bound items as his own, and then collect them with his spiritual sense? That would be even more improper. The former was just touching with hands, the latter, using spiritual sense to refine them, was equivalent to a full caress from head to toe. Even more outrageous than using hands. Yi Lianer imagined the scene of her master returning the sect master's undergarments. The sect master's complex expression, perhaps even gritting her teeth, a mix of shyness and annoyance directed at her master. The mere thought made her feel as if she would die of embarrassment. Coming to her senses, Yi Lianer's face grew even redder. She quickly said, "Master, this disciple will collect them. Even if it might provoke the sect master's anger, it was better for her to do it than to have her master face that hellish Lu Qing nodded, turned his head away, closed his eyes, and meditated, feeling an urge to vomit blood. "Senior sister, oh senior sister, you couldn't come this time, so you had to create trouble for your junior brother, didn't you? Aren't you afraid of an accident? What would happen to your reputation if this got out?" Lu Qing decided that upon his return, he would sternly admonish her. She must not do such a thing again. What if an accident occurred this time, and instead of him, another man had seen and collected them? Wouldn't Lu Qing be even more furious, to the point of vomiting blood? What would become of her reputation then? This was not good. Not good at all. Yi Lianer, on her part, obediently stepped forward and gathered the garments one by one. A faint feminine fragrance wafted into her nostrils, leaving her dizzy. Only one thought flashed through her mind. The sect master. She smells so good. Good thing it was me. If it had been master who collected them. Carefully folding and putting away all the intimate apparel, Yi Lianer finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Lu Qing with a sense of release. "Master Lianer has put everything away." Lu Qing nodded lightly. "Remember, this matter must not be disclosed. You must also caution Qingning. Lianer understands." Yi Lianer replied obediently. Only then did Lu Qing wave his hand, inwardly relieved, as he signaled her to withdraw. The Hall of Serenity. This was one of the 10 secondary halls on the Divine Qian ship, second only to the sect leader's main hall. Though called a hall, it was in fact an independent chamber nestled at the ship's edge. Here the furnishings were lavish, and the spiritual energy was incomparably dense. From the side window one could also behold the scenery beyond the ship, the sky, the earth, the blue heavens, and the white clouds. Even for those not inclined to cultivate, it was an excellent spot for sightseeing. Among the 100 halls on the ship, only a 10th possessed such a view. Only those highly valued by the sect could be assigned to such a place, which combined leisure, cultivation, and myriad benefits into one. To the outside world, it was a symbol of power, ultimate luxury, and a celestial palace. A wandering cultivator who had once obtained a great opportunity and managed to enter such a hall used a recording stone to capture many images. Upon his return, he spread these scenes far and wide, boasting endlessly, arousing the envy of countless others. It became synonymous with a sacred land. If anyone could reside within and leave some images, they would earn the admiration of many, seen by others as having ascended to heaven in a single step. Within this opulent hall, Yi Fian reclined by the window on a soft cloud-woven fabric spun from the silk of thousand-thread silkworms. This object, resembling a cloud, floated in the air. Once one sat within it, they would naturally sink in, finding support that perfectly conformed to their body, causing no fatigue and offering great comfort and breathability. Furthermore, due to the formations woven into the cloud fabric, it could adjust its temperature and breathability according to the owner's will. Not to mention the mortal world, even in some minor sects, this cloud fabric was a treasure beyond reach. Only a great sect like the Shanqing sect, with its millennia of heritage, possessed such depth. Sitting upon it was a pleasure, yet on Yi Fian's peerlessly beautiful face there seemed not a flicker of emotion. In her former years as a great emperor, she had seen countless rare wonders, all she encountered were rarities of the world. The Shanqing sect was indeed extraordinary, but compared to the foundations of a great emperor, it was utterly incomparable. Now reclining on the cloud fabric, her peerless gaze wandered out the window at the fleeting wonders, yet her eyes were somewhat absent. Between her fingers, she toyed with a tiny spirit pearl, as if to distract her mind. The scenes of boarding the ship flashed through her mind. Many small gifts, the favor of many venerables, even the supreme, had cast a covert gaze upon them, granting them attention. They were held aloft by the Shanqing sect. But these were not what she desired. For a great emperor like her, what use were such treatments, no matter how fine? From beginning to end, what she yearned for was Lu Qing's gaze, yet from start to finish he had not cast a single glance her way, as if she didn't. It felt as though a needle had pierced her heart. Even now Yi Fian had to confront a possibility. Master, could it be that you have also been reborn, wounded too deeply by your disciples, and thus wish never to acknowledge us again? But clearly it was you who erred first. Yi Fian's peerless eyes grew distant. Emotions surged within her, and for a moment her mind was unsteady. In your past life you cherished us so. What? Yi Fian gently bit her thin lips, her thoughts entangled in immense complexity. She thought of Su Chen again. He spoke of a conspiracy, yet why has Master still not accepted us until now? And besides, Yi Fian recalled the impending journey to Danxiasi. If her memory served, it was near the Danxiasi that Master had committed his first grave error, and there he had set foot on the true path of no return. It was you who erred first. What did we do wrong? Yi Fian's eyes reddened. Then she let out a soft sigh. Regardless, she would soon learn what Master's true purpose was. Soon Master would commit his first great mistake. This was also a chance for redemption. You have committed so many grave errors, yet we are still willing to forgive you, still wish to win you back. Why can you not forgive us? Yi Fian thought, and finally exhaled softly, her heart gradually calming. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Within her, anticipation was quietly taking shape. After this, she would lay her cards on the table with Master, tell him that they had already forgiven him, that as long as he did not err again, they could be together. They would also strive to help him break through to higher realms, provided he ceased his mistakes. In the same hall of serenity, the other three women also wore complex expressions. Xiao Ning, Yi Lingyu, and Lu Yao. Their eyes were filled with intricate emotions. It seemed that the journey of this divine ship was ceaselessly tugging at their hearts. As if flowing toward a predetermined node of fate, they would soon arrive at the first such node. The cold wind was like a knife, bitter and biting. A chill bird leisurely braved the icy wind amidst the clouds, gliding gracefully across the sky, but suddenly, swish! A terrifying disturbance in the air surged violently, as if some colossal entity's passage had generated a fearsome air current, flinging it thousands of meters away. Then an enormous shadow moving with terrifying speed flashed past it, and an even more fearsome air current hurled it even farther. After carving a dreadful trail through the clouds, the giant object vanished in an instant. Wah! The chill bird, panicked and disoriented, flapped its wings and fled swiftly. Time flew like a shuttle. 7 days later. Danxiaqiu. A violent disturbance rippled through the upper air, followed by a terrifying aura, as a colossal divine ship materialized above, drawing the gazes of countless wandering cultivators. Their pupils contracted and their minds stirred. This is the divine Qilan ship of the Shangqing divine sect. The divine sect has arrived, and with it this generation's prodigies. Countless wandering cultivators and minor sect disciples were utterly astounded. Then the great cultivator of the Qinglian sword sect stationed here went forth to greet them. Below the scene was bustling with excitement. The divine sect has arrived. I wonder who leads them this time. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. At the same time, within the immortal music pavilion. Sister Hongya, such thoughts are not right. Have you considered that while that man did not harm you directly, your grandfather died because of him? If he had not seized that qi condensation method, the female demon would not have been drawn here, your grandfather would not have been injured, and he would not have fallen on the way back. Can you truly say he did not harm you? A female cultivator of the immortal music pavilion spoke, with a smile. Then he took your divine fire pearl. Without him you would have been first, and that opportunity would have been yours. Yet he still took it. Should you not hate him? Nangong Hongya was slightly dazed. Just then the female cultivator added, you might not even realize it yourself, but perhaps he has planted a heart demon within you, causing you to fall for him. But what is he? In my view, fellow Taoist, Su is the extraordinary man. You, my dear, are blessed without knowing it. If I were you, I would turn my gaze and attention to young Master Su. The one before you is the best. If I were you, I would devote all my thoughts to young Master Su. Nangong Hongya was stunned. A ripple stirred in her heart. She had never pondered such matters before, nor had she ever considered romantic feelings. But now, thus reminded, she felt a flicker of strangeness. Involuntarily, she began to compare the two instinctively. How kind Su Chen was to her. And that he only hurt her time and again. Moreover, he likely never held her in his heart at all. At this thought, Nangong Hongya's beautiful eyes widened. In that moment, she was utterly dazed. Impossible. Why does my heart ache a little? I cannot possibly like him. I only detest him. Impossible, this cannot be. Nangong Hongya's beautiful eyes were wide, her mind shaken by the impact. She could not believe it. The female cultivator, seeing this, smiled faintly. Well, since Su Chen had given her this task and he was away, now she had finally found an opportunity and had done her best. She thought to continue speaking to further the influence, but a commotion arose from outside. The divine Qilan ship of the Shangqing divine sect has arrived. One of the three great divine sects, the Shangqing divine sect, is here. What? The Shangqing divine ship? The female cultivator was startled, then her eyes moved a strange light, flashing within them. She had only been at the immortal music pavilion for a few years, and had never seen a divine sect beyond the Qinglian sword sect. Hearing this news now, she felt a sense of anticipation. The Shangqing divine sect. Nangong Hongya also lifted her head slightly. A shadow suddenly flashed through her mind, and her heart clenched, a flutter of panic rising within her. This cannot be impossible. Such a thing cannot happen. Something must be wrong. Nangong Hongya simply could not believe it. Sister Hongya, Sister Hongya. Only when a soft repeated call reached her ears did Nangong Hongya exhale in relief. Then she thought, I must be mistaken. How could I have feelings for him? I only know of his existence. Having reasoned this out, Nangong Hongya smiled. The worry and complex emotions in her heart vanished, leaving only ease. Yes, she did not like anyone. Not Lu Qing, not Su Chen. Why must she choose? There was no need to choose. Being happy was enough. Her grandfather surely wished for her to be happy, not to be embroiled in those disputes and unhappy affairs. Nangong Hongya's mood grew lighter. Sister Hongya, let's go take a look, said the female cultivator. Nangong Hongya nodded, murmuring those four words. By the way, Sister Hongya, isn't the Shangqing divine sect the great sect where that venerable Lu belongs? Yes, it's the sect of that wicked man. I wonder if that wicked man has come. Nangong Hongya thought, a smile playing on her lips. Then she added, Oh sister, if that wicked man is here, we should be careful and keep our distance. He is very fierce. Killing a venerable is like crushing an ant for him. Hongya, you. Seeing Nangong Hongya's earnest warning and the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, the female cultivator felt a silent exasperation and said no more. They would never truly have a chance to encounter him. Only this girl was so naive. How could a venerable level great cultivator, unless by fate, ever become entangled with a mere divine pill stage cultivator? The two women exited the immortal sound pavilion and saw the divine vessel rapidly shrink, descending into the space designated for housing such vessels. At this moment, countless cultivators in Danxiao City fixed their gazes there, their expressions filled with reverence and envy, for that was the supreme treasure of one of the sacred sects. Those aboard were none but dragons among men and peerless prodigies, not merely of boundless future potential, but already possessing remarkable achievements. Amid the stares of numerous cultivators, the great cultivators of the Green Lotus Sword sect stationed in Danxia City also rose to greet them, all of them figures of immense stature. At the forefront, it was said, was a being of the supreme realm, a rare and formidable entity of unfathomable might. He was an elder with a straight posture and sword aura soaring to the heavens. At the same time, the divine vessel shimmered with resplendent light, and a white-haired old man emerged from within. Before his figure appeared, his voice rang out, "Taoist Hongwang, it has been years." The voice was ancient, and as it spread it seemed to fill the entire world, causing everyone to tremble with inexplicable fear. At the same time, shock filled their hearts. This is the legendary Supreme, Hongwang Supreme. Many Transcendence Realm cultivators narrowed their eyes, as if beholding a living fossil. Hongwang Supreme had been a renowned figure thousands of years ago. His life-bound divine treasure, the Hongwang sword, had carved a fearsome reputation, and his methods were vast. They had never imagined they would witness him in person, their hearts trembling with awe. Some cultivators who could never hope to reach the venerable realm in their lifetimes stared in shock. Once one becomes a supreme, one seeks a false immortality. Envy, longing, endless emotions flickered in their hearts. Mortals live but a few decades. If one cultivates successfully through the four mortal stages, one may live a full century. Entering the Transcendence Realm grants 200 years, surpassing the mundane. The Venerable Realm bestows 1,000 years, a leap to the heavens. The second stage of Venerable allows 3,000 years. 3,000 years, what an immeasurably long time. My great-great-great-grandfather's generation recorded legends of this immortal. I never thought I would see him in my own time. A Taoist cultivator's eyes glistened with tears, recalling departed kin and elders. All that was once had turned to dust, yet the supreme realm, undying for 3 millennia, was astonishing beyond words. Yet how many mortals could reach this realm, toiling and rushing through life only to become a handful of dust on the path? How many could attain this inconceivable state, existing for 3,000 years? It was a thought that stirred melancholy. As the minds of many Transcendence Realm cultivators reeled with shock and bitterness, the aged face of Hongwang Supreme also revealed a trace of a smile. Taoist Zai, indeed many years have passed. Today we must have a talk. Zai Supreme. Another wave of astonished voices followed, another peerless powerhouse from thousands of years ago. Please enter the Green Lotus Pavilion for a visit. Hongwang Supreme spoke. Well said. Zai Supreme nodded lightly. As the two Supremes conversed, the scene was not silent. On the side of the Green Lotus Sword sect, many great figures among the Transcendence Realm cultivators followed their Supreme in greeting. Aboard the Divine Scale vessel, figures also appeared one after another. Greetings, Venerables. Venerables and Transcendence Realm cultivators bowed in salutation, welcoming the guests from the Supreme Purity sect. The Venerables of the Supreme Purity sect, including those of the third Transcendent stage, the Primordial Spirit Realm, also nodded slightly, their demeanor calm and extraordinary. Even the most illustrious Venerable, when a Supreme appeared, would have their brilliance overshadowed. Yet the cultivators watched with endless awe and longing. Among those prodigies, how many would achieve immeasurable success in the future? Some might even harbor the potential to break through the Supreme Realm and reach truly terrifying heights. For instance, the recently renowned and blazing peak master of the Supreme Purity sect. Cultivators gazed upon this scene. Today, Danxia City was dozens of times more bustling than usual owing to this grand event. Figures filled every street and alley. Amid this clamor, Nangong Hongye stood on tiptoe, leaning against the corridor railing of the Immortal Sound Pavilion, straining to lift herself higher to peer at the divine vessel. She seemed to be searching for something. Beside her, a female cultivator also watched. Suddenly, her pupils contracted as she spotted a figure behind the Supreme. His brilliance was entirely suppressed by the Supreme's entrance, yet when her gaze fell upon him, her heart stirred involuntarily. She could not help but be stunned. There was another such person in this world. He simply existed there, calm and composed, yet transcendent and peerlessly elegant. Even the Supreme could barely suppress him. He seemed to break through that suppression, revealing his sharp edge. How could there be a second person in this world who gave her the same profound shock as when she first saw Su Chen? It was as if heaven and earth, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, all revolved around him. He was the very core of everything. This person, who was he again? The female cultivator was dumbfounded, her eyes faintly entranced. It's that bad guy. Nangong Hongye's eyes lit up. Who? The female cultivator, startled, turned to ask. Over there. Nangong Hongye pointed. Seeing the direction she indicated, it was indeed that transcendent, peerlessly elegant figure. The female cultivator's eyes widened sharply. She looked at Nangong Hongye, then at the peerless figure, then back at Nangong Hongye. After a moment, she silently compared Su Chen with him in her heart, and finally let out a sigh. Forget it. Love whoever you like. I won't advise you anymore. Anyway, even if I had to choose, I couldn't. Best to have both. He'll stop persuading. No wonder she was obsessed after just 2 meetings. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to forget either. Powerful and breathtaking at first glance. Some men in this world were simply too terrifying, ruining one's life at first sight, making it impossible to turn back. The female cultivator sighed. Sister, do you think he looks fierce? Nangong Hongya asked. Can't tell. How can you judge fierceness just by looking? Probably not fierce. The female cultivator replied. No, he's actually very fierce, quite frightening, especially when he's expressionless. It's scary to look at, Nangong Hongya quickly said. Oh. The female cultivator sighed, inwardly thinking that a venerable realm cultivator being fierce to her was already gentle given the vast gap in their realms. Then she understood something, and feeling helpless said no more. By the way, sister, you said earlier you knew news about the Baichi Su family, but you haven't told me yet. Let's go back and talk about it. The Baichi Su family was the kin of that former great perfection venerable. Nangong Hongya had been searching for them, and had only just heard the news here. The female cultivator nodded. The two women returned together. They did not notice that the lofty figure slightly turned his head, glanced in the direction they had left, frowned briefly, then calmly withdrew his gaze. At the Green Lotus Sword sect, after a brief reunion and casual chat, things returned to calm. Only Lu Qing and other powerful cultivators, along with some primordial spirit realm cultivators nearing the venerable realm, had disembarked from the divine scale vessel. As for the sect's prodigies, those newly established golden core realm seeds, none were allowed to leave the vessel. For safety, they were all confined aboard. Want to wander around Danxia City? Dream on. It was neither possible nor realistic. This was the flaw of being a great sex prodigy. Unless one's strength reached a certain level, there was no freedom for fear of assassination or danger. Those great sect prodigies who roamed the world either had incredibly deep backgrounds with powerful protectors or had sneaked out on their own. Normally the sect forbade it. Thus all the prodigies were locked aboard the divine scale vessel, unable to descend. Lu Qing and his group, after meeting with the hosts of Danxiasi and exchanging greetings, returned to the vessel. Then with a resonant hum the terrifying formation stirred, and the divine scale vessel shot up into the sky, stirring up fierce winds, and in an instant plunged into the Danxiasi. Time flew like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye 3 days passed. 3 days later, at the deepest part of Danxia Sea, it seemed no longer an ordinary place. There were auroras with colorful light cascading from the sky, intertwining with the Danxia Sea in a dazzling display. Beams of aurora like naturally formed ribbons fell from the multicolored sky, adorning the space between the sea and the heavens. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Such a wondrous sight alone could make one's heart tremble. Moreover, deep within the Danxia Sea, a mysterious spiritual energy was nurtured, greatly beneficial to the golden core realm, an unparalleled stroke of fortune. This was the true sacred ground of the Danxia Sea, rarely opened to outsiders. Only a few allied righteous great sects were qualified to come here. Of course, without the corresponding divine vessel, ordinary people could never reach this place. In short, for common folk, it was an unattainable treasure land. But for Lu Qing it meant nothing. As a venerable approaching great perfection, such a place offered him no benefit. If not for having nothing else to do, and the fact that final refinement could be done anywhere, he wouldn't have bothered to come. Come forth, Lu Qing's indifferent voice rang out. We have reached the depths. Come out to comprehend the spiritual essence of Danxia Sea. Li Qing first. One by one the golden core realm prodigies heard Lu Qing's voice and opened their eyes slightly. Some were excited and joyful, others calm. Their mindsets varied. Li Qing stepped forward first. Lu Qing said flatly, "Go ahead. I will protect you." He fixed his gaze on the void of Danxia Sea ahead. Venerable, this disciple cannot fly yet, Li Qing stammered. Lu Qing remained composed, and with invisible spiritual energy, he lifted the golden core prodigy off the vessel, suspending him in the Danxia Sea. Once outside, leaving the protective formation and actively revealing his golden core aura, beams of resplendent light formed into solid ribbons falling from the sky, enveloping Li Qing. An invisible force surged into his body, allowing him to float unaided, no longer needing Lu Qing's manipulation. He was completely cocooned in the light, obscuring the scene within. Almost every prodigy received the same treatment, but for most the light vanished in an instant, returning to calm. This meant the Danxia Sea held no special favor for them. They could only stay here for a set time, cultivating slowly, unable to gain the greatest enhancement or insights. One after another the prodigies finished. In a flash 10 had gone. The 10th was also instantaneous. Lu Qing looked at him and said flatly, "The insight from the Danxia Sea secret realm is extremely poor. Return to your cabin and contemplate well. Often observe the sea to cultivate. You have 3 months. The divine scale vessel would remain here for 3 months. Thank you, Peak Master." The disciple quickly expressed his gratitude, his eyes full of disappointment as he returned to sit on the deck, watching other prodigies' insights while observing the Danxia Sea to grasp its spiritual essence. Lu Qing remained calm, his gaze shifting to the next name on the list. His brow furrowed slightly. The 11th name on the list was none other than Yifian, Zai Supreme. Lu Qing yawned, his tone indifferent as he addressed the Supreme. "Qing is a bit weary and wishes to rest for a while. Please send someone else." "Qing, you wish too much." No sooner had Lu Qing made his request than he was met with He's impatient voice. just 10 disciples, and you're already tired. Hey Qing, I think you're trying to slack off again. Grandpa tells you it's impossible. Before you ran, that girl always shielded you, and she made your Ling Ying grandmother so angry. Now that you've finally come out, you still want to be lazy. Today it's just you alone. I'm telling you, don't even think about taking a single break. Grandpa I'm truly exhausted. Lu Qing said helplessly, quickly adding, I'm tired. Tired my foot. Just 10, and you're complaining. Anyone would think you've just entered the venerable realm. I'm telling you, even if you're tired, you bear it. He retorted irritably. Now you ran isn't here to pamper and indulge you, so you better take your responsibilities seriously. Lu Qing. With insufficient cultivation, one was always subject to bullying. After a moment of speechlessness, Lu Qing said, Grandpa is there really no room for negotiation? There is. If you were to advance to the supreme realm immediately, then we could talk. He transmitted his voice, spiritually, a grin spreading across his face. Or else you promise Grandpa that after returning, whenever there's sect business, you'll obediently handle everything that needs doing and stop having your sister cover for you while you hole up on Heaven's Sword Peak without moving a muscle. Agree to that, and you can rest right now. Grandpa is very easy to negotiate with, you know. Then forget it. He'll just get on with the work. Lu Qing said helplessly, You little rascal. He was also exasperated. This youngster was extremely talented, but he just didn't care much about sect affairs, nor was he particularly invested in even his own personal disciples. Who else could he be expected to care about? Truly, it was difficult to change him. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze. Since he couldn't switch people, there was no other way. Anyway, he would just follow his heart. If he truly couldn't change it, there was nothing to be done. Lu Qing spoke calmly, Yi Fian. At the same time, he sent a spiritual message to Lianer asking her to brew a cup of spirit tea for him, as he was feeling a bit thirsty. Yi Lianer was resting. Upon receiving the message, her eyes lit up. Soon after, under the barely concealed, peculiar gazes of many disciples on the deck, Yi Fian emerged from the divine Qilin vessel. The moment she appeared, she instantly drew everyone's attention, as if she naturally became the center of all creation, of being destined for the spotlight. Moreover, even before she had left the vessel, the flowing lights outside seemed to stir restlessly, as if they had already found their destined master. This sight caused disciples who had witnessed it before to tremble inwardly, unable to suppress a feeling of inferiority. They too were unparalleled prodigies, yet even among prodigies there were disparities, and the gap was vast. Only one or two prodigies who had performed quite well earlier did not lower their gaze. Hope flickered in the depths of their eyes as they looked on, as if trying to convey that they too were not lacking. Yenner greets. Uncle Master. Yi Fian, however, did not let her gaze fall anywhere else. She only looked at Lu Qing. Her voice was like a clear spring, but when addressing him as Uncle Master, she paused for a moment before fully uttering the title. Lu Qing responded indifferently, his tone neither warm nor cold, calm and unruffled, treating her the same as any other disciple. Go on. Uncle Master. Yi Fian did not move. Disciple also cannot fly. Lu Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze falling upon her. Yi Fian's delicate face was calm, her eyes unruffled as she looked back at Lu Qing without backing down. If he were any other venerable, he would have laughed. Yi Fian can't fly. No matter how poorly the Supreme Purity sect treated others, it would never mistreat the four of them. If others lacked flying treasures, you certainly would not. But precisely because he was Lu Qing. So he didn't want to say it, was too lazy to say it, and even more unwilling to investigate why she could fly, but insisted she couldn't. Too lazy to bother, too lazy to think about it. He tapped lightly on the table. Terrifying spiritual power surged instantly, lifting her light, delicate form and calmly sending her out of the cabin. Yi Fian sighed inwardly, her heart filled with sorrow. Her attempt to test him had failed completely. Master was truly cold. To anyone unrelated to him, it was difficult to exchange even half a sentence with him. He was so hard to approach. It was like this in her past life, and still the same in this life. The difference was that in the previous life, Master doted on them. In this life, without that connection, he looked at her as if she were a stranger. The next instant, terrifying streams of light surged towards her, flooding into her body. In a flash, countless rays of light lifted her up, carrying her higher and higher. This sight utterly astonished the many disciples present. Previously, even being enveloped by the dazzling rosy clouds for a few breaths was considered excellent. But now she was being lifted by an endless torrent of light, like a divine maiden from the 9 heavens, continuously ascending with more radiant bands of light converging around her. Many prodigious disciples felt their pupils lose focus, a sense of defeat in their eyes. So this is the unparalleled prodigy of our Supreme Purity sect's generation. How can we possibly compare? Defeat weighed heavily on many hearts. At that moment, Yi Lianer also emerged. The young girl dressed in white was endearingly delicate, but as soon as she came out, her face turned slightly pale. She stared timidly at the celestial phenomenon outside, then with a complex heart approached Lu Qing. Master, your tea. She set down the spirit tea, but did not return inside, instead staying by Lu Qing's side. Her heart was still anxious. Earlier in the main cabin, she had clearly seen the situation outside and knew the circumstances of most of those prodigies. Yet precisely because of this, the phenomenon caused by Yifian made her heart sink. For she had already glimpsed the future. She would surely not be able to match junior sister Yi in the slightest. Thinking that she who had entered Heaven's Sword Peak as the top-ranked prodigy was meant to bring glory to the peak, yet was now constantly overshadowed, and had been disgracing her master all along, her heart ached, as if it were bleeding. Perhaps if she hadn't been the top-ranked one initially, she wouldn't have caused her master to take her, and only to have her discipleship constantly outshone by others, bringing shame to her master's face. Lu Qing, however, remained calm. He lifted the spirit tea, gently tilted the lid, and took a sip, utterly unperturbed. Time passed slowly. After a full dozens of breaths, Yifian finally finished receiving the opportunity of this place. Upon landing and returning, she again bowed slightly to Lu Qing in salute, then took her leave and returned to the cabin. Then dozens more disciples received their opportunities, but not a single one manifested a phenomenon like Yifian's. Until Lu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, falling upon the next name. Heaven's Sword Peak Yilianer. Lu Qing shifted his gaze slightly to the young girl in thin white robes beside him. Master. Yilianer, sensing Lu Qing's gaze, turned her face towards him. It's your turn. Go on, Lu Qing said flatly. Oh. Yilianer, her heart filled with deep anxiety, stepped forward helplessly, her steps faltering, with inner panic, utter bewilderment in the depths of her eyes. She was terrified of disappointing her master again, terrified of becoming a shadow once more. The repeated outstanding performances of her 4 junior sisters were creating a shadow in her heart. If other prodigies felt immense pressure, her pressure was immense. Because back then she was ranked first among those who entered the sect. It was for this reason that her master had chosen her. Yet her subsequent performance had been utterly unworthy of his selection. Thus the psychological pressure was enormous. Under this crushing pressure, in the next instant, a gentle spiritual force was imparted upon her. It seemed to contain a soothing, heart-comforting power, causing her worries, anxiety, panic, and fear to seemingly vanish, replaced by a profound tranquility. The fear in her heart lessened, as if even if she made countless mistakes and was suppressed countless times, it would be all right, that she would be forgiven. This inexplicable calming sensation greatly diminished her worries. Then the gentle spiritual force softly lifted her out of the divine Qilin vessel. Then a scene so shocking and terrifying it stunned the entire assembly suddenly appeared. What is this? How is this possible? Many cried out in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. As Yilianer was sent out, a terrifying torrent of light, no less than that which had surrounded Yifian, converged from all directions, creating a breathtakingly magnificent spectacle. This astonishing sight left the entire crowd in dead silence. Even Supreme Zihe's gaze focused sharply, disbelief flickering in the depths of his eyes. This scene was destined to shock everyone. One by one they were incredulous. If it had been Xiao Ning, Yilingyu, or Lu Yao, no one would have been surprised, for they had proven their status time and again. But this time it was Yilianer. It was Yilianer. No one could believe it. The latter, though outstanding, even exceptionally, so was ultimately a tier below those 4. Or rather, even looking back thousands of years, no one could compare to them. Even Peak Master Lu at the same age would have had to yield somewhat to their brilliance. So no one thought she was lacking. But now, against all odds, she had caught up. The phenomenon was no weaker than Yifian's, terrifyingly potent. Radiant with flowing colors, strange phenomena abounded. In that moment, it seemed she too had become the darling of heaven and earth, receiving boundless recognition from the sea of rosy clouds. This, Zihe was inwardly shaken. This is too strange. He was almost incredulous. The sea of rosy clouds is a heavenly secret realm containing the opportunities of heaven and earth. Only those who are favored, whose futures are boundless, are graced with such blessings. Now little Lianer is actually equal to Yenner. Does this mean her future achievements are destined to be no less than Yenner's, having received the implicit recognition of heaven and earth? But this is clearly wrong. Yenner and the others are so much more outstanding, if this girl shouldn't be able to catch up. This is strange, too strange. Supreme Zihe was astonished. Then he silently took out a glowing scroll. On it he solemnly erased 4 names that filled the entire page and rewrote them. This time, he wrote 5 smaller names. The last name was none other than Yilianer, worthy of being nurtured as peerless potential, a rare seed alongside Yen Girl and the others entering the true first echelon. Supreme Zihe's heart was too shaken. He silently modified the seed registry and resolved to report it to the Patriarch immediately upon returning to the sect. The possibility was too terrifying. It meant that in this generation, the Supreme Purity sect might produce 5 unparalleled prodigies with limitless future achievements, potentially all becoming supreme beings of that legendary realm. The mere thought made one tremble. 5 prodigies from one sect. It seems our Supreme Purity sect is truly destined to rise. This era is fated to be the age when our sect dominates the ages. Supreme Zihe was immensely excited. Even if only one of the 5 succeeded, it would be enough to shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The supreme purity sect's generation had boundless prospects. And this time the duration was even slightly longer, lasting a full 18 breaths, 2 more than Yifian. This utterly stunned the entire assembly. This scene plunged the entire gathering into a profound silence, stirring an even greater shock. The eyes of the proud disciples of the Shangqing sect widened in disbelief as they stared at Yi Lianer standing there, their inner world struck by a violent earthquake, their very worldview overturned. It was as if a miracle had occurred. At the same moment, Yifian, who had already returned to her cabin, suddenly raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes freezing in place. A few strands of hair once secured by a cyan hairpin slipped loose and fell messily across her nearly flawless forehead, adding an inexplicable touch of disarray to her demeanor. From this vantage point through the porthole, she could clearly take in everything unfolding within the Danxiasi. Her eyes widened at first, then gradually returned to calm, but one hand instinctively gripped the edge of the porthole. Especially when the master's indifferent gaze was now fixed upon Yi Lianer. He usually never paid such attention. Senior sister. Xiao Ning's delicate face also bore an expression of astonishment as she rose and came over, sitting down beside Yifian. Unable to conceal her surprise, she said, "The one master took in Yi Lianer actually possesses such talent. How could she possibly? Nothing is impossible. If master could nurture us into great emperors in our past lives, why can't he nurture another into a great emperor in this life?" Yifian said softly. Xiao Ning's expression shifted slightly. Lu Yao and Yi Lingyu also came over, watching everything happening in the Danxiasi. Yi Lingyu couldn't help but say, "Senior sister, this is the bearing of a great emperor. If Yi Lianer stays by master's side and also becomes a great emperor in the future, will she be able to stay with master forever?" The 4 women fell silent. To ascend to the rank of great emperor was to be nearly immortal, with a lifespan rivaling heaven and earth, capable of surviving several epochs before ending a lifetime and returning to the cosmos. That was an era considered long even for a great emperor. If they were all great emperors, they could traverse that endless time together. Yet in their past lives, shortly after becoming great emperors, they had personally ended all of this, severing that potential path. Now, given the current situation, those future scenarios were no longer relevant to them. Their place had been taken by Yi Lianer, and from the way things were unfolding, any attempt to reclaim it seemed distant and hopeless, perhaps forever impossible. Yifian closed her beautiful eyes, leaning back gently against the cloud-woven fabric, letting her entire weight sink into it. After a moment, her soft voice emerged, saying, "Lingyu, it's almost your turn. Go prepare first. Let your senior sister rest for a while." The remaining 3 women, their gazes complex and emotions varied silently, returned to their resting places. Meanwhile, amid the astonishing phenomena, the entire gathering was left in awe. This opportunity also came to a complete end. Then those streams of light slowly and gently carried Yi Lianer back to the boat. Yi Lianer opened her beautiful eyes. Those large dark eyes, once filled with worry, now brimmed with surprise, joy, and delight. She was so happy, she almost wept, longing to rush into her master's arms and tell him, "Master, your disciple has finally caught up. This time I didn't disgrace you. I finally managed to measure up to them, just barely, without shaming you." She was overjoyed, nearly crying from happiness, because she had been suppressed for too long and had shamed her master for too long. Lu Qing watched a wry smile forming in his heart, tempted to shake his head. This girl fundamentally didn't understand that her potential was not inferior. Under his cultivation, she too would possess the caliber of a great emperor in the future, with a seat among the emperors. She would not disgrace the heavenly sword peak. As for her inability to catch up to Yifian and the others, that was only natural, for they possessed the experience of past great emperors. Even an ordinary person with the potential of a great emperor would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to match them. Now, encountering this secret realm opportunity that disregarded experience and only valued potential and future limits, she had revealed that potential. Unfortunately, she was too naive to grasp this. Of course, it was also because Lu Qing was too lazy to explain or tell her these things. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this happy now, as she would have taken it for granted. In the end, Yi Lianer suppressed the excitement within her and returned to Lu Qing's side, saying, "Master, did you see? Liana has finally caught up this time. I didn't disgrace you." Yi Lianer spoke, still brimming with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Since leaving the heavenly sword peak, she hadn't felt this happy in a long time. But today her heart felt as if it had been coated in honey, filled with unparalleled delight and bliss. "Not bad," Lu Qing said, looking at Yi Lianer's ecstatic face, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Very good. What reward would you like?" Yi Lianer nodded happily, then suddenly realized something. She had thought that given her master's cold nature, he would likely respond indifferently and simply send her back to rest, never giving her a warmer expression just because she was happy. But unexpectedly, he had said something different. Beyond her joy, Yi Lianer was shocked. What had her master just said? She lifted her head, her delicate face showing a hint of disbelief as she looked at Lu Qing. Master, what did you just say? Lu Qing had been in a good mood, but her look made him speechless and the smile vanished from his face. Indeed, his first instinct had been to remain as unruffled as an ancient well, to respond flatly and send her back to rest. After all, this was only normal. What was there to be so happy about? But recalling his senior sister's words, he decided to make a slight change to his nature. So he had smiled gently and asked that question, only for Yi Lianer's incredulous reaction to leave him dumbfounded. The girl's reaction was far too slow. Even if your master has indeed not been kind to you in the past to show such a look of disbelief. I am trying to change now. In this life, Lu Qing believed he would ultimately become invincible, and he no longer feared betrayal, so there was no need for excessive caution. His face devoid of expression, he said calmly, "What reward do you want?" Yi Lianer also realized the impropriety of her words. Her master was about to give her a reward, a cause for celebration, but her reaction had been one of disbelief, as if he were usually cruel to her. In that first moment, Yi Lianer wanted to rush forward, grab her master's hand, and explain herself properly, telling him she was sorry, that she shouldn't have answered that way, shouldn't have blamed him. It was just that her reaction had been too slow. But she dared not do so, nor did she dare get too close, fearing it would anger him further. She quickly said, "Master, I am already overjoyed that you are willing to give me a reward. But I desire nothing else, only to stay by your side. Being near you is enough for me." Lu Qing. If he hadn't already clearly understood her nature, knowing that this was not scheming but innate wisdom and a pure heart without ulterior motives, he would have been truly speechless. Her words always sounded sweeter than honey. But regardless, Lu Qing did not dislike such words. A faint smile returned to his lips. "I will reward you when we return. You may withdraw. Reward when we return." Yi Lianer listened, a strange anticipation welling up within her. Suddenly, she thought of something and felt dizzy for a moment, a faint blush of shyness flickering across her face that was hard for others to notice. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, master." Lu Qing sensed something amiss and felt a jolt of alarm. But then he recalled the process of purifying the girl's divine marrow earlier. A thought crossed his mind. She doesn't think the reward I'm giving when we return is still the nurturing of the divine body, does she? If it's just that, then it's fine. Lu Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief, then another thought followed. The divine body has already been formed. I can't nurture it again. When we return, I must find an opportunity to clearly tell her, to hint to her that such a thing won't happen again, and she need not worry. If Li Xianyi were to see her expression now, she would surely seize upon it as leverage, using it to pierce my heart every time. Lu Qing had a profound impression of Li Xianyi's sharp tongue in their past life. Her caustic words had even tempered his own indestructible still heart, making ordinary scolding or cursing unable to stir his mind. Not even the current Li Xianyi could. This showed just how venomous her tongue had been. If she truly got hold of a handle, there would be no peace. Every encounter would bring ruthless barbs piercing straight to the heart and bone. The thought of the things Li Xianyi had done and said in the past soured his mood. Lu Qing calmed his heart, setting aside the grudges of his past life. Gradually, he returned to complete tranquility. Then his gaze fell upon the next name. After several more disciples, Lu Qing frowned slightly, looking at a new name. Then said Xiao Ning. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Ning also triggered a terrifying phenomenon no less impressive than the other two women, matching them evenly. Next, Yi Lingyu and Lu Yao also displayed astonishing performances, shocking the entire gathering, while causing many disciples' eyes to dim with despair. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. Zhao Qingming also demonstrated a terrifying phenomenon, leaving everyone in a daze. She herself was stunned, looking at Lu Qing with eyes full of confusion. She knew her own foundation well. She had never rested, pushing herself relentlessly to gain power, yet still failing to catch up to the four senior sisters. With such talent, how could she possibly be compared to them? Master, what is happening? Zhao Qingming was utterly bewildered. You and Lianer are both bound for greatness, Lu Qing said succinctly. Oh. Though Zhao Qingming received an explanation, she remained confused, as if no explanation had been given at all. The doubt in her heart remained unresolved. Unfortunately, her master said no more, and she dared not ask further. On the other side, the Purple Crane Elder was completely baffled. What is the deal with these two girls under Qing'er's tutelage? At this rate, that lad sure won't. Could he also be endowed with extraordinary talent? I must hurry and have him enter the true immortal secret realm, break through to the divine pill stage, and then come here too. The Purple Crane Elder was so shocked that he took out his manual, erased all 5 names that filled the entire scroll, and wrote down 6 names instead. This time, after some thought, he didn't write the 6 names too large, leaving 1 slot open for Zhang Shi. What if he was one? Then he would save himself the trouble of revising it again later. Modifying this secret scroll was quite exhausting. The Purple Crane Elder was deeply astonished. Time, meanwhile, began to pass slowly here. In the tranquil Heart Hall, Xiao Ning Yilingyu and Lu Yao returned, their spirits subdued as they gazed at the Danxia Sea beyond the cabin. Amidst the rare opportunity of a private audience with their master, the three women spoke not a single superfluous word. For they all knew their master's temperament well, too many words would only irk him. Yet now, returning in such serene silence, recalling his indifferent gaze earlier, an involuntary ache swelled in their hearts. The thought of Yi Lianer returning to find their master smiling at her only deepened that gnawing sorrow. Ultimately, the three women retreated to their quarters, their spirits low, eyes vacant, as they each sank into silence. Time, slow and inexorable, began its passage. Soon the comprehension of the celestial laws within this Danxia Sea was fully complete, yet this did not mark the journey's end. They would remain here for 3 more months, allowing both the favored disciples and those less so to observe the profound essence deep within the Danxia Sea. This was to enhance their chances of successfully forming their divine seed from the divine pill and breaking through to the second realm of transcendence. After all, this Danxia Sea, born with a celestial resonance, spoke to a cultivator's divine seed in a manner even more vast and awe-inspiring. Even the most obtuse talent, upon merely beholding this Danxia Sea, could grasp the crucial insight of how their own divine sea should take form and become an ocean. Those with deeper comprehension could discern even more. Even those with shallow foundations could lay the groundwork for a simpler breakthrough in the future. Moreover, there was another benefit. The spiritual energy of the Danxia Sea was uniquely potent, greatly aiding the divine pill within. Thus progress was swifter here. Only the prodigies of major sects, upon first entering the divine pill realm, were granted this opportunity to perfect their foundation and pave the way for the divine sea stage, a bounty of endless advantages. Under these circumstances, Lu Qing was naturally bound to stay trapped in a life of serene monotony. Now he was at the late stage, a half step from great perfection. The remaining half required no secluded meditation. It was a matter of patient, gradual refinement, until success came naturally. Thus he found himself at leisure. He had considered refining the immortal slaying pestle, his ultimate technique, but the inconvenience of the location stayed his hand. Life too settled into tranquility. Only the mundane routine remained, days spent sipping spirit tea, perusing the Tai Ching Dao canon, or using a finger to shape the local celestial forces into an unfinished chessboard, playing against heaven and earth. Life was both dull and peaceful. Much like him, the disciples' lives gradually settled into a rhythm. Each day, aside from rest and recuperation, they spent their time outside the cabin or on nearby islets, observing the ebb and flow of the Danxia Sea and the laws within it. The Danxia Sea had 4 phases each day. The first was the Dawn Sea formation, where countless ribbons from the 7-colored sky deep within the Danxia manifested a phantom of a single multicolored pill, materialized in the air, then transformed into the Danxia Sea. Following that were the stages, not illusions but reality itself, of surging tide, gentle ebb, and the still sea. During the surging tide, the Danxia Sea would churn with massive waves, a sight to behold. As the tide fell, calm gradually returned, while the still sea phase was as placid as a mirror. This process naturally embodied the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Each phase was intimately connected to a cultivator's divine sea stage, a spectacle that would inevitably manifest after forming the divine sea. Only by fully comprehending these could one swiftly coalesce the divine sea. With deep enough insight, one could even merge with it, greatly elevating the mind. Under such conditions, the lives of the many prodigies became highly disciplined. They moved in sync with the Danxia Sea's daily changes, striving to observe its transformations. Moreover, after the spirit Qilin ship arrived, its grand formation expanded, merging with the Danxia Sea. The disciples were no longer confined to the ship and could venture to the surrounding islets for personal contemplation. The ship itself grew quiet, and as the days slipped by one after another, the disciples' initial solemnity gradually shifted. At first they were grave every day, but later they became relaxed, as if on a vacation, leisurely enjoying these 3 months of respite. Neither Lu Qing nor Grand Elder Zai intervened much. The divine sea was simply for the disciples to observe the Danxia Sea. Whether their minds were light or heavy, the result was the same. Past experience showed that the relaxed disciples often gained more. With a carefree mind free from pressure, they were more likely to grasp the hidden essence during rest and leisure, uncovering the subtle secrets of heaven and earth for greater rewards. With both overseers deliberately looking the other way, the disciples became even more unrestrained. Some with bold hearts truly treated it as a vacation. Occasionally, they would catch spirit shrimp and fish by the islets to roast, satisfying their culinary cravings. Once ashore, laughter and joy were unending. Under such circumstances, many disciples actually progressed. Yi Lianer initially dared not follow suit. She would only watch intently from the cabin edge each day until her eyes ached, but the result was unnatural, even breeding a subconscious weariness. As time passed, she sensed something was amiss and adjusted her approach. With a lighter heart, she stopped staring incessantly and found greater gains. Still, she refrained from excessive behavior like actually catching spirit fish or playing by the shore. At most, she occasionally disembarked for a stroll. Only when she realized her master grew increasingly permissive and utterly indifferent did she finally loosen up. She uncovered the mysteries of the Danxiao Sea and with her junior sister, Zhao Qingning, enjoyed a blissful leisurely life. Each day was filled with joy, roasting fish and shrimp, strolling, watching the tides ebb and flow. Under such an environment, her mind seemed to empty, as if truly merging with this vast ocean. She even began to revel in life, delighting in it, and her progress was swift. But what Lu Qing did not anticipate was that his laissez-faire attitude might have altered the atmosphere. On the 5th day alone, Yi Lianer timidly approached him holding a skewer of roasted spirit fish and asked with some trepidation if he would like to eat. Lu Qing was speechless. He looked at the skewered fish and the timid Yi Lianer. Originally, he had no intention and could not possibly eat it. But Yi Yuren's words flashed through his mind. After a moment, he said calmly, "Leave it there. Master, it's best eaten hot. I'll feed you." Yi Lianer said, drawing on a courage she didn't know she had. Lu Qing's eyes widened slightly. At that moment, hearing her words, he could barely conceal the shock deep within his gaze as he stared at Yi Lianer. Well. Give you an inch, and you take a mile, do you?" Just as Lu Qing's face was about to darken, Grand Elder Zai's aged voice suddenly rang out, "Qing, it's better to maintain good relations with your disciples. You've never bothered with Yenner and the others, but this little girl is your own disciple. The bond between master and disciple should not be too distant. Your senior sister instructed me before she left. Now is the perfect opportunity, it's best not to refuse." Lu Qing's face grew even darker upon hearing this. A threat. Grand Elder Zai was threatening him. Lu Qing could even sense that if he dared to show Yi Lianer a cold shoulder, Zai would angrily shove Yi Fian and the others over, forcing him to bond with the prodigious disciples. Your own disciple has finally shown unparalleled talent, yet you want to build a good relationship. Then he'll give you more, so you have no choice but to learn. Lu Qing knew Grand Elder Zai too well not to mention his senior sister's explicit instructions. At that moment, Lu Qing stared at Yi Lianer in shock, then thought of the Grand Elder's words and his senior sister's radiant, smiling face. For a time, he fell silent. Yi Lianer watched Lu Qing nervously. Perhaps her mood had been too light these past 2 days and her master too indulgent. Somehow she had done this foolish thing. Now, seeing her master silent, her heart was no longer at ease. Fear began to creep in. Master and disciple, their thoughts worlds apart. Finally, after a moment of silence, Lu Qing said, with those words, all of Yi Lianer's worries vanished. A smile returned to her lips. He agreed. Her master was in a good mood lately, very lenient with the disciples and not stern. He must be feeling quite leisurely himself. A nameless joy welled up in Yi Lianer's heart. She carefully leaned in, bringing the spirit fish to Lu Qing's lips. During this process, for some reason, her heart pounded violently, the sound so loud she felt she could hear it clearly herself. Fortunately, the divine flame pearl suppressed all these anomalies. Lu Qing averted his gaze, then leaned forward slightly and took a bite. His heart had already returned to a state of placid stillness. Acceptance was acceptance. Eating a skewer of fish was no great matter. Besides, the girl had roasted it quite fragrantly. And, though Lu Qing had not interfered before, he had used his divine sense to observe Yi Lianer and Qingning. Lu Qing was well aware that these days the two had roasted plenty of spirit fish, but the results were always poor. This skewer was likely the most perfect, the most fragrant, and the best-looking one they had made in the past 2 days. Perhaps that was why she dared to bring it to him, her master. The girl had a good heart. So eating was fine, being fed was as his senior sister had said, the bond between master and disciple didn't have to be so distant. After all, in this life, he had already slighted them somewhat, always focused on elevating his own realm. Now, with his astonishing progress, there was no need for such restraint. He just had to avoid investing too much emotion, lest he repeat the mistakes of his past life. And just as Lu Qing gently took the first bite of the spirit fish, and Yi Lianer's heartbeat quickened on a sandy beach at the edge of an islet. A slender figure in a flowing azure dress, ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around. At a single glance, she froze. On her delicate face, a pair of eyes stared blankly at the scene. Then, slowly, in disbelief, she crouched down, staring fixedly, unable to look away. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Beside her, 3 young maidens noticed her distress and turned to follow her gaze. The next moment, their delicate faces turned deathly pale as they stared in disbelief at the scene, at everything unfolding before them. Their faces were ashen to the extreme. The sea breeze blew softly. On the spirit vessel, a few young women gazed towards that direction. There, a young man wore no expression on his face, merely holding a Tao scripture reading while taking bites of a spirit fish. His demeanor was cold, yet he did not refuse, causing others to feel a chill in their hearts. In front of him stood a girl with a charming smile and bright black eyes as if filled with starlight, astonishingly radiant, never once diverting her gaze from the young man. This scene was quite heartwarming, yet it pricked like a needle, stabbing deeply at the heart, instantly creating a mirror Master. He. Senior sister. A few weak broken sounds mingled with the terrifying silence, instantly becoming the only melody within the small group. Yi Lianer, who was clearly not favored by the master, was now so close to him. So close that she almost entirely replaced their positions, and even in their past lives, despite being cherished by the master, they were only allowed to occasionally cross the line. But now Yi Lianer had done just that, and the master had consented. Her pale, charming face became the only base color within the group. Silence, a prolonged silence. Finally, Yi Fian watched in disbelief as Yi Lianer fed the master 5 little spirit fish one bite at a time, and after a delighted bow merrily left. Only then did she slowly retract her gaze, one hand instinctively wanting to press against her inexplicably heavy heart, but ultimately, she halted that motion. No, at least not in front of the 3 of them, otherwise what would they think she was pondering? It was merely a master-disciple relationship. Indeed, no matter how one thought about it in their past lives, it was merely a master-disciple relationship. Her gaze fell upon the spirit shells at the edge of the beach. They had come to seek these to catch spirit fish to gather spirit shells. The reason was simple, even if they did not require insights from this place, and could easily consolidate their Dan Si, without seeing the Danxia, see the spiritual energy, the spiritual objects, spirit fish, and spirit shells here, all aided them, enabling quicker progress towards perfection in the divine pill realm. The quicker the progress, the closer they would be to the nodes of fate to change everything. To prevent everything from following the same path as their past lives. But now she felt so exhausted her heart ached. Lowering her head silently, she finally picked up a spirit shell and placed it into the small basket. She carried her azure skirt lying on the beach, this time losing the protection of spiritual power, collecting some dust, and the hem was also soaked with damp sand. One after another. Clang. The spirit shell fell into the basket, colliding with other spirit shells, sounding as if something had shattered, echoing continuously. It clearly should only sound once, yet it kept ringing slowly. What could they do? Now they could only watch. Apart from watching, there was nothing they could do. Lu Qing silently looked at the departing Yi Lianer, a brief silence. After a moment, he gently sipped a cup of spirit tea, a hint of spiritual insight wafting away. Though these spirit fish were spiritual objects, they contained some impurities. In the past, he had not liked to eat them, and was too lazy to bother. But this girl cooks them quite deliciously. Lu Qing extended his hand, condensing spiritual energy into a pearl about the size of a fingernail. This would absorb the impurities from the spirit fish, and spiritual insight surged. Boom. The impurities in his hand instantly dispersed with the wind. Lu Qing retracted his slightly stirred thoughts, refocusing on the Tai Ching scriptures, leaving a thread of spiritual sense to observe the array surrounding the divine unicorn boat, guarding against dangers that were almost impossible, yet could not be ignored. Time flowed like water and swiftly passed. The following days remained consistently mundane. One day after another. Time blinked and 7 days had gone by. The Danxia Sea had no sun and no rising or setting. It seemed to border the great world, yet it was still a secret realm, especially deep within the Danxia Sea, where it truly formed its own world, merging sea and sky, thus creating such a wondrous sight. Beneath the flowing silks of the rainbow sky, the divine vessel stood still. On the divine vessel, and below, many talented disciples wore relaxed expressions, each resting on their own island, either relaxing or leisurely gazing at the sea, feeling at ease. On the island, many shade umbrellas crafted from spiritual energy and the island's natural materials had been erected. Indeed, there was no sun here, but the Danxia had effects similar to the sun, even more severe for cultivators. Prolonged exposure could cause their hair to turn multicolored, requiring some time to revert. As for the shade umbrellas, a strong cultivator of the divine pill realm means nothing to those in the venerable realm, yet for mortals, it was already a great cultivation level with astounding skills. Condensing various objects was effortless. On one corner on the sandy beach of the island stood a sunshade umbrella and a spirit table beside which a cloud weaving was placed. Even among the talented disciples, not everyone had the qualification to rest in such a room. Undoubtedly, there were very few who could bring out the cloud weaving from the entire ship. Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingming as Lu Qing's disciples were certainly among them. After Yi Yuran had left, Lu Qing, who preferred solid, would rarely use the cloud weaving that had been tossed into the corner, bringing it out along with the other cloud weaving from their own quarters, becoming one of their supports for leisurely resting and gazing at the sea. This scene was reminiscent of a previous life where Lu Qing had seen a similar sight on the sandy beaches of Blue Star. However, unlike before, Yi Lianer and the others could not dress too extravagantly, nor could they. Even the demonesses from the Taichu demon sect and the Zhishe demon palace would not flaunt their curves so exaggeratedly in this world. And besides that, the deck of the boat was the same. There were also cloud weavings and sunshade umbrellas. During these days, Lu Qing had been lazy, unable to muster much energy. There was simply nothing to do, and matters of cultivation could not be rushed. Arduous training was unnecessary, and there were not many benefits. Most importantly, there was no time. One had to always be vigilant, keeping watch for safety here. Even with a great formation protecting, one had to be cautious and not careless. And Yi Lianer, bold enough, even dared to set up a sunshade umbrella beside him. While placing the cloud weaving, Lu Qing did not mind letting her do as she pleased. As long as she was happy, it was fine. After all, such moments of relaxation were rare, and it just so happened that he was also idle, so he allowed it to be. Just this once, let it be an exception. He had already indulged himself, which could be considered as building good relations. When they returned, what could the senior sister say? Thinking this, a slight smile crept across Lu Qing's lips. And under Lu Qing's indulgence, Yi Lianer and Zhao Qingming became increasingly joyous, reveling on the island, their spirits lifted every day. Master, today I found a few spirit fruits. Washed ashore by the waves, the juice inside is very delicious. Master, would you like to drink some? No, I want. Lu Qing replied flatly. Master, would you like to eat grilled fish? No, I want. Oh. The two girls continuously clung to him, causing even the purple crane supreme elder to feel envious. These two girls. Qing'er is such a lucky little thing. He is so indifferent to his disciples, yet these two apprentices are so close to him. Why don't I have such an obedient and worry-free disciple? Heaven truly has no eyes. Ding. A small crisp sound echoed as a spirit shell fell into the small blue basket, colliding with the spirit fish and spirit crab inside, producing a light crisp sound. Yi Fian tidied up her scattered hair, slowly regathering it under a hairpin, then slowly bent down to pick up another spirit shell and placed it into the blue basket. Her expression was calm. Afterwards, she concluded today's journey. Together with her 3 junior sisters, she set off on the return path. However, as they approached the divine unicorn boat, the 4 young women couldn't help but pause slightly, their gazes seemingly inadvertently sweeping past a certain direction. Then there was silence, a deathly silence. There a young girl was offering an open spirit coconut to a young man dressed in black. Though he did not drink, he did not refuse, either letting it be set aside as he focused on reading the Tao scripture, while the girl left with shining eyes and a smiling mouth. This scene was quite heartwarming. She could always interact warmly with that person there while the world excluded them. At this moment it was gentle, yet also very cold. The hair she had neatly arranged fell messily once again, becoming somewhat disheveled. Each time she would see it. Every time. Every time. Every time. But seeing it, what could be done? Could it replace anything? Could it prevent anything? What else could she do but accept it? Apart from accepting it time and again, getting used to it repeatedly. Time and again she could only watch. Until she was entirely accustomed to it, what could be done? Even if she was not accustomed, what could be done? No matter what feelings resided in her heart, what could be done? Completely let go. Yet unwilling to let go, she had no choice but to endure the grievance, honestly watching each time, and then going out to do what should be done. To increase even a slight chance. Was it not still necessary to do it? Was it not still necessary to endure it? Time and again, just like the waves always crashing upon the stones, just like moths always flying towards the fire. It seemed there were countless choices, yet in the end there was only that one choice. What choice did she really have? What she had done she still had to endure. Yet unwilling to let go, what could be done?